Synopsis. What would you do if you were reborn in the world of battle through the heavens without a distinguished background or an elder in your ring and just a decent talent? Luckily, Xiao Ming has awakened the life simulator system. The life simulator is on. You have experienced an ordinary life. Elements are being chosen. Currently available, Green Lotus Core Flame, Flame Mantra, Woeful Poison Body. Please choose one. Every 7 days, he can choose to extract one of the elements from his life simulation. In this way, Xiao Ming began his ordinary life. Chapter 1. Do Disciple, 1 star. Looking at the 5 large characters that glowed so brightly that they were even a little blinding on top of the magical testing monument, the boy on the platform gave a slight sigh of relief, his head lifted high, the corners of his lips curved into a slightly smug smile, and the palms he had previously clenched tightly loosened. Xiao Yan, Do Disciple, 1 star. Level, low. A middle-aged man beside the magic stone tablet took a glance at the information on the tablet and announced it with a surprised tone. The middle-aged man's words had just come out of his mouth and, as expected, caused a commotion in the crowded square. Do Disciple, 1 star, did I hear correctly? Pinch me quickly to wake me up. You're really pinching. Shit, didn't you tell me to pinch, did it hurt? It hurts so much. This is not a dream, boy, if I remember correctly, young Master Xiao Yan is only 4 years old and just started cultivating not long ago, right? That's right, for young Master Xiao Yan to be able to cultivate Do Qi so quickly, he seems to be extremely talented. Our Xiao family is going to have another young genius who will be famous in Wutan City. Ha ha ha, I said before that young Master Xiao Yan was incredibly handsome and would definitely show his talent in the future. See, I was right. Come on, I remember you said that as the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, this kid's smile was so lascivious that it would affect the family's image. I can tell you that young Master Xiao Yan is very talented. In addition to the marriage contract that the old clan chief set up for him a few years ago, he will definitely inherit the position of clan chief in the future, so you better not get involved in a fight between the elders and clan chief Xiao Zhan in the future. He, I know, young Master Xiao Yan has such a strong talent, I can't even wait to please him. Hearing the boasts and pleasant praises coming from the surroundings, the proud boy who looked like a peacock raised his little head even more. In the midst of a lively crowd, there is always someone who seems to be out of place. It is Xiao Yan who shouted in the future, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. Right? On the outskirts of the crowd, Xiao Ming looked indifferently at the little boy who was greeted by a group of children as if he was a superstar, and inwardly could not help but feel some emotion, and did not greet him as those children did. The Xiao family, as one of the 3 main clans of Wutan City in the Jiama Empire, the Xiao family had a considerable number of clan members, and the clan was divided into 2 main factions to compete for power, the Elders faction, led by the eldest elder, and the Patriarchs faction, led by Xiao Zhan. Of course, these had nothing to do with Xiao Ming not taking the initiative to please Xiao Yan. The internal power struggle within the Xiao clan would have not too much impact on the young children no matter how it went. The reason Xiao Ming did not want to move forward was that, like Xiao Yan, he was a reincarnator. If Xiao Ming is asked how he came to this world, all he can say is that Truck Kun chose him because of his good performance. When he regained consciousness, he had already come to the Xiao family and had been orphaned with both parents dead. Luckily, the Xiao family is a big family, and there are rules and regulations that provide for servants to take care of orphans whose parents have died, especially for people like Xiao Ming, whose parents died fighting for the clan, and there is a pension for them. Because of this, Xiao Ming was able to grow up unharmed instead of dying uncared for, and it is for this reason that as a traveler he still has a great sense of identity with the Xiao family. As a mature-minded reincarnator, Xiao Ming would not run away to play friends with the children. Although he was the same age as Xiao Yan, seemed to be a child to outsiders, and looked very cute, if he was asked to join a group of chattering children just like Xiao Yan. He's afraid he couldn't really do it. Besides, this group of children was there to please Xiao Yan, who was now the child king of the Xiao family. Why would he lick the boots of other reincarnator when he himself was one? As for the idea of running to Xiao Yan and having a conversation with him where one reincarnator meets another reincarnator and both have tears in their eyes, this idea was even worse for him. He was not crazy to do it, such a thing would not benefit him at all, so why would he expose his secret to Xiao Yan? As for, with his foresight, pretending to get close to Xiao Yan to make good relations, and then quietly stealing the ring around his neck, that has, this old grandfather hiding in the ring, he thought even less. This was because Xiao Ming would not think that Yao Lao in the ring would be in a constant state of sleep. He thinks that Yao Lao is aware of the outside world, rather than actually being unaware. Absorbing Xiao Yan's Do Qi in the future was definitely something intentional, otherwise, he could suck Xiao Yan's Do Qi right now. He was also able to absorb Xiao Zhan's wife's Do Qi in the past, but Xiao Ming hadn't heard any rumors that the clan chief's wife couldn't cultivate. When he went to the trouble of stealing the ring and then Yao Lao had a low opinion of him and told him that he is not worthy of being his disciple, wouldn't he be a clown? It could also be a life or death thing. Licking was impossible, and stealing was impossible. The only option left is to cultivate well, and be nothing more than a bystander to Xiao Yan. When it comes to true talent, Xiao Yan was not as good as him. Sensing that the Do Chi in his body was clearly more than one-star Do disciple, Xiao Ming revealed a weak smile. Perhaps for the same reason of being a transmigrator, Xiao Ming's cultivation talent was quite outstanding, and he doesn't know if crossing dimensions is the reason, but his soul perception was even stronger than Xiao Yan's. After disturbing the servant who took care of them, the orphans, a few days ago and teaching him the cultivation method for Do disciple stage, he quickly started and cultivated to the second stage of Do disciple without any bottlenecks. Given the time, even though it would be more difficult to break through later, Xiao Ming is sure that he would break through to Do practitioner in 2 years. A 6-year-old Do practitioner. Xiao Ming was now a bit hesitant to go up to test his Do Chi and expose his cultivation talent. After all, the Xiao family was so small that it would be very dangerous to expose his talent. Not to mention that there were 2 other clans in Wutan City that were not inferior to the Xiao clan, and it wasn't like he was the Xiao clan's third young master like Xiao Yan and had an escort when he went out. Now that he is young and he has not been cultivating for a long time, so he may or may not willingly go up to test my Do Chi, but when he is 2 years older, he will have to go to the side of the Magic Stone Monument to test it. Do I have to deliberately train slower? But to delay cultivation, for this reason, Xiao Ming was unwilling to do so. Hey, let's not take the test today first, let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work out, I can only expose my talent, so in the future, if I don't go out in the Xiao family, I can wait until Canaan Academy enrolls, and it would be nice to run there directly. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. He greatly envied reincarnators who had a system, they could have anything they wanted. The storage space, being able to hide his cultivation level, and all the basic shit. Elixir pills could also be taken at will and were able to level up even while lying down. Where is someone like him? He doesn't dare to level up so casually for fear of being suffocated before he can grow up, he is a disgrace to other transmigrators. Ding, Life Simulator is on. Chapter 2. Ding, Life Simulator has started. The current number of simulations is 1, do you want to start the Life Simulator? Just as Xiao Ming was envying those reincarnators, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Shit, 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 is that what I think it is? It's been 4 years, golden finger, he finally has a golden finger. After a moment of excitement, Xiao Ming calmed down and thought silently in his mind, don't initiate now. At this moment, he was still in the testing ground of the Xiao family's magic tablet, and it was not suitable for him to study the system at this time. Looking at the crowd still waiting for the test, Xiao Ming turned around and walked towards the Xiao family's back mountain. Where he lived there were quite a few orphans like him, and it was not suitable for research. The back of the mountain, which was normally off the roads, was a good place to go. When he arrived at the back of the mountain and found a secluded place to sit, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to ask questions in his mind. That, Life Simulator, right? Tell me about your usage. Xiao Ming did not receive the direct answer he had imagined. Instead, a wealth of information flooded his mind like a manual. It instantly allowed Xiao Ming to understand what this Life Simulator did. The method of using the Life Simulator was simple. Every 7 days, he would have the opportunity to simulate his life once. When using the Life Simulator, he would simulate from the day he started the simulation. When he dies in the simulated life, the simulation ends. Each time the Life Simulator simulates a life, it will appear in his mind as a text, and at the end of the simulation, the Life Simulator will randomly choose 3 things that appeared in his mind for him to choose. Things that can be extracted by the Life Simulator include any celestial treasures, powerful talents, martial arts techniques, weapons and treasures, and even life perceptions. Anyway, as long as it appears, he could choose it. It couldn't be said that this function was weak, although it wasn't as good as those systems that gave daily login rewards. Xiao Ming was already content. Ahem, Life Simulator, is there a starter gift pack? Taking a cue from the protagonist of the novel he had read earlier, Xiao Ming asked cheekily. No. A life simulation opportunity has been detected for the host. Is it possible to start a life simulation? Forget it then, start the life simulation. Ding, the simulation begins. Day 1, the Xiao family conducts a Do Chi cultivation test, and you witness how the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, who is also a reincarnator, is in a good mood and makes a name for himself, and you are not impressed. After much deliberation, you decide to hide your cultivation for the time being. Day 2, you get up early and cultivate for the whole day. Day 3, you get up early to cultivate, and at noon you get hungry and head to the Xiao family's communal dining hall made especially for orphans to eat. As you eat, you notice that everyone is talking about the noble guest who has come to the family today, which does not interest you. After the meal, you head to the back of the mountain to farm for the rest of the day. Day 4, you get up early to practice. Day 5, you get up and try to practice, but some kids invited you to play, you politely decline, and the kids find you boring. You find out that a distant relative named Xiao Suner has arrived in the Xiao family. Day 6, you feel you must combine work and rest in your cultivation and wander around inside the Xiao family, just in time to meet Xiao Yan guiding Xiao Suner to get acquainted with the Xiao family. You don't pay too much attention, and head to the back of the mountain to soak in the hot spring. Day 7, you get up to train and meet Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner again. You notice that Xiao Yan is looking at Xiao Suner in a strange way and you keep thinking about it. On your way back from the back of the mountain at night, you see a short, furtive figure. You follow it and discover that it is Xiao Yan, trying to sneak into a room. You didn't want to pay attention to him, but out of a sense of justice, you intervene to stop him from acting. Day 8. Day 30, you got up early to cultivate and reached the 3rd star of Do Disciple. Day 95, you get up early to practice and move on to the 4th star of Do Disciple. Day 100, you went to the Xiao family's Do Technique room and learned the low-grade Huang class Tiger Power Fist. You were very dissatisfied for only being able to learn this lousy low-grade Do technique, but there was nothing you could do about it. Day 101, you get up and go to the back of the mountain to practice your Do techniques. Day 120, you work hard and train your low-level Do technique, the Tiger Power Fist, until you reach the maximum level. Day 300, you're walking around town and here there's a storage ring in auction at Middle Auction House, fingering a handful of gold coins you're carrying, you run home to practice. Day 365, the Xiao family once again conducts a Do-Chi cultivation test, and the younger generation is brought up on stage for the test. You reveal your strength of the 7th star Do disciple under the eyes of the crowd, and the people of the Xiao family are shocked. Day 366, because of your cultivation talent, the clan gave you a maid and 2 guards, and slowly the news of your talent spread. 370 days, you refused Xiao Ning and the others' invitation to play together and cultivated alone. Day 545, you condensed your whirlwind chi and made your way to 1-star Do practitioner, you reported it to the clan elders. Day 547, you measured your Do chi attribute as a fire attribute. You were disappointed that you couldn't become an alchemist without a trace of wood attribute. Because you are too talented, you are approved to go to the Do pavilion to choose a chi method, and you are given the Huang class high chi method refining fire at the Do pavilion. Day 670, Canaan Academy came to Wutan City for admission. You were so talented that you surprised the instructors and successfully passed the exam. Day 2490, you were looking for medicinal herbs in a forest outside Canaan Academy's inner courtyard, and encountered a rank 5 magical beast, and died. End of simulation. The talent items were chosen. Currently available, low-grade storage ring, Fallen Heart Flame, Xian class intermediate skill Tiger Roaring Judgment. Please select one. Oh this. Xiao Ming scratched his cheek, a bit speechless at his hasty death in the life simulator, as he fell into the difficulty of having to choose. He doesn't know if it was because of the first sim, where good stuff had a higher pick rate and quality was guaranteed, but there really was a high-tier item like Fallen Heart Flame. In the 2490 days of the simulation, Fallen Heart Flame must have been the highest level item that had appeared, and it was the message that appeared after seeing the Heaven-Burning Chi Training Tower when he joined the Internal Academy. Fallen Heart Flame was the 14th flame on the list of heavenly flames, and those who swallowed and refined it could have their Do-Chi tempered by Fallen Heart Flame at all times, which is known as a training cheat machine. In combat, it can also form Fallen Heart Flame within the opponent's body, so that the opponent may be distracted by the suppression of Fallen Heart Flame during battle, and those with lower strength will simply spontaneously burn, which can be called a mob cleaner. Out of these 3 options, the Fallen Heart Flame was without a doubt the most valuable and the one that Xiao Ming most wanted to choose. However, he can't choose it. Chapter 3. It wasn't that the life simulator was being cheeky and not giving him a choice, nor was it because it required energy points or something to choose a high-level item. The reason he couldn't choose the Fallen Heart Flame was simple, it was because Xiao Ming was too weak. The things given by the life simulator, except for talent-type items that would be directly integrated into one's body, such as Do techniques, chi methods, and so on, will be displayed directly in front of one's face. Heavenly Flame is a treasure of heaven and earth, so naturally, it also appears directly in front of one's face. Life Simulator also did not have something like System Space, in which one could temporarily put the Heavenly Flame inside. After choosing the Heavenly Flame, if the Fallen Heart Flame appeared directly in front of him, with his own strength of the 2nd star Do disciple, he would die in a second. That was why Xiao Ming felt that he couldn't choose it. But for something as good as the fallen heart flame, he wasn't willing to not choose it, and the other two options weren't worthy of paying even a bit of attention to. Ah, so painful. Xiao Ming was so angry that he stomped his foot. Ding, please choose one of the three options. Shit, what's the hurry? Can't you wait for me to think about it for a moment? Xiao Ming finally chose the low-grade storage ring after pondering for a while. There was no way he would choose the fallen heart flame, his little life was more important, and when comparing the low-grade storage ring to the Xian intermediate dou technique, it was without a doubt the Xian rank intermediate dou technique that was better. However, there were also considerations as to why Xiao Ming chose the low-grade storage ring. The Xian rank Xian dou technique was certainly good, but at this time, his cultivation level was still at the dou disciple stage and he had no enemies, so he had no need for dou techniques. Xian dou technique, tiger roaring judgment, was also a type of sound wave dou qi technique, which was not easy to practice, and it was also very noisy, so when the time came, it would be easy for people to discover it, and it was not easy to explain clearly. At this time, Xiao Ming still wanted to keep a low profile. If it was an intermediate Xian rank fire attribute technique, he would not hesitate to choose it, but this tiger roaring judgment, forget it. The low-level ring wasn't bad, as it was only held by the patriarch and the eldest elder of the Xiao family, and he would have a place to hide the items it found after having the ring. Just after he finished choosing, a dark ring appeared in front of Xiao Ming without a sound. With a quick glance, he picked up the ring as it fell down and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. Is this the storage ring? It's quite magical. After his soul sensed it, there was probably about 5 cubic meters of space inside. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and looked for a rope to hang it around his neck. Although this storage ring is the least valuable of the 3 rewards, but it still costs 100,000 gold coins, which would cost even the Xiao family a lot, so I have to hide it well, it's hard to explain it if someone discovers it. Xiao Ming, who had kept the storage ring, did not immediately leave the back of the mountain, but he was thinking about one thing. The life simulator simulated a life without the simulator itself. In other words, if there was no simulator, the life that appeared in one's mind was bound to happen. Although Xiao Ming was a bit speechless at the prospect of dying so precipitously in the future, the information revealed in the simulator was worth pondering carefully. This life simulator was also a kind of future prediction in disguise and could be taken advantage of. That said, the Xiao family's valued guests coming the day after tomorrow should be Gu Yuan and Gu Suner, so it's best to use it to see if the simulation of life simulator is accurate. Time passed quietly in cultivation, and a day later, Xiao Ming returned from his cultivation at the back of the mountain to the dining hall for dinner. After paying attention to the surroundings, indeed the chatter of some children could be heard nearby. Hey, have you heard? There's a valuable guest inside the family today, and the patriarch has personally entertained him. What? The patriarch is a Dou Grandmaster powerhouse, so whoever can be received by him personally must also be a Dou Grandmaster. How did you know that a distinguished guest had arrived? I saw them when I came just now. The patriarch invited him into the room, the grand elder and the others were also in the room, that aura was definitely strong, and he had a girl the same age as us with him. After all, they were too young, and the conversation of the few young children soon drifted to where they should go to play today. Xiao Ming was not surprised, as those who stayed to eat at this cafeteria were 2 young orphans, and the older children who could take care of themselves had basically moved into their own parents' house. It was good to be able to eavesdrop on this news. It seems that the simulation is quite accurate. Xiao Ming rubbed his chin in thought. In that case, wouldn't he really have the talent to become an alchemist? Xiao Ming could still remember from the simulator that his body was a pure fire body and didn't have that hint of the wood attribute. Alchemists could refine all kinds of magic pills, and their status was extremely prominent in the Dou Qi continent, with an incomparably powerful appeal. Naturally, Xiao Ming also wanted to become such an existence. His soul perception was absolutely sufficient, but it was a pity that his attributes did not meet the requirements. He could only wait to see later to see if he could obtain the alchemist talent from the simulator. Xiao Ming grabbed what he wanted at the cafeteria, finished his meal and prepared to leave when he suddenly heard someone shouting at him. Xiao Ming, let's go to the market together this afternoon. Xiao Ming turned around and discovered that the person speaking was none other than a girl from the group who had just talked about Gu Yuan. After being reincarnated, Xiao Ming was blessed with a body with red lips, white teeth, and beautiful eyebrows, a handsome boy's appearance. In the whole Xiao family you could not find a more beautiful boy than him. The children in the Xiao family, both male and female, especially liked to play with him. But he was not Xiao Yan, so he had no interest in playing house with the children. Xiao Ming politely declined the invitation of those few children and left the canteen amidst their sorrowful looks. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ming had been working hard on his cultivation. On this day Xiao Ming, who had been immersed in cultivation, did not get up early to cultivate. After all, I am still very young and don't have that much energy, and even I get tired with intense cultivation. Xiao Ming muttered, understanding why his simulator self, instead of practicing today, was hanging out with the Xiao family. After breakfast, Xiao Ming decided that it was better not to follow the same development as in the simulator and hang out with the Xiao family. Maybe he could go to the Do technique room himself and see if he could find some Do techniques to practice. Thinking about it, he immediately got up and headed for the Do techniques room. Walking through the Xiao family's well-organized house, Xiao Ming bumped into Xiao Yan in a corner. At this moment, Xiao Yan was followed by a girl with a cold face and a Lotus temperament, as cute as a doll. There is our Xiao family's Do technique hall over there, which stores all the Do techniques that our family has collected over the centuries, and all the children of our Xiao family have the opportunity to enter it to select their Do techniques. You can learn as many as you want in the low Xian rank, and if you come across something you don't understand, there are also Do practitioner on duty inside that you can ask advice from, and if you have achieved merit for the family, you can also choose high Xian Do techniques. Chapter 4. Xiao Yan proudly introduced the Do technique hall, which was not far away, to Gu Suner, not forgetting to mention afterward, "Cousin Suner, do you want to go in and take a look since you've just returned to the Xiao family?" Gu Suner's face was calm at that moment and she nodded slightly to Xiao Yan, who had been chatting beside her. "Then, I'll bother Cousin Xiao Yan." Hearing Gu Suner's sweet voice, Xiao Yan felt somewhat distressed by her cold attitude. "I wonder what is the origin of this Cousin Suner who has suddenly appeared, for that stingy old father to call me to come and familiarize her with the clan and explain to me that I should be careful not to offend her. Isn't she just a brat?" Xiao Yan had developed a certain meanness after all these years of living as a young master. He had intended to quit, but when he thought of Xiao Zhan's serious attitude when he called him earlier, he decided to put up with it for a while, but inwardly he had a plan. "Who is there?" "It's me, Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming didn't even hide his footprints from the side and was easily spotted by the two conversing children. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was coming out from the corner, Xiao Yan frowned and asked loudly, "What are you doing staying in the corner if you have nothing to do here?" Xiao Yan had some impressions of Xiao Ming. There were quite a few children in the whole Xiao family, and out of all of them this Xiao Ming looked the cutest. However, what made him remember Xiao Ming was not his appearance, but his attitude when he saw him. All the children his age in the whole Xiao family were respectful and struggled to please him, but only this Xiao Ming would just nod and walk away whenever he saw him. Not only to him but to everyone in the Xiao family, this person always seemed to have that same attitude. That was why Xiao Yan had a deeper impression of this Xiao Ming. However, if I remember correctly, didn't Xiao Ming's parents die and he lives in Zhonglia Hall near the outskirts, so what's the point of running all the way here for nothing? I came here to go to the Do technique hall to see if there is a suitable Do technique for me. Xiao Yan understood, the Do technique hall was not far away, no wonder he appeared here, and said with some amusement. "You haven't practiced your Do Chi yet, right? What's the point of choosing Do techniques? It's no good for the guards to let you in like this, it's a waste of time to go, why don't you go straight back?" After saying that, he left with Gu Suner. Xiao Ming felt embarrassed, he had never been to the Do technique hall, and didn't know that there were actually such rules to enter. Thinking about it, you don't even have Do Chi, what the hell are you practicing Do techniques for? If you were older, it would be fine, but you're so young, it would be strange to be let in. Although Xiao Ming had Do Chi, it wasn't like the others knew about it. It seemed that this time it was really a wasted trip. Xiao Ming sighed and looked at the two figures that were heading to the Do technique hall, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Xiao Zhan was really a bit of a fool. Gu Suner had come to the Xiao family as an undercover agent to steal the ancient jade, and he was still foolish enough to let Xiao Yan guide her to familiarize herself with the Xiao family. Was this because he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find it? This was really a foolish act. If he didn't have the ancient jade with him, it would have been stolen within a month. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming suddenly lost his smile and shook his head. This Xiao Zhan might not be a naive person either. He feared that he had some plans of his own. As for the original story, having Xiao Yan and Gu Suner come into contact was a good move. Even if he did not have the idea of having Gu Suner become his daughter-in-law, he feared that he had the implication of having Xiao Yan befriend her. As it turned out, Xiao Yan lived up to her expectations and captured Gu Suner's heart by unconventional means. Xiao Ming could now certainly consider replicating Xiao Yan's actions to get his hands on Gu Suner. This person, Gu Suner, being the eldest miss of the Gu clan, was someone capable of supporting him, and would not let go of the person she had decided to die for, and would never leave him. It's a good thing, but Xiao Ming didn't have that idea. What on earth? Does he, Xiao Ming, look like someone who would take advantage of a little girl? No normal person could do that kind of thing. Seeing the look Xiao Yan just now, he's going to enter Gu Suner's room this afternoon, right? Xiao Ming rubbed his chin in thought. The simulator self was the one who realized that Xiao Yan wasn't looking at Gu Suner in the right way tomorrow. But that didn't mean that Xiao Yan would only touch Gu Suner's room tomorrow. It's better to sneak out at night to prevent this fellow Xiao Yan from disgracing all the men in the world. Xiao Ming shook his head and walked forward to the Xiao family's back mountain. It was still early, so now he could go to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs. The moon was like a silver plate and the sky was full of stars. Xiao Ming entered the backyard from the back mountain, which was filled with the chirping of unfamiliar insects, and sought the bright white light of the moon. The backyard was an area where only the worthiest existences of the Xiao family could live, with many separate courtyards, and Xiao Yan had a small courtyard all to himself after his mother's death, with special maids to serve him. Xiao Ming hurried through courtyard after courtyard and soon arrived at Xiao Yan's small courtyard. Finding a hidden corner, he tried his best to hide his body odor, a little embarrassed inside. What a headache, I actually fell asleep while soaking in the hot spring, it seems I was too tired these past few days, and I don't know what time it is, I hope Xiao Yan hasn't come out yet. Luckily, Xiao Yan didn't keep him waiting much longer. Xiao Ming had just arrived a moment ago when he saw the small carved wooden door of the courtyard slowly open and a coal-black figure silently slipped out. Through the bright moonlight, Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the shadows, clearly saw the face. I really didn't make a mistake, Xiao Yan will be heading to Gu Suner's room tonight. Xiao Ming did not immediately come out to stop him, a person must be caught red-handed, at this time Xiao Yan can come out with an excuse to object. The two soon arrived at another small courtyard. Xiao Yan was climbing up the wall when Xiao Ming knew it was time and immediately jumped out of the darkness and shouted, "Who is sneaking out?" "Oh!" Xiao Yan was still concentrating on climbing up the wall there when he suddenly heard a sound and immediately fell off the wall due to his unstable center of gravity, falling to the ground and letting out a cry of pain. The commotion that ensued was not small and evidently disturbed those present in the small courtyard, which was illuminated with lights. Xiao Ming approached Xiao Yan, looking his ashen face up and down, held back laughter, and pretended to be very puzzled as he asked, "Cousin Xiao Yan, how come it's you? What are you doing climbing the wall in the middle of the night? You're not trying to do something wrong, are you?" This, Xiao Yan was originally relieved when he saw the person approaching, but when he heard Xiao Ming ask this, he immediately panicked and did not know how to respond. He had come here to experience Do Qi with Suner, who had just arrived in the Xiao family not long ago. The other children of the Xiao family basically lived with their parents, and those orphans also shared a room with several people, and they were not yet in the backyard. Only this newcomer, Suner, lived alone in a small courtyard like him, and the two of them were not far apart, which suited him perfectly. But could this be told? No. If it was told and Xiao Ming passed it on to others, even if his father was the head of the clan, there would be no good consequences. Just as Xiao Yan was stammering out the words, a sudden flash of light came. "You're asking me, I still have to ask you, what are you doing running into the backyard in the middle of the night? It's not because you wanted to steal something, is it?" Chapter 5. You're not trying to steal something, are you? Xiao Ming laughed, worthy of being a reincarnator. If it was any other child in this situation, I'm afraid he would have been scared out of his wits. Only Xiao Yan would have been able to keep his cool and turn the tables on him. Unfortunately, he had prepared himself for this trouble. "I appeared here because I fell asleep in the back mountain hot springs and just woke up. The backyard is near the back mountain. If I want to go back, naturally I have to go through here. It's you who ran here, which is really strange if I remember correctly. Isn't your little courtyard over there?" Xiao Ming ruffled his still somewhat damp hair to demonstrate the truthfulness of his words and looked at Xiao Yan playfully. "Hurry up and tell me your purpose, or I'll have to call the execution hall." Crackle. The door to the small courtyard opened, interrupting Xiao Yan's words. Gu Suner appeared in the doorway wearing green pajamas and an expressionless face. At this moment, Gu Suner's face was pale, not as rosy as when Xiao Ming had just met her today, and her body was gently trembling as if she was holding something back. Did something happen for the two cousins to show up here? Looking at Gu Suner with a cold and indifferent temperament, but with a more touching beauty than usual, Xiao Ming knew that she was suffering from the side effects of the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame. The Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, the fourth existence in the heavenly flame ranking, had been picked up by Gu Suner at the age of a few years old, and although the one she had picked up was only a child flame, it was still very powerful. Although she had conquered the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, her strength was still low at a young age, so it was a bit reticent. As a result, her physique was very weak and would only slowly improve when she was a little older. Facing Gu Suner's cold gaze, Xiao Yan's heart became even more inexplicably nervous. I came here, for. Xiao Yan's face turned red and stammered for half a day. He stood motionless without a word, and finally, under Xiao Ming's shocked gaze, he turned his head and ran out. Looking at Xiao Yan's back running faster than a rabbit, Xiao Ming, who originally wanted to see a good show, was silent. He did not expect Xiao Yan to use such a maneuver. Cousin, do you think you'll solve things by running away? Forget it, run away. Cousin Xiao Ming, is there something you came looking for? Xiao Ming was lazy to say anything else since the protagonist had already run away, and waved his hand. No, I was just passing by. I'm just telling you that you are very young, you should be more careful living alone, lock the door of your room tightly in the future, and ask for help directly when you encounter dangerous elements. The law enforcers on duty at night will arrive soon. After saying that, he turned around and left without delay, with no intention of chatting with her to get closer and improve their relationship. This person, Gu Suner, seemed to be able to greet anyone and get along well, but she was indifferent inside, and talking to her further was a waste of time. If it wasn't for Xiao Yan's disgusting behavior of sneaking into the girl's room in the middle of the night, he wouldn't even be here. TSK, it's already too late, better hurry back to bed. Yawning, Xiao Ming walked even faster. Gu Suner returned to her room with a cold face and called out in a low voice. Old Ling. As soon as the words fell, a shadow then silently appeared, half kneeling in front of her. If Xiao Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the bodyguards Gu Suner had brought to the Xiao family, Ling Ying. Mississippi. Old Ling, give me a detailed explanation of what just happened. Yes. Ling Ying quickly gave a clear account of what had happened, including the fact that Xiao Ming had fallen asleep on the mountain behind and the fact that he had been crouched in the corner waiting for Xiao Yan from the beginning after coming down the mountain. The Xiao family was not very big, so of course, all this could not be hidden from the eyes of Ling Ying, a 7-star Dou Emperor. After Ling Ying finished reporting, Gu Suner's little face was instantly covered in frost as she thought of that Xiao Yan who possessed an obscene smile and had actually almost sneaked into her room. Ling Ying, I hope there won't be a next time. It was the old servant who was careless. Ling Ying, who was half crouched down, was sweating coldly. He knew what Miss Suner meant. She didn't want next time there would be someone who could climb up her wall in the middle of the night. Speaking of which, Ling Ying also felt a little strange, according to his character. When he met someone like Xiao Yan who climbed his own Mrs. wall in the middle of the night, he would have gone to him and left a pig face a long time ago. Even if there was someone beside him, he could make him suffer a small accident, which was extremely easy for his strength Dou Emperor. This time, he doesn't know why, but he was really indifferent. He almost lets that third young master of the Xiao family sneak in. Good thing Xiao Yan was stopped by that Xiao Ming, otherwise, he would have made a big mistake. That consequence. Thinking about this, Ling Ying could not help but shiver and began to feel that Xiao Yan's still cute face had turned into a repulsive face. Next time if this brat dares to come again, you will see how I will break his dog legs. How can this be something that can be sullied? Gu Suner did not notice Ling Ying's fierce gaze and waved her hand. That's enough, you can go back. Yes. With a whistle, Ling Ying disappeared from the scene. Xiao Ming. What a strange person. The next day. Xiao Yan woke up uneasily, expecting to be scolded by his father, but he didn't expect Xiao Zhan to act as if he didn't know anything. After probing a bit, he understood that Xiao Ming and Xiao Suner had not made public what happened yesterday, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. His heart was grateful as he also put aside the idea of experimenting with Dou Qi. This made Ling Ying's calculations, who were waiting to give Xiao Yan a good beating, come to naught. Time passed quickly and soon it was time to start the second life simulation. Xiao Ming ran back to the back of the mountain. Xiao Ming found himself enjoying coming here more and more, as the back of the mountain was clear and quiet without so many eyes from the Xiao family. In the hidden corner from last time, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged and shouted in his mind, Life Simulator, initiate life simulation. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Start simulation. Day 1, you woke up early and cultivated for the whole day. Day 2, you got up early to cultivate, and at the back of the Xiao family's mountain, you are bitten by a snake, which you kill and find out that it is a non-venomous species of a snake. Day 3, you went to the Xiao family market to buy snake repellent powder and insect repellent medicine. As you are also a member of the Xiao family, the medicine was 20 off, you went home in a good mood and cultivated for a day. Day 22, you work hard to cultivate and move to the 3rd star of Dou Disciple. Day 23, the family performed another Dou Qi test. You witnessed fellow Xiao Yan, who is also a reincarnator, was the center of attention, but you were indifferent. Day 24, you wandered around the market and found a Huang intermediate rank Dou technique. As you were too poor, you watched as it was bought. Day 87, you wake up early to cultivate and move on to the 4th star of Dou Disciple. Day 97, you head to the Xiao family Dou technique hall. By now most of your classmates have already cultivated Dou Qi. You enter it smoothly and learn the low-grade Huang class Tiger Power Fist. You are very unhappy that you can only learn this lousy low-level Dou technique, but there's nothing you can do about it. Day 98, you get up and go to the bottom of the hill to practice your Do techniques. Chapter 6. Day 292, you are strolling around the city and hear that there is an auction of storage rings at Middle Auction House. Touching the storage ring on your body, you reveal a smile. Day 357, the Xiao clan once again holds a Do-Chi cultivation test. The younger generation is forced to go on stage for the test. You reveal your 7th star Do disciple strength under the gaze of the crowd. The Xiao clan is shocked. Day 358, because of your cultivation talent, the clan gave you a maid and 2 guards, and slowly the news of your talent spread. Day 360, you refused Xiao Ming and the other children's invitation to play together and cultivated alone. Day 535, you condensed your energy vortex and made your way to Do practitioner. You informed the clan elders about it, wanting to obtain the Qi method. Day 537, you measured your Do Qi attribute as fire, and were disappointed that you could not become a pill refiner without a trace of wood attribute. Due to your superior talent, you were approved to go to the Do Qi Pavilion to choose a Qi method, and obtain the high-level Qi method fire refining of Huang class at the Do Qi Pavilion. Day 662, the admission team of Canaan Academy came to Wutan City, and you were so talented that you surprised the instructors and passed the test successfully. Day 663, before you left, the Grand Elder handed you a silver card with 30,000 gold coins. Day 672, you arrive at Canaan Academy, you are excited and feel that your future is promising. Day 1700, you join the law enforcement team at Canaan Academy for training and customized a law enforcement robe for yourself. Day 2480, you trained too long in the blazing sky Qi refining tower and were poisoned by fire. Day 2498, you collected enough precious medicinal herbs to obtain fire energy, used the fire energy to buy a potion to solve the fire poison, thinking about how exhausted you were, envied the rich alchemists and deplored the fact that you didn't have the talent of an alchemist. Day 2499, you head to the blazing sky Qi refining tower to cultivate. Day 3400, you went to. Day 3401, you hear in the city that a secret realm seems to have opened nearby, and you move to it. Day 3402, you don't find many experts, it seems that the news has not spread yet, and the secret realm opens that night. Day 3420, you discover that this apparently secret realm is very old and dangerous, and you learn that this is the first time it has been opened according to what others have told you. In the secret realm you obtain the intermediate level Do technique of D class, Wind and Thunder Twin Wings, and the high level Qi method of D class, Rise of Twin Spirits. Day 3421, you fought in a confrontation and snatched 5 bottles of the 6th grade elixir, Xian Wu Dan. Day 3422, you took advantage of them fighting each other and stole their target, Xian Bing Blue Grass. Day 3423, you were besieged and wounded, you finally managed to escape. Day 3427, you discover that you can't get out and that everyone who entered with you is trapped in the secret realm. Day 3430, the secret space becomes unstable and you panic, cursing your bad luck. Day 3434, the secret realm breaks and you die. End of simulation. Extracting the talent elements. Currently available, 10 gold coins, intermediate fighting technique of Huang class, fighting hand, high-level Qi method of D class, Rise of Twin Spirits. Please select one. Xiao Ming. Looking at the simulation results, Xiao Ming was truly speechless, not to mention the desperate death in the simulation. Did he even have to choose? Even a fool knows what to choose. However, the life simulator randomly extracts elements, and it is actually very good to have one good thing out of the 3. Xiao Ming only hoped that the life simulator would have a guarantee mechanism in the future so that the choice of 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins, and 3 gold coins would not appear at any time. If not, he will really tear it apart. Ding, please select an item. I choose high-level Qi method of D class, Rise of Twin Spirits. Easily catching the white jade slip that appeared in front of him, Xiao Ming studied for a moment, wide-eyed, the technique that could blow up the northwestern region. The jade slip was made of an unfamiliar bright white jade, with strange words carved around its circumference, and the whole thing had an indescribably warm feeling in his hand. Huh. Xiao Ming seemed to have discovered something, and to test his suspicions, he injected a trace of Do Qi into the jade slip. Originally, he was just testing it, but he never thought that the Do Qi would actually absorb into it smoothly. There's something really strange. Frowning, Xiao Ming injected another trace of Do Qi, which was still absorbed smoothly. Next, no matter how much Do Qi Xiao Ming injected, the jade slip always absorbed it, and there was no obvious change. At most, the white light around it seemed to be a little brighter. How can a jade slip of high-level Qi method keep absorbing Do Qi? It's too amazing, I don't know what material it's made of. After injecting too much Do Qi, Xiao Ming collapsed on the ground, and after hesitating for a while, he suddenly sat up. No matter what it is, let's first see how to cultivate this Qi method. Holding the jade slip near his eyebrows, he concentrated on his mental perception. Soon after, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and burst out laughing, before calming down a moment later. Naturally, there was a reason for Xiao Ming to be so happy. Originally, when he chose the rise of twin spirits, he was worried that the attributes of this chi method would be different from his own. After all, when the life simulator gave the options, it didn't actually show more details, so, if the attributes were different, to him this chi method would be an existence that can be seen but not touched that would make him despair to death. But he was surprised to discover that the technique had no attributes after receiving and skimming the information on the jade slip. Of course, it was not this that made him so happy, but that the chi method was very powerful. According to the information, he learned that there were two types of rise of twin spirits chi method. One was to form a special spirit inside the body by devouring special objects, which could be very weak at first, but could grow later by devouring spiritual objects from heaven and earth, and eventually could even give birth to spiritual intelligence, which would be far superior to ordinary movements when used against enemies. The second type of practice is a very common practice method, just like the ordinary chi method. Compared with the first type, the second type is to raise himself as a spirit. The higher the cultivation level, the more he raises himself. His own do chi, resilience, spiritual perception and physical strength are all much more than ordinary people of the same level. This kind of training method has limitations, and above a certain level, the increase will not be so high. After all, it was a high-level D-class technique, so this level was very common. But what if Xiao Ming said that these two could be practiced together? Not only could they be practiced together, but there was also an increase when practiced together. At the same time, by practicing, the body could have a closer connection with the spirit inside the body, giving the spirit the opportunity to devour the wonders of heaven and earth, and the spirit was fed back. Some things are simply not suitable for the human body to take in, but the spirit has no such worries and can consume as much as it wants, and as the feedback from the spirit is always there, it means it can always be strengthened. Such a powerful chi method is really only at the high level of D class. It seems that it is even almost as powerful as Yao Lao's flame mantra. Chapter 7. Canaan Academy will change to Jia Nan Academy from now on. Xiao Ming could not help but be fascinated by flame mantra, a technique that could evolve. Unfortunately, in the past Yao Lao had not even given it to Han Feng, whom he had raised since he was a child, so how could he give it to a stranger like him? Only Xiao Yan, the protagonist of Destiny, could win his favor. Originally, Xiao Ming still hoped that Life Simulator would select Flame Mantra, but now that he had Rise of Twin Spirits, Xiao Ming's thoughts of Flame Mantra gradually faded. Although Rise of Twin Spirits did not explicitly state whether it could evolve or not, the difference between the different techniques was the increase in the practitioner's own strength. The more Xiao Ming pondered, the more he felt that Rise of Twin Spirits is incredibly strong. Why do I feel that Rise of Twin Spirits is even more powerful than Flame Mantra? How can it be just a high-level chi method of D-class? D-class can't just be just a given rank by cultivating a single method, right? Stroking the jade slip of the chi method, with a delicate touch coming from his fingertips, Xiao Ming felt that he might be right. It was not easy to cultivate the Rise of Twin Spirits with the two methods. The first cultivation method required special items to aid cultivation, and special items were not easy to find. Without special items, only the second cultivation method could be used. The second cultivation method was indeed in line with the performance of a high-level chi method of D-class. Fortunately, this special item no longer needs to be found by me, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find it. The special item needed for the Rise of Twin Spirits was called the Rise of Spirits Jade, and the Rise of Twin Spirits given by this simulator was engraved on the Rise of Spirits Jade, saving Xiao Ming a lot of effort. That said, to be able to have this kind of technique, that secret realm is really something. Xiao Ming could recall that many good things appeared in the simulator life. Unfortunately, that secret realm is a big trap, you can't get out after entering it. It's useless to have more good things, otherwise, if the secret realm opened in the future, it would be good to go take a look at it. Xiao Ming shook his head, considering the city mentioned in the simulator, it was best not to go there in the future, lest one day the real secret realm would open and he would accidentally enter it, wouldn't he die without a body to be buried? Sighing, without thinking too much about it, and putting the chi method jade slip on his storage ring, Xiao Ming looked for the way out of the back mountain. Water flows eastward, leaves fall one after another, and time fades in cultivation. Phew, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he looked inside the cloak of milky white energy inside his body in the dimly lit room. I have made it to the 3rd star Do practitioner, counting down the time, soon Jia Nan Academy admissions will begin right. It had been over a year and almost 2 since his first life simulation. During this period of time, he had performed dozens of life simulations and had accumulated quite a few good things. Because the northwestern region was located in the middle of nowhere, and Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with his cultivation speed at the Do practitioner stage, he did not choose any elixir from Life Simulator that would increase his cultivation speed. Instead, the cultivation level more or less followed the results of the first life simulator, improving step by step with very little influence from it. Knock, knock, knock. The handle outside rang with a click. What is it? Young Master Xiao Ming, the patriarch and elders have asked you to come. Got it, wait for me. In these 2 years, after going through the life simulator and knowing that exposing his talent would not be too dangerous as long as he was meticulous, Xiao Ming directly exposed his cultivation when the time was approaching. In fact, it was not possible not to expose it. At that time the Xiao family asked all the children of the right age to all go on stage for the test, and Xiao Ming, of course, had to go on stage as well. Xiao Ming still remembered the scene at that moment. All the other children of the Xiao family were on the first star Do disciple, and only Xiao Yan was on the second star Do disciple. When it was his turn, the magic stone tablet showed 7 stars Do disciple, which directly made the deacon next to the stone tablet choked. The crowd of onlookers was also in disbelief. They thought the tablet was damaged. When it was later confirmed that the magic stone tablet was not damaged, everyone's face was flushed and eyes were red, which gave him goosebumps. Xiao Ming really understood their thoughts. Xiao Yan could become a Do practitioner at the age of 12 and be famous in the Jiama Empire. He was 5 years old and at this rate of cultivation, he could definitely become a Do practitioner at the age of 6. This difference was not a small thing, not to mention being famous in the Jiama Empire, even in dozens of surrounding empires would not be a problem. It was no wonder that everyone would climax when they knew that there was such a genius in their family. After that, the title of the Xiao family's first genius, which Xiao Yan had not carried for a long time, fell to Xiao Ming, whose treatment in the Xiao family skyrocketed, moving from his small bunk to a small independent courtyard, and his monthly salary also increased. The treatment of geniuses is really different. Before, the patriarch and elders wouldn't pay attention to someone as transparent as me, and they wouldn't use the word invitation to call me. The benefits of having his talent exposed were obvious, but Xiao Ming would not get lost in complacency and become arrogant as a result. This whole deal had been predicted by him. If he could not afford to endure a bit of flattery and praise, and become blindly arrogant, then why was he cultivating? And this kind of talent, in the Jiama Empire of the northwestern region can be called strong, but in front of some people, like a certain Woeful poison body or Do D bloodline. What's the difference between that and trash? Outside the door was the old butler who came to give the news. Talking about the old butler, Xiao Ming does not know his name, he only knows that he has been following the old patriarch Xiao Lin. Other people in the Xiao family also call him old butler, so Xiao Ming did the same. Following the butler, Xiao Ming opened his mouth and asked, "Old butler, do you know why the patriarch and the elders are calling me?" Cough cough, this old servant is not quite sure, but it must be to ask young Master Xiao Ming about your future cultivation, right? My future cultivation? The old butler's voice caused Xiao Ming to sink into deep thought. The simulator did not mention this matter 3 days ago. Xiao Ming was not surprised. There was something called the butterfly effect. After having the simulator, he knew that the simulated life could only be used as a reference. The Xiao family council hall was not much further. Both of them were cultivators and soon arrived at the entrance of the hall. "Oh, young Master Xiao Ming, the patriarch and elders are inside. The old servant has things to do so he won't go in." "Well, I won't bother you anymore, old butler, you go first and get to work." Young Master Xiao Ming is very polite. The old butler smiled and slowly left. Xiao Ming looked at the nameplate at the entrance and opened the door before entering the hall with his head held high. The hall was very spacious and not crowded, only a few seats at the top were occupied, and there were only 4 people, a middle-aged man, and 3 indifferent-looking old men. Xiao Ming recognized them, the clan leader Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders. "Xiao Ming, are you here?" When they saw that the visitor was Xiao Ming, the indifference on the elders' faces disappeared and turned into extremely anxious smiles. Chapter 8. Ignoring the old faces of several people smiling like wrinkled raisins, Xiao Ming quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Patriarch, 3 elders. Don't be too polite, sit down, and let's chat." Xiao Zhan was about to reply when eldest elder stepped in front of him and said hurriedly, "This old fox." When his own words were snatched away, Xiao Zhan felt somewhat annoyed inside. He knew what these elders had in mind, they just wanted to win over the genius Xiao Ming. For the Xiao family, a family that could only hide in Wutan City, a genius of Xiao Ming's caliber has no small voice within the family. Moreover, Xiao Ming had no rival, so it was normal for all the Xiao family members to fawn over at Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming, who had already taken a seat and was behaving in a mature and stable manner, Xiao Zhan somehow thought of his own son Xiao Yan. Since Xiao Ming had appeared out of nowhere, he had lost his usual carefree appearance and instead had been working hard to cultivate, probably suffering a lot in the process. After Xiao Ming sat down, he first exchanged pleasantries with the elders, but there was a bit of a generation gap as there was a big age difference between them, and after some awkward conversations, Xiao Ming raised his questions. Patriarch and elders, what is the reason for calling Xiao Ming here? Xiao Zhan was awakened from his contemplation by Xiao Ming's question. Nothing really, we just wanted to ask you about your future plans. Future plans? Yes, before that, can you tell us about your current cultivation level? Xiao Ming was a bit puzzled. What does future planning have to do with the current cultivation level? Actually, it doesn't have much to do with it, I'm just a little curious. Xiao Zhan awkwardly touched his nose. Other elders also cast curious glances. After Xiao Ming demonstrated his Do practitioner strength, he stopped going to the Magic Stone Monument test because every time he took the test, a group of small children would surround him, chattering and bothering him non-stop. Because of the closeness of his clanmates, Xiao Ming could not resent and scold them, so he simply did not go to the Do Chi test later, and the others did not say anything. After all, geniuses always have privileges, don't they? Seeing Xiao Zhan and the others looking at him with bated breath, Xiao Ming didn't hide it and spoke lightly, it's already 3 stars Do practitioner. Xiao Zhan and some of the elders sucked in a breath of cold air, a 6-year-old 3-star Do practitioner, that was terrifying as hell. Xiao Ming, seeing that they were so shocked that their eyes were going to fall out, was a little speechless. The Do practitioner stage's cultivation speed was already faster than the Do disciple stage, and given his previous cultivation speed, this cultivation speed was more than normal. If it was not for the foundation, he could have cultivated even faster. Coughing lightly, he reminded them to get back to their senses. Elders, can we get down to business? Yes, that's fine. In fact, we called you just to plan for your future. You are more or less aware of our family's situation. The Xiao family is not exactly a big family. Xiao Ming nodded. The Xiao family's annual income was only more than 100,000 gold coins, and the strongest person, Xiao Zhan, was only a 3-star Do grandmaster at this time. To ordinary people it was a powerhouse, but when seen in the Jia Ma Empire it was not even considered the third rate, it was in fact a small family. So, for a genius like you, staying in the clan is too wasteful, it will bury your talent, the clan can't afford to cultivate you and it will affect your growth rate. The thing is that tomorrow Jia Nan Academy is coming to Wutan City to enroll students, so our intention is to ask you if you want to go there. If you don't have the will to go to Jia Nan Academy, in a month's time, Misty Cloud's sect will hold a ceremony to recruit disciples. You can go to the selection ceremony. With your talent I think you will definitely be recruited 9 out of 10, and you might even be accepted as a personal disciple of the sect master. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Xiao Ming understood the meaning of Xiao Zhan and the elders calling him to come, so he went for this. Xiao Ming also intended to leave the Xiao family to join a powerhouse. The target he had chosen at first was the Jia Nan Academy. Now the various elders had offered another option, Misty Cloud sect. To be honest, if they hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Ming really wouldn't have known when Misty Cloud sect was recruiting disciples. Should I join Misty Cloud sect? Misty Cloud sect has a Do Emperor leader and several Do King elders. With my talent, I will definitely be valued if I join. There is also a high probability of being accepted as Yunyun's disciple, and my safety is guaranteed, while joining Jia Nan Academy as a student will definitely not give me as many resources as joining a sect, and I have to fight for more resources on my own. Xiao Ming compared the benefits of joining Misty Cloud sect and entering Jia Nan Academy. After contemplating for a while, he finally shook his head and said, I decided to enter Jia Nan Academy to study a long time ago. Why? If I remember correctly, the Qi method you are practicing should be high-level Qi method refining fire of Huang class. Misty Cloud sect should have something better. With your talent it would be easy to change your Qi method after joining. Jia Nan Academy definitely also has a higher level Qi method, but the academy is not like a sect. Although the strength of the academy is higher, consequently you will enjoy fewer resources. You also need to compete with others, which will definitely affect your cultivation time. Misty Cloud sect is still in Jia Ma Empire. If something happens, the sect can also take care of you for a while. Hearing Xiao Ming's choice, Xiao Zhan frowned widely, seemingly very uncomprehending. In fact, there was one thing that Xiao Zhan had not said yet, and that was, if Xiao Ming managed to become a disciple of the Misty Cloud sect leader, it would also be beneficial to the Xiao family. Nonsense, of course, I know that the resources enjoyed in a sect would be better than joining Jia Nan Academy, but Misty Cloud sect has the protector of Hall of Souls. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. He was aware that the old patriarch of Misty Cloud sect, Yun Shan, would have collusion with the Soul Temple. With his status as a member of the Xiao family, wouldn't he be a sheep in the wolf's den? If his surname wasn't Xiao he would have agreed. Of course, the matter that the Misty Cloud sect would have a Soul Temple protector could not be counted, at least not now, so Xiao Ming could only explain it this way. Jia Nan Academy has a strong faculty, and I don't think being a student would be worse than being a disciple in Misty Cloud sect. Besides, with my talent, maybe one of the powerful Do Emperors will take me as a disciple. At the end of his sentence, Xiao Ming made a rare joke. Forget it, it's up to you. Xiao Zhan and some elders looked at each other and sighed. If he wasn't willing to go, he wasn't going to be bound either, and what Xiao Ming said wasn't far-fetched, someone might take him as a disciple. It's good for you to go to Jianan Academy, you save the effort of the second elder escorting you, but when you go out, it must be very uncomfortable without money on you. Here, this is 30,000 gold coins to support you. Xiao Zhan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment and turned to the other three elders. 30,000 gold coins may not seem like a lot, but it was already enough for the Xiao family. Was it really appropriate for Xiao Zhan to give it to them like this? Seeing Xiao Ming's inquisitive look, the eldest elder stroked a handful of his white beard and said with a smile, "Take it, don't worry, it's something we've discussed with the other clan members." The implication was that the 30,000 gold coins were given by the clan, not Xiao Zhan. Only when he heard this did Xiao Ming step forward to take the card. Many thanks to the patriarch and the three elders. There's no need to rush to say thank you, there's still something left to take. Yes, this is. Chapter 9. After talking with Xiao Zhan and the others in the hall for a while, and hearing about quite a few experiences from walking around the continent, Xiao Ming returned to his independent courtyard with a good harvest. During his journey, in addition to the 30,000 gold coins, he also harvested a low-level Xian rank fire attribute Do technique, as well as several high-level Huang class Do techniques. In addition, low-grade healing and Qi return pills were also sold in the Xiao family market. Overall, he was very well prepared, and it could be said that nothing was too much. Sitting on the bed, he put all these things in the storage ring on his neck. Xiao Ming stretched out and lay on his back on the bed. The familiar atmosphere remained in his head as Xiao Ming wondered why Xiao Zhan and Grand Elder and the others had suddenly given him so many good things. The original Xiao Yan seemed to have brought nothing with him when he left the Xiao family, right? Oh no, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered that in the original, Xiao Yan excused himself before he left that he had a mysterious strong master and had helped the Xiao family refine pills, and had received hundreds of thousands of gold coins as part of the proceeds, so no wonder he didn't take anything with him when he left. In fact, now Xiao Ming did not need these things. The 30,000 gold coins from the Xiao family were expendable to him. There was an option of 1 million gold coins during a life simulation, and he chose that option for lack of other better things. It can be said that, in terms of liquidity, there is no one in Wutan City who can beat him in the game. 30,000 gold coins were better than nothing, I guess, and as for those pills, Xiao Ming had a complete kit long ago. Only that Xian class Do technique was of value to Xiao Ming, the rest was better than nothing. Although this was the case, Xiao Ming was actually very grateful to his family. After all, they had thought a lot about him and could be considered caring. Xiao Ming was not a cold-blooded animal and would naturally be touched inside. By the way, the family is giving so much, it's not because they're afraid that I'll run away and not come back, right? Xiao Ming's eyes were dazzled, and such a thought suddenly arose for no reason. In fact, Xiao Ming really guessed it. Xiao Zhan and company were really afraid that Xiao Ming would not return. In their opinion, although Xiao Ming's current behavior is like a little adult, he was only 6 years old and his personality was not yet set in stone. He could get lost outside and not be happy to come home. Especially since he is the only son in his family and there is no one close to him, which means he has no ties in the Xiao family. They are afraid that, if he didn't come back after a decade or two away, he might not really come back. He might get carried away by a girl and never come back. Jianan Academy is 100,000 miles away from the Xiao family, so they wouldn't be able to find him. How could this be? Xiao Ming is the genius of his Xiao family. If he ran away, who would they blame? It was not that they wanted to lie on top of Xiao Ming and suck his blood, but when Xiao Ming grew up, being there would deter other powers and bring great benefits to the family. It was fine not to stay in the family, but it was always fine to come back every New Year's Day, or even once a year or two, right? This would require Xiao Ming to remember the goodness of the Xiao family, giving money and pills and fighting skills just for the sake of it. This kind of thinking might be somewhat utilitarian, but the continuation of the family depended on it. Other than that, it was also an old tradition for resources to be tipped to the geniuses, and it was normal to give something to the genius himself when he came out. If the genius in their family had little money on him and had to be careful about buying small items, everyone would be embarrassed to say so. It would make it seem like their Xiao family was poor. These thoughts, Xiao Ming had no way of knowing. However, if Xiao Ming really knew what they were thinking, he would just say, "You are thinking too much." When his cultivation level increased, he would definitely return to the Jiama Empire. After all, there were many useful people and heavenly treasures here. Besides, the Xiao family might be targeted by the Hall of Souls later on and send people from the Misty Cloud sect to exterminate the clan, so how could he sit back and do nothing about it? Tomorrow is Jianan Academy's admission. Xiao Ming had no desire to cultivate, so he lazily lay down on the bed, wrapped in a soft and comfortable blanket, and finally fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, on the other side of the window, the rustling birds chirped, and a column of light shone through the window on the ground in front of the bed, perhaps from the lush foliage in the courtyard, which was mottled with shadows. In bed, Xiao Ming's eyes were slightly closed, meditating with his eyes closed and his mind sinking into his body. The greater the strength, the more thoroughly he could explore the situation inside his body. Having passed the Do practitioner level, he had acquired this ability without a master. As his mind sank to his lower back, a palm-sized milky white whirlwind slowly rotated, and a layer of milky white energy gas, similar to a nebula, enveloped the periphery of the whirlwind. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction as his mind looked at the small whirlwind. Although the current whirlwind was small in size, the energy contained in it was several times more than other people of the same level in the Xiao family. The merit was naturally due to the rise of twin spirits. When he went through Do practitioner, he chose to cultivate the rise of twin spirits instead of the Huang-class high chi method refining fire that the family had given him, and finally, with the effect of the rise of spirits jade, he managed to double his chi method and cultivate them together. An internal inspection would reveal that, compared to the others, there was one more thing in his spiral energy, and in the center of the milky white spiral energy, there was a thumb-sized spot of the same bright milky white mass. That was the spirit Xiao Ming had cultivated using the rise of spirits jade. With a slight movement of his mind, the spirit of the whirlwind, which was interacting with the spiral energy, disappeared. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and raised his hand, only to see the spirit that had just disappeared dancing happily on the tip of his index finger as if it had life. Xiao Ming wagged his index finger and the spirit quickly flew away, leaving a residual image and finally disappearing into the stone tiles on the floor. With a thought, the faded spirit reappeared on the tip of his finger. Looking at the spirit whose color had faded, Xiao Ming felt somewhat helpless. After all, I haven't devoured the wonders of heaven and earth, although I can call it out of my body to fight the enemy, and its power is not bad, but this lasting power is still not good. It won't work after 1 or 2 hits. For the time being, I can only use it as a murder weapon. Besides, it still only has weak spirituality. I'm afraid it will take a long time for a spiritual intelligence to be born. Lightly breathing a sigh of relief, putting the devourer of strange things into his mind and bringing the spirit back into his body, Xiao Ming looked out. It's almost time. Jianan Academy's admission should have started at this time. It's time to move. Xiao Ming got up and got dressed, walking out of the small courtyard and walking down the path, looking at the clan that had suddenly become much emptier. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Today, Jianan Academy's admissions team arrived in Wutan City, and most of the people in the clan wouldn't have all gone to the front to watch, would they? Xiao Ming thought it must be so. If the Xiao family was like this, he feared that people from other places would be similar, and at this moment, he feared that the Wutan City gate and the admission place would have been completely blocked by the crowd. When he arrived at the admission site, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Things were really as he thought. If it wasn't for the army deployed by the city lord's office to maintain order at the edge of the square, he's afraid those excited people would have already rushed over regardless. After staring at the sea of people for a long time, Xiao Ming sighed lightly and shook his head with a face full of depression. Looking at this situation, he feared that it would be a bit difficult to pass the test today. Chapter 10. After walking half a dozen laps around the huge square, Xiao Ming finally stopped in the center of the square. He originally wanted to look for some weak spot with fewer people, but apart from the back of the square, which was empty because the heavily armed army surrounded it in 2 or 3 layers, all the other spots were equally crowded. Xiao Ming also did not have the ability to get those soldiers to let him through the back gate, and in the end, he could only return to the same place. Come on, it's better to get in honestly. With his height advantage, Xiao Ming squeezed through the crowd of people at least 10 years older than him for half a day before finally walking out with his head full of sweat. Phew, I finally came out. Good thing most of these fun-watching guys don't have a cultivation as high as mine, otherwise, I would have to stew and die inside. Looking at the open green tent not far away, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. The crowd was a short distance away from the tent, and there were several aisles between them, with apprentice-like youths holding fist-sized red crystals in their hands to test people. Xiao Ming joined the queue in one aisle and a teenager next to him caught his eye. Looking at the tiny Xiao Ming, he couldn't help but inwardly ponder. This kid didn't look any older than 7. He couldn't think this was a fun game to come to, could he? Out of kindness, he spoke, "Little friend, you are at the wrong place. This is not a fun game. This is about an entrance to the Jianan Academy. Hurry up and leave, or you will be scolded later." His words also attracted the attention of the others, who turned their heads. What about this child? Wow, how cute. Heh, what are the antics of children? Little boy, go home quickly. Ha 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 ha, look at his indifferent look. He really can't be here for the test, at such a young age being 8-star Do disciple. Who does he think he is? Xiao Ming of the Xiao family, the first genius of Wutan City. Wait, that's the Xiao family's suit. He can't really be Xiao Ming, can he? I don't know, it's not like we've seen him before. Xiao Ming didn't mind the conversation around him, he had expected this situation. It wasn't strange that the people around him didn't know him, ever since he had revealed his strength. He didn't go outside the front door of the Xiao family when he could, and he had to cover himself when he went out, thus creating a situation where he was very famous in Wu-Tan City, but not many people knew what he looked like. That was what he wanted. However, everyone was going to go to Jianan Academy, so it didn't matter if he exposed himself now. Therefore, Xiao Ming politely greeted the teenager who had been kind enough to remind him earlier and thanked him. Thank you for the reminder, I'm Xiao Ming from the Xiao family and I'm not here to have fun, I'm here to take the exam. Wow, it's really him. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't expect Wu-Tan City's first genius to look like this, he's kind of cute. A 5-year-old boy with 7 stars Do disciple, he should be called the first genius of the empire. I wonder what strength he has now. Hearing the chatter coming from the surroundings, the teenager knew he had made a mess and his face turned red. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Xiao Ming, I've caused you trouble. Some of the people who had spoken out of turn earlier also fell silent. Xiao Ming waved to show that he didn't mind. After such a small incident, Xiao Ming felt that there were more eyes watching him in the queue. Don't look at the sea of people outside, as it wasn't the first time there were Jianan Academy admissions and the conditions had already circulated, so there weren't really many young people who were of the right age and confident enough to go to the test, so the sea of people outside was really for fun. You don't pass, next. It wasn't long before it was Xiao Ming's turn. Thanks to the previous commotion, the student did not look down on him, but instead smilingly handed him the red crystal in her hand. Little brother, this test crystal is very simple. Inject it with Do Qi and it will automatically glow as soon as your strength reaches the 8th stage of Do power, that way, you will be considered to have passed the preliminary test. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding and stepped forward to extend his palm and rested on the crystal ball for a moment, and after the crystal glowed, he withdrew his palm. It actually glowed. Although the cadet had guessed it before, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, Xiao Ming's age was really too young. I've passed, I guess. Xiao Ming's voice woke her up. Pass, come in. Xiao Ming walked slowly toward the tent. As he approached the large green tent, he saw that, in the shadows of the tent, more than a dozen men and women were clustered in several small circles gossiping with each other, and seeing their carefree expressions here, he thought they must be the same as those who were testing outside, all being students of Jianan Academy. Beyond the shadows, a dozen young men and women were sitting on the ground in the hot sun. Their faces were sweating from the heat, but their expressions were full of restraint, and they appeared to be new students who had just passed the outside test. Someone among the new students saw Xiao Ming and shouted in surprise, "Cousin Xiao Ming is here." When his eyes peered out, Xiao Ming discovered that it was a member of the Xiao family sweating profusely and waving at him. Undoubtedly, his shout attracted the attention of many other people, especially the rookies who stayed with him. Ignoring the curious glances of the others, Xiao Ming approached that Xiao family member. In the family, are you the only one who passed the test? It didn't surprise anyone that someone from the Xiao family had passed the test since it was at least one of the 3 big families in Wu-Tan City, but that it was only one person was a bit worrying, because if we say it harshly, the Xiao family's adulthood ceremony required 7-star Do disciple at the age of 16, which was no less than the 8-star Do disciple required for admission to Jianan Academy at the age of 18. But very few people passed the requirements of Jianan Academy, so one could only say that those people were negligent. I am the only one who came and passed. Seeing that Xiao Ming seemed to be somewhat displeased, as a member of the Xiao family he quickly helped the others explain. In fact, there were people who met the requirements, but didn't want to go to Jianan Academy, like young senior master Xiao Ding. Xiao Ming nodded in a daze. Although Xiao Ding's talent was not as good as Xiao Yan's, he was actually considered the best among the Xiao family's youth. Indeed, it was not difficult to pass the tests of Jianan Academy. As for the reason why he did not enter Jianan Academy, only he himself knew. Perhaps for many people, Jianan Academy had a great appeal, but it was not so attractive. It is contradictory, but it is not hard to understand. Against the bright sun, sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ming continued to chat with this clan member with a word or two. He didn't know how much time passed, but the number of people around had increased by a dozen. After the casual conversation just now, Xiao Ming already knew that the name of the clan member next to him was Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan had big eyebrows, dark skin, and a stocky figure, but he was a talker. The two of them already knew each other quite well, and Xiao Shan grumbled a little, "It's really abominable, we've been sunbathing here almost all day while those old students talk and laugh in the shadows, and no one has come to take care of us." Xiao Ming looked at the indignant Xiao Shan. It was almost an unwritten rule of the Jianan Academy to frustrate new students during admissions. After all, those who could reach the admission threshold were generally considered to be quite talented. It must be said that this kind of person, generally, in the small place where they belong, is pampered and rarely the subject of ridicule and teasing, and with such a mentality entering Xiaonan Academy, where there is an almost infinite number of outstanding people, it is easy to get into a fight at the drop of a hat and end up causing some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, at the time of admissions, it is a realistic and important matter to make new students clearly understand their place and sharpen their newborn spirit. Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan, and the others around them were undoubtedly going through this process. Xiao Ming personally did not feel anything. This kind of behavior was a bit over the top, but he was not someone temperamental, and as long as it was not blatantly directed at him, he would not bother too much to make a fuss over such things. If someone suddenly jumped up and forced him to punch him in the face, he might reluctantly show his hand. But until now he had not come across such a villainous character. He was called by Xiao Shan as soon as he entered the tent and talked for half a day. Chapter 11. Ah, so hot. Xiao Ming felt a little helpless as he listened to Xiao Shan's constant muttering beside him. Go into the tent if it's hot. I'd like to, but I can't beat those seniors. Xiao Shan said with a bitter face. It's not that no one resisted just now and tried to enter the green tent, but they were quickly chased out by those seniors, and to this day they were still self-confined. Isn't it surrendering to the tiger's lair? Eins, forget it, come with me, I'll take you inside. What, you're going to fight? Xiao Shan knew that Xiao Ming had broken through the first star Do practitioner and had no doubts about his strength. His tone was excited. In Xiao Shan's eyes at this moment, Xiao Ming's small figure was so magnificent. Right. Xiao Shan was talking non-stop. Moreover, the weather was really hot, so Xiao Ming thought about it and knew that it was going to be his turn to show off. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming will not be allowed to show off. Because. Come in everyone. Xiao Ming had just stood up when a male voice came from the big green tent. He, it's time. Hearing this sentence, the newly entered students were filled with joy. With their hands raised high, they quickly stood up, patted their buttocks, and walked towards the tent. Xiao Ming also immediately abandoned the idea of showing off and pulled Xiao Shan toward the tent. The students outside the store also all entered the store after this sound was heard. Ha, looks like I'm lucky enough to have recruited a monster this time. As soon as Xiao Ming entered the tent, he saw a large man with a tiger back and a bushy beard looking at him as if he was gazing at a treasure, and all the students around him called him Instructor Gohu. Instructor. They were looking at him, so Xiao Ming couldn't pretend not to see him, and nodded his head to greet him politely. Well, wait a while first, I'll record your talent levels. Gohu nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Ming's politeness. To reach this age talent should not be bad, and he did not look like he was a spoiled child. Not bad, not bad. It must be said that although Xiaonan Academy's method of frustrating newcomers was a little unsympathetic, it had a small effect. At least the new students, who were drenched in sweat under the hot sun, were much more restrained than when they first arrived, and those who entered with Xiao Ming were all cowering in the shady corners, their eyes constantly scanning the inside of the tent. When all the people had arrived, Gohu waved his palm, a storage ring on his finger flickered, and a green scroll and an ink pen appeared in his broad palm. With a smile on his face, Gohu said, Students, congratulations on passing the test. Now you have entered Xiaonan Academy, but since the academy needs to differentiate the potential value of the students, I need to know your exact strength now. 8-star Do Disciple, which is a potential value of rank F, is the standard of Xiaonan Academy. 9-star Do Disciple belongs to the potential value of rank E. 1-star Do Practitioner, rank D. 2-star Do Practitioner, rank C. And so on, the highest level. On the other hand, it is a 5-star Do practitioner, and of course, the age limit here is 18 years old or younger. New students with S-rank potential, Xiaonan Academy has not received any for a long time in recent years. I don't expect any of you to be S-rank either, but I'll settle for A rank. Gohu said and looked expectantly at Xiao Ming, who had passed the preliminary test at a young age. He was still hopeful. Sometimes age was a great advantage. All right, one by one, come forward and report your age rating, starting from the left. Ma Shi, 17 years old, 9-star Do Disciple. Rank E, next. Zhao Shuang, 18 years old, 8-star Do Disciple. Rank F, next. Wang Hai, 18 years old, 2-star Do Practitioner. Good, rank D, next. People were going through the test. Most of them were below Do Practitioner. Of course, there is no shortage of some freshmen who were originally 9-star Do Disciple, but failed to reach Do Practitioner and ended up dropping to an 8-star Do Disciple. Xiao Shan, 16 years old, 9-star Do Disciple. Rank E, next. It was Xiao Ming's turn. He had no intention of hiding, the better he performed the more resources he would get, so why would he hide? Besides, with the strength he had, there was no need to hide. Xiao Ming, 6 years old, 3-star Do practitioner. Wow! As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, caused a shout of surprise from his side that nearly made him deaf. When Gu Hu heard this, his heart burst with ecstasy, almost breaking the pen in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the boy in front of him with burning eyes. He had guessed correctly, he had really picked up a treasure. Ahem, with your current strength it should be counted as B rank, but you're only 6 years old, so it's okay to give you S rank treatment, right? Xiao Ming didn't expect that there was something so good, since there was nothing wrong with it, who would turn down a better deal. When everyone completed the test, Gu Hu told everyone to go home and say goodbye to their families and come back here to meet in 3 days. 3 days later, a flying caravan from Jianan Academy would arrive in Wutan City, and by then, they could fly directly to the academy. Jianan Academy's admission test results had already been broadcast during these 3 days, and Xiao Ming's reputation soared again. Xiao Ming did not pay much attention to all this and continued to cultivate as usual during these 3 days. 3 days later. Everyone who had passed the test gathered again and prepared to leave for the Jianan Academy. At this time, Gu Hu saw that the new students had almost gathered. He took 2 steps forward with his hands behind his back, faced all the newcomers and said in a stern tone, "First of all, congratulations again on being selected to be a student of Jianan Academy. However, there are hundreds of students with the same talent as you in the academy, so you have no right to feel proud now, do you understand?" Understood. Last time, the situation with the old students was still fresh in their minds, so the new students naturally wouldn't say otherwise. Well, that's good, follow me. Gu Hu led the crowd to the square and waited for a while until small black dots appeared in the sky. The small black dots became bigger and bigger, and gradually the bird-shaped outline became visible. The huge air currents raised a huge cloud of dust, causing people to cover their faces with their hands to avoid the dust. A row of flying magical beasts finally landed in front of the crowd, their huge bird faces staring directly at them. This scene directly caused all the newcomers to make terrified faces, and some even began to back away. Xiao Ming was calm, knowing that there would be no danger, and watched these flying magical beasts with a curious look. These flying birds looked huge and their aura must have been around the 3rd rank, they must have been mounts specially bred by the Jianan Academy. As expected of the Jianan Academy, it really has a deep heritage. The admissions are all directly using 3rd rank magical beasts. I'm afraid it would be much more convenient if I also have a flying mount of this kind, Xiao Ming thought to himself. However, raising flying magical beasts was not something ordinary people could afford. Xiao Ming did not have the strength to do it now, and when he had that time and energy, he will not be able to use it personally. The old students beside them watched the new students' performance, and their faces showed more or less contempt. Inwardly, they thought, what a bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. But they forgot that they were just like these new students then. Don't be afraid. This magical beast is a mount raised by the academy, and we will fly back to the academy on it, explained Gu Hu as he turned his head to look at everyone's performance. Seeing that Xiao Ming was younger and braver than the others, he couldn't help but feel more satisfied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Hu jumped up with his Do Chi and arrived at the giant bird at the head of the group and disappeared. Some of these giant birds carried people on their backs, and Gu Hu was not the only one who had come to recruit tutors for the Jiama Empire. This flying caravan was responsible for transporting people from various cities. It wasn't long before Gu Hu reappeared, jumping on another magical flying beast and speaking, "Everybody gets up, we're leaving." First came a group of older students, who jumped onto the giant bird. Only last came the freshmen, each of whom jumped with trepidation. When they all climbed up, the magical flying beast stretched its wings and jumped off. End of Volume 1, Wutan City Mini-Arc. Chapter 12. Sitting on the windowsill of his room, Xiao Ming looked at the wispy clouds passing by, and his heart fluttered. Flying was something humans could only dream of. In the previous world, people could only borrow tools like airplanes to fly through the sky, while in the Do-Chi continent, as long as their strength reached the Do-King realm, they could freely fly through the sky. A Do-King. Although for many people, Do-King was a realm they could not reach even after a lifetime, Xiao Ming believed that he could reach it, and that would not be the end of his journey either. Jianan Academy would be the starting point. After coming out of his thoughts, Xiao Ming cleared his mind and sat back down on his single bed, saying internally, "Life simulator, start the life simulation." Counting down the time, it was time to simulate life again, and Xiao Ming would never miss any chance to simulate life. As expected, the simulator's unique voice rang in his mind. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Simulation begins. Day 1, you woke up early and exercised your combat skills for a while, after which you gathered at the Wu-Tan City Square and boarded the flying caravan of Jianan Academy. Day 2, you woke up early and washed in the flying magical beast before returning to your room to train. Day 3, you wake up from your training and, after breakfast, you meet Xiao Shan. The two of you chat for a while and your tutor, Gu Hu, explains many things to do at Jianan Academy. Day 4, you notice that the flying caravan has stopped and discovered that it is because they are restocking supplies. Day 5, you leave the Jia Ma Empire on a magical flying beast. Day 16, after many days of accumulation, you manage to advance to a 4-star Do practitioner. Day 17, you crossed the Black Corner region and arrived at the Jianan Academy, and that day, you received clothing and supplies, as well as lodging. Day 18, you attended the opening ceremony. Day 19, you attended half a day of classes and practiced until the evening. Day 60, you went to the alchemy department to buy cheap pills again and saw quite a few alchemists. Thinking about the rich financial resources of the alchemists and their connections, you couldn't help but grow a twinge of envy and sighed at your lack of talent as an alchemist. Day 61, you cultivate for a full day and make your way to a 5-star Do practitioner. Day 62, after your class, you head to the square to practice the Do technique Fire Palm Xian class. Day 90, you have confronted someone and defeated him easily. Day 92, the man from yesterday called his friends and brought several of them with him, trying to take the opportunity to strike back at you, and was again defeated. Day 100, you went to the Jianan Academy student trading area and bought a 5th-rank magical beast, the Fire Flower Scorpion Beast, for 500,000 gold coins. Day 220, you obtain a Do technique. Day 338, after a full day of training, you make your way to Do Master. Day 339, you've perfected your Do techniques. Day 380, you wake up and feel that your usual risk-free cultivation does not satisfy you, you enroll in the law enforcement unit of Jianan Academy and pass the test with flying colors. Because there are no robes appropriate for your age, and after the staff measures your body data, you are told to pick it up the next day. Day 381, you receive the law enforcement unit robes suitable for you. Day 460, on the outskirts of Jianan City, you and your teammates killed a few Black Corner region thugs who didn't know how high the sky was. You completed this patrol and made your way to the 3-star Do Master at night. Day 503, due to your outstanding performance, you are highly appreciated by the law enforcement unit team leader. You are rewarded with the high-level Xian class Do technique, Flame Explosion Shocking Spear. Day 504, you have killed a troublesome Do Master while on patrol. Day 712, it's your turn to take a vacation. You buy 5 vials of bone building restoration pill and leave Jianan Academy alone to go to Black Corner region for training. Day 714, in Green Yen Town you killed several high-ranking Do Masters who coveted your fortune. Due to their sneak attack you were slightly wounded, you found an inn to recover your wounds. Day 715, recovering from your wounds you overheard the people at the next table talking about Green Rock Mystic Water, and were overjoyed to learn that the exact location of the Green Rock Mystic Water was inside the cavern entrance at the center of the largest water pond at the eastern peak of Green Yen Town. Day 716, you recover from your wounds and head to the cavern. Just as you enter the rock cavern you are attacked. Luckily, relying on the rise of twin spirits you are not seriously wounded. You look up and see that there are already several corpses around you. You realize that the 2 that attacked you were ambushers. Angrily you swallow the 3rd-grade blood blast pill. Your strength increases a lot and you finally use the spirit to kill 2 enemies in the 5-star Do Grandmaster realm. After looting the corpses, you became rich overnight, and from them, you actually found the Green Rock Mystic Water. Day 717, you let Spirit absorb the Green Rock Mystic Water, and Spirit's soul power became more abundant and took on the corrosive properties of the Green Rock Mystic Water. The Spirit after devouring the Green Rock Mystic Water returns a portion of its energy to you, and you break through to a 3-star Do Grandmaster. Day 831, the Inner Academy Selection Tournament opens, and you enter it. Day 838, you defeat the last opponent and get 1st place. Day 842, you and 4 others are taken to the book collection hall of Jianan Academy by Su Qian. At the hall, you obtain the intermediate flying Do technique of class Xian Flying Cloud Wing. Day 1078, you enter the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower to cultivate and make your way to the 9-star Do Grandmaster. You feel that your cultivation is starting to slow down and you start to consider taking pills to cultivate, but you don't have much savings, so you start to consider going out for medicinal herbs. Day 1090, you were collecting purple gold sand in the deep forest when you encountered a 5th-rank magical beast, the 4-tailed demon fox, and managed to escape thanks to your flying cloud wings. Day 1091, you are unwilling to be without the purple gold sand and secretly sneak out to finally get them. Day 1111, you are again short of money and enter the forest again. Day 1121, while searching for medicinal herbs you run into a herd of 4th-rank flying magical beasts, as you have flying cloud wings you have nothing to worry about, on your chase path you mistakenly enter the territory of the 6th rank magical beasts and die. End of simulation. Talent element is being selected. Currently available, Mystic Water of the Green Rock, Flying Do Technique Intermediate Flying Class Xian Flying Cloud Wings, Alchemist Talent. Please select one. I didn't live past 4 years, another premature death, I'm obviously someone steady, and I was lamenting before that flying is a human's dream, so it's quite a coincidence that I have a Flying Do technique. Xiao Ming looked at the final result of the simulation, and then the extraction options, and couldn't help but sigh. Almost all of his previous life simulations had ended in premature death, only living for a few years left Xiao Ming speechless. But this did not depress him, now he is used to death inside the life simulator. After all, cultivation is like this, he does not have a protector, and the death of a person struggling alone outside is also a normal thing. Sometimes, when he saw himself in the simulator being able to kill people and turn danger into success, he thought he was pretty good. However, the 3 options this time are quite good. Xiao Ming silently touched his chin and thought, it is not common for the 3 options to be good, the Do technique of flight to say the least, in the simulator saved him on many occasions. Although the simulator didn't reveal much information, the Green Rock Mystic Water should be a wonder of heaven and earth similar to the Heavenly Flame, although it shouldn't be as precious as the Heavenly Flame, it can still make the self in the simulator being a Do Grandmaster break through 2 stars. Give it to the current me, I'm afraid it should be able to make me break through several stars, the most crucial thing is that the spirit can also grow, which is a real marvel. As for the last one. A bright light of excitement shone in Xiao Ming's eyes. Alchemist's Talent. It was the first time he had won an item of the talent type. Honestly speaking, all 3 items were useful, but Xiao Ming still made his choice without hesitation. Choose the Alchemist Talent. That's right, it was the Alchemist Talent, only a fool wouldn't choose it, it wasn't that hard to earn money with this status, who knew how many times he had died in the simulator to earn money. After the selection, a green light suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ming, and before he had any reaction, he quickly fled inside his body. How come I don't feel anything? After feeling his whole body, Xiao Ming felt no discomfort, and no sharp pain as he imagined. After waiting for a while and making sure there was nothing wrong, Xiao Ming could only regret that this fusion of talents was not as exciting as he thought. Chapter 13. The trip to Jianan Academy was as boring as the simulator showed. Xiao Ming, who had obtained the talent of an alchemist, did not do anything strange either but cultivated as normal. On the way, the tutor also gave an introduction to the new students. The Jianan Academy was located in the center of the Black Corner region. This place was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, there are no restrictions, and many people are wanted, as well as money and treasures of unknown origin circulated all over the place. In Black Corner region there are many desperate people who kill for money and treasures. Tgthegood who also warned the students that, if they felt like going to Black Corner region in the future, they should remember 2 things. First, conceal and try not to reveal your money and treasures. Secondly, do not underestimate anyone in Black Corner region, especially the elderly, women and children. There was only one reason for this. They managed to survive in this place. Jianan Academy has wiped the slate clean in the middle of this land of murder, maintaining order in the surrounding area. The academy was constantly patrolled by members of the law enforcement unit, consisting of instructors and students alike, to kill the people of the Black Corner region who had malicious intentions toward the academy, and to show the students more about the dangers of the world. Xiao Ming also had a clearer understanding of the Black Corner domain through Gu Hu's explanation. Time passed day by day and through 2 life simulations, Xiao Ming obtained a bottle of 4th grade Qi gathering elixir and a 5th grade fire magic core inlaid treasure sword, which was considered a great harvest. Is this Jianan City? When dawn broke, a morning ray of light shot out from the end of the earth, expelling all the darkness in the world. The silhouette of the city slowly appeared in the mist, covering an astonishingly large area. Although it was high in the sky, it could not encompass the entire city, so I could see how huge it really was. Get up and pack your bags, we're here. Not all the students were very diligent in their training and not all of them got up so early. In order to prevent everyone from being in a hurry when the flying monsters stopped at the city's landing center later, Tgthegood who could only take matters into his own hands and tell everyone to get ready first. Hearing the noises coming from the surroundings, Xiao Ming had nothing to prepare, his things were all in his storage ring, so he took it upon himself to leave his room and gaze at Jianan City from the corridor outside. At that moment, the flying magical beast beneath his feet let out a low roar and vibrated with its wings as it swooped down on the huge city. Jianan City, the landing center, Xiao Ming raised his head looking at the flying magical beast that once again took off into the air, lightly exhaled a breath, turned around, and followed most of them out of the open space. Just after leaving the landing center, a spacious street paved with green stones appeared in front of him, and the increasing flow of people on the street made Xiao Ming secretly surprised. This kind of atmosphere was something impossible to see in Wutan City, and he had only seen this kind of scene in his previous life when he was still on Earth. It was worthy of being the birthplace of the oldest academy on the continent, and this name alone would attract countless people to this place. It took the students and teachers nearly half an hour to drive through the city before they arrived at the site of the Jianan Academy. The first thing they saw was a tall, solemn gate. The steps in front of the gate and the huge square extending from it are covered with steel. The material used for the body of the gate is all fine jade, especially the 4 words Jianan Academy on the plaque, which shines with gold and is worth a lot of money. The wealth shown by Jianan Academy right from the entrance to the academy stunned the new students, and even Xiao Ming felt that Jianan Academy was really rich. After entering the academy, the older students who had gone to help with the recruitment, after receiving the contribution points for completing the task, they left. All the new students followed their respective tutors to the plaza, where they were assigned to follow up according to the evaluation levels given by their tutors, and then the tutors assigned the students' residences. Usually, the instructor who recruited the student was responsible for the student. So, it was no surprise that Xiao Ming was assigned to tutor Guhu. While waiting for the others to disperse, Guhu approached Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming with a smile on his face, he said, "Xiao Ming, originally with your talent, all the tutors in our outer courtyard could have been at your disposal. You need not be disappointed to be assigned to me. I am already a Xian rank tutor, tutoring Xian rank. I can get more resources for you." Xiao Ming himself had no opinion. Anyway, it was Guhu who was in charge of recruiting him, and Guhu had taken good care of him in the past few days. Going to his class was no big deal. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage either, would he? When Guhu saw Xiao Ming nodding, he said cheerfully, "Well, go pack your luggage first. It seems you don't have any luggage. You can go out and buy some daily necessities, then go to the dormitory to pack and have a good rest today. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. By the way, you can also come to me if you have any problems in the future. I will try to help you." Xiao Ming actually had a question he wanted to ask him now, so he stopped Guhu, who wanted to leave. "Tutor Guhu, I would like to ask how I can join the alchemy department." Guhu paused in surprise. "Can you still refine medicine?" Xiao Ming shook his head. "I don't know, I'm just asking to come in and learn." "Do you want to become an alchemist? Do you understand the conditions of an alchemist? Firstly, you need your own attribute to be fire. Secondly, you must have a trace of wood energy, and finally, you need a strong soul perception. You are a fire attribute body, I know, but this wood energy trace." Guhu did not finish his words before he stopped. Xiao Ming understood what he meant. If he didn't have that trace of wood qi, he wouldn't be able to become an alchemist. Xiao Ming also didn't get angry at Guhu's words. In the past he didn't have it, and now he definitely has it. So, he nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I have already proven my own attributes a long time ago." Seeing Xiao Ming's confidence, Guhu did not contradict him. If Xiao Ming wants to try, go ahead, he won't lose by trying, and every year, there were many people who went to the alchemy department to enroll successfully. Based on his observations of the past 10 days, he also discovered that Xiao Ming was also not someone who talked nonsense. The alchemy department of the academy and the law enforcement unit are the same, and there is no conflict with our teaching classes. If you want to join, you can go apply directly after tomorrow's opening ceremony, and you will be recruited as long as you meet the requirements. After joining the alchemy department, there will also be special instructors who will be in charge of teaching pill refining skills, and medicinal materials will also be provided specifically for students to gain experience. However, in the alchemy department, the ranks given to first-time students do not apply. Your S rank is not applicable, and you will have to rely on your own efforts if you want to obtain more resources there. After listening and understanding, Xiao Ming smiled and said to Guhu, "Understood, thanks to the tutor for clearing up the confusion." Chapter 14. The next day, after the opening ceremony, Xiao Ming could not wait to head to the building where the alchemy department was located. At the alchemy department, Xiao Ming met a middle-aged man who looked like a tutor and expressed his intention to join the alchemy department. The tutor first asked Xiao Ming if he had any talents as a pill refiner and if he had studied alchemy before. Xiao Ming repeated what he had told Guhu yesterday. The middle-aged tutor frowned and looked at Xiao Ming. Tutor Guhu was right. Every year there were many people who went to the pill refining department to apply, and although there were many who succeeded, there were also many who failed, and some even went without even knowing the requirements to become an alchemist. Therefore, the tutor did not want to listen to Xiao Ming's version. Waving his hand, he asked the student next to him to bring him a test crystal. "Hold out your hand." Xiao Ming looked at the crystal ball and, without the slightest hesitation, placed his hands on it. After a slight silence, the crystal ball turned fiercely red, and after a moment, it was actually as hot and dazzling as a ball of fire. In the midst of the fiery red, a hint of bright green could be clearly seen. Not bad, you really have the talent of an alchemist, you will be a student of our alchemy department from now on. After receiving a positive result, this tutor immediately gave Xiao Ming a lecture on the general knowledge of the alchemy department. On the one hand, in our alchemy department, there will be regular lectures from instructors who are 4th grade alchemists or above. The lectures are open to the public, and anyone can come and listen to them, and can ask questions of the tutor after the lecture. Of course, if a student has outstanding talent as an alchemist and is accepted by a tutor as a disciple. If the tutor is willing to devote his time to his student, of course, that is another story. Secondly, in our alchemy department, the rank in the original admissions does not apply. I know you are a new entrant student of rank S this year, but it is useless here, you have to earn the resources with your own strength in alchemy. Thirdly, in the initial stage as an apprentice alchemist, the academy will provide recipes and also medicinal herbs, but it is a fixed amount and the amount won't be too much. If an alchemist really wants to keep growing, frequent practice is necessary. I suggest buying your own medicinal herbs to start as soon as possible. Once you have started with alchemy, every time you advance 1 tier as an alchemist, you will be rewarded with 3 pill recipes, the types of which you can choose. If you want to get more pill recipes, you have to exchange them for contribution points, which can be redeemed for helping the academy to refine pills. Remember that the unique recipes obtained at the academy should not be passed on freely. Of course, according to the alchemist rules, medicinal materials to help the academy to refine pills will be provided by the academy, but the success rate of pills must be guaranteed. In addition, after entering a tier, as before, alchemists of different tiers can apply to the academy for a certain amount of medicinal materials to practice every month. Regardless of success or failure, if the pills are successful, they go to the academy. If they fail, the medicinal materials are counted as the academy's cost. However, you are still a novice, so you don't need to think much about it. For now, just study hard first. Remember my advice, growing as an alchemist consumes huge resources. You should buy more herbs to practice first, and after entering the first tier, you can help the academy refine pills to get more resources later. Xiao Ming nodded his head in thanks. His mentor's advice was very helpful. Don't look at the original Xiao Yan's refining pills so easily, excluding the reason for his talent. It was more because he had an alchemy venerable who was known as the #1 alchemist in Do-Chi continent around him to teach him closely. Even so, Xiao Yan also consumed a large amount of medicinal materials. Xiao Ming did not have the same treatment as Xiao Yan, and he would not take advantage of Jia Nan Academy, so paying them was definitely an obligation. At this time, Xiao Ming already felt that his pockets would shrink a lot for a long time. Phew, good thing I'm not really poor now, otherwise, it would be a bit difficult. The Xiao family can't afford to pay for me to refine pills. If he has the alchemist talent and informed the Xiao family, they would definitely be happy to provide it, but when one thought about the size of the Xiao family, he feared that they would have to go bankrupt. When the middle-aged tutor saw that Xiao Ming had the talent of an alchemist and was a young genius who had made a name for himself at Jia Nan Academy in the past 2 days, a thought suddenly appeared in his head and stayed. When Xiao Ming was about to leave after learning about the alchemy department's class schedule, the middle-aged tutor finally couldn't help but speak. Little fellow, I have a suggestion for you that will allow you to save resources and have someone to teach you. Do you want to listen to it? Is there such a good thing? Xiao Ming paused in surprise. Ahem, recently the alchemy department elders are recruiting disciples. With your talent you can give it a try. If you want, I can introduce you. So, this was it. There was nothing to consider. Xiao Ming immediately agreed. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, the middle-aged man was very happy. Xiao Ming had a good cultivation talent and had a high chance of being accepted as a disciple. This would also be beneficial to him. In that case, wait for me here for a while. Are you the genius Xiao Ming that they have been wildly rumoring about in the outer courtyard for the past 2 days? Elder Hu looked at Xiao Ming, who was waiting quietly not far away and asked with interest. The fact that the academy had recruited a 6-year-old Do practitioner in the past 2 days was already known among the academy's top brass. A 6-year-old 3-star Do practitioner was so rare that he had never seen such a person in his life. Even Hu Gan's granddaughter, who was known as a demon, was no match for him. He had even heard that some elders were considering taking this young Do practitioner as a disciple. I did not expect that this Xiao Ming, in addition to his extraordinary cultivation talent, would actually have the talent of an alchemist. Since that is so, then I will take him as my disciple before the others come looking for him. Elder Hu thought inwardly with great joy. At Elder Hu's question, Xiao Ming respectfully saluted and replied, yes. Xiao Ming knew that he would cause a sensation sooner or later, but it hasn't even been 3 days. He didn't expect that even the elders of the alchemy department would know about him, so he could only say that he was too talented. The closer Elder Hu looked at Xiao Ming, the more satisfied he was. He was young and although he was a genius, there was no pampered look on his face. He was very good. I am the 5th-tier alchemist in charge of the alchemy department. Elder Hu, are you willing to adore me as your master? Yes, Xiao Ming pays his respects to the master. Elder Hua's words were exactly what Xiao Ming wanted, there was no reason to refuse, and he immediately paid his respects. Ha 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 ha, not bad, get up. Elder Hua happily helped Xiao Ming up. The middle-aged tutor beside him, seeing that things were going well, said, "Congratulations Elder Hua, you must be happy to have a good disciple." Elder Hua stroked his white beard, then took out a ring from his hand and handed it to Xiao Ming, saying, "Disciple, this ring contains a gift I have prepared. Inside it contains the resources for your future cultivation, as well as some gold coins, qi methods and dou techniques, books, pill recipes, and pills, so, if there is anything you don't understand, ask me directly." "Thank you, Master." Xiao Ming took the storage ring a little embarrassed. Elder Hua had given a lot of gifts, which made him feel embarrassed. Actually, this was because Xiao Ming's fame was great these days, and some basic information had spread among the upper echelons, and Elder Hua knew that he came from a small family in the Jiama Empire, and probably did not have much money, and the cultivation techniques were also not very good. This is not only the case with Xiao Ming, many people who come to study at Jianan Academy are like this. Was Elder is a rich and generous fifth-tier alchemist, so he simply groomed it for his own disciple. Chapter 15. Returning to the individual dormitory prepared for him by the academy, Xiao Ming took out the storage ring given by Elder Hua and placed it in his hand first before his soul power gushed out from his eyebrows and into the ring. This ring was like the one he had received before, a low-grade storage ring with about 5 cubic meters of space. Inside were some neat books, a pile of gold coins, and a tripod-shaped object. Ignoring the others for now, with a thought, he took out all the books inside and examined them one by one. The books were the low-level Qi Method Huang class, Fiery Flame Duel, high-level Dou Technique Xian class, Red Flame Sword, high-level Dou Technique Xian class, Red Flame Palm, and the high-level Dou Technique Xian class, Creeping Shadow Chasing Wind. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly as he looked at these high-level techniques. Master is worthy of being a fifth-tier alchemist, with the Jianan Academy behind him, his wealth is really great, the lower-grade Dou Technique are all high-level Xian. There are some thicker books, let's see which one is good. The Encyclopedia of the Properties of Medicinal Materials, Introduction to Pill Refinement, the Manual of Pill Appreciation, the Manual of Identification of Medicinal Herbs, 5 years of Pill Refinement and 3 years of Fire Control, and Self-Cultivation for Alchemists. Elder Hua was really a good master. Looking at these books, Xiao Ming vaguely recalled his life of study during the last year of high school in his previous life. It was a rough time where he came out victorious, though hairless. After a brief glance, Xiao Ming took everything back, leaving only one book to study carefully. The next day, after the initial class, as Elder Hua had instructed when he parted yesterday, Xiao Ming came alone to the alchemy department to look for him. In one of the study rooms of the alchemy department, Xiao Ming met Elder Hua. When he saw Elder Hua, Xiao Ming respectfully said, "Xiao Ming greets the master. My good disciple is here, come, sit down first. As I said yesterday, when you'll come, you will begin to familiarize yourself with pill refining, so today we will begin to learn the art of pill refining." When Elder Hua saw Xiao Ming arrive, he stroked his white beard and flashed a smile, very pleased with Xiao Ming's attitude. "You have not been exposed to pill refining before, so let me first tell you some general knowledge about pill refining. If you want to refine pills, you must first have a medicinal cauldron. Medicinal cauldron is like a warrior's weapon, it is indispensable. The more outlets for fire a cauldron's furnace has, the higher tier a medicinal cauldron is, and thus the rarer it is. Of course, if you want to control several outlets for fire, you need a strong soul perception. Other than medicinal cauldron, the flames we use for pill refinement are usually flames catalyzed by our Dou Qi, so in order to practice high-quality pills, you need deep Dou Qi cultivation. Even the lowest tier pills require Dou practitioner cultivation, which you have already attained early." Speaking of this, the smile on Elder Hua's face became even bigger. "Master, in addition to the flames produced by one's own cultivation, can't an alchemist also absorb external flames?" Not bad, it seems like you've been reading the books I gave you. For us alchemists, the best flames are of course the heavenly flames that are naturally bred with energy from heaven and earth. All of them are born in the most treacherous and difficult places in the world, so they can be found, but not sought after. Elder Hua's eyes also showed his desire for the heavenly flames. "And our Jianan Academy has a heavenly flame." "More than one, there are two." Xiao Ming muttered inwardly. He was someone who knew the background of the Jianan Academy, a mature flame and a newborn, both being the fallen heart flame, but it was a pity that the upper management of the Jianan Academy did not know that there was such a thing. Otherwise, that fallen heart flame that had been causing so much unrest would have been refined long ago. Elder Hua saw Xiao Ming's gaze that had turned fiery with his narration. Thinking that he had paid attention to the Academy's fallen heart flame, he shook his head unconcernedly. "You must not think of playing with that heavenly flame is the base of the Academy, whoever dares to attempt against it would become the enemy of Xiao Academy. You will know the details when you reach the inner courtyard, and do not inform others that the academy has a heavenly flame, although the academy is not afraid of others looking for trouble but also does not want others to cause it. Xiao Ming listened to Elder Huo's warning and nodded solemnly. I know, master, I won't tell anyone. You also don't have to be depressed about not having a heavenly flame. Besides the heavenly flame, you can look for other flames instead, such as the beast fire, which is equally effective. With that said, Elder Huo stretched out his right palm, a dark black flame emerged from his palm, the space around the flame became vaguely distorted. Xiao Ming, who was not far away from Elder Huo, could feel a terrifying heat. Practice a lot. When you become a first-tier alchemist, I will find you a high-rank magical beast flame. Elder Huo said as he retrieved the flame in his hand and stroked his beard. This was actually a means of motivation given by Elder Huo. With the temptation of a beast flame, one would think that this disciple of his would be more into pill refinement. It had to be said that Elder Huo was really good to this disciple of Xiao Ming. Thank you, master. Alright, that's it as far as the lecture goes. Go to the alchemy room and I'll show you once, then you practice on your own and ask me if you don't understand something. As Xiao Ming left the study and went to the alchemy room, he saw a medicinal cauldron that was about half a meter away. The medicinal cauldron was dark and black in color, with a slight tinge of light on it. On the bottom of the medicinal cauldron, 2 hideous snakeheads were carved, and a snake mouth was wide open, forming 3 outlets for fire that were connected to each other. The outlets were curved and continuous, and the deeper you went inside, the smaller their diameter, faintly looking like there were mysteries hidden inside. On the top of the cauldron, a giant snake is coiled in the dark red lid of the cauldron, and there is a special hole in the lid, which is used to place medicinal herbs inside. Beautiful figures of magical beasts are painted on the surface of the medicinal cauldron, with a realistic appearance, as if they were living creatures. The pill refining hall is a special place for the alchemy department to refine pills, and it is equipped with tier 3 medicinal cauldrons like the one I gave you earlier. Elder Huo walked over to the pill cauldron, and with a wave of his hand, a bunch of medicinal herbs appeared beside it. Look at this, I will only demonstrate it once. Next, Xiao Ming saw the pill refining process in a real sense for the first time. A dark black flame entered the medicinal cauldron, and one herb after another was devoured by the cauldron flame, leaving behind medicinal essences in a form of powder and paste. In the end, the various medicinal essences melted into a prototype pill with a pitted surface. As the flames were extinguished, the pill in the cauldron took on a round shape, acquiring a green hue, and a faint medicinal fragrance spread from the cauldron. Originally, an alchemist needed a quiet environment to refine the pills, and there should be no disturbance. But since it was a first-tier pill, it was easy for Elder Huo, so at every step, Elder Huo explained in detail. The pill was quickly created, and Elder Huo circulated his dou qi to grasp the elixir in his hand, then put it in a jade bottle and threw it to Xiao Ming. Looking at Xiao Ming hurriedly taking it, without waiting for him to ask, Elder Huo opened his mouth and said, "This is a first-tier pill, the restoration pill, which can restore a certain amount of dou qi. Did you see the process clearly now?" I saw it clearly." Xiao Ming put away the pills and replied. "Fine, then do it." Chapter 16. Following the various points Elder Huo said, Xiao Ming refined step by step. It turned out that, in addition to his great talent in dou qi cultivation, his talent in pill refining was also not bad. After having the experience of burning herbs to black charcoal more than 20 times, Xiao Ming finally succeeded in extracting the essence of all medicinal plants. Things were going well, and Xiao Ming felt inwardly encouraged. Alright, the next step was to fuse all the medicinal essences into one pill. After receiving the green-colored pill with a light medicinal fragrance from Xiao Ming, Elder Huo first placed it in front of his eyes to observe its color and then placed it in front of his nose and smelled it. Elder Huo revealed a smirk towards the sweaty Xiao Ming. Although the appearance is irregular and the medicinal fragrance is not very obvious, this is already a finished pill. Yuan return pill is moderately difficult to refine among first-tier pills. It is very good that you have reached this point in your first refining. Xiao Ming received the praise and showed a smile. However, he heard Elder Huo admonish, although you have successfully refined a first-tier pill, this does not mean that you have now become a true first-tier alchemist. The refining process of now has some luck. And to become a true Tier 1 alchemist, you also need to ensure the quality and success rate of your pills. Remember to practice diligently in the future, don't slack off, understand? For Xiao Ming, his sole disciple, Elder Huo still expected him to keep his feet on the ground and not become complacent just because of a small achievement. In all the years he had been at the Xiao Academy, he had seen too many geniuses, and although there were no monsters like Xiao Ming, there were countless geniuses of lesser caliber. He couldn't even count the number of geniuses who became disobedient and suffered great losses due to their arrogance. Understood, I will practice diligently in the future. In response to Elder Huo's long warning, Xiao Ming hastened to agree. Seeing that Xiao Ming actually listened to his teachings, Elder Huo nodded in relief, stroked his beard, and, with a wave of his right hand, a large pile of medicinal herbs appeared beside the pill sensor. "These are the practice herbs for you. When you don't have enough in the future, go to the storehouse and report my name, and they will give you the herbs." "Thank you, master. Practice well." After this, Xiao Ming's life became repetitive. Either he was refining pills during the day, or he went to Elder Hua for advice on pill refining. Elder Hua was not stingy with this disciple either, telling Xiao Ming everything he knew about alchemy. The advantage of having a master was great. Those questions would have taken Xiao Ming a long time if he had thought about it alone, but when Elder Hua explained it, Xiao Ming quickly understood. Moreover, Elder Hua was worthy of being an elder of Jianan Academy, but his teaching ability was not a cover. Xiao Ming's alchemy skills were polished under his teaching, and the foundation of pill refining skills was laid very firmly, and he also taught Xiao Ming from time to time, helping him to plug the gaps. At night Xiao Ming had been practicing instead of sleeping and had been very diligent in his cultivation. This was the case when he had no talent for being an alchemist in the Xiao family before, and it was even more so after he became an alchemist. This was because he clearly understood that, in the cultivation world, the strong are respected, as whoever had the biggest fist will be justified. If you want to avoid being bullied, there is only one way, to become stronger. Other than being an alchemist, Elder Hua's Do-Chi cultivation was also not weak, so other than refining pills, Xiao Ming would often ask him about his cultivation. During the day, he refined pills and cultivated Do-Chi skills, and at night, he cultivated to improve his cultivation, and occasionally, every few days, he would have a life simulation. Time passed slowly. 2 years later. The soft light shone through the window on the young man's white face. Although he was young, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, his red lips and white teeth, it could see that he would definitely capture the hearts of many women in the future. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of murky air, awakening from his cultivation. "I have become a one-star Do Grandmaster. My alchemy technique also reached the 3rd tier." A smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face as he felt the qi coil in his dantian completely turn into solid crystals, and then he reflected. "But this is not enough. I have been in Jianan Academy for 2 years, and I have spent too much time in these 2 years in alchemy technique, resulting in a great sluggishness in my cultivation. In another month is the selection round. Although I can enter the inner courtyard with this strength, the inner courtyard is highly competitive, it won't be so easy after entering." Xiao Ming's perception of himself was really very clear. In reality, he was no different from those ordinary geniuses, and even if he worked very hard in his training, his actual combat ability was still not on par with those who had gone through life and death trials. Since his talent was revealed, he had a smooth ride, and everyone who saw him was smiling and friendly. Because of his age, he tried to increase his experience through sparring, but he could easily win over those students of the same level as him by brute force, thanks to the advantage brought by rise of twin spirits. The other elders were superficial in sparring, and the same was true of his tutor and master, Elder Hua, who treated him like a child, although age-wise he was really a child. But this was a serious obstacle to his growth. In addition, to compensate for the time he spent practicing alchemy, he also took pills to help with his cultivation, resulting in an unstable Do-Chi cultivation. Xiao Ming had thought of solving these problems, namely by entering the law enforcement unit of the Jianan Academy for training. The law enforcement unit of Jianan Academy has been dedicated to fighting against the dark and evil forces in the area, and bloodshed is frequent, and by leaving it, Xiao Ming believes that he will definitely have a qualitative change. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. Xiao Ming neglected a very important person. He still has a teacher in Jianan Academy. Elder Hua had no offspring and only had one disciple, that is Xiao Ming. After spending time together, he had already treated Xiao Ming as his closest person, was very strict with Xiao Ming in cultivation, but pampered him in everything else, giving him everything he wanted. Naturally, he did not want that Xiao Ming, who was only a few years old, to put himself in danger, so Xiao Ming, who had not long joined the law enforcement unit, was removed from the unit by Elder Hua, who loved his pupils so much, claiming that he was too young and his cultivation was not deep enough. Xiao Ming, who could not resist, had to honestly stay at the academy for another year. His Do-Chi was not solid enough, his Do techniques were rusty, and he lacked experience in actual combat. Thinking about these things, Xiao Ming had a headache. Wasn't this a typical template of a filler genius, the kind of genius who could easily be killed by someone who could cross levels to fight? The kind of genius that was nothing more than a good talent. People with weaker cultivation defeated someone with stronger cultivation, it was nothing new, and even if he had a strong technique like Rise of Twin Spirits, he might fail. Hey, the simulator mentions that certain secret realms in the Black Corner region are about to open as well. No, I'll talk to my master, I have to go to the Black Corner region to train a bit. Now that I have passed Do Grandmaster, I am considered a little expert in the Black Corner region, so I think there is no reason for my master to stop me from heading to the Black Corner region. Xiao Ming slapped his thigh, got out of bed, and headed for Elder Hua's residence. Chapter 17. Are you going to Black Corner region? Elder Hua frowned, looking with a headache at his beloved disciple in front of him. This disciple was good at everything, but sometimes he was a little restless. He had joined the law enforcement unit without his knowledge the year before, which made him angry. What's so good about the Black Corner region? The rules there are not respected, and everyone is ruthless and unscrupulous, so how can Xiao Ming, at his age, resist all those conspiracies and tricks? No, I disagree. Elder Hua blew his beard and glared at him. Your cultivation level is too low now. In a few years, when you are older, I will let you out again. By then, not to mention Black Corner region, I won't even stop you if you go to Central Plains. But I'm already a Do Grandmaster. It's not low anymore. Xiao Ming said helplessly as the Do Chi came out of his body, forming a black armor around his entire body on the outside as a way of proving that what he said was true. The academy organizes students to go to the Black Corner region every year. My cultivation level is already the best among all of them. It's not like I'm going to do badly at all. You have already reached Do Grandmaster. Elder Hua felt a little surprised, but after careful thought, this speed was actually quite normal. It was not uncommon for people to go from Do Master to Do Grandmaster in 2 years. At Jianan Academy there were many people every year, and given Xiao Ming's talent, this speed was actually still a bit slow. Most of Xiao Ming's time was spent refining pills. He took a lot of energy to go from an apprentice to a third-tier alchemist in 2 years, and if it wasn't for the pills to aid his cultivation, Xiao Ming might not even reach Do Grandmaster. Do Grandmaster was not considered a pillar in Black Corner region among the various powers, but it could be said to be an intermediate power, an appropriate minor expert, and Xiao Ming's risk factor was actually relatively small for a journey with this strength. He was not a stubborn old man and knew that there were benefits in going to the Black Corner region to train. Otherwise, the academy would not send people to the Black Corner region to train every year. He had only thought that Xiao Ming's strength was low and his age was too young. Seeing a hint of relief in Elder Hua's expression, Xiao Ming immediately intensified his efforts. Don't worry master, I'll just tour some of the surrounding cities to gain some experience against the enemy. You don't want me to be hanged and beaten when I meet people of the same level in the future. Where would be so over the top? How about I agree that you go with the law enforcement unit? What do you think? A walk around Jianan City wouldn't be the same with the law enforcement unit. Brat. Finally, after Xiao Ming had been lingering for a while, Elder Hua finally let go and said with a face full of helplessness. Eins, it's fine if you want to go to the Black Corner region, but remember it will only be for a month. Come back after a month. It will be the Inner Academy selection tournament then. Don't miss it. Got it, thank you master. Seeing Xiao Ming's expression of delight, Elder Hua shook his head uncontrollably, and with a flash of white light from his hand ring, several different colored jade bottles appeared. Xiao Ming reached out to the pill bottles handed to him by Elder Hua and asked, somewhat stunned, Master, what is this? In fact, Xiao Ming's life simulator had simulated his life more than 100 times in the past 2 years, and there had been several times when it had simulated a situation like today, but the simulator's characteristics sometimes made Xiao Ming feel helpless. Often it was a single sentence that summed up the day, such as, you were leaving Jianan Academy saying goodbye to your teacher, Elder Hua, others simply that, you were leaving Jianan Academy, and others that, you were leaving the academy without your teacher knowing. In the end, the life simulator would not mark all the details for you like a novel. This led to a lot of things that Xiao Ming only knew in a general way. However, if the life simulator could mark every detail, it should be called a life script. There are 2 purple heart barrier breaker pills in the black jade jar, which can allow a Do Grandmaster to break through a star. As for the yellow one, it is a body chi pill, which can help consolidate the Do Chi deficiency caused by successive breakthroughs. Originally, the 3rd-tier green spirit pill was much better than the purple heart barrier breaker pill. It has a chance to let you get to 3rd star, but I gave you one before and I guess you've already eaten it and only one can be eaten. The other pill bottles are just some healing and chi return pills that I refined personally. Elder Hua clearly still hoped that when Xiao Ming, his precious disciple, go out, his strength would rise even higher. Master, Xiao Ming was deeply moved, talking about his cultivation so far. Most of the pills he had eaten to help his cultivation had been prepared by Elder Hua. The pills this time were also obviously prepared by Elder Hua a long time ago, and even a pill to stabilize his cultivation like the body chi pill was prepared. When you go out, remember to be careful, especially with the... Without waiting for Xiao Ming to be moved for a long time, Elder Hua began to teach his experience of walking in the world. Xiao Ming was not impatient and listened quietly. Just by listening, Xiao Ming felt as if he had experienced this scene somewhere. After saying goodbye to his master, Elder Hua, Xiao Ming went to tutor Gu Hu. Nothing would happen with the alchemy department's classes after talking to Elder Hua, but other than the alchemy department, he was still a student in Gu Hu's class, and Xiao Ming definitely had to ask tutor Gu Hu's permission when he went out. Gu Hu's reaction was similar to Elder Hua's at first, both of them refused. The time the academy has set aside for training has passed, I can't let you go out. For Xiao Ming, this genius, Gu Hu's impression is very good, modest, proper demeanor, no arrogance geniuses generally have, treat people kindly, do not bully the weak, that is, he has all the advantages. Unfortunately, he was a little young, so for Xiao Ming's sake, he hoped that Xiao Ming would grow up a little before going to the Black Corner region, and naturally refused Xiao Ming's request. As determined as tutor Gu Hu's attitude was, in the end, he still came to an agreement after seeing Xiao Ming's strength. After all, Jianan Academy's tutor was only a Do Grandmaster, and Xiao Ming was on the same level as him. Isn't it a joke to tell him that he is not strong enough to go out? Besides, Elder Hua had agreed, so what reason did Gu Hu have to refuse? After Gu Hu duly instructed him to remember to return before the selection of the inner academy, Xiao Ming dressed and set off. Speaking of the pills given by the Hua elder, Xiao Ming had no intention of taking them now, he felt it was better to wait until his cultivation was a little more solid. 3 days later. Green Yen Town. A short figure dressed in black entered a somewhat dilapidated inn. The inn was full of people, unconcerned at the arrival of this black-robed man. What was so unusual about a black-robed man? In their opinion, they encountered dozens of them a day, this black-robed man is just a bit smaller. Hey, do you want to eat or stay at the hotel? A fierce big man with scars on his face and covered with muscles came trotting up to Xiao Ming with wide eyes, trying to get a good look at the face hidden in the black robe. Arrange a food table for me in the lobby, and then prepare a room upstairs. As if he could not smell the blood all over the large man's body in front of him, Xiao Ming replied indifferently in a deliberate change of voice. Chapter 18. After he narrowed his eyes for a moment and carefully observed the situation, seemingly unable to sense the other party's cultivation, the large man weighed the money bag Xiao Ming threw and replied with a fake smile on his face. Very well, mister, sit here. Xiao Ming looked in the direction he pointed, but found that all the tables there were full and there were no more empty tables. There are no more seats there. Sorry, please sit here. After Xiao Ming reminded him, the scar-faced big guy said as if he had just come to his senses. After looking at the scar-faced man, Xiao Ming walked towards that place without saying a word. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, a fierce smile appeared at the corner of the scar-faced man's mouth as he walked backstage. Backstage. A fat man with a black face, his obese upper body exposed, asked to the scar man. What do you think, have you figured out who's coming yet? Heh, must be a little kid who came out of nowhere. Really? Make no mistake, don't look at someone short for a boy, there is miscegenation here in the Black Corner region, it's not like there aren't shorter races. Last time you looked at someone's pale face and said he was injured and not strong enough, causing us to suffer a great loss and an oversight, if it wasn't for our boss's strong strength, we would have been buried. The fat man named Wang Sheng, said with words full of distrust, evidently having once been compromised by him. The scarred man's face was a little embarrassed by such a remark, and he wanted to retort loudly with a red face, but for fear of attracting the attention of others, he could only lower his voice and shout. Fuck, there must be a reason, who knew that lung-consuming ghost was actually practicing a cold-yin technique like Xian Yin Dao, making him look inhuman and ghostly, besides, we didn't lose out last time, that Xian Yin Dao was a low-level Xian rank technique. Seeing that the fat man was still a bit suspicious, the big man had to explain again. Don't worry, I won't be wrong this time, even though this guy deliberately set his voice like an old man, hid in his black robe and even disguised his hands, he still showed a flaw. When he threw the money just now, his wrist was exposed. Compared to the wrinkles on his palms, the skin on his wrists is younger by an unknown number of years, and when I deliberately asked him to sit on a seat where there was no empty table, he actually calmly told me that there was no seat left. He, this is definitely a brat out of nowhere, not very old, and definitely not very strong. In that case, when we do our business in the evening, we'll deal with him on the way, heh. A hint of a fierce smile appeared on the fat man's naive face. Well, just to be on the safe side, add some spices to his dish. The scarred man also had a sinister smile on his face, though based on his judgment, he thought the black-robed boy wouldn't be too strong, but just to be on the safe side, he thought he still needed some extraordinary means. Well, I'll throw in some soft bones powder. It was evening. On the bed, Xiao Ming, who was fully dressed and in a sitting position, opened his eyes with a start and muttered. It's past midnight and it's time for another life simulation. The simulator's voice in his mind rang out. Ding, the current number of simulations is detected as 1, indicate whether to start the life simulation. Simulator, start life simulation. Simulation starts. Day 1, 5 hours before dawn, you are immersed in cultivation. Suddenly your ears clear and you hear a subtle sound. You come out of your cultivation state and quietly leave your room only to find the fat man you saw yesterday dragging a man from his room. After observing, you discover that they are attacking the inn's patrons. You think you should attack first, but after silently making a move, you are discovered. After a fierce fight, you are slightly wounded. You kill all those who besieged you in the inn, leaving only one man, from whom you learn where your target is. You count the spoils of war and obtain Xian Yin Dao, a low-level Xian Do method, the Qi method, Withered Wood technique, and a high-level Huang Do technique, Tian Ju. After sunrise, with your wounds healed, you leave the inn and head straight to the location of your targets. After waiting for them to show up and not seeing them for a long time in a secret ambush, you find a place to rest and make other plans. Day 2, the two ambushers finally arrive. You swallow the pill to make sure, and while they are off guard, you first break in for a stealth attack and severely wound one of them, and defeat the other. After a fight. You count the loot and obtain the green rock mystic water, and the low-level Xian Do technique, green poison palm of 1,000 corpses. Day 3, your wounds are fully healed and you have allowed the spirit to absorb the green rock mystic water, causing it to become more spiritual and have the corrosive properties of the green rock mystic water. The spirit feeds you some of the energy it consumed from the green rock mystic water, and you make your way to a 2-star Do Grandmaster, and leave Green Yen City. Day 4, you wake up in the open and continue on your way. Day 9, you find that your Do Qi is more condensed. Day 16, you arrive at the outskirts of a secret realm. Observing a bit, you find several people, and there were not a few powerful people. You frown, the secret realm opens and you enter it. Day 17, in the secret realm, you and several others find a medicinal field. Unfortunately, there are too many people traveling with you. You only get Ice Spirit Flame Herb, Poison Essence Herb and Fire Dragon Fruit. Day 18, you manage to snatch the Xian rank intermediate Do technique Angry Lion and Wind Slash. By chance, you suffered the greed of a powerful Do spirit and were forced to flee. He was attracted by a stream of energy and you managed to escape. Day 19, you and some Do Grandmasters you just met are walking through the secret realm forest when you encounter a severely injured powerful Do spirit. You recognize him as the Do spirit who hit you yesterday. You surround him, the powerful Do spirit dies. You find the intermediate level Xian class Do technique, 3 waters ice refining, from his storage ring. Day 20, you felt Do King Hai's fighting fluctuations. Sensing that something was wrong, you began to rush back, during which you encountered other groups several times. Nothing happened, and finally left the secret realm. Day 21, you realize you are being followed again. Kill the 4th wave of thieves and continue on your way. Day 22, you sell part of your unused techniques and buy more herbs. Day 23, you spend 600,000 gold coins at the auction house and get a 6th rank magical beast flame, the blue crystal ice mangled beast flame, and leave early for safety. Day 24, you devoured the beast flame and swallowed 2 purple heart barrier breaker pills to raise you to 5-star Do Grandmaster. In order to stabilize the Do Qi deficiency caused by successive breakthroughs, you took the Qi body pill. Day 25, you have counted down the time and learn that the Inner Academy tryouts are about to begin and you rush to the academy. Day 26, in Jianan City, you return to Jianan Academy on a griffin and visit the instructors and classmates. Day 27, the Inner Academy trials officially begin and you easily defeat your opponents. Day 34, you defeat your last opponent and get the 1st place. Day 48, Hugon takes you and 4 others to the book collection hall of Jianan Academy. At the hall, you obtain the secret method Spiritual Transformation of the 3 Fires, which allows you to improve your strength for a short period of time. Day 49, you and the others who managed to advance to the Inner Academy traveled on a griffin beast. On the griffin beast, you watched as the elders beat and killed the magical beasts that attacked the caravan, and your respect for the strong increased. Day 50, you hide from the older students of the fire energy hunting competition. Day 60, you enter the blazing sky Qi refining tower to cultivate. A flame from fallen heart flame appears inside your body, and your cultivation progresses rapidly. Day 99, you are engaged in pill refining and refine a 3rd tier pill, the cleansing ice spirit liquid. Day 100, you are addicted to refining pills. Day 101, you are addicted to refining pills and have refined a 3rd tier pill, the wind pill. Day 102, you leave your residence and go to a shop to sell the pills you have refined for fire energy. Day 120, you make some friends. Day 130, someone approaches you for a challenge. You see that their strength is similar to yours. You accept and go to the arena to compete. You manage to win and deduct the fire energy they wagered from the loser's crystal card. Day 151, you go to the residence of your master, Elder Hua, to receive instruction. Day 157, you go to the residence of your master, Elder Hua, for instruction. Day 169, you prepare to make a 4th tier pill, go to the herb storehouse, where you obtain the cold spirit herb and a 4th tier ice attribute magic core. Day 399, you enter the blazing sky chi refining tower and cultivate for a full day. Day 400, someone seeks you out to refine a 4th tier pill. Day 670, you defeated a certain 1st star doe spirit who noticed your age and tried to challenge you. Day 710, upon entering the forest outside the inner courtyard, you killed several 4th rank magical beasts and obtained a 4th rank magic core. Day 1295, you received a letter from your family saying that Xiao Yan, a genius within the family who was only below you, had lost his dou qi inexplicably and wanted you to think of a solution. In fact, you knew the reason, but you felt that this matter was beyond your control and wrote a superficial letter. Day 1460, you received another letter from Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, who wished you could return to the family for a trip, mentioning his son Xiao Yan in his words, as well as the family's help towards you. Out of desperation you had to say goodbye to your master, Elder Hua, and borrowed a magical flying beast. Day 1470, sitting on the flying magic beast, you suddenly feel the fluctuation of a strong person's aura, you open your eyes and a voluptuous woman being a high star doe emperor appears in front of you. After she looks you up and down, she nods her head with great satisfaction and you are captured. Day 1471, you have been stripped of all your belongings, and at this moment you are poorer than a beggar. Day 1480, looking at the doe emperor beside you, you failed to activate the sealed dou qi of your body for the 99th time, and the doe emperor woke up and gave you a good lesson. Day 1998, the doe emperor's enemies arrive at the door and you, with your dou qi sealed, are shaken to death by the aftereffects of the dou qi. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available, 3rd tier pill, cleansing ice spirit liquid, 600,000 gold coins, 2nd rank wind magic core. Please select one. Chapter 19. The dou qi continent is really dangerous, you can be kidnapped even when traveling on the way home, this doe emperor woman is really. The corners of his mouth twitched as he thought about what the doe emperor woman from the simulator had done after capturing him. In theory, after being captured, the other party was still a female doe emperor, so following her would have produced some advanced inputs into the system, such as 6th grade pills, high-grade doe techniques, advanced medicinal materials, etc. It's not so bad to get caught, it's just what happens in the simulator anyway, it doesn't really affect him, so, at least it increases the contents of the prize pool, right? These things can be common enough for a high-ranking doe emperor to not even give them a glance. Besides, the simulated version of himself was at least considered a high-level alchemist in the northwestern region, so how could he not make use of it? But see what happened. In the hundreds of days that he had been trapped, his dou qi had been sealed from start to finish, and what appeared the most was actually a 2nd-grade elixir called Tiger Return Life Essence Pill, and any other mention of a high-grade pill had only appeared once or twice. Exhaling slightly to calm his mind, Xiao Ming made his choice among the options given by the simulator in his mind. 3rd tier pill, cleansing ice spirit liquid, 600,000 gold coins, 2nd rank wind magic core. 2nd rank wind magic core was not considered, something that at most cost tens of thousands of gold coins. For this thing, the cleansing ice spirit liquid, it was a pill recipe that Elder Hua had found for himself, in order to eliminate the fire poison in his body. This kind of 3rd tier pill was of no use to him now, 600,000 gold coins, he could buy a lot of herbs, and he himself could refine some bottles at any time. It was obvious which one to choose. I didn't expect pure gold coins to be the best this time. Touching the 4 or 5 storage rings that were strung on a string and hung between his neck, Xiao Ming sighed as he thought about his lottery draws over the years. What he wanted was actually still some of the wonders of heaven and earth like heavenly flame and green rock mystic water. He had lost count of the exact number of simulations he had done over the years and hadn't specifically bothered to count them, but a rough count now was about 200 times. Each time he pulled out an item, which was the most common among the 3 choices. The 6 most common categories were gold coins, dou techniques, qi methods, medicinal herbs, pills, and weapons. This is because these are the most common items that most cultivators need and can afford. Of course, after he became an alchemist, there were many alchemists he also dealt with, and recipes for pills and precious herbs, as well as magic cores, appeared more frequently. Xiao Ming referred to them collectively as the 8 heavenly simulator kings. Treating the items extracted by the simulator like a lottery pool, the life simulation process was equivalent to injecting prizes into the pool. Even if the odds ratio did not exist, whichever category had the most items, the probability of drawing them was greater. With the 8 heavenly kings, something as rare as a heavenly flame is naturally the one with the lowest probability in a prize pool of hundreds of items, and he hadn't drawn it since he first drew Fallen Heart Flame. This also goes to show that, while simulations can bring good things, it's actually a bit difficult to get the items you specifically want to show up. The good thing is that the 8 heavenly kings are the ones that everyone needs and knows most often, but there really are a lot of good things. Xiao Ming had drawn and picked tens of thousands of gold coins 30 times as he had just done, and although it wasn't 600,000 each time, it all added up to a whopping 8 million gold coins. That's right, you heard it right, with the simulator alone he got more than 8 million gold coins, the income of the entire Xiao family for 80 years. Many powers with great strength in the Black Corner region were also unable to raise that amount of money. The gold coins were still a small amount, the chi methods and do techniques obtained from the simulator were the big ones, 33 low Xian class chi methods and do techniques, 19 intermediate Xian class chi methods and do techniques, and 10 high Xian class chi methods and do techniques. The 3 lower D class do techniques and chi methods were the ice attribute do technique, cold heaven and icy earth, the thunder attribute do technique, 9 revolutions of frightful thunder duel, and the fire attribute do technique, Hao Ran Gang Yen sword. An intermediate do technique of D class with fire attribute, Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. An advanced do technique D class with no attribute, Duel of Nourishing Spirits. Other than that, there were also pills. The pills obtained from the simulator were, 2 vials of second tier pill, Peiyuan pill, 5 vials of Ice Heart pill, 1 Ice Spirit pill, 1 vial of Nourishing Spirit pill, 1 Ice Jade bone, 2 vials of Bone Builder pill, and 1 Nourishing Chi dispersion. Third tier pills, 10 bottles in total. Fourth tier pills, 11 bottles in total. Fifth tier pills, 1 is the Wang Breaker pill, the Blood Lotus pill, and the Chi Cultivation pill. Lower level 6th tier pills, 1 is the Broken Wang pill and the Vitality pill. 6th grade pills, 1 is the Longevity Green Meditation pill and the Chi Burning pill. 7th grade pills or higher, 1 is Life Devouring pill and Life Returning pill. The Life Simulator gives 1 pill or 1 bottle, with a standard pack of 3 pills per bottle. There were also quite a few weapons, but the best was a sword with a 5th grade fire magic core that Xiao Ming had selected on his way to the Jianan Academy, and the other few weapons were all sold by Xiao Ming, earning about 1 million gold coins. 6 or 7 precious medicinal herbs, a 5th rank magical beast fire with wood attribute, Peach Blossom Flame, a 4 outlets for fire medicinal cauldron and a 5th rank magical core with ice attribute. Do technique, Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, experience card, and 3rd tier alchemy experience card 4, Swift Wind Pill. 5 storage rings, including a fire red intermediate storage ring, the others were all low-grade storage rings. Thanks to these storage rings, Xiao Ming was able to put in so many gold coins, knowing that the gold coins given by the life simulator could all be cash. Other than that, the rest of the things are all worthless gadgets. After careful thought, Xiao Ming actually discovered that he had obtained quite a few good things. If he sold all these things, Xiao Ming felt that he could compete for the title of Jianan Academy's richest man. After all, apart from the things he obtained from the life simulator, Xiao Ming had also made quite a few pills himself. There were also chi methods, do techniques, pill recipes, etc. that his master, Elder Hua, had given him. These added up to Xiao Ming's entire fortune. It wasn't too much of a competition to be the richest in Jianan Academy, was it? Of course, Xiao Ming had no intention of selling these things at this time, after all, he already had a strong cash flow. Therefore, Xiao Ming intended to keep these techniques to himself and bring them back to the Xiao family when the time came, to add some reserves to the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family had treated him well, and he, Xiao Ming, was not a person to forget his roots, so he could help a little. Sometimes, Xiao Ming felt embarrassed when he thought about how the Xiao clan, once one of the 8 ancient families, had fallen to the point where the highest fire attribute do technique was a high-level Huang class, and the highest level of do technique was an intermediate-level Xian class, and this could only be practiced by the clan leader and elders. Of course, he knew why the Xiao clan had fallen. Aside from the Xiao family's own lack of talent, the people of the Gu clan should have been responsible for this, and some of the Xiao family's do techniques had definitely fallen to the Gu clan. Gu Yuan had once promised Xiao Xian to take care of the Xiao family, and the care had become like this now, and then Gu Yuan even sent Gu Suner to steal the 2 Shi ancient gods' jade. Xiao Ming really felt that Gu Yuan should change his name to Shameless Gu. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was a world where the strong eat the weak. There was nothing Xiao Ming could do to Gu Yuan right now, he would only remember to collect this interest in the future. Chapter 20. Now that he had made his choice among the 3 options, Xiao Ming did not delay, and his soul power burst forth from his eyebrows, putting it in front of his body in preparation. In his mind, he silently said, "Choose 600,000 gold coins." Suddenly, a mountain of gold coins appeared in front of Xiao Ming, and under the faint moonlight, these gold coins emitted a dazzling glow, and the darkroom seemed to light up into a white sun for a moment. Luckily, Xiao Ming was prepared for this and used his soul power to take it and began to fill his storage ring with gold coins the moment they appeared. Thanks to his previous experience, he easily grabbed all the gold coins in front of him, moving nimbly. The yellow glow in the room also appeared for a moment before disappearing. The room Xiao Ming was staying in was on the second floor of the inn, and outside the window at the back were some small courtyards belonging to the inn. At this moment, a muscular man in yellow clothes rubbed his eyes and looked toward the window of the room Xiao Ming was staying in, with a confused expression on his face. Could it be that I saw it wrong? It shouldn't be, just now. Ding Lao Er, what are you doing standing here muttering? Didn't boss tell you to go inform Scarface that they are going to start making their move? Let me tell you, if you bother these fat sheep, boss won't let you go easily, he may arrest you in a fit of anger and sell you to the blood sect. A thin figure silently appeared from the north side of the courtyard. Hearing this sentence, Ding Lao Er, who was standing in the same place, dispelled the thoughts in his mind a moment ago and turned around with an unhappy face. Staring at the thin figure, she said with a slight sneer, "You keep talking about me, you talk so loudly, as if you are afraid that others won't find out. When the time comes, we will see whether boss will arrest you or me." Arrest me? In response to Ding Lao Er's retort, the thin man smiled disdainfully as if he had heard a joke. Seeing him like this, Ding Lao Er frowned and lost interest, not bothering to say anything else to this man. If it wasn't because this guy still has some use and the boss needs him, he would have killed this guy a long time ago. Ding Lao Er thought to himself and, after a cold snort, he walked out with his hands folded and went to the lobby of the inn. The thin man stayed where he was for a while, deliberately looking for a fight. The two men had been sparring for a long time, but whenever he could find an opportunity, he liked to upset Ding Lao Er a little, even if his opponent was stronger than him. That was the joy of his life, and besides, it wasn't as if he had never killed an existence whose realm was higher than his. In Black Corner region, scenes of people with a higher realm underestimating people with a lower realm occurred every day, and anyway, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Ding Lao Er. If he could really sell this guy to the blood sect people, he would really like to know what this guy who was as strong as an ox turning into skin and bones would look like. But he also knew that was impossible. Most of the people in the inn had been given soft tendon, a tasteless, colorless powder that was hard to detect and could make a dough master weak and unable to raise his combat energy, so even if they found out what he and the others were doing, they wouldn't be able to run away. Trying to rely on this to make Ding Lao Er suffer punishment was undoubtedly foolish. The soft tendon powder was also the reason why he spoke without much restraint and with a certain nonchalance. The thin man shook his head with great regret, then became excited again. There are quite a few fat sheep this time, plus those people during the day. I should have enough money saved up to leave, he. The more he said, the lower he whispered the words, and finally, with a slight chuckle of contempt, the thin man also entered the lobby of the inn. The window on the second floor. Xiao Ming stood by the window and listened to the conversation from a moment ago through the gap, without getting a single word out, all in his ears. This must have been the matter the simulator mentioned. It seems I was right during the day. This is a dark inn. Fortunately, I didn't eat any food from this inn, nor did I touch their cutlery, otherwise I would have to spend a returning cheap pill. Xiao Ming thought with a stoic face. The appearance of something like this in the Black Corner region was not something that should surprise people. 2 out of 10 inns doing honest business was considered a good thing. However, in the simulator, I saw them moving 5 hours before dawn. By then they had been at it for a while, and combined with the conversation from earlier, they may be about to attack soon, and they shouldn't delay until then. It is worth mentioning here that using the simulator to simulate life was very fast, and although the process would form a series of texts in his mind, Xiao Ming only needed a split second to know all of its contents. After the choice was made, the process of storing the gold coins in the storage ring probably took no more than 5 seconds. In other words, not much time had passed after midnight at this point, which meant he was almost an hour away from the period he had originally discovered the customers were being taken. If his plan was allowed to progress smoothly, these customers staying at the inn could be dealt with by them in one fell swoop, leaving Xiao Ming alone to deal with them. Xiao Ming did not care whether these people staying at the inn would die or not, or whether they would be sold to the blood sect. Not that he was indifferent to it either, but first, they were strangers, plus there weren't many good people who frequented Black Corner region, so how would he feel sympathy for evil people? However, there were things that could be done about those people, and even if in the simulation itself he managed to eliminate those dealers, it didn't mean that they couldn't turn him around. To be on the safe side, it was best to let those customers take the initiative. It's for your sake too, isn't it? At least you won't die in vain like in the simulation. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's originally calm face sketched a slight smile. Raising his right hand, from the tip of his pale index finger emerged an enchanting, blooming pink flame. It was the peach blossom flame, a beast flame that Xiao Ming had obtained through the simulator, which was produced from the body of a rather rare 5th-rank wooden magical beast, the Kue Mu beast. His master, Elder Hua, had also found him a beast flame, the 6th-rank blue ghost crystal flame. Compared to the 6th rank blue ghost crystal flame, the two are about the same level. Xiao Ming had let the spirit absorb these two flames at the same time, and at that time he had thought that his strength would be greatly improved. However, after the spirit absorbed the flames into his body, not much energy was returned to the cyclone. Xiao Ming thought that the spirit should have used the energy to feed itself. He tried to attack with the spirit afterward, and it was not as weak as before. It melted a rock in an instant, and its power was incomparable. The spirituality of the spirit is more visible to the naked eye than ever. After the spirit devoured the two beast fires, Xiao Ming could also officially mobilize the spirit energy to fight against the enemy. The second rise of twin spirits practice method was itself a D-class technique, and the amount of Do Qi stored in his body allowed him to be surrounded by several Do grandmasters of the same rank without fear of running out of Do Qi. At this time, Xiao Ming summoned the peach blossom flame instead of the blue ghost crystal flame because the former was much more docile compared to the other. Naturally, in terms of flame temperature and destructive power, it was inferior to the dark blue crystal flame. It was perfect to use to set the inn on fire. It could wake everyone up peacefully and, at the same time, prevent the fire from being so fierce that it would accidentally injure the allied troops. With a wave of Xiao Ming's arm, the pink flames gently furrowed through the air and drifted to the door of the room diagonally opposite to Xiao Ming's. In an instant, the pink fire spread and expanded. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Returning to the bed, he picked up the black robe hanging on the bed and pulled it over his body. With the flow of Do Qi in his body, his figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Chapter 21. There are more fat sheep this time, and the boss is also ready to show up in person. He will arrive later. Let's Scarface, Black Fatty, the two of you get ready. A burly Ding Lao heir, dressed in yellow, was at that moment sitting cross-legged in the lobby of the inn, asking a question to the big scar-faced man beside him, whose stature was not inferior to his own. Scarface replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I've seen all those people. There are no strong people above Do Grandmaster." Well, their meals were also all under soft tendons powder, and the cups in their rooms were not spared. The fat black-faced man sitting cross-legged on the table also replied in a proud voice. "Is there really no Do Grandmaster or higher? Soft tendon will not be effective. You forget that last time you also said the same thing." The result, Ding Lao heir frowned and looked at Scarface. "Can't we mention that matter? That was just a single mistake, and it was all due to the Qi method. Isn't it just a one-time mistake? Why keep mentioning it every day?" Well, Scarface, you cost us several brothers last time. This time, make sure you don't repeat the same mistake again." The thin man next to him laughed cheekily, rubbing salt in Scarface's wounds again. "Shut your mouth, you forget the lesson I taught you last time." To the thin man, Scarface obviously wouldn't give him face, and it could be seen that the two were not on good terms. "Or do you think your blood shadow claw is tougher than my fist and can challenge me now?" The thin man sneered and was about to speak. "You. Shut up, stop arguing." An old man, thin as a log, with messy hair and a black metal cane, approached the door and a low, hoarse voice came out of his mouth. The thin man who had wanted to have a war of words with Scarface immediately shut up, no longer with the arrogance with which he had caused so much trouble. The others also made no more noise, and for a while, the scene remained somewhat cold and silent, until the old man walked over to the table and sat down, and Ding Lao heir spoke before the atmosphere warmed up. "Boss. Well, is everything ready?" The old man first nodded his chin to Ding Lao heir, then turned to Scarface and asked. "It's ready. Bring all the people here, and according to the old rules, let's begin." Without saying any nonsense to his own, the old man merely announced that he was ready to perform. Hearing this, the others nodded their heads and were about to get up when they smelled a burning odor. Along with it came the sound of cursing and shouting that gradually came from the floor and the courtyard. Cries of "fire" were faintly heard. Hearing the screams, the faces of those present in the hall changed slightly. Their target for the night was awake. "Damn it, who set the fire?" Scarface immediately stood up and shouted. "It's probably because our operation has been discovered." Ding Lao heir spoke with a serious face. But as soon as he finished speaking, the thin man said, "Couldn't it be that you made too much noise in the courtyard just now and attracted the attention of others? I told you to be careful, but now there is a lot of trouble." Ding Lao heir clenched his fists and directly ignored his words, looking at the withered old man with a calm face. In his heart, he decided that he would teach this guy a good lesson when he finished this job. "Well, if they find out, they find out. It's not a big deal. Scarface, Fatty and Lao heir, you guys can lead the men to arrest them now." The old man's tone was calm as water, not taking the matter seriously. "Go and hurry back before they take the antidote pill. Well, send some more people to put out the fire." After saying these words, the old man closed his eyes and rested his mind. In his opinion it was not really a big problem, although these people woke up, in this short time, they could not regain their strength, and they will not be able to resist their own people. The thin man could only give up resentfully at not being able to implicate Ding Lao Air. Seeing this, the others said nothing more and led a group of people to their original target, leaving only the figure of the thin old man to remain in the hall. Shortly after Scarface and his men rushed upstairs, the sound of fighting and the collision of weapons came from the floor above. In the dark foyer, Xiao Ming's eyes under his black robe stared deadly at the withered figure in the middle of the lobby. This person's aura is inconspicuous, probably a 5-star Do Grandmaster. No wonder he's so confident right now. Xiao Ming reflected, this inn could be considered a thriving business, and of all the people he had seen in the lobby yesterday, there were 20 to 30 people. Daring to stay at this inn, these people were probably transients who came from outside like him and had some confidence in their own strength. Strength was a status symbol, so many people on the Dochi continent walked around and never hid their aura, but of course, hiding it was really useless because the moment they made a move their aura would be exposed unless they had a chi method to hide it. Some are even afraid that others will not know their realm, so they will mark their rank on their clothes. This trend was fashionable on the Dochi continent and lasted for a long time. Having observed during the day, Xiao Ming had discovered that among these 20 or 30 people who had registered with him, although there were a good number of Do Masters, there was also no Do Grandmaster besides him. This withered old man had the strength of a 5-star Do Grandmaster, so even if those people didn't have the soft tendon powder, it would be hard to resist. Other than the old man, Ding Lao Air was also a 1-star Do Grandmaster, the vicious scar-faced man was a 9-star Do Master, and the fat black-faced man and the thin man were 7-star Do Master. There were also other Do Master men. This old man's realm is 4 stars higher than mine, I can only strike first, otherwise there will be enough trouble when his men deal with the people upstairs. I hope the people upstairs are not too stupid and have an antidote pill with them. Squinting his eyes and looking at the old man with a deadly gaze, Xiao Ming's mind whirled around in his head. Since he had decided to sneak attack, Xiao Ming decided to deal him a cruel blow. It would be best to make this old human trafficker lose his ability to resist instantly. When his mind touched the spirit stored in his body in the chi spiral, 2 flames leapt into his hands, one dark blue and one pink. Xiao Ming's hands came together and the 2 flames merged into one between his palms, forming a blue-pink flame. Spreading the palms apart, Xiao Ming's 10 fingers came together very nimbly in various postures, having changed 20 times in a short time, to finally fix themselves in a strange posture with the 5 fingers of both hands loose and straight, palms up, right ring finger embracing left ring finger, right little finger embracing left little finger, left thumb pressing the nail of the left ring finger. The blue-pink flame had already formed a final pink-blue seal as their fingers crossed a moment ago, and the Do Chi in Xiao Ming's body was like a raging flood flying through his meridians, a wave of fullness and a sense of power permeated his body. The mobilized Do Chi was injected into the pink and blue seal on his body, and the seal grew larger at a rapid pace. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. The moment his voice fell, Xiao Ming's palm violently pushed the huge seal and suppressed the old man in the hall. Who? Sensing the aura, the old man turned fiercely and shouted, but only saw a terrifying seal attack coming. Xiao Ming's move right now seemed incredibly complicated, but he completed it in an extremely short period of time, and Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's speed did not have the slowness one would expect from his enormous size. This caused the withered old man to react and perceive danger when the seal had already reached his body and it was clearly too late to dodge. Feeling the fiery destructive energy of the incoming seal, the old man ceased to be calm and his heart flooded with a touch of shock of not being able to resist. This kind of power was too great, and he even had a vague intuition that if he was hit head-on by that blue and purple seal, he would be reduced to ashes. Where did this guy come from? He cursed in his heart, and in a rush, the withered old man could only place his staff on his body. The Do Chi in his body began to frantically inject itself into the staff without caring about anything else. The energy in the staff quickly seeped out, forming a green barrier around him. Chapter 22. The blue-pink seal pierced through space and struck the old man, and when it was less than a meter away, a huge shadow descended from the sky and finally hit the barrier with a loud bang. At that moment, space froze for an instant, followed by a loud boom that sounded like a thunderous explosion, echoing throughout the hall. Some of the people who were fighting upstairs were unprepared, and even their ears were ringing and their heads were dizzy due to the sudden loud noise. In the lobby, after the loud roar, a wave of energy from the collision of Do Chi spread out in all directions, and everywhere along the way, all the tables and chairs in the inn, which had not long ago been replaced due to a fight during the day, were smashed to pieces again. In the center of the energy ripples, the withered old man's face was red and his palms clutched his trembling staff. The thick wood attribute Do Chi in the staff's body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. As his palms touched the staff, the old man could feel an extremely terrifying and fiery aura eroding the staff coming from the blue and pink jade seal. The old man could imagine that as soon as the defensive aura he had created with his own Do Chi and his weapon were consumed, it would be the moment when the fiery aura would explode. Although he understood it in his heart, he could do nothing about it. Therefore, he could only watch as the shield in front of him melted and the heat coming from the top of the staff was getting stronger and stronger. The barrier only lasted less than 10 seconds before it melted completely, and as the Do Chi barrier of the wood attribute dissipated. The staff, which should be a good weapon, immediately transformed from dark to fiery red at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The old man's palms gripped the staff and there was a strange sound, followed by a muffled grunt of pain. The staff landed on the ground and hit the stone pavement, and in an instant, the fiery red staff rapidly reduced its temperature, turning into an ordinary iron staff in an instant. It was obvious that this expensive-looking weapon had become a piece of scrap metal. At that moment, the withered old man had no time to regret that his weapon had turned into scrap metal, because the moment the weapon left his hand, he clearly saw a blue and pink lightning bolt heading towards him. What level of Do technique is this? How can it be so strong? Moreover, with the existence of such a terrifying person, how come Scarface didn't report it? Didn't he say that there was no such thing as a Do Grandmaster or higher? The withered old man, who had no time to dodge, had to grit his teeth and hurriedly mobilize the remaining Do Chi in his body, then condense a slightly thin Do Chi armor on the surface of his body, ready to resist. The blue and pink jade seal, which had darkened slightly, came as expected and struck his chest lightly. All Xiao Ming heard was a loud high-pitched scream, and the old man who had been hit went flying backwards, slamming hard against the wall and raising a trail of dust that buried him. I can't believe he's not dead yet, what a strong vitality. Xiao Ming swallowed a chi return pill as he looked through the dust in surprise. Naturally, he knew the terror of the D-class intermediate Do technique Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, with which he issued the attack, which was an explosive Do technique that required multiple flames to be assembled into a seal. The more flames the more powerful it was, while it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Had it not been for the experience gained in the simulation, Xiao Ming would not have been able to dispatch this attack so quickly. Although he had only used 2 beast flames this time, it did not mean that it was any less powerful. After all, it was a true D-class Do technique that directly drained 30 of the Do Chi from his body. The consumption of Do Chi was enormous. Under such circumstances, the other party had not yet died, and he could still feel a faint trace of the withered old man's breath. Sighing, he felt his body recovering from the intense consumption of Do Chi. Seeing the dust dissipate a bit, Xiao Ming decided to kill him while he was incapacitated. With a wave of his palm under his black robe, a meter-long red sword with a 5th-rank magic core appeared. He executed the high-level Xian-class body Do technique given to him by his master earlier, Shadow Chasing Wind. With a fierce stomp on the ground, the fiery red energy exploded under his feet, and the pushing force caused by the furious energy fluctuations sent Xiao Ming straight into the black shadow, shooting out towards the center of the dust. D-class's low-ranked Do technique, Duel of Nourishing Spirits. In midair, Xiao Ming's palm trembled slightly as the tip of his sword thrust violently into the black figure visible in the dust. In an instant, 4 fiery red sword blasts containing majestic chi energy shot out. Who? The black figure only shuddered and let out a low, muffled growl, then fell completely silent. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, a charred and torn corpse appeared in front of Xiao Ming. This marked the official death of the 5-star Do Grandmaster, the Withered Elder. Ugh! Looking at the corpse that still had a look of fear on its face, Xiao Ming lightly exhaled to calm his mind. It was the first time in his life that he killed someone, and it was probably related to his opponent's human trafficker status, so he didn't feel anything special. He didn't even feel guilty about the attack, but rather had a sense of satisfaction. Top floor. Hearing the loud commotion from the floor below, Ding Lao Er and the 2 enemies he was facing looked at each other. They paused for a while. Ding Lao Er knew that his boss was sitting downstairs, but when there was such a big commotion at this time, there must be an unexpected situation and the boss must be fighting fiercely against someone. The first thing to do is to have a good idea of what was going on. If he has to fight, he fights, but the fact that there was no more noise made Ding Lao Er feel a little worried. The battle had ended too quickly, and with all the commotion now, the enemy was probably not easy to deal with. As he thought this, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and the flames burning all around glowed on his face, changing unpredictably. Ding Lao Er's opponents were 2 white-bearded men who had been at the inn during the day. The reason they did not take advantage of Ding Lao Er's distraction to attack him was because of the soft tendon powder. The 2 of them were awakened in time by the fire set by Xiao Ming and took some antidotes for the poison, but not to mention that the effect of the soft tendon powder was not completely gone. Even if it was gone, facing Ding Lao Er, who is a 1-star Do Grandmaster, the 2 of them would be overwhelmed. At this time, the 2 of them had a tough fight, and they were so injured that if it were not for Ding Lao Er's need to capture them alive, they would have died a long time ago. On the other hand, Ding Lao Er was dressed in yellow and not a speck of dust had fallen on him. The two look at each other, although they don't understand why Ding Lao Er has stopped, but it's good that he stopped, so they can also have a breath and wait for the medicine to pass so they can regain their strength. Don't delay any longer, kill them all. Under the restlessness of his heart, Ding Lao Er did not hesitate any longer and ordered his men loudly without turning his head. But, the boss said he wanted them alive. This is all to be exchanged with the Blood Clan. If we can't get the goods by then, we will be, said a man in the Dome Master realm hesitantly. Shut up and do as I say. I suspect something has happened to the boss downstairs. The men we already have captured should be enough to deal with the Blood Clan. Don't delay things. Agreed. These in-dealers had no more scruples in their attacks, and their opponents fell to the ground dead with ease. Those who finished off their opponents also joined the other unresolved battles to help the others settle the fight quickly. Shadowless Frenzy Blade. Ding Lao Er took a slash at the neck of one of the white-bearded elders, quickly finishing him off, took another slash to finish off his companion, and, turning back, said to those who had already finished their battles. Go to the floor below. Chapter 23. A moment ago, Xiao Ming in the lobby heard the sound of another fight coming from upstairs, so he thought about whether he should go upstairs to finish them off. But before Xiao Ming could make any other superfluous moves, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the backyard. Before the people arrived, Xiao Ming heard the voice of the person coming. Ha ha ha, boss, is everything okay on your side? There were a few people on my side who weren't hit with the soft sinew powder, but still, they were easily knocked down by us, boss and you, what's going on here? Xiao Ming followed the voice and saw the door leading to the small courtyard. Scarface was looking inside the hall with a shocked face and a group of followers leading some people behind him. Scarface, what are you doing blocking the door for nothing? Move aside quickly and let us in. The thin man's voice came from behind Scarface. Immediately after, the thin man also appeared in front of Xiao Ming. As soon as the thin man appeared at the entrance, he also noticed the situation inside the lobby. There were tables and chairs littered with broken pieces of wood, a few craters of debris on the floor, and the boss, who normally gave them a great sense of oppression, was currently lying motionless, his charred black body lying in a corner. Seeing this, having been in the Black Corner region for so long, the thin man could say with certainty that his boss, in that state, was absolutely dead to the core. This person was able to kill their boss, his strength was definitely above a Do Grandmaster. Fuck, didn't that damn Scarface say that there were no strong people? Did he just come out of nowhere? This black robe is from that dazed dwarf. Scarface, didn't you say he wasn't very old and not very strong? How is it now? Even the boss was killed by him. Is this weak? The black-faced fatty also appeared at the door at that moment. His originally dark cheek seemed to have darkened a few more spots as he questioned Scarface. Hearing him say that, Scarface blushed ugly. This, who knew he was so strong? Scarface was also very frustrated. If you are strong, reveal it. Why are you hiding it? Xiao Ming was a little surprised to hear their conversation. He hadn't expected that he had been found out long ago. It was clear that he had made a good disguise. However, Xiao Ming wanted to laugh a little at the thought that the other party despised him for being a child. If he remembered correctly, when he had first entered the confines of the Black Corner region in the caravan of flying magical beasts, his mentor Gu who had said to pay special attention to the local elders, women and children. These people had been in the Black Corner region for so long, why didn't they know to be more careful? In fact, what Xiao Ming didn't know was that this group of traffickers was already considered a strong group in Green Rock City. Although the young children of the Black Corner region were not very simple, to them, it was really like that. After all, who would have thought that such a young Do Grandmaster would appear here? Not to mention that even ordinary Do Grandmasters would have to lower their heads when they encountered them. But now, encountering Xiao Ming could only be considered as their bad luck. Ahem, the boss is dead, why don't we run? Scarface saw from the door that Xiao Ming hadn't moved and couldn't help but propose, without the slightest thought of avenging his dead boss in his heart. Still not hearing his companion's reply, he saw out of the corner of his eye a flash of red sword light coming towards him. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, but Scarface had not been fighting for years for nothing, so his reaction was not slow. Scarface dodged the sword maneuver, but his men behind him, who only had Do Master strength, did not fare so well. 3 or 4 Do Masters who were standing in a row let out miserable cries and were directly pierced by the sword maneuver. Materializing Do Chi. This guy is really a Do Grandmaster. Scarface got up from the ground. He didn't take long to react now, but there was still a blood mark on his face from Xiao Ming. He raised his hand and wiped off the blood mark. His heart gave up the idea of escaping. He said indifferently, "We can't leave now, this kid wants us dead." The black-faced fatty licked his tongue and licked someone's blood that was on his face, and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent, and he said coldly, then let's finish him off. Ding Lao Air is still upstairs, there are many of us, we must not be afraid of him, he must have consumed a lot of do chi in the fight with boss at this time, let's go together. Hearing these words, he turned his head slightly, a faint do chi began to appear on the surface of his body, a pair of iron fists with gloves clenched tightly, and there was a cracking sound between the joints. Scarface, the fat man and the thin man looked at each other, and their feet hit the ground hard, like a giant magic beast, rushing straight towards Xiao Ming. After a little hesitation, the men behind them also left the man they had caught on the ground and rushed together. There were so many of them that the momentum was surprising. The corners of Xiao Ming's eyes popped, but his hands didn't stop moving as he poured 2 bottles of healing and chi return pills directly into his mouth. Throwing the bottles, he pushed his sword to his feet and stretched his palm forward, performing many changes in an instant, before abruptly extending it and saying in a low voice, "Go." A Sanyan Void Spirit Seal had completed and flew towards Scarface and the others. Scarface's face changed as he rushed to avoid the attack, his steps staggering as he hastily dodged. Boom! With a muffled sound, the bloodlust that had just surfaced on the thin man's face froze faintly, and when he looked back, most of his men were already dead or severely wounded. His heart murmured in fright, "This force, how is it possible? Don't hesitate, let's go together, he won't be able to dispatch many of these attacks." Scarface's feet once again pounded on the ground, this time his speed, compared to before, became significantly faster, the fierce speed, the pressure of the wind lifted Xiao Ming's black robe, revealing his childish face. "Hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The corners of Xiao Ming's mouth lifted as he frantically drew do chi from his body and channeled it through the meridians of his right arm towards his sword, which burst into flames, evaporating the water in the air, making his short figure look distorted. He took a step forward and launched several flaming sword chi diagonally, blasting Scarface and the other 2 in front. When Scarface and the others looked at the flaming sword chi flying towards them, they gritted their teeth, made various colors of do chi flow all over their bodies and clenched their weapons in their hands with a bang. The fist that shakes the mountain. Blood Shadow Rod. Shadowless Blade. Boom. The 3 people who took this move forcefully only felt their arms go numb and their bodies burn from the excessive heat, and their bodies that were originally coming towards Xiao Ming were knocked backwards. Before they could stop, Xiao Ming's silhouette silently arrived and raised his sword with fierce energy, slashing their necks. Xiao Ming's speed had increased after casting Shadow Chasing Wind, plus his strength was already superior to these people. Therefore, only until the moment when the sword shadow was about to reach their heads, the 3 men realized it and their faces changed greatly and quickly placed their weapons in front of their bodies, the fighting chi increased, constantly strengthening the defense. Boom! The red sword shadow landed heavily on the 3 men's weapons, and at the same time, 3 muffled sounds rang out cleanly, and immediately, the 3 men were seen with their faces flushed red, their feet touched the ground as they quickly stepped back. Xiao Ming's weapon was a 5th-rank magic core sword, which was far superior to Scarface and Company's weapon. Under the collision, cracks had already appeared on their weapons. Scarface even felt that his gloves were about to break, and a hint of despair could not help but appear on his face. At that moment, a figure violently lunged towards Xiao Ming from the entrance of the second staircase. Xiao Ming swung back his sword and repelled the adversary, standing in the center of the hall and parrying his attack. Scarface and the other 2 men sighed in relief when they saw the arriving person and surrounded Xiao Ming in the center with the arriving man. "Ding Lao Air, you've finally come down. If you had been slower, we would be dead. Don't talk nonsense, be careful, this person is good, let's go together." Ding Lao Air, who had just arrived in the hall, did not want to say much, his do chi penetrated his body and turned into armor, waving at everyone to go together. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dozen figures still in the lobby rushed towards Xiao Ming. Mountain Shaking Fist. Blood Shadow Rod. Shadowless Frenzy Blade. In the hallway, only human figures could be seen fluttering, loud sounds and energy fluctuations erupting between do chi's clashes, as Ding Lao Air and the others used all means to attack Xiao Ming. This put great pressure on Xiao Ming, but most of these people were do master and posed little danger to him, only Scarface and the others high do masters needed attention. As the shadows of the swords danced around, Xiao Ming became more skilled in the use of his own do techniques, and from time to time, new ideas emerged. The more he fought, the more excited Xiao Ming became, for he had gone out to experience these fights with the determination to die. However, the more Ding Lao Air and his men fought, the more frightened they became. "Shit, what's wrong with this guy? After fighting for so long, he is not getting less and less, but his moves are getting more and more skillful, and he even kills one of our brothers from time to time." The more time passed, the fewer people were left, and in the end, only Xiao Ming, Ding Lao Air, the fat man, the thin man and Scarface were still standing in the hall. At this point of the battle, Xiao Ming was also a bit out of breath, His black robe was stained with ash and even some holes could be seen on his black robe. Apparently, Xiao Ming had also been injured. When Ding Lao Air and company saw Xiao Ming reveal his tired state, they looked at each other and both could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Good boy, finally you can't do it anymore, right? One last blow to finish him off. The four of them tacitly emptied their bodies of Do Chi and sent out their strongest blows. Shadowless Frenzy Blade. The fist that shakes the mountain. Xiao Ming sneered as he watched the wild surge of Qi between the four of them. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Xiao Ming threw his sword, flames erupted from his precious sword, the flames formed a flaming sword Qi, then a blue and pink jade seal followed, instantly pressing down on Ding Lao Air and the others. After 4 miserable screams, these human traffickers completely lost their lives and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. Xiao Ming stepped forward, pulled out the sword that was stuck in the floor, and put the sword in its scabbard. Looking at the room full of corpses, he felt the Do Chi that was still full in his body and let out a light breath. The fire that Xiao Ming had lit earlier had spread at an incredible speed while in battle, the wood crackled and the room was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh, which was a bit disgusting. Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming could not help but frown, realizing that this place was not suitable for long, and refused to loot all the corpses to find the loot, but only focused on looting the corpses of the leaders. Several of the corpses had already turned to charcoal, so there was nothing left. Finally, after taking a storage ring from the withered old man's finger, Xiao Ming left. The only thing left was a half-burned and that was still smoldering until morning. Chapter 24. As the night wore on, the rest of the people of Green Yen Town discovered something that surprised them. The dark inn at the entrance to town, normally a dreaded business for the people, had been reduced to ashes overnight. Some daring people searched for a long time through the ruins of the inn and ended up finding the remains of several bodies that had not yet been burned. In the end, the inhabitants of Green Yen Town concluded that the inn had messed with the wrong people. So several of their leaders, along with all their elites, were killed in their own inn overnight, and their bodies were burned to the ground along with the inn in a fire. In fact, the previous night's commotion at the inn was not small and had alerted some people for a long time, especially the powerful exchange of Do techniques between the two when Xiao Ming sneaked up on the withered 5-star old man Do Grandmaster. It was like a thunder in the quiet black night, which woke up many people. But what kind of place is the Black Corner region? It is usual to see people fighting in the streets, so people are not surprised. People have already seen it all, so no one cares. Even if they hear that the inn is on fire, they gloat, laugh, and then go about their business. Last night, Xiao Ming, who had found a random place in the wilderness to spend the night, entered Green Yen Town once again. Donning a brand new black robe, he walked down the street, listening to the occasional discussion from the people around him, inwardly pausing in surprise. I didn't expect this to cause such a stir, let's hope it doesn't alert those 2 ambushers. If not, it will be difficult, I don't know what they look like. In the heat of yesterday's fight, I didn't measure my hand and actually forgot to leave any of them alive, it's really annoying. At the end of the thought, Xiao Ming frowned a little worried. Speaking of which, yesterday's fight was Xiao Ming's first real battle where he saw flesh and blood, so it was normal for him to have some trouble holding back. Compared to the students at the academy, the group of human traffickers at the inn were all ruthless and worked well together. Although they attacked him separately, they also used some joint tactics from time to time, which could be described as extremely vicious, causing him a lot of trouble and even some injuries. Some of these details are still fresh in Xiao Ming's mind even now. Xiao Ming dared to say that, had it not been him, but someone else who was besieged yesterday, even if that person's strength was a few stars above his, he would have been buried on the spot. The danger was there, and the reward was naturally obvious. At least Xiao Ming felt more proficient in the use of his own Do techniques. Whether it was the Xian Red Flame Sword Class Advanced Do Technique, the Xian Red Flame Palm Class Advanced Do Technique, or the Xian Shadow Chasing Wind Class Advanced Do Technique that his master had given him before. Or the ones Xiao Ming got from the simulator later, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, or the Duel of Nourishing Spirits, Xiao Ming had gained a new sense of comprehension, and the Do Chi around his body was more condensed and ran more smoothly. Last night, I swallowed a lot of pills in order to recover my Do Chi and physical strength, hopefully, the loot collected will be worth it, otherwise, it's really a big loss. Yesterday, during the fierce fight, Xiao Ming had not stopped taking pills to recover his Qi, and to be on the safe side, the pills he ingested were still of the 3rd tier, so as to ensure the recovery speed of his Do Chi. Even ordinary 3rd tier consumable pills were not cheap. After looting the corpses, Xiao Ming did not directly check what he had harvested, but instead looked for a place to rest while wondering if he had lost some money. Forget it, there must be more than one inn in Green Yen Town. First, look for another inn to stay in, take stock of the harvest and clean up body hygiene. The simulator mentioned that the people at yesterday's inn had information about the ambushers, so I think the people at the other inns will also know something. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming put his mind back to the idea, walking his way through the crowd, looking for an inn. As Xiao Ming thought, Green Yen Town was not small, and in fact, there were other smaller inns. Xiao Ming chose one that looked more formal and stayed there. Inside the room, a huge wooden barrel was placed in the spacious room. Inside the barrel, strands of white steam rose from the still water. Xiao Ming stood next to the barrel, stretched out his palm and touched the surface, nodding his head. Not bad, it's simple warm water, looks like this and has no bad intentions at the moment. After saying that, Xiao Ming took off his clothes and dipped his whole body into the water, letting out a soothing sound. AI, comfortable. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've bathed like this. Xiao Ming rinsed his body as he lamented. Depending on one's physiological state, keeping the water temperature at a temperature less irritating to the skin could have a relaxing effect on the body and mind. When Xiao Ming was in the Xiao family, he liked to go to the back mountain to soak in the hot spring every day after his training as a way to relieve his fatigue. After arriving at Jianan Academy, he lost this habit, as there was no hot spring at Jianan Academy, so he could only get hot water himself if he wanted to bathe. Xiao Ming did not like it because it was too much of a hassle, plus he had always focused on cultivation and did not have so many demands to enjoy life, so most of the time he just bathed. Although the bath was comfortable, Xiao Ming did not enjoy it too much. After cleaning his body, he put on clean clothes and sat on the bed. In his hand, he held the withered old man's ring, and his soul power came out from his forehead. It was a low-level storage ring, so Xiao Ming did not encounter the slightest obstacle and soon discovered what the withered old man had. In the 5 cubic meters of storage ring space were several purple gold cards, each containing tens of thousands of gold coins, totaling more than 100,000 gold coins, which must have been the old man's harvest from previous robberies. Along with them were some low-grade pills. Other than that, there was only some change of clothes and food and so on. Is this all there is? Xiao Ming shook his head with some disappointment and was about to hang the storage ring on his own rope filled with other storage rings. But then he seemed to find something in the withered old man's mess, and with a thought, 2 scrolls appeared in his hand. They were the Xian Yin Dao, a low-level Xian class Qi method, and the Deadwood method, a low-level Xian class Qi method. Casually, he placed the scrolls against his forehead and read the information they contained. A moment later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and nodded his head in satisfaction. Indeed, these were low-level Xian class Qi methods, and the withered wood method should have been practiced by the withered elder. This Qi method, Xian Yin Duel, Xiao Ming did not know where it came from. These Qi methods plus things in the storage ring, paid for all the pills yesterday, and still added up a small profit. Not feeling the loss of capital made Xiao Ming in a good mood. The goal now is to find out the whereabouts of the people in possession of Green Rock Mystic Water. You say they live in the most eye-catching mansion on the north side of Green Yen Town? A hoarse voice came from the mouth of Xiao Ming, who was wearing a black robe. That's right, my lord, I definitely don't dare to lie. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man in front of him, the innkeeper, whose cultivation level was only that of a dough master, trembled, fearing that the other party would kill him if he was not satisfied. Seeing that the black-robed man did not say anything, he thought Xiao Ming did not believe him. He hurried to release all the beans. My lord, the 2 people you have asked about are known as the Green Poison Twin Ghosts in Green Yen Town. The eldest is called Green Ghost and the second is called Poison Ghost. Both of them have superior strengths in the Dou Grandmaster realm, and they are the strongest in the city apart from Helian. Xiao Ming frowned at his words. Green Ghost, Poison Ghost, what kind of name was that? Xiao Ming did know Helian, it was the name of the inn he had burned down yesterday. These green poison twin ghosts usually lure travelers inside the various inns in the city. This inn of mine is frequented by them. If you don't believe me, stay a few days and you'll see them. I would never dare to lie. Xiao Ming looked at the innkeeper, whose legs were trembling, and spoke. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Like their dou techniques, they often appear in your place. It's not possible that you don't know anything, right? I know. Chapter 25. From the inn, Xiao Ming went directly to the residence of the 2 green poison double ghosts. As these 2 were among the top experts in Greenstone City, their residence was quite a bit more luxurious than ordinary people's. Xiao Ming jumped over the white wall in front of him and stood on top of it, watching carefully. The green poison double ghosts had a reputation for being vicious, but their living environment was surprisingly elegant. While Xiao Ming was in the courtyard, he saw that there was an orange-crowned flower that looked like a neat green umbrella in the flower garden. The leaves on the branches were piled and stacked on top of each other, and the leaves were moistened by the spring rains and grew a new layer of green, which was oily in the sunlight. When he took a piece and rubbed it in his hand, the strong fragrance of the leaves smelled refreshing. Smelling this fragrance, Xiao Ming soon sensed that something was wrong. This fragrance is not right, this plant is poisonous. Xiao Ming frowned and held his breath as he stopped breathing in the courtyard air. No wonder they haven't arranged someone to guard their old house and the two brothers are wandering around, it's because of the presence of this plant. If there are no precautions, even I would have to faint if I smelled it for a long time. I heard from the innkeeper that, of the green poison twin ghosts, the poison ghost is a poison dough grandmaster, so I guess this must be his doing. After sighing once again that there were traps everywhere in the Black Corner region and reminding himself to be careful, Xiao Ming then moved forward smoothly, doing his best not to leave any traces behind as he explored each room. After a while, Xiao Ming reappeared in the courtyard. The green poison twin ghosts aren't there, and neither is the green rock mystic water, so they're probably carrying it close to them. Xiao Ming let out a slight sigh. This was something that could have been expected for a long time, but it was still a bit distressing when it happened. Originally, he had come to see if it was possible to obtain the green rock mystic water directly, and if he could directly steal it without fighting the green poison twin ghosts, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the green poison twin ghosts were not weak. Both of them had a higher level than him, but now, that hope had undoubtedly vanished. It's like this, since that's the case, then don't blame me. Xiao Ming had a ruthless look on his face, he was determined to get the green rock mystic water and would definitely not give up. With these thoughts, Xiao Ming turned around and went back to a room, climbed onto the bed and meditated with his eyes closed. Today he would wait here for the return of the twin ghosts. Evening. The sun was like blood, the sky was blood red. Xiao Ming's eyes were closed, without a trace of breath escaping from his body. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's ears twitched slightly and his eyes opened to look at the door to the room below. A somber voice came from outside the door. Brother Pu Lu, when you came back just now, did you hear those passers-by discussing something? Crunch. Hearing the voice, the door to the room opened. A middle-aged man with green hair and a young man in a white robe walked in. Oh, you want to talk about the Helian, don't you? I heard about it too, I heard that they killed them all last night, not a soul was left alive. It's good for us that they're gone, from now on we'll be the only ones in Green Town. The green-haired man answered the white-robed youth's question as he walked, his words laced with a bit of gloating. Xiao Ming looked at the two men in the background and inwardly guessed the identity of the two men. According to what the innkeeper said, the green-haired one is the green ghost and the younger one is the poison ghost. Xiao Ming was contemplating how to give these two ambushers a taste of their own medicine, when the two made their way to the round table in the room and sat down, pouring themselves a cup of tea. After taking a sip of tea, the poisonous ghost spoke with a somewhat worried tone, although the destruction of Helian is good for us, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. I think the reason they were destroyed was because they offended the wrong people. Oh, that old Deadwood was really confused. The green ghost scoffed. But I heard that old fellow Deadwood recently got involved with the Blood Clan. Could this matter be related to the Blood Clan? After all, with the way the Blood Clan act, it's not impossible. Poison Ghost said with a frown, those guys from the Blood Clan cultivated extremely strange techniques that could quickly increase their own cultivation with the help of strong people's blood. Therefore, the people of the Blood sect used to buy slaves for their own cultivation, and it could be said that they were the big customers of these human traffickers. Moreover, the Blood Clan's bloodlust is even greater than the ordinary people of Black Corner region. If that is the case, then it is troublesome. If the Blood Clan people have not left, perhaps we have already been targeted by them. After all, we are also Dough Grandmaster, and we are a big tonic for them. They can deal with Helian, it should not take much effort to deal with us either. Besides, we usually announce the news of the Green Rock Mystic Water at various inns, I'm afraid this might attract their attention. When he said the latter, not only was the green ghost's hair green, but his face had also turned a little green. Previously, the mention of Green Rock Mystic Water was a mere occurrence, coupled with the need for good bait to attract big fish. At the same time, because there were no experts in Green Town at all, both being a Dough Grandmaster could completely handle everyone. Moreover, they advertised it every day, so the townspeople thought they were showing off and nothing happened. But now, who knew that the people of Helian had lured the people of the Blood Clan here? If they found out about Green Rock Mystic Water, regardless of whether it was true or not, they would pounce on them like magical beasts that had smelled blood. Damn old bastard Deadwood, he's still trying to trap us even after his death, we can't stay here, we have to leave Green Town immediately. Said the green ghost as he stood up and urged the poison ghost. But what about the corpses we left in the eastern rock cavity? Those are the materials we need to practice the green poisonous thousand corpse palm. Collecting those corpses cost us a lot of effort, and besides that Green Rock Mystic Water is still there. We'll come back when the wind has passed, no one will touch those corpses, besides there are still insects and poisonous herbs there, nothing will go wrong. That's fine, but green rock mystic water must be removed. The poisonous ghost thought of the small creature he had arranged in the rock cavity. A Do Grandmaster would have to die if they received a hit. It also thought that there shouldn't be any problem, so he agreed to leave. Xiao Ming saw that they got up and were about to leave, so he no longer hesitated. Two beast flames burst out from his body, and his fingers quickly changed, moving in some strange postures, and a blue and pink seal formed between his fingers. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Chapter 26. Who is it? Xiao Ming was discovered by the green poison twin ghosts as soon as he made his move. However, being in their own room, the two of them were not on guard before, plus Xiao Ming's attack was too sudden and close. Therefore, the two of them reacted the same way as the withered old man who was attacked by Xiao Ming yesterday. They could only limit themselves to defend and, at the same time, add a yellowish armor to their bodies. Just as they finished preparing, a huge shadow descended from the sky and struck the barrier formed by the two men. Space froze for a moment, and then a thunderous explosion resounded like a bolt of lightning. A wave of energy from the collision spread out in all directions, creating a strong wind in the road. The table and chairs they were sitting on lifted off the ground and crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. No, the opponent's fire attribute Do Chi slows down my poisonous Do Chi. I can't hold on much longer. As he watched the Do Chi barrier formed by his protruding Do Chi quickly dissolve like snow meeting the blazing sun, the poison ghost was anxious in his heart. At this rate, he would be lying on the ground in less than 10 seconds, and he could not guarantee that he would be able to survive such a terrifying attack unscathed. If it hit him, he would die. No, I can't die. I haven't lived long enough. The poison ghost turned his gaze toward the green ghost, who stood in the center of the energy waves as he did, his face flushed red and his palms trembling as he clung to life, and a fierce look crossed his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and raised the green ghost towards the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal and threw him towards it. Sorry big brother, go in peace, my sister-in-law and your children in our hometown, I will take care of them for you. Ha 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 ha. You damned poison ghost, how dare you, ah. The green ghost was concentrating on the seal above his head, barely enduring with his Do Chi barrier with all his might, not expecting that the poison ghost he had grown up with would be so sinister as to let him die to save his skin. When he heard that the poison ghost wanted to take care of his wife at home, he didn't have time to curse angrily before the pink and blue seal hit him in the back and he fell backwards with a scream, hitting the ground hard in front of the poison ghost. The green stone tile floor was covered with spider web-like cracks, and in the center of the web the green ghost lay on his back like a dead pig. At that moment, the green ghost's back reeked of burnt and roasted flesh, the corners of its mouth had as much blood as water from a broken faucet, and its breath of life was getting weaker with every second. You. The green ghost, who had not died yet, obviously wanted to say something, but after struggling a bit, he eventually ended up bowing his head, finally finishing his sinful life. Hey, big brother, don't look at me like that, you died for your brother, it's a good death, go in peace, I'll take care of my sister-in-law. Looking at the dead green ghost, the poison ghost said cheekily. Oh yeah? I'm afraid you won't get that chance. A voice rang in his ears, and the poison ghost was not the least bit startled, a sinister smile on his face. Boy, I've been waiting for you to come over, poison mist barrier. Grey Do Chi gushed out from the poisonous ghost's body and spread out in all directions, with one of the most intense poisonous chi charging straight towards Xiao Ming's head that had appeared beside him at some point. Xiao Ming frowned, even though he wanted to kill the poisonous ghost directly. The poison ghost was worthy of being a Do Grandmaster who had been in the Black Corner region for many years, and after the initial panic, he was actually able to organize a counterattack without panicking. Although he had already taken a poison antidote pill, it was better to be cautious in the face of such poisonous moves. With a stomp, he moved 3 meters away with the shadow chasing wind. Xiao Ming's speed was fast, but his wide black robe was still contaminated with some poison gas. Under the corrosion of the poisonous gas, small jagged holes appeared on his black robe. The poisonous ghost did not bother when its movement was unsuccessful. It merely looked cautiously at the somewhat diminutive black-robed man in front of it and made an analysis. The man's aura should only be that of a 1-star Do Grandmaster, but if he was able to launch such a severe and terrifying attack earlier, it must be because he had a high-class Do technique, possibly a high-level or even D-class Do technique. That kind of terrifying attack consumed an extremely large amount of Do Chi, and with his 1-star Do Grandmaster strength, he definitely couldn't use it more than once, so perhaps a single strike was already the limit. However, his Do Chi attribute is quite restrictive to my poisonous Do Chi, so it's better not to attack hard, or I'll just hit a wall and not have a good time. I just need to stall him for a while and wait for the poisonous chi to fill the room, that will be the time of his death. When he thought about the Do techniques his opponent possessed, a hint of greed appeared in the poison ghost's eyes. I don't think I've ever provoked you before, I think it was my older brother who hurt you, I'm really sorry, but I already taught him a lesson just now, so why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Oh, what a fair man you are. Xiao Ming felt great admiration for this guy who told lies with his eyes open. I have to say, the skin is very thick. However, this poison ghost must know that he is 4 stars higher than me, but he is still so polite, there must be something wrong. Looking at the poisonous gas that had not stopped spreading out of the corner of his eye, and after looking at his black robe, a hint of realization appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Good boy, you are entertaining me. Xiao Ming, who understood the poison ghost's intentions, didn't want to say much. Didn't you want to use the poisonous dough qi to suffocate me? I'll burn your poisonous qi and see what you do. The flames fluttered, rising to such a hot temperature that the space around Xiao Ming became slightly distorted, becoming illusory. Looking at the 2 colored flames in Xiao Ming's hand, the poisonous ghost who was about to say something fell silent, and only after a long time did it let out a voice of disbelief and horror. How can you summon a flame? Isn't that something only a strong person of Do King realm or above can do? After being shocked, the poison ghost shook his head frantically again, getting rid of that crazy thought. If the other party was a Do King he would have slapped him to death a long time ago, there was no need to go that far. I'm definitely not wrong about that aura of yours, an alchemist can also summon flames, you're an alchemist. Poison Ghost's face was ugly, damn, he didn't remember provoking an alchemist, this unknown alchemist was probably attracted by the news of Green Rock Mystic Water. Now he wanted to go back to the day he decided to use Green Rock Mystic Water as bait and give himself a big slap. It's fine if he decided to ambush, but why do it with such a big bait? Now it's too late. This, Master Alchemist, I have something to discuss. You're here for the Green Rock Mystic Water, right? I can take you to find it. Poisonous Do Qi was restrained by the other party's flames, and the poison ghost felt that it should continue to paralyze the other party first. Xiao Ming didn't bother to tell it nonsense, he had already known the location of Green Rock Mystic Water through the conversation between the 2 of them. Although it was a bit annoying that they didn't have it on them, he could get it himself soon if he killed this guy. No need, die, and keep your big brother good company. The bluish-pink flames on Xiao Ming's palms surged out forcefully, his 10 fingers gently intertwined, then separated, and between the 10 fingers, 10 small pink flames were like small whips, and once they wrapped around each other, they nimbly entangled into a bubbling flame. Finally, they became 2 round arcs of fire of different colors, which surrounded Xiao Ming's body, like 2 spiritual fire snakes, swimming up and down, protecting him. The tips of his toes twisted slightly, his heels lifted slightly, and after a moment, he abruptly disappeared, his body becoming almost a shadow as he charged straight at the poison ghost. Snort. Seeing that Xiao Ming, who was charging head-on, cleanly burned the poisonous qi he had emitted as he approached, the poison ghost's eyelids jumped and its arm vibrated hurriedly. Poison whip. A long grey whip immediately shot out like a blurry shadow. The long whip attacked with extremely fast speed, however, just as it was about to reach Xiao Ming's body, the 2 arcs of blue-pink fire surrounding the surface of his body abruptly accelerated and heavily bombarded along with the grey long whip, and in an instant, countless sparks erupted from the 2 colored flames. The high temperatures cut through the air with a strange sound like that of boiling oil melting ice and snow. The poison ghost's attack was easily destroyed. Seeing Xiao Ming's unstoppable figure, Poison Ghost's face changed greatly. You forced me to do this. Taking out a green elixir and swallowing it, revealing a look of discomfort, the poison ghost gritted its teeth and swallowed it, its aura instantly shot out as it collided with Xiao Ming. Boom! Flames and poisonous qi surged. In the room, the fire wave burst out, a white shadow suddenly shot backwards, the tips of his feet touched the ground and slid a few meters before stopping and looking towards the place where the fire wave gradually disappeared. A moment later, the fire wave completely dissipated, but not half a human figure was to be found. Seeing this scene, the poison ghost was slightly dazed and was about to look around, but suddenly found a slight burning sensation in his arms and feet. When he looked down, his pupils suddenly shrank and he discovered that 2 fire whips had wrapped around his arms and feet. The 2 fire whips encircled the poison ghost's arms and feet like 2 small snakes, exuding a touch of burning heat, hindering his movement. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. A voice came from behind him, and the poison ghost's face changed greatly. A moment later, after Xiao Ming took the storage ring from the poison ghost that had turned into charcoal and another storage ring from the green ghost, he turned around and walked out of the room without hesitation. Chapter 27. On the east side of Greenyan town there is a modest mountain. At the base of the mountain is a wooded area with a large number of ponds of varying sizes. At this hour, the sky is dark and the white moonlight shines on the quiet forest with an indescribable stillness. Saw 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 saw. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard and a figure appeared. After searching for half an hour, this is the largest pond, so this must be it. Xiao Ming muttered as he looked at the huge circular pool of water that was calm and waveless, reflecting a silver moon in front of him. After killing the 2 green poison double ghosts, it was true that he did not find the green rock mystic water in them. He did not hurry after that and come directly to the east side of Green Yen Town, but went back to the inn and waited for half an hour before coming here after the sun went down. He then spent another hour checking which pond was the largest as a way of finding out the cavity in the rock where the 2 green poison double ghosts ambushed people. The result of this search was, of course, the pond in front of him. It was deep in the forest and more than twice as big as the other ponds along the way, so there was nowhere to go wrong. There's plenty of moonlight tonight, but I'm afraid trying to rely on moonlight to explore this pond isn't powerful enough. Standing by the pond and gazing into the water of unknown depth, Xiao Ming reflected. It was good that when he went on a trip, he naturally carried an illumination tool. Xiao Ming stood at the edge of the pond, and with a flash of white light in his hand, a soft glow illuminated the space in a few meters in diameter, allowing Xiao Ming, who originally relied only on moonlight to scout the path, to have a clearer view of the surroundings. The moonlight stone had a remarkable effect, and Xiao Ming could not help but nod with satisfaction, secretly saying that this moonlight stone was really useful. After pushing the Do Chi from his body and condensing it into an armor outside his body that did not hinder his movements, Xiao Ming made no further preparations after putting an antidote pill in his mouth. He sat on the edge of the pond and tried to put his hand in it. The temperature of the water was cold and biting, very different from the hot springs he usually soaked in, which made Xiao Ming frown. This temperature was a bit abnormal, but fortunately, it was within the tolerable range. Xiao Ming thought so, and without further hesitation, he tried to put his legs into the water, then his lower body into the pool, then his whole body into the pool, leaving only his head exposed, and finally, his head disappeared from the water, diving into the pool without a sound. The pool was really dark, with mud and sand mixed with water and grass, and relying on the moonlight stone in his hand, Xiao Ming could barely see more than 2 meters around him. If he found nothing, he kept diving and repeated the process. After diving downward for about 5 or 6 feet, Xiao Ming finally made a discovery. A pitch-black hole the size of a person appeared in front of Xiao Ming's eyes. This must be it. I don't know how green poison twin ghosts found this strange place. Xiao Ming muttered inwardly and reached out his hand as if to push away the darkness in front of him. Waving his arms, he controlled his body to swim inside. The corridor was steep and uneven, and after expending much effort, a flash of light finally appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. Looking at this bright light, Xiao Ming's heart rejoiced as he sped up. Finally, we are here. PAF. The calm water surface shook with a loud sound. Xiao Ming jumped out of the water and stood firmly on the wet mud bank. Because the 2 ambushers had already been killed by Xiao Ming, no one would attack him here, so Xiao Ming could take a good look at the surroundings. Through a brief observation, Xiao Ming discovered that he was inside a huge rock cavity with a large number of stalactites on top, dripping water from time to time. There were moonlight stones embedded in the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were daytime, and it must have been the work of the 2 green poison twin ghosts. The bottom of the cavern consisted of 2 parts, one being the water surface from which he had just emerged, and the other being the wet ground on which mud and sand had accumulated, with unknown shellfish shells inside the mud and sand, as well as some signs of a struggle. In addition to this, there was a passage leading to nowhere directly in front of itself. Seeing that there was nothing in this rocky cavity, Xiao Ming did not hesitate in the slightest, raised his head, and headed inside the passage. When he headed inside, there were quite a few forks in the cavern. However, luckily, there were moonlight stones along the way, so Xiao Ming hardly took any wrong paths. After winding through the cave continuously, Xiao Ming suddenly felt the stench of corpses reach him. This made Xiao Ming realize that he was almost there, so he quickened his pace and went around a corner, and a clear view opened up before him. In front of him was a huge rock cavity several tens of meters high, covered with a green liquid, filled with swollen and inflamed corpses, with a kind of glowing flower growing on the corpses near the periphery. In the center of the green liquid was a small area of about a meter square. There grew a 1 meter tall, green crystal-like monster cactus, which was flowing independently. Snort. Suddenly, the light surrounding the cactus flickered and a kind of green liquid mist shot out, pouncing on a certain corpse in the inner circle, which instantly received the impact in a large chunk of flesh and blood, and drops of green liquid mixed in the corpse's wound and melted into the green puddle. This is the green rock mystic water, isn't it? It's really extraordinary. Holding his breath so as not to breathe in the abundant corpse-like stench in the air, Xiao Ming inwardly marveled as he gazed at the strange wonder of heaven and earth. However, this green rock mystic water is obviously extremely corrosive, so why would the green poison twin ghosts cast their own corpses from their own poisonous arts practiced on these green rock mystic water that were diluted countless times? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, I just need to take the green rock mystic water. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming arrived at the edge of the green pond. Just now I was just looking at the green rock mystic water, I almost didn't notice, this is, a corpse eggplant flower. The corpse eggplant flower was a medicinal herb that only appeared in dark and damp places with numerous cultivator corpses, with a bright red appearance and a flower fragrance that contained a severe poison. However, its flower juice had a very good restorative effect on the body. There are nearly 20 of them here, a few thousand gold coins each. That's tens of thousands of gold coins in total. What an unexpected joy. Xiao Ming bent down and was about to pick up the nearest dead eggplant flower to see if he had made a good judgment. But then he noticed a colorful shadow approaching his face. Boom! Wham! Xiao Ming dodged the seven-colored shadow's attack without any extra movement, simply cocking his head to the side. The seven-colored shadow did not hit Xiao Ming, but instead of landing in the open space behind him as expected, it fluttered in the air with a buzzing sound emanating from its back. Chapter 28. After turning around, Xiao Ming could see what was attacking him. It was a centipede with a frightening face and a brightly colored body, and two pairs of blood-red wings were flapping constantly. Seven-colored flying centipede. Xiao Ming recognized the species of this centipede and the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally, feeling frightened because he only tilted his head to dodge it earlier. The seven-colored flying centipede was a highly venomous insect, not a high-ranking magical beast per se, but its venom is so strong that if a Do Grandmaster is bitten on the head, would lose mobility on the spot and if serious, would be sent to heaven instead. Xiao Ming's mere act of bowing his head just now was still very dangerous. After all, the insect might turn around. Even though there were life preservation pills in the storage ring, he wouldn't die, but it would hurt like hell. Where did those two ambushers get the seven-colored flying centipede from, to place it here? How sinister. Xiao Ming cursed. After ordinary people came here, they would have lost their sanity and rushed over at the sight of the green rock mystic water. And at that time, the seven-colored flying centipede, hidden among the corpses, would deal them an unexpected blow. It is estimated that no one would be able to react. The seven-colored flying centipede, not having Xiao Ming's hobby of observing his opponent for a while, just wanted to get rid of this guy who had intruded on its territory now. Buzz! Increasing the frequency of its hind wings, the seven-colored flying centipede turned into a colorful flying shadow and flew towards Xiao Ming's head again. There's no end to it, is there? As mentioned earlier, the seven-colored flying centipede itself did not have such terrifying strength, it only contained terrifying poison. Losing the opportunity to attack by surprise and opting to attack directly head-on, it could not pose much danger to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's palm turned and the magic core sword had appeared in his hand at some point. On the flying seven-colored shadow, he casually struck a slash. With a poof, the shadow split in two and fell to the ground. A green poison gushed out of the two sections of the seven-colored flying centipede's limbs, which were constantly writhing, and the intense pain even caused it to let out a strange scream. With a wave of Xiao Ming's right hand, a blue flame enveloped it, and in an instant, the seven-colored flying centipede was reduced to a cloud of ashes. The sword was roasted again with blue fire to make sure it was clean. Putting the sword in his storage ring, Xiao Ming directed his gaze towards the green rock mystic water in the center of the green pool. It's better to pick up the green rock mystic water first. Not wanting to touch the corpse-soaked green liquid, Xiao Ming selected a few small stones from the side and dropped them into the pool of water a few meters away, paving a passage. Shadow chasing wind. With a single step of his feet, his whole body jumped and stepped on those small rocks. Xiao Ming quickly approached the green rock mystic water. As Xiao Ming gradually approached, the green rock mystic water emitted another snort, and the turquoise cactus emitted a burst of green light on its exterior. An arrow of water shot out from within it and shot towards Xiao Ming. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In the face of the attack, Xiao Ming seemed unperturbed and a peach blossom flame appeared in his hand, colliding with it. The water arrows vaporized into a pile of white mist under the heat of the flame. The green rock mystic water's self-protection mechanism was obviously not that simple, and apart from this water arrow, the green rock mystic water was still emitting green mist. Unfortunately, all of this was useless in the face of Xiao Ming's peach blossom fire. In the end, Xiao Ming easily approached the green rock mystic water and stood in the space of about 1 meter. Looking at the magnificent cactus-like object in front of him, Xiao Ming did not hesitate too much and slashed with his sword, cutting off its roots. At that moment, an unexpected situation appeared. The cactus-like form of the green rock mystic water suddenly turned into liquid and was suspended in the air. A huge green liquid shot straight towards Xiao Ming, who was nearby. How come there's more? Sensing that this attack was much more powerful than the previous water arrow, Xiao Ming's calm face could no longer be maintained. He could only respond with a defense. Boom! A violent sound crashed into the rock cavity. Fortunately, this attack did not cause Xiao Ming much trouble, only knocking him back a dozen or so meters. Xiao Ming, who had been jerked backwards, left a dozen footprints of varying depth on the path. Finally, watching his leg wrapped in dough dipping into the green liquid and looking at a decaying corpse near him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh again. Green rock mystic water is worthy of being a wonder of heaven and earth. Its self-protection mechanism is really something. The simulator is also really unreliable. This kind of detail has never been simulated for me before. After a little grumbling, he returned to space with a single step. At this moment, the green rock mystic water seemed to have tired to the point of not fighting back after releasing the last attack. It became a small puddle of a dozen square centimeters of green liquid, floating quietly in the air and emitting strange fluctuations. This is the origin of green rock mystic water, isn't it? The cactus from a moment ago was just an illusory appearance. With a strange look, Xiao Ming took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and activated his dou qi to force the green rock mystic water into the bottle. This jade bottle was especially found by Xiao Ming and had a certain sealing function. When he saw that the green rock mystic water that had entered the jade bottle did not make any special movements, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. The green rock mystic water was finally in his hands, so after picking up the eggplant flower from the corpse, he could leave. After putting the jade bottle on his waist, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the medicinal herbs. A few moments later, Xiao Ming, who had finished collecting the herbs, came out of the cave. The white moonlight shone in the quiet forest, and there was indescribable tranquility. The still water rippled suddenly, breaking the atmosphere. A human figure silently appeared in the pool. This person was none other than Xiao Ming. After carefully looking around and checking that no one was there, Xiao Ming jumped out of the water onto the shore. After drying his body and clothes with the fire attribute dou qi, Xiao Ming planned his next move. The next step is to find a place to devour the green rock mystic water. At the inn it's not safe, it's better to find a cave in this mountain. Looking around and observing the surrounding terrain, this was the only mountain range east of Greenyan town. The size of this mountain range, as well as its area, although it was not too large, it was not too small at all. Xiao Ming recalled that when he entered this dense forest, he could still hear a wolf howl and a tiger cry from time to time in the middle of the mountains. With his mind resolute and palm tightly gripping the jade bottle, Xiao Ming lifted his toes on the ground and with a burst of energy ringing out, his body suddenly rose up and landed athletically on top of a huge tree on the side. His body swayed slightly along with the branches of the tree, his gaze swept over the surrounding lush mountain forest, then he hit the tree trunk, and his body was like that of a great eagle in the dark of night, piercing through the dense forest and sweeping swiftly towards the mountain peak. After taking a while to turn into a black shadow, Xiao Ming finally chose a place that he was quite satisfied with, which was a naturally formed cave. The location of the cave was right in the middle of a few tens of meters of the cliff at the top of the mountain, on a cliff wall that was so steep that it was almost vertical downward, so when it was time to block it with a stone, he thought that no one would definitely find it. With a satisfied nod, he carried in his storage ring a stone that was visually the size of the cave entrance, and Xiao Ming used it to block off the cave. The area in the cave was not large, but it was enough for Xiao Ming to place the jade bottle containing the green rock mystic water on top of a rock. Xiao Ming took out a few moonlight stones from his storage ring and placed them on top of the stone wall, and immediately, the slightly dim light became brighter. With the help of the bright light, Xiao Ming began to scan the cave with extreme caution. Any small area would be scanned several times. Xiao Ming did not want to be attacked by any magical beasts or poisonous insects while devouring the green rock mystic water. The cave was not spacious, but it took Xiao Ming a few minutes to sweep through it completely. During the sweep, Xiao Ming found some small magic beast droppings on some rocks. It must have been left by some rocky magic beasts that occasionally came here to rest. Xiao Ming let out a long sigh of relief and arrived at the center of the cave. Sitting cross-legged in front of the boulder, his coal-black eyes, throbbing with a burning flame, stared at the jade bottle in front of him. Next, let's get started. Xiao Ming hadn't made many preparations to devour the green rock mystic water. He had decided to rely on the spirit he had cultivated through the rise of twin spirits to forcibly devour it. Xiao Ming believed that the spirit that had devoured two beast flames was already capable of handling the green rock mystic water, and moreover, its dou qi attribute was not suitable for devouring such a strange attribute. Xiao Ming rested his palm on the bottom of the jade bottle, and his soul power quickly invaded it, taking out the green rock mystic water. Without the seal of the jade bottle, the liquid, which had been extremely calm, began to emit strange fluctuations again. It hovered in the air, and a faint green mist even rose in the process. Realizing that there was no time to lose, he sank his mind to his lower back, where a milky white cyclone the size of the palm of his hand was slowly spinning. On the periphery of the cyclone, a nebula-like layer of milky white chi gas enveloped it. Deep within the cyclone, a fiery red diamond-shaped crystal, only the size of a thumb, slowly hovered in the center of the cyclone as Xiao Ming's mind watched it, motionless. With a slight movement of his mind, the spirit of the cyclone, which was interacting with the crystal's energy, disappeared. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and raised his hand, only to see the spirit that had just disappeared dancing merrily on the tip of his index finger as if it had life. Xiao Ming snapped his index finger, and the spirit quickly flew out leaving a white shadow and entered the green rock mystic water at lightning speed. As soon as the spirit entered the green rock mystic water, it was like a wolf that saw a lamb, and its size directly increased several times in an instant. A terrifying suction force came out of its body, pulling and quickly absorbing the green rock mystic water. But the green rock mystic water was obviously not so easy to absorb. A faint wave of energy emerged from the green rock mystic water of more than 10 square centimeters, actually compensated for the suction of the spirit. For a while the two of them stagnated. Not only that, Xiao Ming even felt that the green rock mystic water was mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth, obviously wanting to attack the spirit as it had attacked him before. Of course, Xiao Ming would not sit still and let green rock mystic water attack. His fire-red Do Chi shot out, shattering the energy gathered by green rock mystic water. Then his soul power came into contact with the spirit, and peach blossom fire and blue crystal fire were extracted from the spirit's body. The two beast flames appeared and emerged to envelop the green rock mystic water. All of green rock mystic water's actions were driven by instincts of self-protection. The wave of energy it used to repel the spirit was significantly weakened, unable to counteract the spirit's suction power, and drop by drop, the essence of the green rock mystic water was drawn into the spirit's body. As spirit was born to devour the wonders of heaven and earth, the split essence of green rock mystic water could not much longer. The origin drops of green rock mystic water entered spirit's body and were immediately refined and absorbed. It is much easier and faster for a spirit to absorb green rock mystic water than it is for a human being. It is also safer than direct absorption by the human body. If the human body were to absorb these wonders of heaven and earth, it would always risk great danger. Take the green rock mystic water in front of him. If Xiao Ming wanted to absorb it himself, he would have to directly take the green rock mystic water and let it enter his body. The human body was extremely fragile, and even a powerhouse Do Emperor could not allow an unknown energy to ravage his body. Therefore, before devouring it, Xiao Ming also had to prepare several body protective pills to protect his meridians from being damaged by the uncontrollable energy of the green rock mystic water. Of course, this was not enough. The green rock mystic water would not be refined honestly. He has to endure immense pain as it pushed through the fragile meridians of his body. All in all, it is troublesome and risky for a person to swallow these things. As long as the foreign object is not as powerful as the spirit can absorb it at will, without any danger. For example, right now, the spirit had directly devoured the green rock mystic water and was unaffected. This was the strength of Xiao Ming's cultivation of the rise of twin spirits. Other than that, an ordinary person could not improve his cultivation by devouring the wonders of heaven and earth, whether it was a strange fire or green rock mystic water. However, when a spirit devours these things, it can return energy to the cyclone. The spirit master's cultivation will also naturally improve. Unfortunately, the current spirit probably doesn't have the strength to directly devour heavenly flame. Xiao Ming directed the spirit that had swallowed all of the green rock mystic water back into his hand and muttered as he looked at the spirit that had taken on a more emerald green color. The origin of any heavenly flame that exploded could burn the current spirit to slag unless it was a heavenly flame type too young to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible to try to refine the other party by throwing the spirit directly into the heavenly flame origin with a big grin like now. In order to devour the heavenly flame in the future to suffer less, it seems that I must devour more beast fires in the future. A beast fire cannot compare to the foreign fire. 1,000 will always be something useful. Also need to find other wonders of heaven and earth. When the spirit grows up, then the heavenly flame that seems so terrifying will not be a problem. The heavenly flames, Xiao Ming would definitely devour them in the future, not to mention if he would get any from the simulator. Just now, in the northwestern region, he knew of the existence of 3 heavenly flames without a master, the green lotus core flame, and 2 fallen heart flames. Devouring a heavenly flame could grow his own cultivation and increase his offense. With such benefits, only a fool wouldn't want them. Of course, 1 fallen heart flame had to be left for Jianan Academy. Otherwise, Xiao Ming had already made his plans. He would move immediately when he was strong enough to take the green lotus core flame first, and then the fallen heart flame. What? Xiao Yan's flame mantra evolution needs to devour the heavenly flame. You as his clanmate, shouldn't you be considerate of him? Oh, touch your conscience. Although it was good that Xiao Yan is from the same clan as Xiao Ming, even if Xiao Yan grew up, it would benefit him, but Xiao Ming felt that it was better to grow up himself than have to depend on others. Hee hee. After laughing twice, Xiao Ming held the spirit, which had a somewhat turquoise color after absorbing the green rock mystic water, back inside the chi spiral. This color meant that the green rock mystic water had not been fully refined, and the spirit should return to milky white when it was fully refined. Obviously, the spirit's act of directly swallowing the rest of the green rock mystic water origin in one gulp just now was too hasty. Xiao Ming now put the spirit back into his body in order to speed up the refining process, and at the same time, to receive the energy fueled by the spirit. Chapter 29. In the cyclone, next to the finger-sized dough crystal, the spirit flickered with a green glow. Each time it flickered, the green color dimmed a little until, finally, the green glow almost disappeared. Looking at the spirit, which was once again pure white, Xiao Ming knew that the green rock mystic water had been almost refined. Indeed, the spirit soon stopped flickering and trembling. A mist of pure green energy was continuously spewed and poured into the cyclone. This scene was not unfamiliar to Xiao Ming. The 2 times he returned the beast fire, the spirit had also spewed energy mist, only the color of the energy mist was different, and the amount was not as much as this time. Seeing that the spirit returned the energy once again, Xiao Ming, who was experienced in this, did not directly inject this energy into the dough crystal. Instead, he sank his mind back down and used all his strength to control the energy mist overflowing in his body, gathering it and finally turning it into a raging stream of energy. After completing a cycle in his body using the second method of the rise of twin spirits, he poured this energy into the crystal inside the cyclone in a continuous stream. The thumb-sized dough crystal was like a bottomless pit for all the energy coming in, no matter how big it was, it kept absorbing the energy. The spirit kept returning the energy, and only half of the energy that passed through the meridians ended up in the dough crystal, while half of the energy mist in his body constantly fed Xiao Ming's flesh. If someone could look at Xiao Ming's body through his skin at this moment, they would be shocked to see the mist all over his body, even his internal organs, which were completely covered by the dense energy mist. Not only that, under the effect of rise of twin spirits, the bones, muscles, and so on in Xiao Ming's body almost had their own spiritual wisdom, frantically devouring the energy mist in various ways. This kind of absorption also makes Xiao Ming clearly feel that the body becomes stronger and stronger. The bones, muscles, and internal organs easily reach the kind of strength that requires hard cultivation to increase. It's almost time for a breakthrough. Noticing that the dough crystal had already accumulated a certain amount of dough qi, Xiao Ming no longer delayed in the slightest, his mind concentrated, and instantly, the spirit fiercely returned a huge green energy mist at once. And when this huge energy mist entered the meridians, the mist had surprisingly disappeared completely. In its place, there was a jade-like cloud of pure liquid energy, and even, within that liquid energy, there were small solid-looking energy crystals. This time, Xiao Ming did not control his flesh to devour these energies, but let them run through his body and then return to his qi spiral. The emerald liquid, after completing one cycle along the route of rise of twin spirits technique, remained calmly at the entrance of the qi spiral, flowing slowly like a dam that is about to unleash a great flood. Rise up. Contemplating that huge mass of emerald energy, Xiao Ming commanded decisively in his heart. Instantly, the resistance blocking the mouth of the cyclone disappeared, and at the same time, the surging energy, mixed with that loud sound that was like a falling waterfall, rushed towards the cyclone with a bang. This huge energy, which surged into the cyclone, immediately crashed into the diamond-shaped dough crystal that was in the center of the cyclone. Boom! The moment the energy surged into the dough crystal, the rumbling sound almost sounded as if it was echoing in Xiao Ming's head. The raging energy continuously poured into the dough crystal, and the dough crystal, after receiving this enormous amount of energy, surprisingly began to slowly grow in size. As the dough crystal grew in size, Xiao Ming's sensitive soul perception could clearly perceive that his own strength was rapidly increasing towards the next level barrier. Outside, inside the cave, Xiao Ming's aura continued to rise by the minute. Ding! In the quiet cave, at one point, a soft sound suddenly rang out from Xiao Ming's body. And with this soft sound, Xiao Ming's aura suddenly rose greatly. This meant that Xiao Ming had successfully advanced to the second star dough grandmaster realm. Initially, with Xiao Ming's current strength, if he wanted to advance to another level, if he cultivated normally, he feared that it would take at least a month or 2 before he could increase his strength by another star. After all, it had only been a few days since Xiao Ming had broken through to dough grandmaster. This was still the case when Xiao Ming had time to focus on cultivation, but now that Xiao Ming was away for training, he definitely didn't have as much time to cultivate. Normally, at the time of the Inner Academy selection tournament, Xiao Ming's cultivation could not really reach the 2-star dough grandmaster without taking pills. However, now with the green rock mystic water, Xiao Ming had easily reached the 2-star dough grandmaster realm. Moreover, Xiao Ming's qi continued to increase without the slightest intention of stopping. Only to see that shortly after the previous sound had fallen, another sound suddenly emanated from Xiao Ming's body, ringing lightly in the cave. And with the sound of this soft sound, Xiao Ming's aura once again rose much higher. 3-star dough grandmaster. This green rock mystic water is worthy of being a wonder of the heavens and earth, with the spirit withholding most of its energy to feed itself and only returning a small portion of it back. It actually managed to raise me 2 stars. Looking at the spirit inside his body, which was becoming more and more solid, Xiao Ming marveled. But then he felt his dou-qi, which had become a little more solid due to some battles, return to its original unstable state, and his brow furrowed. This won't do. I'm breaking through too often lately. Even if I'm talented, I'm afraid it will have an impact on my future strength improvement. Let's see if I can suppress the improvement a little bit. A person with an unstable body whose strength is not properly distributed is always inferior to a person with a solid body and whose strength is well controlled. This kind of great truth had been circulating in his previous life, and Xiao Ming was naturally very clear about it. This is also the reason why Xiao Ming has not relied on his talent for crazy breakthroughs over the years and is now out for training. Only with a rock-solid foundation is it possible to be an impactful powerhouse in the future. Along with this thought, Xiao Ming began to use his soul power to refine his dou-qi. Xiao Ming's aura also began to decline step by step, until he finally fell to the peak of a 2-star Dou Grandmaster. Sitting cross-legged on top of a boulder, Xiao Ming's tender face was like a piece of warm jade, emitting a faint light. After a long while, the light slowly receded, and his eyelashes fluttered gently before he fluttered them open, and a ray of essence passed through, and then quickly faded away. Along with the concealment of the essence, the majestic aura that covered the surface of Xiao Ming's body also gradually converged, until it finally disappeared completely. A puff of murky air was exhaled from his throat. Xiao Ming twisted his neck, heard the cracking sound of bones touching, and felt the increasing flow of dou-qi in his body like a river. He couldn't stop a smile from appearing on his face. His palms pressed lightly against the boulder, his body fell to the ground athletically, and he began to use his fists to fiercely punch the air. With the strength of my body alone, I am strong enough to compete with second-rank magical beasts. An ordinary Dou Grandmaster who is unprepared for a punch from me with pure physical strength would probably suffer a lot of injuries, and my dou-qi is not that unstable because I have suppressed my realm, huh? This harvest is worth the trip I made especially to Greenyen Town. Slowly withdrawing his fist and standing up, Xiao Ming laughed. As if he had thought of something, Xiao Ming stretched out his right hand and the spirit appeared in his hand. Perhaps it was time to try and see what changes the spirit had. Go and attack that stone door. Xiao Ming pointed to the stone he had created to block the entrance to the cave and ordered the spirit. Chapter 30. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's command, the spirit that was happily jumping between Xiao Ming's palms stopped itself and then slowly floated until it was at the level of Xiao Ming's face. As if to avoid hurting Xiao Ming, the spirit felt that this distance was too close and advanced a few meters, stopping only when it was a meter closer to the rock. After a few seconds of silence, the spirit expanded several times, and a green pillar of energy mixed with blue and pink flames was expelled, directly impacting the nearby rock. The green energy pillar was about 10 centimeters in diameter and the rock was cut as smoothly as cutting tofu. Under this blow, the rock shot out in the opposite direction without any obstacle. A faint ray of morning light entered the cave through the 10-centimeter wide cylindrical hole in the center of the rock. Looking through the hole, it looked like it was already morning. Is it morning already? Time has passed so quickly. Xiao Ming just looked at the scenery outside and stopped paying attention, instead focusing on the attack the spirit left on the rock. This kind of power is a bit surprising. For this kind of rock to be able to be broken through effortlessly, the Dou Master realm certainly can't do it, nor can an ordinary unarmed Dou Grandmaster. This must not be the limit of the energy pillar, and this attack is also corrosive. It's a bit interesting. I think it must be the characteristics of the green rock mystic water that has been integrated. Xiao Ming looked at the 10-centimeter wide hole in the rock. He could only see that the hole was not as smooth as he had imagined, but rather pitted, and a blue-pink flame burned above these small holes. The attack that the spirit had inflicted on the rock, the hole was really smooth at first, except that the spirit's attack seemed to leave some green liquid around it, and these were ignited by the flames that Xiao Ming had allowed the spirit to absorb once. These things would cause continued damage to the hole. The hole, originally smooth, gradually became jagged under this continuous damage. Speaking of which, this energy pillar would be unlocking long-range attacks, right? In the future, it would be possible to take out the spirit against the enemy. The spirit was so small that it was not easy to detect it at all. Xiao Ming could even think of the scene when he released the spirit and hit someone with a blow from the energy pillar near their face. That scene, tsk. Anyway, it was easier for Xiao Ming to use the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal than to sneak up on someone. However, at the end of the thought, Xiao Ming suddenly lost his voice and laughed. Ha 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 ha, why am I always thinking of sneaking up on people these days? Speaking of the two recent battles, Xiao Ming had attacked first and by surprise to eliminate the other party's major force before slowly fighting the others. Xiao Ming's integrity could not be blamed. After all, the people he sneaks attacked were all stronger than him, and all of them were also guys who were even less upstanding than him, so it was only human nature for him to sneak attack, and it would be easier in the end. Besides, in the cultivation world, there is no such thing as benevolence or morality. Especially here in the Black Corner region, Xiao Ming also understood that it was foolish to talk about it in the Black Corner region. There was no psychological burden in sneaking up on others. After laughing, Xiao Ming did not think about this matter but instead thought that since it was already dawning outside, he should also leave Green City. So he stood up and used his mind to command the spirit. Expel the rock. As soon as the voice fell, a loud sound rang out in space, shaking Xiao Ming so much that he couldn't help but frown at the shrill sound that made people's ears ring. Outside, on the cliff. Boom! A rock fell from the sky and struck the ground, splitting into pieces and unleashing gusts of dust, with hints of blue-pink flames interspersed among the grey mist. A human figure followed, falling from the sky and landing on the ground. The strong wind from the figure's landing blew away the grey mist. Xiao Ming watched it leap down from such a high place. He did not use any do qi to protect himself, but his legs did not feel any discomfort. He couldn't help but nod once again, satisfied by the strength of his own body. He pulled a new set of black robes from his ring and put them on. First, he looked at the sun to confirm the exact time of day. Then, he swept to find the direction he had come from yesterday. Energy surged from the bottom of Xiao Ming's feet and shot off into the distance. That day, Xiao Ming left Green Town and headed for his next destination. 14 days later, at the top of a mountain range, a black-clad figure gazed into the distance from a great height. "This is Black Seal City, isn't it?" The black-robed figure looked down at the foot of the mountain range and said in a low voice. There was a huge city made of coal-black rocks showing in a vague outline, and at the square gate of the city, small black dots, like ants, could be faintly seen converging and pouring into the huge open mouth of Black Seal City. The man on top of the mountain was none other than Xiao Ming, who had been running toward Black Seal City ever since he left Green Town. It was not correct to say that he was in a hurry, because he wanted to train. Xiao Ming's speed was not really fast, it could be described as a walk. Moreover, Black Corner region was so chaotic that Xiao Ming often encountered thieves, so it took him 10 days to reach Black Seal City, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long. During these 10 days, Xiao Ming felt that he had improved a lot, not to mention that his own do qi had become more solid, his various means of fighting the enemy had become more powerful, and his realm had also stabilized. And after seeing all sorts of disgusting things in the Black Corner region, Xiao Ming even felt that his psychological resilience had improved significantly. The reason for walking to Black Seal City near the edge of Black Corner region, Xiao Ming naturally had a purpose, other than the big annual auction to be held in Black Seal City in a few days. The purpose of Xiao Ming was naturally the secret realm mentioned by the simulator. The exact location of the secret realm this time was known to Xiao Ming. The exact location had been mentioned in a simulation, and it was within the Great Plain of Black Corner region, on the outskirts of Black Seal City. That was why Xiao Ming had rushed to Black Seal City. Black Seal City is a city that belongs to the jurisdiction of the Eight Gates. This Eight Gates can be said to be an ancient power in the Black Corner region, extremely strong. Their leader Yuan Yi is a strong person in the top 10 of the black ranking of the Black Corner region. Every time there is an auction meeting in Black Seal City, it is organized by the Eight Gates. This time the secret realm was opened before the big auction held in Black Seal City. I fear that it will attract many forces, and if they are forces that came to participate in the auction, they will not be weak. Every time Black Seal City held an auction, because every time there were many good things, such as D-classes do techniques, 7th tier pills or so. All the Black Corner region powers would send representatives to attend, and sometimes they even attracted powers from outside Black Corner region. Black Corner territory is extremely chaotic, there are assassinations everywhere and those who can come are naturally strong. In such a situation, when those powerful ones find out that there is an opening movement from a secret realm, will they let it go? Just thinking about it, you know it is impossible. Apart from these great powers, some lone cultivators were also gathering in Black Seal City. It was important to know that, among these people, the Do Spirit were not uncommon, and the Do King were also not absent. The lone cultivators were the craziest about opportunities like the secret realm, and even the various major powers combined could not push them away when they see the secret realm. People die for money, birds die for food, and there are few ways for casual cultivators to raise their level, and they would seize any opportunity. Thinking about it like this trip to the secret realm is quite dangerous, but wasn't this situation predicted a long time ago? How can I doubt when the matter is at a critical point? Xiao Ming shook his head and executed his do qi and sped towards the mountain range below. As long as he was careful, the strong people above Do King would not notice someone like him who was only a Do Grandmaster. As for Do Spirit, he was not afraid. If he couldn't win a fight, couldn't he run away? Besides, this was just an adventure, so it was naturally good if he could get something, but there was no need to force it if he couldn't. In these 14 days, he had simulated life 2 more times, and although the results were different and his luck was relatively nil in not getting anything good, the process of these 2 times also proved that nothing would happen if he was careful. Chapter 31. After 10 minutes of whistling down from the top of the mountain, Xiao Ming was approaching the large city gate. After approaching the city gate, Xiao Ming gradually slowed down and finally turned into a slow walk, lining up behind a crowd of people and quietly waiting in line to enter. It seemed that the crowd here was extraordinarily large because of the upcoming auction in Black Seal City. Apart from some casual people 2 by 2, Xiao Ming also saw many caravans with merchant banners. The caravan lined up in front of Xiao Ming was such a caravan, which was not small in size and probably consisted of hundreds of people. Among these people, the strongest was only in the Dough Master realm. The owner of the caravan seemed to be a little crazy, as he had the courage to do business in the chaotic Black Corner region with such a force. In fact, the composition of the Black Corner region is actually similar to Jiama Empire, in the sense that most of them are ordinary people. Although here the people are more bloodthirsty and unprincipled. But in reality, these people are similarly talented, and a Dough Master may be the highest point these people can reach in their life. In the Black Corner region, the Dough Grandmaster realm is a small expert. In the wild, as long as you don't encounter large groups of horse thieves, the security of such a caravan is actually quite high. And in the big cities, mostly dominated by powerful forces, as long as you give them enough money, you won't end up in a miserable situation where they steal your goods and slaughter your team. The people of Black Corner region are not productive, and these caravans are responsible for keeping them alive. The forces in these cities would not be foolish enough to kill a chicken to get an egg, something that would bring in sustainable income and increase life expectancy. Of course, there are no absolutes. All this assumes you don't have anything too good, otherwise Black Corner region would live up to its reputation as the most chaotic region. Standing behind the caravan carriage, Xiao Ming looked at the huge black city wall and turned his gaze to the 3 large words, Black Seal City, in the center of the city gate. His eyes slowly moved downward and finally stopped on the dozen men dressed in strong black clothes at the city gate. They seemed to be like the city guards outside, anyone entering the city had to pay them a large entrance fee. If this kind of entry fee were paid in an ordinary empire, there would probably be a riot. However, in this Black Corner region it was not a rare occurrence, and was considered a special feature of the Black Corner region. Get out of my way, stop jumping in front of your father. Just as Xiao Ming was inspecting this city, which had a special style that was very typical of the Black Corner region, a cursing voice full of anger suddenly sounded not far away from him. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze and it turned out to be a large, bald man who, perhaps because he was a bit impatient from waiting, picked up a thin man in front of him. Ah, just as the big bald man's words fell, the skinny man who had been picked up turned sharply and a dagger flew out of his sleeve tunic. The dagger cut with a cold aura and stabbed mercilessly at the bald man's throat, but he reacted fast and quickly retracted his neck. The dagger missed and stuck half a centimeter below the throat. Immediately, blood spilled wildly and a miserable scream sounded from the bald man's mouth. After the blow severely wounded the bald man, the skinny man's body swayed, like a fish, his body came out from under his robe, and then rolled into the bushes, disappearing. You bastard, I'll tear you apart. Red-eyed, the bald man drew his dagger and rushed headlong into the bushes, and after a long while, a scream like the one he had shouted before came from the bushes. Standing in the doorway, Xiao Ming's face was indifferent as he looked at the bushes. Hearing the last scream, he knew that that bald man would not be able to survive. He had seen dozens of similar incidents in the past 10 days. At first, he thought it was something new. After all, the bald guy was stronger than the skinny guy, and the gap between the two was so big that it was commendable that the skinny guy could overcome the strong guy with his weaker cultivation. However, after seeing more of them, Xiao Ming was able to take it easy. The rules of the Black Corner region were that there were no rules, so in the Black Corner region, people were never to be judged by their appearance or superficial strength, and every year, the bodies of people like the bald guy who just died were almost capable of filling a city. After all, those who can survive in the Black Corner region are not ordinary people, they are all old and experienced. In other places, if people are not cruel, they cannot stand their ground, but here, if people are not cruel, they will not be able to live long. The previous fight between the two was like a minor incident, which only made the people in the queue a little more interested, but not many people sighed about it. The queue moved slowly, and after waiting for almost half an hour, it was finally the turn of the caravan in front of Xiao Ming. When the caravan arrived at the entrance to the city, the caravan leader hurriedly handed over a large bag of gold coins. Xiao Ming had sharp eyes and saw clearly that when he handed over the large bag of gold coins, he also had a small bag hidden in his hand. The indifferent man in black took the gold coins and casually weighed them, his face softened a little and, without saying anything, he let the caravan enter the city with a wave of his hand. When the caravan left, it was Xiao Ming's turn. Standing in front of the crowd, not wanting to cause trouble, he followed the example of the man in black and handed the gold coin to the man in front of him. Weighing the small package in his hand, he saw that Xiao Ming was alone and no nonsense, casually waved his hand, indicating that he had passed and hurried inside. Walking slowly down the street, Xiao Ming's eyes constantly swept the stores on both sides of the street. To be honest, the Black Corner region was really a bit too chaotic, especially these big cities. After walking a short distance of less than 100 meters into the city, he had seen no less than 10 incidents of fights and even bloodshed with knives drawn. Can you really make money when these stores open in such a chaotic environment? If you don't have strength, you will be afraid of being robbed every day. Shaking his head and dodging a flying severed hand, Xiao Ming no longer thought much about these miscellaneous matters. Instead, he made his next plans. He had already successfully entered Black Seal City, and the secret realm would open tomorrow, so it was best to find an inn to stay at now and move early tomorrow. However, before finding an inn, he still had to make preparations to enter the Great Plain of Black Corner region, such as preparing a map or something. Without a map, Xiao Ming feared that he would not be able to leave the Great Plain of Black Corner region. After avoiding the bloodbath on the street, Xiao Ming turned 2 corners and walked for nearly 20 minutes. His gaze finally landed on the plate of a small store, and on the pale red plate, there were 2 ancient words, Cartography Pavilion. There must be a map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region here, right? Xiao Ming muttered in his heart, and then entered this small store, which didn't seem to be frequented by many people. Only after entering did Xiao Ming realize that the store is not as small as it looked from the outside, and that there are more things inside. In the rather large space, there are wooden shelves arranged on the east and west vertical and horizontal sides, each with a map of a different color, and at this moment, in front of these wooden shelves, there are several people who were stopping to look, and the sound of noisy conversations would constantly come out from them. Evidently, the store is not very popular, but it did have some customers. Chapter 32. Hey, this big brother, you're here to buy a map, right? Then you've come to the right place. Our cartography pavilion has maps of all the places in the Black Corner region, so you're sure to find the map you want here. As soon as Xiao Ming entered the cartography pavilion, he had only glanced at the interior layout when a voluptuous woman, dressed in revealing clothes that only covered her important parts, approached him, her body writhing in a way that revealed all the light of spring. She seemed extremely unconcerned about the situation and, as if noticing Xiao Ming's glance at her, she lifted her chest even higher. When she reached Xiao Ming, she continued to smile and said, "This big brother, what map do you need? Tell me and I will help you find it, otherwise, there are so many maps here, it is really hard for you to find them alone." After saying this, she did not forget to show her figure. Although this woman's clothing was unusually revealing, there were several other women in the cartography pavilion wearing the same style, and at a glance, it was clear that it was their uniform. Each of these women had a low Do-Chi cultivation level, only around the first star Do practitioner. It was thought that they must be the sales clerks that this cartographic pavilion had arranged to entertain the guests, or rather, they were the shopping guides. For these women, not to mention that Xiao Ming was only 8 years old now, even if he was old enough, he would not be interested in them. Just now, this female guide thought she had caught his attention, but that was actually just Xiao Ming exploring whether she was dangerous to him. After all, there was a saying in the Black Corner region that said to be wary of the women who lived here, right? After all these days of experience, Xiao Ming actually still found this saying to be very true. Therefore, whenever he saw a woman, Xiao Ming would be wary. Now, seeing that she only cared about her tempting posture and did nothing different, Xiao Ming also let his guard down a bit and said in a disguised husky voice, "That's right, I come to buy a map. Is there any map of Great Plain of Black Corner region? It is well known that Great Plain of Black Corner region is endless and there are black storms covering the sky from time to time, so ordinary maps are naturally ineffective there and only more elaborate maps are useful. The shopkeepers in the Great Plain of Black Corner region all have a copy of our maps in their hands." The shopkeeper saw that the black-robed man in front of her was asking nothing but dry questions, and realized that he was not interested in her, so she let out a sigh of annoyance in her heart, but still smiled on the surface as she presented the map. Although the person in front of her is not interested in her, which makes her unable to earn some extra money, but he is still a fat sheep. The maps at the cartography pavilion were not cheap. "Oh, get me one of the more detailed maps from your store." As for this woman's boasting about the maps sold in her own store and her disdain for other stores, Xiao Ming had nothing to express. Maps from this store may be good, but maps from other stores are not necessarily bad. She was probably trying to raise the price by saying that. When the sales clerk heard Xiao Ming's request, the smile on her face got a little bigger and she explained to Xiao Ming to wait for her at the counter before leaving. A moment later, she returned to the side of the counter, now holding a white map in her hand. Here, this is the good map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region you asked for. Taking the map from his hand, Xiao Ming slowly spread it out on the counter in front of him, only to see several lines crisscrossing the map, with small dots of various colors marked on top. Some places were also marked with special small letters. Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. This map is really very well done, I will buy it. How much does it cost? This map, 4,000 gold coins. The woman beside the counter smiled and spoke. 4,000 gold coins. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth tightened under the black robe. 4,000 gold coins for a map. He was even being polite when he said it was a stretch. This is a daylight robbery. However, Xiao Ming thought it was so, but the sales clerk in front of him did not think so. After all, they were selling their merchandise at a specified price. When he heard her say that, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at the nearest shelf and saw that the prices of the maps were all very high, and none of them were less than 1,000 gold coins. This time Xiao Ming was speechless. I was already saying, how do these stores manage to stay open in this chaotic environment, each one selling such profitable things as stealing money? Of course they can stay open. The cartography pavilion dared to sell things like that, and he believed other stores were similar to it, all selling things at high prices, otherwise the cartography pavilion would have closed long ago. To be honest, it wasn't that Xiao Ming hadn't spent money in the Black Corner region. Just like in Green Yen Town, he had passed by many other places. Others also sold things at high prices, but not that high. It was the first time he had seen a place like this. So, do you still want this map? If it seems expensive to you, we have a more abbreviated map for you to choose from, but it might have a limited role in the Great Plain of Black Corner region. I'll take this one. There was no choice, everyone else had clearly marked their prices, and there was no price law on the Dochi continent. If you wanted it, and you couldn't steal it by force, you naturally had to pay for it. Luckily, Xiao Ming was not too poor. 4,000 gold coins was no big deal. The question was raised earlier only because he didn't want to be taken advantage of. With this in mind, a black bag appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. When he shook it, the bag emitted a metallic sound. Check it. The guide took the bag in Xiao Ming's hand and counted it in front of him. Soon she raised her head and said with a smile on her face, exactly 4,000 gold coins. Seeing that he had finished counting, Xiao Ming put the map in his storage ring, stood up and walked toward the exit. But he didn't expect the shopping guide to shout, "Big brother, don't go away, our cartography pavilion has some other precious maps besides the Black Corner region maps, such as the maps of the territory of the powerhouses, the maps of the most treasured medicinal materials, the maps of the secret realms, and even the map of the Heavenly Flame. I wonder if you are interested." Did you say the Heavenly Flame map? Xiao Ming stopped his pacing, directly ignoring the other maps, and turned around in surprise. Heavenly Flame, yes, Heavenly Flame map. Do you know what a Heavenly Flame is? Heavenly Flame, it's Heavenly Flame. As if she was stunned by Xiao Ming's question, the sales clerk answered somewhat stammeringly, as if she had been caught by the teacher in class to answer a question. What the hell, you don't even know what a Heavenly Flame is, and you're talking about a Heavenly Flame map. Are you kidding me? I thought I was in for a surprise, but I wasn't expecting this. Xiao Ming shook his head and turned to leave. The guide felt a little aggrieved. Her purpose of calling Xiao Ming was actually to sell the various remnant maps of the cartography pavilion. In Dochi continent, there were many such remnant maps, because Dochi continent was rife with examples of people who had picked up a real map by mistake and followed it to obtain treasures left by powerful people, or to obtain some kind of treasure that would make them geniuses and elevate them to great heights. It was because there were so many examples of success. That is why, although there are many forgeries of such maps, there are still many people who are happy to spend large sums of money on remnant maps in the hope of one day also being able to obtain the legacy of a powerful person. Apart from that, there are also many maps of medicinal herbs and precious minerals, as some of the medicinal herbs and caves of expensive minerals are located in complex environments filled with many magical beasts and dangers, so most of the maps to get there are very expensive and sought after. The cartography pavilion, as a map seller, naturally had those maps as well, but of course, what the cartography pavilion sold was not necessarily real, even though they sold them as if they were. The reason she called Xiao Ming was just to sell him these maps, but who knew she would be surprised by his question. She really wasn't too sure what a Heavenly Flame was, but a Heavenly Flame map, the cartography pavilion really did have it. Feeling a large pile of gold coins leaves her, she hurried to call Xiao Ming back. Chapter 33. Hey, don't go yet, although I don't know what a Heavenly Flame is, but our cartography pavilion actually has a map about the Heavenly Flame. I once overheard a conversation from the head of the pavilion and they talked about that map. If you want to take a look at it, I can help you request it and get it out of the remnant gallery. Seeing that she was speaking sincerely, not as if she wasn't lying, Xiao Ming hesitated. To be honest, the probability that this heavenly flame map was real was too low. After all, if it was real, it would have been sent to the 8 Gates annual auction long ago, instead of being left in the cartography pavilion storage room to eat dust. There were quite a few alchemists in the Black Corner region, and with the degree of obsession the alchemists had with the heavenly flames, it wouldn't be a concern to sell this map. But what was the situation now? A female guide wanted to sell this map, and judging by her ability to sell it, she must have done this sort of thing before. But the fact that the map was still here was very telling. Either they had duplicated many copies of this map, or it was badly mutilated, or it was simply a fake map. So Xiao Ming was a bit disinterested, but it was nothing to take a look since he was idle. Thus Xiao Ming agreed to the sales clerk's request. Seeing that Xiao Ming was willing to stay and have a look around, the sales clerk was enthusiastic. After giving an explanation, she hurried to leave. Xiao Ming returned to the counter and looked for a chair to sit down. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, just as Xiao Ming was getting a little impatient and thinking about leaving, the woman hurriedly ran from backstage toward Xiao Ming. She was also followed by a smiling and kindly old man. "Sorry, this big brother, for keeping you waiting." "It's okay, this is." Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't care but looked at the elder behind her, the woman was about to introduce him when she heard the elder speak. "Oh, I think this is the gentleman who wants to buy the Heavenly Flame map. I am the administrator of the map-making pavilion. You can call me administrator by, the matter of Heavenly Flame map is in my charge." Seeing this, the interrupted guide had to shut up and retreat to the side, leaving room for the two of them. Xiao Ming glanced at the old man who called himself administrator by, his soul power sensed that his strength was not as high as his own, and he didn't care much. Anyway, he just wanted to see the map, and there was nothing wrong with there being an extra administrator by, so he nodded and said. "Okay, where is the Heavenly Flame map I want to see?" Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Administrator Bai did not immediately take out the map, but said with a smile without hurrying. "No hurry, the Heavenly Flame map is our pavilion's treasure, the price is not cheap, I don't know your budget, hee. Administrator Bai's meaning was obvious, this map was very expensive, if he didn't have money, don't look at it. The treasure of the pavilion? Do you think I'm 3 years old? What pavilion treasure is not auctioned? But they are sold by the shopping guide every day." Under the black robe, Xiao Ming's face was expressionless and his tone was impatient as he spoke. "If the map is real, I think I should be able to gather some money, besides, your map is not necessarily real, otherwise it wouldn't still be here." At the same time, Xiao Ming, who had said this, slightly showed his aura, a Dou Grandmaster could also have a small fortune. The black-robed administrator did not get angry when he heard Xiao Ming's ungraceful words, he still seemed to be smiling, after all, the people of the Black Corner region were always quite irritated. And frankly speaking, this black-robed Dou Grandmaster was also right, that map was a bit troublesome. "Sorry for the offense, this is the remnant map of Heavenly Flame, please look at it." A white light flashed in Administrator Bai's hand, a green map appeared in his hand, and he turned to hand it to Xiao Ming. "This is the remnant map of Heavenly Flame?" Xiao Ming gaped slightly as he looked at the drawing in front of him, which was only the size of 2 palms. There were obvious signs of damage to the edges of the map, which was fine, after all, it was a remnant map, but the lines on these maps were a bit confusing. More importantly, the information on the lines drawn on the map the size of 2 palms, there was very little information recorded, and the existing lines are obviously only a small part of the map, although there is a symbol of a flame on the map showing that this is the core of the map, but this is of no use. Because you can't even find the exact location, what's the use of knowing the core, what's the difference between having this map and not having it? Just this, what do you intend to be done with that? Xiao Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes and spoke, "Administrator Bai, I want to know where did you get this map from, do you know where it is located, and what kind of heavenly flame is on this map?" Administrator Bai also knew that this heavenly flame map was too mutilated, and spoke with a bit of discomfort. "This map was obtained by our pavilion master by chance in a cave, and it was damaged beyond recognition at that time, according to the cave records. This must be somewhere in the Nether Poison Swamp. As for where this Nether Poison Swamp is, I don't know, by the way. This heavenly flame is apparently called Nether Poison Flame." Nether Poison Flame? No wonder this map couldn't be sold, Xiao Ming said secretly. Not to mention that the map was flawed, but there is also something wrong with this heavenly flame. The Nether Poison Flame was a heavenly flame that ranked 20th on the heavenly flame list, and was said to be a flame that existed in the ancient Nether Poison Swamp. Having been contaminated by the poisonous miasma of the Nether Poison Swamp for millions of years, the flame has consumed endless poisonous miasma, becoming spirit for 100 years and taking form for 1,000 years, and when fully formed, it is greenish in color, like a ghost flame traveling through the poisonous miasma of the swamp. As this flame itself feeds on the poisonous miasma, it is highly poisonous, and if you touch the flame for a moment, it will poison you, not to mention devour and assimilate it. Therefore, no one would seek this kind of flame unless the person had a long life and did not want to live any longer, and so not many people knew of its existence. Xiao Ming even dared to say that in the entire Doqi continent, there might be people who possessed other types of heavenly flames, but it was absolutely impossible for anyone to possess this poisonous flame because no normal person could resist this special flame, and the poison masters who specialized in cultivating poisonous Doqi couldn't even handle this thing. Xiao Ming even thought that Xiao Yan and Han Feng, who practiced flame mantra in the original story, would not have paid attention to this heavenly flame because it was too poisonous and not suitable for alchemists at all. As if he didn't understand the reason for Xiao Ming's silence, Administrator Bai said excitedly, "This heavenly flame map is absolutely genuine, the old man is not deceiving you, and it has also been verified by the 8 Gates auction." "Then why wasn't it auctioned?" asked Xiao Ming rhetorically. "Wasn't it because of the fact that there was no market for the nether poison flame?" Administrator Bai kept silent and didn't say the words out loud. To be honest, if he could, he didn't even want to say what kind of heavenly flame was registered on this map. After all, no one in their right mind would really look for this heavenly flame. But without saying this piece of information, it is unlikely that anyone would buy it given the degree of mutilation of the map, and as for simply saying a location without saying the name of the heavenly flame and tricking people into buying it, that would be even more impossible. People weren't stupid. If he said, nether poison swamp, people who know a little about heavenly flames would know that it was not a serious map at all. Just when Administrator Bai thought that this deal was about to fall through, Xiao Ming spoke up. "I'll buy this map, just name a price." "You want to buy it?" Administrator Bai was overjoyed. He didn't expect that someone would want to buy it after knowing what kind of heavenly flame it was a lot of money given away. "Well, what's the price?" Xiao Ming certainly wasn't looking to waste his money. From the material, the drawing looked of a certain age, in that sense the map must be real. If it was real, then it had some value to Xiao Ming, although the map was badly damaged and it was very difficult to find the actual location. But Xiao Ming has a life simulator, so after buying it, he will definitely keep an eye out for it, and maybe once the simulator will find it by itself. As for the nether poison flame problem, which is very poisonous, it was only a minor problem for him. It's not like he's going to devour this type of heavenly flame himself, his spirit will. Whatever the spirit devoured would not affect him at all, just like the green rock mystic water that was corrosive, but after the spirit devoured it, Xiao Ming's Doqi was still the original Doqi of flame, without the slightest change. Of course, if Xiao Ming wanted to have this corrosive characteristic, he could too, as long as he controlled the spirit to share it with him. To put it bluntly, the characteristic that the spirit obtains after devouring is a buff for Xiao Ming, and for the spirit, this buff can be placed and removed quite freely. Chapter 34. Make an offer, or don't you want to sell? Sell, sell, sell. Of course I'm selling. When Administrator Bai heard what Xiao Ming said, he was quick to reply with a smile, "The price of this heavenly flame remnant map isn't too high, it only costs a mere 100,000 gold coins." Only 100,000 gold coins. This is a bandit who is used to stealing money, right? Xiao Ming was speechless when he heard that and thought, how come it seems like you don't want to sell it? The previous map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region had an explicit price, but this one you just took out of the storage ring couldn't also have an explicit price, right? Even if this map is real, it's not worth the price. I don't want to be taken advantage of. The same as the map of the Great Plain of Black Corner region, 4,000 gold coins. Sir, your price is a bit low. Seeing that Xiao Ming had bargained with such a low price, Administrator Bai gave a hard look. Humph, you yourself know the degree of fragmentation of this map. This fragmented map is not worth 100,000 gold coins, and I don't have that many gold coins. Xiao Ming said, of course he had the money, but he would not be foolish enough to explain his wealth. Just to see him continue, what's more, everyone knows what nether poison flame does, right? If it weren't for the fact that this drawing is real and the location of a precious poisonous herb is engraved on it, it wouldn't be worth 1,000 gold coins. It's not worth it, and yet you want to buy it. Administrator Bai muttered inwardly but did not say it aloud. After all, it was rare for a big shot to want to buy this map, and it would be bad to make him angry. Therefore, Administrator Bai just smiled bitterly and said, your price is too low, I can't do anything to lower it that much. How about 90,000 gold coins? 10,000 at most. 88,000. 11,000. After some intense haggling, Xiao Ming ended up buying the map for 24,000 gold coins. Once the transaction was concluded, both parties were very satisfied with the deal. After taking out his purple gold card and paying the bill, Xiao Ming hurried out of the cartography pavilion. Standing in the lobby, Administrator Bai narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xiao Ming, who had disappeared from sight, the friendly smile on his face slowly disappearing, replaced by an incomparably cold stare. Administrator Bai, that remnant map was only sold for 24,000 gold coins, won't the pavilion master blame you when he finds out? The female guide's cautious voice sounded in the lobby. Administrator Bai returned his gaze and spoke indifferently. Never mind, although the map sold to this black-robed Do Grandmaster is the original map, the technique our cartography pavilion prides itself most on is cartography, and we got a backup copy of that remnant map a long time ago. Indeed, we made a profit on selling it off a few thousand gold coins, so the pavilion master won't blame us. At the end of his sentence, Administrator Bai was inwardly flooded with doubt. After all, it was a bit strange that the map could be sold. Could it be that this person had learned secrets about the map that we in the cartographic pavilion could not see? After thinking this, Administrator Bai shook his head decisively, denying his idea. No, it was impossible. The map had been checked over and over again by the cartographic pavilion, and it was actually an ordinary map, at most a little older, but nothing strange. Perhaps he really had bought the map for another purpose. Then we must find someone to follow him. This Do Grandmaster seems to have a lot of money. No need, this man may be richer than an ordinary Do Grandmaster, but he is not richer by much. Didn't you see that man just a moment ago only had a little over 20,000 gold coins left on his purple gold card? It's still considerable, but the pavilion master is out at the moment, and it's quite troublesome if a Do Grandmaster causes us trouble, and people of low strength can't keep up with him. However, if he still comes next time and the pavilion master is also present, it can be considered. Understood. The female guide nodded her head repeatedly. By the way, you did a good job this time. Your monthly salary goes up 10 at the end of the month. After glancing at the scantily clad sales clerk, Administrator Bai suddenly said. The sales clerk was very happy about this. Wasn't this why she called Xiao Ming? Thank you Administrator Bai, thank you Administrator. She thanked him, and it was only after Administrator Bai disappeared that she stopped and, after taking a slight breath, continued in the lobby waiting for customers. After leaving the cartography pavilion, Xiao Ming first put away the remnant map of Heavenly Flame, after which he strolled around Black Seal City for an hour. During that time, he spent some gold coins, bought the information he wanted, and learned some information about the powerful people who had come to Black Seal City for the auction this time. Finally, after making sure he was not being watched, he casually found an inn and stayed there. The next day, early in the morning. Not far from Black Seal City a clear dew hung from the tips of emerald green leaves, and white mist lingered among the trees. A dark shadow suddenly stepped into a thicket of trees, peering through gaps in the branches and into the distance, where the dense forest thinned out and eventually bordered a dark plain. The endless plain, as far as the eye could see, was a drab black, against a somewhat darker sky, and over it hung a depressing and irritating atmosphere. A few sparse and distant pedestrians could be seen on the plain. In the jungle, Xiao Ming looked at the endless blackness and realized that he was about to enter the Great Plain of Black Corner region. Taking out the map from the storage ring, he checked it and looked at a small black dot on the map, standing among the trees. Xiao Ming said softly. Go 30 miles west to reach that secret realm opening place. Let's hope we don't encounter a black storm during that time. Apart from the thousands of horse thieves in the Great Plain of Black Corner region, the black storm was the most dangerous, and those who were not very experienced got lost in it. There was once an unfortunate fellow who rushed through the black storm and ended up going halfway around the Great Plain and died of exhaustion. Xiao Ming wasn't worried about dying of exhaustion. He was only afraid of missing the opening of the secret realm. After praying for luck, Xiao Ming put away the map, his legs flowed with Do Qi, he executed his Do technique and his whole body appeared like a ghost a few meters away. The scene was as if he was performing small-scale teleportation, quite bizarre, and soon Xiao Ming disappeared from the scene. On the Great Plain, a human figure raised a faint wisp of yellow dust and sped past, noting that his speed was actually faster than a horse, and finally disappeared from the line of sight. This person was none other than Xiao Ming, and 2 hours had passed since he left Black Seal City. During that time, he was also fortunate enough not to encounter a black storm. Therefore, he had actually finished walking the 30 miles a long time ago, and was only searching for the exact location at this time. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no positioning system like GPS, so even though Xiao Ming knew the exact location, it was still a bit difficult to find the opening location of the secret realm in the almost even plain. No, after searching for so long, Xiao Ming still hadn't found it. As time passed, Xiao Ming's footsteps began to slow down, until they stopped. Forget it, I won't look for it. When the secret realm is revealed, there will be a big commotion. When the time comes, I will rush straight there, and I won't be so flashy when I meet people. After taking a light breath and calming his breath that had fluctuated due to the strenuous movement, Xiao Ming took out a Qi return pill from his storage ring and popped it into his mouth. Thus, he remained in the same place for another quarter of an hour. Rumble. Xiao Ming, who was resting his eyes, suddenly heard a loud sound and opened his eyes. Looking in the direction of the sound, a pillar of light several dozen meters wide was not far away, rising into the sky and straight into the clouds. The white light shone clearly on Xiao Ming's face, which was hidden under his black robe. Xiao Ming's face revealed a look of surprise when he saw this mighty power. This secret realm is truly extraordinary, but the movement is too big. Before the words left his mouth, a precious sword suddenly appeared in Xiao Ming's hand and he half knelt on the ground, thrusting it into the ground and holding the hilt tightly with both hands to fix himself. Soon, a whistling gale mixed with energy fluctuations violently descended from the sky, and immediately, Xiao Ming's body swayed slightly as the gale blew. Xiao Ming's face changed slightly as he lowered his body to ensure his stability and listened to the sound of the gale blowing over his black robe. Fortunately, he had prepared himself, otherwise, he might have been blown miles away if he had been caught off guard. Ah, help me! As if to check Xiao Ming's thoughts. A human figure, mixed with a miserable scream, flew from far away to nearby, flying past Xiao Ming diagonally and quickly disappearing, which made Xiao Ming's face turn strange. That guy was really unlucky. The fierce wind didn't last long before it slowly stopped. After putting his sword in its storage ring, fixing his clothes that had been blown away by the gale, and putting his black robe back on to cover his face, Xiao Ming shot out towards the pillar of light. Chapter 35. Just as Xiao Ming was heading towards the entrance of the secret realm, the Black Seal City 30 miles away was in constant turmoil. Precisely as Xiao Ming had expected, the sudden pillar of light that soared into the sky, as well as the energy fluctuations from a moment ago, had almost immediately captured the attention of all the powerful people in Black Seal City. Feeling the pure energy contained in the fluctuations, many people were surprised and quickly left the room. In less than a minute, all the tall buildings and other imposing places in Black Seal City were filled with people standing there. Where is that energy fluctuation coming from? It seems to be west of Black Seal City. Look, what's that? Why did a pillar of light suddenly appear west of Black Seal City? The violent energy fluctuations just now, it could be that some treasure was born. It could be that some secret realm has opened up. I once read in a book that when the cave of a high-level powerhouse comes to light, there will be a shocking movement. I guess it's not too far from this movement. As more and more figures appeared, more and more people whispered, and some people who were originally unaware of what was going on gradually looked at the pillar of light with a hint of greed in their eyes. In fact, regardless of what that pillar of light was, something that could cause such a commotion was by no means an ordinary thing, and should not be overlooked. Quick, go and report it to the sovereign. You, go and tell Elder Blood Sky that we will go scout first so that he can quickly gather his men to support us. Ha ha ha, we three brothers didn't come to this auction for fun, we didn't expect to meet a newborn treasure, although there are many powerful people gathered in Black Seal City this time, we three brothers are all Do King, we are not afraid of them, Old Man 2, Old Man 3, let's go. Lord Sec Master, shall we gather our men? Looking at the pillar of light piercing through the clouds and rushing towards the sky, these powerful men who had been fighting in the Black Corner region for years and years, finally could not resist and flew out towards the pillar of light with their Do Chi. Among them, one could even see some people whose Do Chi had turned into wings, flying through the sky at a speed that was hard for ordinary people to overcome, and they soon disappeared from sight. Obviously, those were all the people who had come to Black Seal City this time to participate in the auction, the powerful Do King and above. Some of the figures that had shot out toward the pillar of light could not help but stop when they saw those strong people flying past in the sky. But there were still those who were confident in their own strength and did not lose heart, but instead increased their speed. Within a radius of tens of kilometers from the pillar of light, the events of the Black Seal City were repeated again and again. A large number of powerful people were approaching the secret realm at great speed. Of course, all of this was something Xiao Ming could not know. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where the pillar of light at the entrance of the secret realm was located. The place where the pillar of light was located was different from other places in the Great Plain of Black Corner region, which was covered with black soil. The area surrounding the pillar of light consisted of white jade stones for several hundred meters, with strange patterns carved into them, which glowed white and faintly reflected the pillar of light in the center. The jade-paved area is a few tens of centimeters lower than the surrounding black earth. It seemed that these jade stones had been buried underground before, and only after the energy fluctuations a moment ago had caused the black earth on its surface to disappear, for this jade-covered area to reappear in the daylight. Xiao Ming did not act rashly when he arrived at his destination, because he knew that the secret realm was not yet completely open and people could only enter after the jade stones had disappeared. Otherwise, if they rushed into the jade square, those who were not strong enough would be shaken in a bloody fog by the energy. Moreover, Xiao Ming was not the first to arrive, as others had arrived around the Jade Square long before him. Those who had arrived before Xiao Ming were currently standing at the edge of the Jade Square, fiddling with something, looking like they were eager to try something. However, Xiao Ming's arrival made them stop their movements. "Boss, there is someone here." Among those people, a skinny man with a pointed mouth looked at Xiao Ming and said cautiously to the man in their midst. Idiot, I've already seen it, do you think I don't have eyes? No boss, I'm trying to say that this pillar of light is a matter of great importance, we should. Saying this, the skinny guy made a neck-slashing gesture. Obviously, he wanted to kill Xiao Ming and have the jade area all to themselves. Hearing the skinny man's suggestion, the stronger man glanced around. There was a total of 9 people on his side. He was a Do Grandmaster, his younger brothers were 3 Do Master and 5 Do Practitioner, and there was only one person on the opposite side, whose strength was unknown, so it might be a bit complicated. But after some thought, he shook his head and said. This pillar of light is going straight into the clouds, the movement is amazing, it will definitely attract more people later, and there might be strong people above Do Grandmaster among them, we can't occupy it with our strength, it's better not to create additional trouble. When the skinny man heard what the stronger man said, he also knew that his idea now was a bit fanciful, so he rubbed his nose reluctantly and no longer spoke. The sound of their discussion was not loud and Xiao Ming did not hear it very clearly, but the action of cutting the thin man's throat was undisguised and obviously ill-intentioned. Just as Xiao Ming was frowning thinking that he was in trouble again and waiting for them to make a move, he saw that they had stopped moving and couldn't help but mutter a little. In the end, Xiao Ming backed off a little and the two sides remained calmly in the same place. In the next few minutes, just as the strongman had said, people were arriving around the jade area one after another. There were more and more people, and not everyone had the patience to wait after all. Finally, someone couldn't resist and wanted to enter the jade area to approach the pillar of light and take a look at it. Xiao Ming shook his head without moving as he watched the action of that person courting death. Can't you see that everyone is not moving, what's your hurry? Boom! Just as Xiao Ming expected, a white light enveloped the man just as he entered the jade area. After being enveloped, this person of around Do Grandmaster's strength turned red and his body expanded like an inflated balloon, exploding in a few seconds as a blood-red mist filled the air. A breeze blew and the blood mist dispersed, leaving the place he had just stepped on empty, with not a single bone of the man who had invaded the area remaining. Seeing the fate of this Do Grandmaster, the noise around the jade area disappeared, replaced by extreme silence. Some of the people who were originally eager to try began to break out in a cold sweat. They were secretly relieved that they had not acted rashly, otherwise, they were the ones who would not even leave their bones at this point. The silence lasted for a few seconds, when 3 shadows suddenly emerged from the eastern sky, and not far away from the 2 shadows, large black dots were also looming. This must be the place where the treasure was born, right? I didn't expect it to be so close. The silhouette quickly changed from small to large, and a thick, loud laugh, carried by the Do-Chi, echoed through the sky and earth. Boom! Above the sky, the rapidly flickering figures stopped fiercely, and the energy of the wind sharply breaking was like thunder in the air. The people around the jade area raised their heads in shock and looked at the 3 figures that appeared above their heads, their pupils suddenly tightened, and after a long moment, they got a lump in their throats and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is a powerful Do King. Soon after these people appeared, several loud and clear hissing sounds also resounded, and the black spot in the distance gradually became larger, and a moment later, huge magical beasts with huge wings gradually appeared in the sky above the area. These huge beasts hovered in the air, and some shadows, leaping from their backs, landed lightly not far from the strong man in the air. It was obvious that they were their affiliated forces. The strong man who had arrived before Xiao Ming, when he saw those powerful Do King, the holes in his eyes had already contracted into pinholes, and after seeing those shadows jumping back from the backs of the magical beasts, he only felt his legs trembling a little. This was because, among them, there were quite a few powerhouses in the Do spirit realm. The reason why the strongman's legs were trembling was simple. The powerful Do Kings were so strong that they normally did not care about small shrimp like them, but these Do spirit did. Chapter 36. With the temper of the Do King powerhouses, it was natural for them to take the high-ranked treasures, they would not necessarily look at the low-ranked things, and when the time came, as long as they stayed away from these people, the harvest would still be there. However, since the Do spirit powerhouses could not participate in the battle circle of the more powerful, their targets would naturally focus on those existences below them. A single Do spirit was enough for them to suffer, but these powerhouses came in groups, and in groups, who could bear it? Excluding the few lone cultivators on the scene who were unafraid, the faces of everyone else were unusually ugly. The thoughts of these people were unknown to the mighty Do King and Do Emperor who were hovering high in the sky, but of course they wouldn't care to know. To them, these people below were all like ants. If necessary, any one of them could slaughter everyone below Do Spirit's level, and Do Spirit would only require a little more effort, so who would care what the ants thought? Likewise, they also mocked the Do Spirit of other forces that had descended from the beasts behind them, not caring. At this moment, there were a dozen people flying in the sky, all with brightly colored doqi wings on their backs. They were not stupid people, and when they looked at the white pillar of light in the center of the jade area, they did not make any rash movements, their minds moved quickly. After watching for so long, they also found something. Big brother, this vision does not seem to be the appearance of some treasure that was born, instead it seems like the opening of a secret realm. The person who spoke was a man whose age seemed to be around 30 with a gloomy face. Beside him were two other men who looked a little like him and who must have been related to him by blood. They were all dressed in robes of the same color and stood indifferently in the sky with wings on their backs. Hearing his third brother say this, the eldest of the three felt a little embarrassed as he thought of his shout just now. It turns out that the strong shout that Xiao Ming and the others just heard originated from him. Cough cough cough, there are definitely treasures in the secret realm, or am I not right? The second brother beside him glanced at his brothers who were talking and did not say anything. Anyway, he was not the one who was about to lose face at this moment. The conversation between the three attracted the attention of the others in the sky. A middle-aged man with a bare torso and a giant lion roaring at the sky faintly visible on his chest looked obliquely at the three men, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect the three Yao brothers to come too. I heard that they offended the Gold-Silver brothers a few days ago and are hiding out there, rushing out at this time of day. Aren't they afraid that the Gold-Silver brothers will catch them? Master Tai Wu probably doesn't know that the Gold-Silver brothers are a bit busy and don't have time to take care of the three brothers due to something recent. How about, would you like to invite these three Do King to join your Wild Lion gang? A sexy woman in a revealing outfit at the side of the area covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly at Tai Wu. This woman had a fiery figure and a black demon poppy flower tattooed on her cheek against her ear, which, although beautiful, was deadly poisonous. From her mouth, one could tell that this bare-chested middle-aged man whose chest faintly showed a giant lion roaring skyward was actually the leader of the Wild Lion gang, the 4-star Do Emperor Tai Wu. Tai Wu looked at her and spoke, the three brothers of the Yao clan are unruly and untamed, and now they have offended the Gold-Silver brothers, who dares to take them in? If you, the Luo Sha Gate, are not afraid of the Gold-Silver brothers you can try to invite them, only I am afraid they will not appreciate your kindness. The weight of the Do King powerhouses in the Black Corner region was already extremely heavy, and the strongest in many powers were only Do King. Naturally, he had thought of those three brothers before, but that thought had disappeared after they had offended the Gold-Silver brothers. Any one of them was much stronger than him. The two of them also knew how to combine their attacks, and together they could destroy the entire Wild Lion gang. If she could make Tai Wu speak so calmly, this charming woman was naturally no ordinary person. She was none other than the rare female Do Emperor powerhouse of the Black Corner region, the head of Luo Sha Gate, Su Mei. As the only powerhouse in the sky that was a woman, her face was also not bad, attracting the attention of many people. Xiao Ming looked at Su Mei in the sky and suddenly had a bad feeling. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his miserable fate in a certain simulation. The Do Emperor woman in that simulation must not be her, right? Xiao Ming thought inwardly with uncertainty. Female powers were extremely rare in the Black Corner region, and only occasionally did a female powerhouse pass by. It was actually a bit difficult to find a female Do Emperor by chance. The self in that simulation was also a bit unlucky. Moreover, in that simulation, his later self was imprisoned from beginning to end, not even stepping out of the door, living a monotonous and repetitive life every day, so naturally he had no way of knowing the specific information of that female Do Emperor. However, Su Mei was only a low-level Do Emperor at the moment, and other than her voluptuous figure that qualified, her strength did not fit the simulator's description. However, it was better to be careful. Xiao Ming thought about his experience of being imprisoned in the simulator and could not help but slightly adjust his black robe. Whether it was or not, it was always good to be careful. After all, some people were quite perverted, and the Black Corner region was even more full of perverts. No one paid attention to Xiao Ming's small movements. In the sky, the respective conversations of the strong people who had met their acquaintances had also ended. With the strong suppression above, the small shrimp in the background also consciously kept their mouths shut for fear of attracting their attention. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet for a while. This atmosphere did not last long before it was broken by Tai Wu, the leader of the Wild Lion gang. As he looked at the growing number of people densely packed below, he couldn't help but frown a little and said to Su Mei and Yuan Yi, who were next to him, there are more and more people, and we are all Do Emperor, so why don't we join hands and kick some of them out, and then we will share this secret realm equally. Yuan Yi was the 8 Gates master, and this Black Seal auction was organized by him. With such a big event in the west of Black Seal City, he would naturally come to check it out. Yuan Yi was somewhat tempted to listen to this proposal, but inwardly, he could not make up his mind somehow, because this time, apart from the Wild Lion gang as well as Luo Sha Gate, there were other sects that had arrived, and pushing them away was not a good idea for him, whose strength was only 1-star Do Emperor, as most of their sect masters were stronger than him. In addition, there were also some lone cultivators who were difficult to deal with, such as the 3 Yao brothers. It would also be a bit hard for the 8 gates to bear in case they took revenge in the future after he had expelled them. Before he could open his mouth to refuse, Su Mei beside him opened hers. There might be many crises inside the secret realm, it's better to keep these people as cannon fodder, it's not like they can take away those really good things anyway. Su Mei obviously didn't agree with Tai Wu's idea either. Hearing that everyone had rejected it, Tai Wu said no more. Su Mei was right, these people would only be cannon fodder if they stayed. How could they take the really good stuff before them, the Do Emperors? Time was slowly passing by. After watching for a while, the strongest in the sky could no longer hold back. However, their years of experience in the world had taught them to be careful, so they did not step on the pillar of light like the original Do Grandmaster. Tai Wu's Do Chi moved in his hand, and a figure near the jade area was sucked from the ground into his palm and carried away like a small chicken. This sudden movement of his attracted many people. Xiao Ming raised his eyes and discovered that the figure holding Tai Wu in his hand was actually the skinny man who had made a throat-cutting gesture to him earlier. At that moment, the skinny man's face was filled with fear, desperately trying to suppress the cowardice inside him as he spoke in a trembling voice to the Do Emperor in front of him. My lord, is there something I have been called for? Nothing, seeing as you are so far ahead, you should have arrived earlier, shouldn't you? Tell us what you know. Tai Wu said with a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his lips. Hearing this, the thin man inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, so this was it, then it was okay. Then, he told them everything he knew, one by one. Oh, is this area really that strange, can it make people explode into a bunch of blood mist out of nowhere? Tai Wu's eyebrows furrowed after hearing the skinny man's statement. Yes, my lord, I'm not lying, this place. Boom. It's really not a lie. Tai Wu muttered as he looked at the man who had been thrown into the jade area by himself and turned into a blood mist. Looking at the man who turned into blood mist, Xiao Ming couldn't help but squint his eyes. Inwardly, he said secretly, Do Chi Continent is such a dangerous place that one can be trampled to death like an insect if one is not careful. It seems that after this trip to the secret realm, I still have to improve my strength some more before I go out again. Those who came along with the thin man, on the other hand, didn't even dare to fart when they saw their companion being killed. Instead, they lowered their heads, fearing they would be next. Tai Wu's blow caused a slight commotion, and just as the crowd was getting a little restless, an extremely faint buzzing sound gradually rang out. As this sound grew louder, the white lines in the jade area became brighter and brighter. Until finally, a blinding white aura flashed past. The white pillar of light disappeared, and in its place was a spinning passage more than 10 meters wide. Is that the spatial passageway to enter the secret realm? A knowledgeable lone cultivator Do King exclaimed in shock after seeing it clearly. Hearing those words, everyone's breath caught. Space was a realm that could only be touched by a Do ancestor, and to create a secret realm, one needed to be even stronger. There must be good things inside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dozen figures violently rushed towards it. They were the powerhouses above their heads that flew towards the secret realm. Unfettered by the restraints of the powerhouses, everyone else in the Jade Zone rushed toward the entrance to the secret realm. But the entrance to the secret realm was not very big, how could so many people enter together? So, in an attempt to enter the secret realm, these people actually fought in a bloodbath on the spot. There was screaming and shouting. Xiao Ming did not participate in the bloodbath, but entered the passage first with the advantage of his body technique and position. Chapter 37. Xiao Ming, who had entered the space channel, only felt dizziness in his head, and when he adjusted himself, he discovered that he had appeared in another world. The first time his feet landed on the ground, Xiao Ming took out his weapon from his storage ring, a black sword that made people not pay much attention to it. This was one of the spoils of Xiao Ming's 10 days in the Black Corner region. When he got this sword, Xiao Ming had tested it and it was strong enough to use. He used this sword instead of the original 5th rank sword because the latter attracted too much attention and would certainly cause some trouble if others saw it. Therefore, Xiao Ming took out this sword. With the black sword in hand, Xiao Ming first looked around but was surprised to see that there was no one around. At first, the Do Emperor and Do King powerhouses had rushed into the secret realm before the others and now they were nowhere to be found. This shouldn't be like this. Xiao Ming was puzzled. It was fine for the powerful Do Emperor and Do King to disappear in the blink of an eye since they can fly. But what about those who had entered almost at the same time as him? It didn't make sense that they weren't here too, right? Xiao Ming was inwardly very confused, he had just pulled out his weapon to prevent those people from sneaking up on him. However, the fact that those people were not there saved a lot of trouble. Not having to protect himself from people attacking him for the time being, Xiao Ming first took a few steps to his left to prevent others from appearing behind him, after which he began to inspect this secret realm. The sky was grey and gloomy, without any clouds, giving a sense of negativity to people just by looking at it. In the distance, there was a small mountain range with many tall trees that Xiao Ming had never seen before, and vaguely, there seemed to be buildings and pavilions appearing on it, and in the center of the range was the highest peak, where there was another pillar of light standing that was the same as outside. Looking behind him again, a few yards away was a black passage a dozen yards wide, and beyond it a grey plain of which no end was visible. That side of the mountain range must be the central point of the secret realm. There must be more than one of these space passages. This would explain why there was no one around me at this time. They appeared in the other space channels of the secret realm. In this short period of time, Xiao Ming came to this conclusion by combining the information he had in his previous simulations. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Ming only felt that he was quite fortunate because from this space passage he could see the pavilion in the mountain range and there was no one around him now. As long as he was fast enough and no Do King powerhouse appeared behind him, he could take a shortcut and obtain the treasures in it, instead of being like the others and fighting for the treasures with others. He didn't expect today's luck to be so good. Xiao Ming rejoiced in his heart, and without further hesitation, he circulated the Do Qi in his body and lifted his feet to quickly shoot off towards the distant mountains. Shortly after Xiao Ming disappeared, several figures appeared in the place where he had just been. These figures were all in disarray, their bodies were blood red, and some of them were even wounded, with drops of blood dripping from time to time. When they landed, they were just like Xiao Ming, and they first grabbed their weapons to protect themselves, but when they clearly saw the surroundings and the distant mountains, they all laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, it wasn't easy, but in the end, I managed to sneak in. I have to say those lunatics are really ruthless. There's a pavilion over there, there must be treasures. Treasure, here I come. Hey, hey, hey. After some of them finished laughing, they didn't care about anything, and after putting some distance between them, they all ran and rushed towards the pavilion where Xiao Ming had gone. The only thing they didn't see was that the blood they had spilled on the ground had disappeared, as if it had been absorbed by something. After some time of walking, Xiao Ming finally entered the forest of the mountain range. The first thing Xiao Ming felt upon entering the forest was that it was big. The trees in the forest were much larger than Xiao Ming had anticipated, and each one needed a dozen people to put their arms around it. This forest is densely branched and overgrown, each branch can easily hide a person, it is a good place to ambush others. As he circled his Do Qi and moved quickly towards the pavilion he had originally encountered, a thought flashed through Xiao Ming's mind as he looked at those thick trees. As time passed, more and more people would definitely enter this secret realm, and those who entered the secret realm later would definitely not be able to take this first mouthful of soup as he did. When the time came, those desperate people who were used to the lawlessness in the Black Corner region would definitely not be willing to give up, and this kind of place was so suitable for killing people, how could they miss it? It was foreseeable that this forest would definitely devour many lives in the coming days. What is this? Xiao Ming, who was moving forward, suddenly realized something and stopped his advance. Something was blocking his path. What stopped Xiao Ming was not a person, but a corpse. Xiao Ming stared in surprise at the huge bones of the corpse in front of him. From its appearance, the corpse was nearly 100 meters long and a dozen meters wide, snaking and twisting through the trees. From its appearance, one could conclude that it was the snow-white corpse of a high-ranking magical beast in the form of a snake. Perhaps because of its age or other reasons, the bones were cracked and not much of its residual breath remained, so it was difficult for Xiao Ming to judge the exact rank of the corpse. But Xiao Ming speculated that, when the owner of this corpse was still alive, he might have had the strength of the 6th rank. Of course, this was not Xiao Ming's random speculation, he had a basis for it, he judged it based on the size of the corpse. The strength of magical beasts, although not necessarily the larger the size the stronger the strength, often higher-ranked magical beasts can also be very small in size. However, those weak magical beasts will almost always be small in size, at least terrestrial magical beasts are like that. As for why this is so, the reason is simple: weak, but so big and flashy, it is equivalent to being a rich steak for other magical beasts. Their large size means they need more space to survive and they have to compete with other magical beasts. Only the strong are able to hold a large territory, while the weak are not able to monopolize a territory. Thus, on land, the beasts arrogant because of their size and weak because of their strength had already been exterminated in ancient times, and only in some special places with little competition could they have survived. In the oceans, due to the difference in survival methods, there may still be a large number of weak and large magical beasts. However, this side of the Black Corner region was not near the ocean, so Xiao Ming concluded that it might be the remains of a 6th rank magical beast. The remains of the corpse did not hinder Xiao Ming for long, making his dou qi work. Xiao Ming jumped between the bones. He soon broke through the white bones and continued towards his target, the pavilion. Soon, Xiao Ming encountered another corpse, a monkey-like corpse, not as big as the original snake bone. Xiao Ming paid no attention to it, but later, corpses of various magical beasts appeared one after another, and even human bones appeared. I wonder what happened to the clan that originally possessed this secret realm. It really disappeared like this. There are still many white bones in the secret realm. I think there must have been a fierce battle. Chapter 38. The clan that owned the secret realm must have been very strong, and from what can be seen by observing from the edge of the space channel, the space in this secret realm is definitely not small, and the number of buildings it owns is also very large. It must have been a large clan with a large number of people, but now it has ended up with no successor and corpses everywhere, which is a bit sad. Nevertheless, the corpses are somewhat disturbing. However, these corpses also did not affect the pace of Xiao Ming's advance, but rather accelerated his speed. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming arrived at his destination. After passing the last tree, which was more than 10 meters long, his view widened and a small square area several tens of meters wide appeared before him. The square area was made of white rocks, which were incomparably bright, and had some drawings of birds and flying beasts painted on them, as well as some runes similar to those on the jade area outside. However, although these runes were somewhat strange, they did not show the same power as the runes of the jade area outside. The pavilion stood at the far end of the area, made of an unknown red wood in its entirety, the overall appearance in line with the trees, all very wide. Standing around the white square area, Xiao Ming squinted his eyes and carefully observed the surroundings, inwardly pondered for a moment, then extended his right hand. The spirit appeared in his hand. Go explore the path. Xiao Ming used his soul to give a command to the spirit. Instantly, it flickered in his hand and slowly rose up, flying towards the area pavilion. Is it really safe? After seeing the spirit slowly float towards the area and not being attacked by anything, Xiao Ming inwardly felt relieved. However, he still did not rush into the zone. After all, the fate of the Dou Grandmaster that entered the outer Jade Zone was still fresh in his mind. Throw an attack into the zone. Another order was given to the spirit. The spirit that received the order did not hesitate in the slightest, and after a shudder, a column of green light a dozen centimeters long was sent by it and shot out towards the ground. Wham! A faint curtain of white light appeared and seemed to try to resist the spirit's attack, but unfortunately it only lasted less than a second before it was violently shattered by the spirit. Without the protection of the curtain of light, the pillar of green light easily pierced the white stone, leaving a black hole the size of a dozen centimeters in the white square area. It seems that, apart from that jade area in the outside world, the small rock area here doesn't have the kind of function that makes people burst into a fog of blood. After carefully sensing the energy contained in the white protective shield just now, Xiao Ming secretly said. That energy shield could, at most, clean the rotten leaves. It couldn't be a danger to people even if it wanted to. Since he could already verify that the area was not dangerous, Xiao Ming ordered the spirit to return inside himself. In an instant, the spirit appeared in Xiao Ming's hand, and with a wave of his hand, it had disappeared. Lifting his feet, he crossed the white area without encountering any obstacles and reached the door of the pavilion smoothly. After looking at the door plate, Xiao Ming reached out and pushed the red wooden door, which was also painted with birds and beasts. Crunch! The sound of a wooden door opening, not too loud, rang out in the room that had not been touched for a long time, breaking the silence that had existed for thousands of years. The first floor of the pavilion was not quite dark, with the moonstones on either side as a source of light. The interior space of the pavilion was indeed as huge as Xiao Ming thought it would be on the outside. The first floor looked like an ordinary meeting area, except for some wooden shelves with weapons and seats. There was nothing peculiar about it. Upon entering, Xiao Ming carefully observed the space. In the end, he found nothing. Disappointed, he decided to light the wooden rack with weapons. Pulling out the nearest green-colored sword, the smooth body of the sword reflected Xiao Ming's small face. Reaching out and waving the sword, it trembled slightly and a pleasant sword sound suddenly rang out. A good sword. Being someone who uses swords himself, Xiao Ming came to this conclusion. It was a good sword made of a material no weaker than his 5th grade magic core sword, except for the fact that it had no magic core inlays. It was not inferior in any way. Age had not affected it in the least. With this sword alone, this trip was not in vain. Xiao Ming gladly placed this sword in his storage ring. Next, he turned his gaze to the other weapons on the rack. There are also 2 spears, 2 great swords and a scimitar. Not bad. To put them together with the long sword, I guess the quality is not much different, although none of them have magic cores either, but still, they might be worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Not bad, not bad. After happily putting these things in his storage ring, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the passage to the second floor. When he arrived on the second floor, Xiao Ming found that there were many rooms there. After casually opening a room and searching for a while, he found nothing valuable. Xiao Ming was not discouraged and continued to search the next room. Searching room by room, Xiao Ming soon finished searching the second floor and reappeared on the staircase. He also carried some bottles and jars and 2 scrolls in his hand. First, he put them on the floor, opened a medicine bottle and a dark pill appeared in his hand. Bringing it to his nose and sniffing it, Xiao Ming inwardly felt a little disappointed. The tier is too low, the preservation is not proper, the medicinal properties have been completely lost. Xiao Ming said, shaking his head. On the Do-Chi continent, although it can't be said that everything has a shelf life. But it was definitely true that low-level things had a shelf life. Although something like a pill had a fairly long shelf life, but it was also easy for it to lose its medicinal properties if it wasn't stored properly. The lower the tier of the pill, the more so. Only high-tier spirit pills would not be affected by time, but would become more and more powerful over time. The pills in Xiao Ming's hand were definitely not high-tier pills, and without being stored properly, they had become spent pills at this moment. Xiao Ming sighed not so much because he felt sorry for not obtaining a low-tier pill. This pill might be precious to others, but to him as an alchemist, it was nothing at all. He sighed because he had not seen this kind of pill before. It was a kind of ancient pill. If the medicinal properties were still there, he could study it, it would be good for his alchemist skills to improve. But now these pills had already become worn-out pills, worthless for study. Casually tossing this spent pellet on the ground, Xiao Ming opened several other bottles, the contents of which were similar. With another sigh, he tossed the items under his feet. Picking up the 2 ancient scrolls in each of his left and right hands, Xiao Ming first turned his eyes towards the fire jade-colored scroll in his right hand. High Qi method of fire attribute Xian class, spiritual inferno technique. Looking at the few large words written on the scroll, Xiao Ming brushed his lips. With the rise of twin spirits, he had long since lost interest in other Qi methods, perhaps only flame mantra in Yao Lao's hand could make him look a few more times. Although this Xian class fire attribute Qi method was not useless, at least it could boost his inventory a bit, better than those few scrap pills. Putting this scroll in his storage ring, Xiao Ming looked at another green and ancient scroll. He saw a large line written on the scroll, high-level flying Do technique Huang class, heavenly green peregrine falcon wing. Chapter 39. Flying Do technique. Xiao Ming's pupils shrank. Flying Do techniques were the rarest of all types of Do techniques. The flying Do technique was a strange secret technique that could enable the practitioner to form 2 small extensions that protruded from the veins on one's back, and as long as these 2 extensions were extended, then even if his strength did not reach the level of a Do king, he would still be able to condense his wings and fly through the air. Flying is a temptation that makes many people's hearts flutter, and to pursue this temptation, many people strive to reach the unattainable Do king realm. In addition, many of the methods to do flying Do technique had been lost, which increased the level of appreciation of it. In all the time Xiao Ming had used the life simulator, he had only seen the words, Flying Do Technique, in the Jia Ma Academy book collection. One could imagine how rare this Flying Do Technique was. After seeing that what he held in his hand was a Flying Do Technique, Xiao Ming's breathing sharpened imperceptibly. Everyone's dream was to soar into the sky, and Xiao Ming was naturally very interested in flying, which was the best guarantee for escape. His realm was only Do Grandmaster's realm now, and there was no telling how long it would take him to rely on himself to reach the strength of a Do king and soar into the skies. Now that he had an additional flying Do technique in his hands, it would allow him to live the addiction to flying. Xiao Ming had the need to cultivate this Do technique at this time. The cultivation of flying Do techniques was often much faster than other Do techniques, so he could also have an additional method to protect his life in the secret realm. However, after seeing the rank of the Do technique, Xiao Ming was a little hesitant. This flying Do technique is only in the High Huang class, isn't it a bit low? The current Xiao Ming was not the previous Xiao Ming who did not have a simulator when he was 4 years old. Back then, he was very happy learning the most basic Do techniques in order to cultivate Do Qi. Presently, Xiao Ming's vision had broadened, knowing that none of the Do techniques he was now cultivating were below the High Xian class, and even those of intermediate D class. He had no interest in even taking a look at the Huang class Do techniques, and all of them could only be put into his storage ring to eat dust. If only he hadn't wanted to wait for the day he returned to the Xiao family, to throw them into the family's book collection. The Huang class Do techniques were not even qualified to stay in his storage ring. Therefore, the current Xiao Ming does not like this flying Do technique for being too low level. Some would say that it is better to have a flying Do technique than none at all. If he still doesn't like this and that, isn't he pretentious? Hey, this wasn't Xiao Ming being pretentious. It was true that it was better to have flying Do technique than not to have them. However, the fact that the level of flying dough technique was too low meant that it might not be very fast and consume more dough chi than higher levels. As one's strength increases in the future, its increase would be less and less. Xiao Ming had originally planned to enter the inner courtyard to cultivate at a higher realm after this adventure before going back out. Well, the exact time, it was probably the graduation of the inner courtyard. It could be said that this period of time was relatively safe, and by then, Xiao Ming felt that he should also have the strength of a dough king. Suffice it to say that there were fewer times when he needed flying dough technique. Probably, it was only in these few days that he needed it more urgently. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use this valuable dough technique just for these few days? More importantly, if not for these few days, there was also a Xian class intermediate level flying dough technique, Flying Cloud Wing, in Jia Nan Academy's book collection. Therefore, Xiao Ming was a bit hesitant. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming still put the dough technique in his storage ring and said softly, "Forget it, let's take another look. Hai Huang class's flying dough technique may appear here and they haven't been used yet, so maybe we can find Xian class's flying dough techniques in other pavilions as well." The second floor had already been searched, and Xiao Ming had no more thoughts of searching further. At that moment, he turned his eyes toward the passage leading to the top floor. Just as he was about to make a move, loud cursing sounds came from the floor below. "Shit, why is the door to this pavilion open? Something's not right, that jade area outside right now has a new hole in it. Won't we be the first ones to get in here? Shit, they've taken everything out of here, there's only some broken copper and iron left, someone must have been in here." Hearing these shouts and curses, Xiao Ming's face changed slightly. These people came in so fast. Xiao Ming was aware of the fierce competition for entrance to the secret realm. Although he was the first group of the crowd on the ground to enter the secret realm passageway, the shouts that sounded behind him before entering the secret realm passageway, as well as the sound of weapons clashing, made it clear how difficult it was to enter the secret realm. He even felt that, if he delayed a step, he might be dragged into battle outside the secret realm. These people were able to reach this side of the pavilion 10 minutes after him, so it was obvious that they had extraordinary strength, and there might be a dough spirit among them. With how irritable these people are, they might surround me when they see me, and then I'll be in trouble. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming abandoned the idea of further exploring the third floor. He went out to train, and although he was not afraid to fight, this kind of gap was huge. He still hadn't lived long enough. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps on the first floor became clearer and clearer, and Xiao Ming even heard the sound of voices coming up the stairs. It seemed that although they knew that this pavilion had already been taken first, they still had no intention of abandoning their exploration. Xiao Ming understood that it was not too late, if he did not hide, he would be discovered. With a casual sweep of his eyes, he saw the tightly shut window in the corridor, his eyes lit up and with a flash of light, Xiao Ming disappeared silently and without a trace. Xiao Ming had just disappeared for about 10 seconds when several figures with strong auras appeared at the entrance to the second floor corridor. One of them, a man in red robes, looked with some confusion at the place where Xiao Ming had just been standing. "That's strange, there should be someone up here. Could it be that you misperceived?" A large, muscular man standing next to him asked with some suspicion. After all, he and this red-robed man were not far apart in strength, and he hadn't felt any breath a moment ago. It was hard not to make people question him. "No, my technique that I cultivate is very sensitive to blood chi. Right now I vaguely sensed a blood chi comparable to that of a second-rank magical beast, and now I don't know why I can't sense it." A second-rank magical beast? When the muscular man heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Unless one's flesh had been specially refined with medicine, no one's body could reach that level. Not even that person's body could it? With a veiled glance at the green-clad middle-aged man in front, a hint of fear shone in the muscular man's eyes. The others looked at the man in green clothes with the same look. No wonder they were so afraid. Among this group of people, the man in green was the strongest, in the dough spirit realm. The others were all in the 8 or 9-star dough grandmaster, or even 5 or 6-star dough grandmaster. If it were not for the tacit understanding of these dough grandmasters, where they wanted to secretly resist together this dough spirit, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to be here. The man in green was not blind to the dark looks coming from all sides. Naturally, he was aware of their intention to unite and resist himself. But what was the use of this makeshift alliance formed on the first floor? When the time came, once they saw the treasure, this alliance would disintegrate on its own without him having to make a move. At that time, how could these dough grandmasters snatch the treasure from him? Therefore, he was not worried at all. However, as he swept the discarded pills on the floor, as well as the open doors of the rooms in the hallway, the face of the man in green was ugly. "Whether you're right or wrong, Blood Cloud, it's always correct that this place has been ransacked. Chapter 40. Damn, that guy was just a short time ahead of us in the secret realm, he really moved so fast, he must not be far away now, should we go after him? Blood Cloud, dressed in a blood-red robe, asked the crowd with a fierce look. The strong smell of blood filled the air, obviously furious. The faces of the others were also very ugly. When they heard Blood Cloud's question, they all looked a little attentive. No, this forest is so big and the trees are full of branches, he could hide in a random tree. Where are you going to find him? Besides, we still don't know if he has accomplices and what his exact strength is. But from the fact that he moved so fast, we can tell that he is no weaker than any of us. If he intends to set an ambush, it's not certain who will live and who will die if any of us meet him alone, so it's better not to risk it. Surprisingly, the muscular man who had initially engaged Blood Cloud in conversation said sensible words that did not match his muscular body. When the others heard him say that, it sounded like that to them, and although they were a bit reluctant, they also nodded their heads, acknowledging that what the muscular man said was indeed true. Indeed, let's forget it, this place is very big, it really is a bit difficult to find the people, in case we are ambushed, we will be at a great loss. That's right, with the effort it would take us to find the person, we might as well look for other pavilions. Blood Cloud, you didn't think as thoroughly as Nyo-san, you almost got us into trouble. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so smart, Nyo-san, you thought of all that. Thanks to you, otherwise we would have wasted our time for nothing. The muscular man smiled and rolled his eyes, he wasn't doing it for the sake of these people. He was thinking to himself, there was a powerhouse in the Dose spirit realm among them, if they scattered rashly, they would be easily killed by him one by one. He knew that, in the Black Corner region, this kind of killing was a regular occurrence. He himself had done this sort of thing very often. He could not guarantee that the man in green would not do it. So it was best if everyone stuck together first. Otherwise, he would have been happy for these guys to go away and die a clean death. Of course, he didn't really want to go looking for the man either, and as he said, if it took that much effort, he might as well go find another pavilion. When Blood Cloud heard this analysis from Nyo-san, he also felt that he was right, but it was refuted in public, which made him look a little bad. After a slight snort, he stopped talking. The man in green felt a little disappointed to see that these people were not driven by anger. Just as the muscular man thought, to him, the wealth that these high-star Do Grandmasters possessed was also a considerable amount. He himself had spent all his savings to go through the Do spirit a few days ago. When he was worried that he had no money, the secret realm was opened. If he couldn't obtain the treasures of the secret realm, grabbing these people's treasures wasn't bad. The wealth of these Do Grandmasters wouldn't be much less than his own a few days ago. So he kept silent as they talked about chasing after the mysterious man in front of them. Unfortunately, there were still intelligent people among these people who were not overwhelmed by anger and greed. Seeing that they were not talking about pursuit, the man in green could only put aside the petty calculations in his mind and said indifferently. Since none of you intend to pursue them, there is no need to search this place since it has already been searched, let's go up to the third floor. After saying this, he took the lead and headed for the stairs leading to the third floor. The others, after looking at each other at the same time, followed suit, so as not to be left behind. Soon, the second floor was empty, with only the sound of some conversations occasionally coming down from the upper floor. A minute later, Xiao Ming reappeared in the same place. He heard rustling coming from the floor above and frowned as he said. The Black Corner region is worthy of being a place where countless strong people from various empires have gathered to escape, and all sorts of talents have emerged. There really is someone who can rely on blood chi to determine the location of people. If I hadn't purposely suppressed the aura of my entire body just now, I'm afraid I would have been discovered by him. With the attitude of those people right now, if he was discovered, Xiao Ming felt that he might have to pay some price to leave. The rest of those people were fine, but that Do spirit powerhouse was a bit difficult to deal with. The higher the realm, the bigger the gap between each level. That Do spirit was almost a whole big realm higher than him. In addition to several other Do Grandmasters who were several stars higher than him. Even if he could fight through the levels, it would be quite difficult to deal with these people. Although, he could still leave if he wanted to, only the price might be a bit high. Xiao Ming did not want to pay any price. Luckily, the man had not encountered him again after climbing the stairs. It might be because that person's QI method wasn't good enough, so if the others hid a bit, it would be hard for him to detect the other's breath again. Now they are in the light and I am in the dark, should I hide and spy on them? Xiao Ming pondered as he listened to the sounds of rummaging through the boxes above. For these people who had tried to chase him a moment ago, he would not speak of any morality. Naturally, he would not be ashamed to harvest treasures through a sneak attack. There were things stored on the first and second floor, and there were even flying Do techniques hoarded on the second floor, so there should more or less be something on the third floor as well. Xiao Ming really was a bit reluctant to give up, just like that. After all, he was the one who got here first. However, now that they had found out that the floor above hadn't been searched, they should be able to think that he was nearby, so it would be a bit risky for him to do so. As soon as Xiao Ming thought about whether to spy on them or not, the sound of footsteps and conversation came from downstairs again. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and suddenly jumped out of the window, hanging onto the eaves of the house. Right after he did so, several people with a stronger aura than him rushed up to the second floor, and after seeing the doors of the various rooms on the second floor wide open, they cursed loudly and rushed up to the third floor without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. As expected, the sound of exchanging blows and violent energy fluctuations came from the upper floor. Is this a fight? Xiao Ming reappeared in the same position he had just been in. He didn't expect the third group to come so quickly. They were also fighting against the second group. After a while, there will surely be more and more people. It's obviously not wise to waste time here, it's better to leave first. They can fight over the things on the third floor if they want, while I will go to the other pavilions first. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming took advantage of the fact that the fourth group of people had not yet arrived and quietly slipped into the second floor. Before leaving the pavilion and entering the dense forest, Xiao Ming even took a deliberate glance back. He looked at the battle fluctuations that were getting stronger and stronger and had the potential to tear the pavilion apart. Xiao Ming smiled. Fight, the stronger the fight, the better. It's best to lure everyone in that spatial passage to this place so that I have more time to look for other places. With these thoughts, Xiao Ming walked into the forest in a good mood and disappeared. Chapter 41. Just as Xiao Ming had predicted, the battle attracted a lot of people. Soon after he left, more and more people arrived at the pavilion on that side. However, standing in the white jade area, some chose to join in after seeing the violent energy fluctuations coming from the pavilion. Some, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before choosing to re-enter the dense forest, just like Xiao Ming. It was obvious that they had the same intention as Xiao Ming, which was to go in search of another pavilion. There were not a few who chose to leave, and the bad news was that there were quite a few people who chose the same direction as Xiao Ming when they left. It is unknown how long he hopped through the branches of the dense forest, but Xiao Ming eventually found another special place where a treasure was hidden. It was an agricultural-type field. The walls of the field were made of wooden fences, which did not seem to have the slightest protective effect, and Xiao Ming could clearly see the surroundings inside the field when he stood next to the fence. The inside of the field was not very spacious, and its original owner seemed to be an ordinary farmer, who placed some hoes and shovels and some common farming tools in the field. It did not look special. However, Xiao Ming did not really think that, by placing these things, the original owner was really a farmer. What farmer can live in a secret realm? Moreover, apart from these farming tools, he also saw other things that could prove that their original owners were not so ordinary. In one corner of the field, a small flower bed had been piled up, in which all kinds of flowers and plants were planted, and a strange fragrance lingered around it. These ordinary-looking flowers and plants were the proof. Looking at those flowers and plants, Xiao Ming's breathing sharpened for a few moments. While others might not recognize those things, he knew in his heart that those seemingly ordinary flowers and plants were far more valuable than the Xian-class Dou techniques he had originally obtained. They were all precious medicinal herbs that were difficult to find in the outside world. For an alchemist, obtaining a rare herb was much more exciting and encouraging than obtaining hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Therefore, after finding the flower bed, Xiao Ming could not wait and jumped the fence as high as a person, and was not attacked in the process. After landing on the ground, Xiao Ming did not forget to pay attention to the surroundings in case the original owner of the field had any traps prepared, and then quickly walked towards the flower bed. Ice spirit leaf, black lotus flower, 9-leaf flower ginseng, snake spirit sacred fruit, purple cloud dandelion, fire dragon fruit. Surprised, he looked at the not-so-large flower bed as the one-by-one names, representing rare and hard-to-find high-grade medicinal herbs, came out of Xiao Ming's mouth. There's also, ice spirit blazing grass. As his eyes moved across the other medicinal herbs in the small flower bed, Xiao Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk, finally staring at a blade of white and red grass placed on the left side of the flower bed. The leaves of this grass were separated into two colors. Its stem, which was white, was also covered with droplets of what appeared to be icy crystals, while its reddish tips were like a ball of burning flame. The two opposing colors and elements had miraculously grown on the plant. A faint mist surrounded this plant, giving it an appearance of floating amongst the clouds. This strange herb, called ice spirit blazing grass, is extremely difficult to find in the outside world, and this herb is also one of the elements needed to refine the blood lotus pill, a pill needed to devour heavenly flames. In addition to making blood lotus pill, this herb is also the main ingredient for other 5th and 6th grade pills. Naturally, it went without saying that it was a bit more valuable than the medicinal herbs Xiao Ming had just recited. However, Xiao Ming already had the blood lotus pill in his storage ring. Therefore, although he was overjoyed to see this herb, it was nothing more than the normal reaction of an ordinary alchemist when he saw a precious herb. After inwardly rejoicing a bit for a while, Xiao Ming turned his attention back to the center of the flower bed. Grasses like ice spirit blazing grass couldn't even stay in the center, so he wanted to see how valuable the grasses in the center were. The center of the flower bed was separated from the other grasses by 3 feet of open space. It seemed that the owner of the small field attached great importance to this herb. He did not even want other herbs to come within 1 meter. Surprisingly, when Xiao Ming took a look, he discovered that the grass in the center had no special view like the ice spirit blazing grass. In the center of the flower bed was a simple green plant with a green fruit hanging from its branches. I can't recognize this plant. Xiao Ming looked at the plant with puzzled eyes and said in astonishment. The current him was not an apprentice alchemist, he was a third-tier alchemist. Although his tier was not that high, he considered himself qualified in such basic tasks as recognizing medicinal herbs, something a first-tier alchemist should be able to do. He did not need to think much about common medicinal herbs that were not precious, he could simply say them from memory and could even recite them backwards. Moreover, thanks to the rich book collection of the Jianan Academy, he could recognize many rare medicinal herbs, as he had read many books in the collection. For example, the snake spirit sacred fruit he had just read was a very rare medicinal herb that could break through the barrier of its own race after being swallowed by snake-like magical beasts, and he had recognized it at a glance. Not only that, he also knew how to use it. But this medicinal herb with the green-colored fruit hanging down, not to mention its function, he could not name it. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After looking for a moment, Xiao Ming's soul power seemed to sense a very faint soul power fluctuation. This soul power fluctuation seemed very strange and disappeared very quickly. Xiao Ming did not even have time to investigate. This caused Xiao Ming to be on guard. Even birds don't shit in this place, where were the soul fluctuations coming from? It wasn't a 1,000-year-old undead demon or something, was it? Without thinking about the name of the green plant, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and the soul power that came from his forehead poured out unreservedly, spreading out in all directions. After searching the entire field and even the corners outside the fence, he did not get any results. Xiao Ming furrowed his eyebrows and did not give up, but searched several more times. Finally, during the last search, that soul fluctuation reappeared. You came back, now I'll see where you're hiding. The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twisted as he prepared himself, and his soul power probed towards the center of the soul fluctuation. Finally, because he was prepared, Xiao Ming, who had easily probed the source of that fluctuation, opened his slightly closed eyes and looked there. Does that soul fluctuation originate from this plant? Xiao Ming looked at the plant in the center of the flower bed and inwardly was very surprised. This can't be a medicinal herb related to soul power, right? Xiao Ming inwardly guessed. This guess was not unfounded, because other than medicinal herbs that were associated with soul power, it was simply impossible for other types of medicinal herbs to emit fluctuations that resembled soul power. This type of medicinal herb was very rare, even more precious than ice spirit blazing grass, and there were very few records of it in the Jianan Academy. It was a soul-related herb, which might also explain why he could not recognize this herb. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xiao Ming was pleasantly surprised. Regardless of what use this herb had, it was undoubtedly a good thing, so this good thing should be put away immediately. Chapter 42. Moving swiftly, he took out many delicate jade jars from the storage ring hanging around his neck before taking out a small jade shovel. Circulating his dou qi, the next instant Xiao Ming was standing in the meter-wide open space. Looking at the medicinal herbs in front of him, he bent down and carefully dug up the soil next to the green plant, and finally, together with the soil, he carefully inserted it into one of the jade jars. Seeing that the green plant left in the jade bottle showed no obvious difference, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief with a happy expression on his face. Many medicinal herbs required special transplanting techniques, and if those special techniques were not used, those herbs would probably die automatically the moment they were transplanted. Although the effect on the medicinal properties would not be great if they were properly preserved after death, Xiao Ming wanted a living herb more than anything else. Since the herb survived, he might try to obtain the seeds of this prized medicinal herb and see if he could try to grow a seedling. Even if he did not grow it himself, the seeds of these precious medicinal herbs were very marketable in the Douqi continent. Moreover, a living medicinal herb will continue to grow, and when the time came when it would be used, the medicinal properties of the herb would definitely be a few points stronger compared to now. Therefore, the fact that this herb could be transplanted using ordinary techniques was also considered an unexpected pleasure. After hurriedly placing the jade vial containing the medicinal herb in its fire-red intermediate storage ring, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the other medicinal herbs. Ice spirit blazing grass. Ice spirit leaf. Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit. Xiao Ming was very busy. Each medicinal material was dug up, placed in a jade jar and then placed in the storage ring. Just when he had successfully collected most of the medicinal herbs from the flower bed, Xiao Ming heard very familiar sounds coming from the dense forest outside the small field. Damn, what kind of shitty place is this? After walking for half a day, apart from some corpses and giant trees seen everywhere, not a single ghostly shadow has been seen. Humph, when we found that pavilion just now, I told them that we should have participated in the fight and grabbed the treasures. You guys had to run. Heh. What an idiot, didn't you see that building was about to be torn apart? That energy fluctuation, at least several those spirit powerhouses are fighting. Don't talk about taking the treasures, it would be good to still be alive after going in. Old Ma is right, many people were already fighting there, even if there were several intermediate level Xian Do technique, it's not worth the risk for us. So what if they are Do spirit? It's a risk to get rich. You guys are so afraid of death, get out of this secret realm before it's too late and don't think about stealing treasures. Brat, do you want to die? Young man, you really don't know how high the sky is. What, you want to fight a round or two with me? Brother, there seems to be a small field up ahead. The voices that had sounded like they were about to fight were suddenly silenced, being replaced by the sound of anxious footsteps. Several figures came out of the forest and stood outside the fence where Xiao Ming used to be. There were 7 people standing outside the fence, 2 men in black, a young man with white hair, 2 large men, a boy and a woman in green. One of the men in black looked at the small field in front of him and said, I didn't think there was really a small field. I told you guys not to fight over those pavilions. I was right. Ha 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 ha, Old Ma was right, there must be some kind of treasure here. The other man in black agreed. Big brother, this place seems to be just an ordinary farm, there doesn't seem to be any good things. One of the 2 big men, who seemed to be a little brother, said quietly to the other big man after overhearing their conversation. When he heard his little brother say that, the big brother-looking man turned his head enough to look at him. Was this kid really stupid or was he just pretending to be stupid? Where in a secret realm like this would ordinary farmers' fields exist? With such power and having a secret realm, would they depend on farming to make a living? Thinking like this, the big man turned his head away, not bothering to pay attention to his own little brother. The younger brother was perplexed at the look on his older brother's face. He rubbed the tip of his nose resentfully and then looked around. Suddenly, he exclaimed as if he had found something. Big brother, there's a man in the corner of the field. What? The others turned their heads in surprise and looked in the direction where his finger was pointing. The fence could not block their gaze at all. Sure enough, they saw a man dressed in black who was removing grass from a flower bed. Because this man was already short in stature, and because he was bending down to shovel the grass, and the sky in the secret realm had been very dark and gloomy, it caused them not to find him for a while. No, that man is harvesting medicinal herbs. The woman in green had a sharp eye and noticed that the black-robed man was putting a flower and herb with a shovel into jade vases, and then those vases disappeared. She immediately gave a cry of alarm when she realized what the man was doing and ran over the fence into the thicket. The others were startled again and hurried after her, using their do chi. As they approached, Xiao Ming arrived just in time to put the last of the herbs in his storage ring. Seeing their action, the woman in green roared, "Stop!" A green whipped shadow swung toward Xiao Ming's face. With a slight sway of his body, Xiao Ming narrowly dodged the attack and retreated to the edge of the flower bed half a meter away, hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the woman who dared to attack him unceremoniously. When the woman looked at Xiao Ming's strange posture, her pupils shrank and a hint of fear appeared on her face. She did not attack again in a hasty manner. The confrontation between the two had been completed in an instant, by which time the woman's accomplices had also caught up with her. Several people scattered in an arc, forming a tight circle around Xiao Ming. With the enemy in front of him and the house behind him, it seemed that Xiao Ming had no way to escape and the situation was dangerous. But he was not frightened in the least. Instead, he took a look at the opposing side strength. 2 first-star Do Grandmasters, 3 9th-star Do Masters, 1 8th-star Do Master and 1 5th-star Do Master. This alignment is trivial. Xiao Ming was evaluating the opposite side, and the opposite side, naturally, was also evaluating him. The elder brother among the big men, noticing that Xiao Ming was somewhat familiar, thought carefully and remembered where he had seen him before. Wasn't this the short, black-robed man behind him and the second closest to the jade area? That's right, this big man was the head of the group that had arrived in the jade zone even before Xiao Ming, the head of the skinny guy that Tai Wu had casually killed, and the other big man was one of his 3 younger brothers. Xiao Ming also recognized them. Before the others could say anything, this big man stepped forward. Smiling at Xiao Ming, he said, "Oh, this brother, what a coincidence, we meet again. I am Su Jian, I think we can be friends. When his accomplices saw the big man do this, a strange smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. They did not say anything else, but merely followed the big man's footsteps and slowly approached Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was silent, a little puzzled in his heart. What was this guy saying, making friends? I think you're doing it to sneak up on me, aren't you? While watching Su Jian's performance in front of him, Xiao Ming moved his hands behind his back and the spirit appeared in his hands. He pressed the spirit into the ground, and it silently sank into the ground. Xiao Ming's action was so stealthy that no one noticed. Brother, just now you were looking for medicinal herbs, weren't you? I see that there are more than 30 holes here where there were medicinal herbs. How about we just take 30 medicinal herbs and leave the rest to you? Chapter 43. Brother, what do you think about what I said? After saying that, Su Jian looked at Xiao Ming with a smile on his face. Oh, I don't think so. Xiao Ming's husky voice had no ups and downs. The buzzing mountain fist. Su Jian, who had guessed such an outcome, shouted as soon as Xiao Ming's voice fell, and his hands emerged with earthy yellow do qi as he punched towards Xiao Ming's head. The other people also had an extremely tacit understanding to execute a do technique attack towards Xiao Ming. Therefore, they took advantage of the conversation time and approached silently. So the attacks reached Xiao Ming in an instant. Seeing that the black-robed man was about to die at the hands of himself and the others, the white-haired man in the crowd who attacked, did not forget to sneer, "Little midget, to tell the truth, even if you deliver them, you could hardly have escaped death, ha ha ha, die. What a stinky mouth." The white-haired young man was obviously the guy who had been provoking the others in the dense forest, and now he was cursing him. Xiao Ming took a look at him and decided to help his mother educate him properly. The tuition fee was his little life. Xiao Ming's face did not change as the red do qi surged from the bottom of his feet. With a roar, he rushed towards them with a speed that Su Jian could barely comprehend. His body twisted strangely to avoid their attacks, and then dodged between them, heading straight for the white-haired man in the background. How could he be? Seeing Xiao Ming's astonishing speed, Su Jian was incredulous and almost shouted in surprise. It was clear that his opponent's exposed aura was just a Do Grandmaster, and he was also a Do Grandmaster, but his opponent's speed was much faster than his. The white-haired man looked at Xiao Ming, who was approaching him, and understood that he was fixated on him, and a ruthless tinge appeared on his face. He injected a large amount of blue do qi into the long blade in his hand, which was originally attacking Xiao Ming, and it glowed with a dark blue color. Kid, aiming at me is your mistake, I'm a Do Grandmaster. With a fierce smile on his face, the white-haired man ruthlessly brought down the sword in his hand. Su Jian wanted to change the direction of his attack to help the white-haired man, but they had been preparing this attack for a long time and could not stop it for a while. They could only let the white-haired man and Xiao Ming collide forcefully, while their own attack landed on Xiao Ming's original position. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs rang out in the small field. The few attacks from Su Jian and the others smashed into the flower bed, raising a huge cloud of dust that enveloped the small field. When the smoke and dust cleared, his pupils shrank as he looked at the spot where Xiao Ming and the white-haired youth had exchanged blows. Oh! They only saw that the white-haired youth had lost his ability to move, and that his entire body was lying on the ground with a large crater behind his head and a nauseating sound coming from his mouth. Xiao Ming, for his part, had one foot over his face. It is not known if it was intentional or not, but it was right in his mouth, while holding his sword in his hand. In this one instant, the white-haired young man's brain stopped working. Su Jian and the others only felt dizzy. The white-haired man was the only Do Grandmaster besides Su Jian, and this black-robed man was able to subdue him in an instant. How strong he must be. They were in big trouble. Su Jian and the others wanted to cry. The fact that Xiao Ming was able to subdue the white-haired youth was inseparable from his training in Black Corner region, plus the Do techniques he had practiced were beyond the reach of these lone cultivators. Moreover, the white-haired youth's realm was a level below his own, so it was only logical that he would easily take him down. Xiao Ming smiled as he stomped the white-haired youth with fierce strength under his feet and touched the white-haired man's long sword in his hand. Instead of putting it in his storage ring, he held it in his hand and turned to look at Su Jian and the other people, saying softly, "Hand over your storage ring, and I can let you have a quick death. No negotiation." Looking at Xiao Ming's ruthless action, the various people looked frightened and asked with ugly faces, "No negotiation?" Xiao Ming laughed and said in a low voice, "Then go to hell." As Black Corner region thugs, how could they accept this outcome? Although they could not defeat Xiao Ming, they still had to resist. Su Jian was about to make a move when he was hit in the head by a pillar of green energy behind him. His head immediately evaporated. Su Jian's headless body, bubbling with blood, fell heavily to the ground, a scene that directly stunned his accomplices. Hastily looking back, they saw a milky white, glowing object floating in the air, clearly the cause of the attack a moment ago. Split up and run. Understanding that Xiao Ming had no intention of letting them go, the woman in green roared and took the lead to run to the left. When the remaining four heard this, their eyes lit up and they all executed their movement do technique, using all their strength to run in the other direction. Oh, you think you can run away by simply splitting up? That's naive, Spirit, kill them for me. Spirit, who received the order, severely disappeared from the scene, and a few seconds later, the few people running into the dense forest fell one after another with a thud. Looking at this scene, Xiao Ming shook his head. Why bother? If they hadn't run away, they wouldn't have died so quickly, and it would have taken him a little effort if the several people had joined forces. Waving his hand to retrieve the spirit returning to his body, Xiao Ming bent down and took the storage ring from the index finger of the white-haired man at his feet. Without checking anything yet, and placing the long sword in his hand inside, Xiao Ming walked over to the other corpses. A few moments later, after hanging some of the storage rings on his own storage ring rope, he continued his own exploration. There was nothing left in the small field, and Xiao Ming set his eyes on the only hut in the field. There were good things in the field, so he thought the hut would have them too. With this thought, Xiao Ming opened the door of the hut. As expected, there was nothing special in the hut, but he found a 6th-tier pill on the table in the center of the hut, as well as a stack of 2nd and 3rd-tier pill recipes. These pill recipes also made Xiao Ming realize that the original owner of the hut must have been an alchemist, which was why there were so many medicinal herbs in the small field. This trip had made him rich. The secret realm was really the right place, and Xiao Ming was in a very good mood when he left the hut. It could only be said that he was lucky to arrive so early and not have anyone around him at the same entrance of the passage as him. This was what allowed him to get hold of so many goods one step ahead of the others. He knew he wasn't as lucky in the simulator, there were too many people around him and he couldn't take too many things. Standing in the small field, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a hint that something was wrong. It's been a short time since I left, how come that white-haired man's corpse has dried up, and also that Su Jian's? The two men who had been lying on the ground had already turned into skin and bones. Xiao Ming looked at the corpses of the other people and found them all like this. A shudder ran through his heart. Damn it, the simulator had overlooked these details again, which was too annoying. No wonder the self in the simulator often didn't live more than a few years, this constant overlooking of some details by the simulator must be one of the culprits. After cursing, Xiao Ming quickly jumped over the fence and left the small field to sneak into the dense forest. Chapter 44. One day later. Xiao Ming stood at the top of a wasteland in the dense forest, a mist shining in his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him. And that was because the land in front of him did not seem to have been formed normally at all, the trees with broken trunk, the burnt ground and the stakes still smoldering were indications that there had been a fierce battle here. And this wasteland was the result of this battle. This was the truth, as in front of Xiao Ming's eyes lay dozens of corpses in a terrible state. The blood of these corpses had been drained from their bodies, and all of them had become dried corpses. It's like this again, this is the 15th time I've encountered this situation. Xiao Ming thought in his heart. The first time he encountered it, he thought that there was something strange about the small fields sucking blood. The second time he found this kind of dried corpses in other places later, he thought it was some kind of weird thing, and there were more of these things. But the third time he no longer thought so. After killing a cultivator that had attacked him, he left the place and hid in the shadows to see what was feeding on the blood. After waiting for a while, he didn't expect to see the strange thing, but he saw the blood flowing on the ground automatically. Seeing this scene, he used his soul power to probe without result, but he could only feel the blood flowing deep in the ground. This scene gave him a fright at the time. He wondered if he should immediately leave the secret realm before he was in danger. But after thinking that he had been in the secret realm for several days in a simulator and had not encountered anything dangerous or particularly deadly, he stayed back. After all, it was too difficult to have a secret realm opened and he was a bit reluctant to leave like that. He stayed, but every time he saw those dry bodies, a discomfort went through his heart and he always felt a pang in his heart. The others also seemed to have discovered this problem, but they didn't seem to care in the least. All they knew was to take the treasures. Perhaps there was also a hint of fear in their hearts, but they only suppressed it at the opportunity. With a sigh, an ethereal blue flame emerged from Xiao Ming's palm. Xiao Ming threw it and set those dry bodies on fire, and was about to leave when he suddenly realized that the flame he had thrown flickered and tilted in a certain direction. Xiao Ming's face changed slightly as he looked at the direction in which the flame tilted. There was an extremely high mountain peak, and a wide pillar of white light towards the sky stood there, which was the center of this small mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Ming's position was actually very close to the center, and he could clearly see that there was something strange about that pillar of light. The whole body of the pillar seemed to be shaking gently, and it looked like it might disappear at any moment. Could it be that the pillar of light is also going to disappear? Won't another passage appear then? But, the appearance of a passageway also has nothing to do with the alteration of the beast flame, right? Xiao Ming rubbed his chin and pondered. In his perception, only the most powerful flames could make other flames worship, and the most familiar one was heavenly flame. But this space also didn't seem like a place that could produce a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming, who felt a little puzzled, wanted to go to the center to check it out. But 2 hours ago, he had once detected battle fluctuations of Do King or higher powerhouses in the center. This made him hesitate a little. At that moment, Xiao Ming suddenly heard the sound of several footsteps. He hurriedly hid. A dozen seconds later, 4 figures passed by. Those 4 figures were surprised to see the still burning corpses and, with a quick step, picked up their pace. Damn, what bad luck. There are actually a lot of corpses here. I don't know what kind of treasure they fought over, but a lot of people have died. Stop talking, hurry up and move, we are almost at the center, there must be something good there, when the time comes, we will join forces so we can take the treasure, otherwise we will end up like these corpses. Understood, but I warn you, don't think about making a sneak attack. The 4 of them quickly walked away, and Xiao Ming, who was hiding in the shadows, clearly heard their conversation. Forget it, it's now or never. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ming made up his mind to take a chance. He was only going to take a look anyway, and it wasn't like he was fighting against a powerhouse Do King. It would be nice to have a look, wouldn't it? The abnormality of the light pillar had definitely been noticed by many people, and given the character of these desperate people of the Black Corner region, since they dared to enter, they would definitely dare to run towards the central point. He didn't think that he would be so unlucky as to be found by a Do King. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming convinced himself and chased after the 4 people in the direction they had gone. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming had reached the top of the mountain in the center of the range. The 4 men he was following were hiding in tree branches not far behind him, and Xiao Ming was likewise hiding in a tree branch. Naturally, there was a reason for Xiao Ming and the others to do so. Actually, the top of the highest peak of the mountain had been flattened and the entire top was planted with trees, only the center was left open and a jade area was built just like the one outside. In the center of the jade area was the pillar of light, and there were several people with wings on their backs. Tai Wu, Su Mei, Yuan Yi, the 3 Yao brothers and other powerful people Xiao Ming had seen were present, and several powerful people he had not seen before had also appeared. And at this moment, Tai Wu and the others were not holding back. Instead, they were combining their efforts to attack the pillar of light. It was extraordinary when a Do King and a Do Emperor powerhouse attacked. This was the first time Xiao Ming had seen a powerhouse above a Do King strike formally. Each of his attacks could provoke Do Qi energy ripples of hundreds of meters. The occasional aftershocks released from these made Xiao Ming's heart tremble. According to his calculations, just these leaked battle aftershocks alone could injure him in an instant if he was inadvertently hit. If the specific target of these attacks was him, he would not have had time to react and would have died immediately. Surprisingly, the pillar of light only trembled slightly under the terrifying attacks of these Do King and Do Emperor. It also had to be said that it was quite tough, except that Su Mei and the others seemed to have been attacking for a long time. The light from the pillar of light had already begun to dim, and Xiao Ming seemed to vaguely see some balls of light fluttering inside the pillar of light. This was different from the pillar of light outside, but because the distance was too great, Xiao Ming could not see what it was. However, he guessed that those things were the reason why Tai Wu and the others attacked the pillar of light. Su Mei and the others also noticed that the pillar of light was getting dimmer and dimmer, and they all showed joyful faces, increasing the intensity of the attacks in their hands. Watching their movements and feeling those energy storms, Xiao Ming felt that this world was too dangerous and that he had acted too recklessly in coming here. How about running away? Xiao Ming thought inwardly. It wasn't that he was a coward, thanks to his strong soul power, apart from the Do King and Do Emperor above, he had sensed the breath of many people in the surrounding forests. There was no lack of high-ranking Do Spirit and Do Grandmaster among them. Most of these people were clustered in groups of 3 or 2. Xiao Ming felt that it was rather disadvantageous for him to stay here alone, and there was the risk of being slapped to death by the power aftershocks of a Do King. It seemed a bit impulsive to take such a big risk just to see what could make the beast fire move differently. Just as Xiao Ming was about to slip away, the pillar of light finally failed to hold up under the attacks of Su Mei and the others. After a shudder, the pillar of light shattered violently. When the pillar of light shattered, its interior was exposed, with hundreds of balls of light floating in it, and a black channel emerged. Those balls of light that lost the shackles of the pillar of light immediately shot out in all directions. Chapter 45. Seeing those balls of light flying in all directions at high speed, in the sky, the faces of Tai Wu, Su Mei and the others paled. They had worked hard for almost the whole day, they couldn't let them get away. Hurry up and take them. Hundreds of meters of golden do-chi turned into a giant hand in the sky, and the giant hand master, Tai Wu, controlled this palm to take the several balls of light fleeing. The 100-meter giant hand made the balls of light nearby unable to escape. In the giant hand, the masses of light struggled desperately, but under Tai Wu's golden thick do-chi, these struggles were simply useless, and they could only be firmly trapped in it. In the midst of the struggle, the white radiance of the balls of light gradually faded, until it finally disappeared and was successfully captured in Tai Wu's hands. 6th tier pill, Wind Eruption pill, Xian class High Do technique, Ghost Shadow step, and a 6th rank Magic Beast magic core. Looking at these items, Tai Wu's face was filled with joy. Whether it was the high-level Xian class Do technique, the 6th tier pill, or the 6th grade Magic Beast magic core, they were things that he barely had. Especially the 6th rank magic cores, the intelligence of a 6th rank magical beast was not inferior to a human at all, and with thick skin and flesh, it was very difficult for him to kill a magical beast of the same rank. Therefore, magic cores of this level were very valuable. He simply did not have any magic cores of 6th rank magical beasts in his hands. He didn't expect to find these good things this time. Even if they were the only things he obtained, they had made the trip worthwhile. Tai Wu was joyful. The other powerhouses that were in the sky, as Tai Wu made his move, also made their moves one after another, each of them gaining something one way or another. Some had joyful faces, while others had somber faces. It was evident that the balls of light were not always full of useful things. Although there were many strong people situated above the sky, there were hundreds of balls of light and the speed of the balls was very fast. Therefore, there were always fish that slipped into the net that had not been caught and flew off in other directions. If one were to look closely, one would see that there were actually almost 3/5 of the balls of light that had not been caught. For these balls of light, the powerhouses in the sky would naturally not give up. And those Do spirits, Do grandmasters, and even Do masters, who had been waiting in the forest for half a day, were waiting for this moment. They all went after the balls of light. Suddenly, the mountain top was in chaos. Do-chi of various colors broke through the mountain. Xiao Ming, who had planned to leave, hid on the branch of a tree and looked at the ball of light shooting in his direction, hesitating a little. This ball of light was simply seducing him. Was he going to run away now, or was he going to take that ray of light? Xiao Ming was a little hesitant, but the people around him did not hesitate. Especially the 4 people he was following, hiding in a large tree not far away from Xiao Ming, looked at the ball of light shooting out towards them, and they all showed faces full of joy. Ha 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 ha, the sky has eyes. Boom. With a force under their feet, the tree shook violently due to the reaction force, and the leaves fell down like a storm. The 4 of them turned into a black shadow and moved to catch the ball of light in the air. The 4 moved decisively, and the timing of their action was well chosen. According to normal development, they should have been able to intercept the ball of light. But there were more than a few ambushers in the area, and their end was already sealed. Rumble. Several Do-chi attacks shot out from various parts of the forest, aiming towards them with precision. Ah, how dare you! Feeling the fluctuations coming from below them and moving their eyes downwards, the 4 of them stood with their eyes wide open. Of course they dare. Looking at the gang of 4 who did not have how to use their strength in the air and were easily killed, Xiao Ming muttered. These few people were still too novice, not yet calm enough to not be overwhelmed by the treasures, which caused them to rush together to directly become living targets. Being 4 people, if they left 3 to guard, and 1 person to take the ball of light. They wouldn't be dead now, would they? Xiao Ming's thoughts were not known to anyone, and when the gang of 4 died, the ball of light did not stop, but flew according to its original trajectory. Those guys hiding in the forest and attacking the gang of 4 could not stand idly by. One by one, they stepped out of the shadows and headed toward the ball of light. There was only one target for everyone, so the competition was fierce. To get the ball of light for themselves, they rushed towards it without forgetting to send attacks to the others. The fluctuations of different colored energy even pressured the nearby forest a bit. TSK, this is quite a scene. Looking at the several Do spirits in the group fighting in front of him, and then looking at the Do King fighting in the distance. Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. This time there was nothing to doubt, it can't be taken at all. It was better to leave. Boom. Just as Xiao Ming was thinking about leaving again, a loud bang was heard in the sky, and the originally dark sky became darker and darker. The black spatial passage in the center of the Jade Zone was flooded with a blood-red ripple. A gigantic blood-red hand came out of it and pressed down on the Jade Zone, and a bloody, putrid smell spread in all directions. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many people, and some people who were still struggling couldn't help but look over distractedly. My mother, what the hell is that? A powerful Doe King had just killed a few Doe spirits who dared to snatch treasures in front of him, and after stuffing the treasures in his hands into his storage ring, he couldn't help but ask breathlessly as he looked at the gigantic blood-red hand that was over 10 meters wide. Was this some kind of animal hand? It didn't look like one, but more like a human hand. Moreover, this hand still seemed to be made of pure and simple blood energy, with energy fluctuations that even surpassed his own. This was too strange. No one could answer this Doe King's question. Tai Wu, Su Mei and Yuan Yi, the three Doe emperors, also stopped their own movements and frowned at the hand. They also did not know what it was. There was only an uneasy feeling inside them. The movement of the gigantic blood-red hand confirmed their uneasy feeling. The huge blood-red hand pressed against the area, after being still for a short time, actually stretched outward. It seemed that the hand still had a master, and wanted to get out of the spatial channel. But it failed. This secret passage was too small. The other side also seemed to have discovered this problem, and the giant red hand was gradually shrinking. As it became smaller, the giant hand was shrinking towards the secret passage, until it finally disappeared. Without waiting for the crowd to startle, a blood-red figure about 6 feet tall emerged from the pitch-black passage, with its aura of blood circulating around it and an even stronger smell of blood wafting in all directions. Here it comes again. The moment it appeared, the inner beast flame of Xiao Ming stirred. However, as if because this wasn't the main master, and the main master was in the spatial channel, it didn't even need to be appeased. The beast flame quickly calmed down. Roar! In the square, the blood-red figure that had just appeared opened its large blood-red mouth and glared at the sky with a long, deafening roar. This force was definitely a Doe Emperor. What was it calling out to? Xiao Ming covered his ears with difficulty and was greatly shocked by the strength of this blood-red monster in his heart. The next moment, something happened that shocked him. A stream of blood-red energy came out of the dense forest and flew into the blood-red figure's open mouth, and the source of this blood energy was the corpses in the dense forest that had died while fighting for the treasures. Fuck, it's sucking the blood energy. Was it what dried up these corpses before? A young man at Xiao Ming's distance said in shock. A large amount of blood chi entered the area, and the blood shadow's aura was increasing at a rapid pace, dominating the entire area, revealing undisguised malice. Everyone's battles came to an abrupt halt under such circumstances. Some balls of light seized the opportunity to flee. Yuan Yi, Su Mei, these powerful people, looked at the blood-red figure charging towards the top of Doe Emperor with a pale face and shouted in alarm. Quick, stop it. Chapter 46. As soon as the words of Su Mei and the others resounded, the attack was launched. The other Doe King powerhouses also attacked together. A dozen powerful Doe Chi energy attacks attacked the human figure from all directions. The 2-meter-tall figure of the blood-colored figure looked so insignificant in the midst of those dozens or hundreds of meters of attacks, as if it could be crushed at any moment. Reasonably speaking, under the combined attack of 3 Doe Emperors and a dozen Doe Kings, even a real peak Doe Emperor would have to avoid it for a moment or two. After all, the peak strength of one Doe Emperor was still far from being able to crush these Doe Kings and Doe Emperors. In other words, even the peak Doe Emperor could not defeat these people. However, the blood shadow was so engrossed in sucking blood chi that it did not seem to have the will to dodge, nor did it put up a defensive shield. So, under this kind of attack, the blood shadow also turned into a bloody mist to everyone's surprise. Looking at the bloody mist, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that thing didn't seem to have any intelligence, otherwise it would have been a bit difficult to defeat if allowed to grow unchecked. After all, there were many people who had died in the secret realm in the past 2 days. If he was allowed to continue, he could reach Doe ancestor's strength. Now that the bloodied figure was mangled, it was quite reassuring. No, that thing is not dead. Tai Wu, the strongest of them all, looked at the blood mist that was churning, but not dispersing, and said in a hoarse voice. What? Su Mei, at his side, heard this, and her pretty face was startled. She hurried to look, and sure enough, the piece of blood mist emerged and seemed to take human form. Stunned, Su Mei launched another attack. This time, the attack successfully dispersed the human form that was about to gather. However, Su Mei's attack seemed to have angered the blood mist. It no longer tried to form a human form, but after a jolt, an extremely large wave of blood-red energy surged out of the blood mist, which was about to turn dark red, and surged in all directions. People fishing in troubled waters in the forest around the Jade area were not calm when they saw this scene. Quick, defend yourselves. Shit, run. Don't stay here. Unfortunately for these people, although they wanted to escape, they could not leave this blood chi behind, and one by one those who escaped were caught and covered. Surprisingly, they did not seem to be damaged at all when they were caught. It was as if the blood-red energy was an ordinary mist. Just now, Xiao Ming, who had stealthily gone to grab a ball of light while the others were distracted by the blood-red figure, also had his pupils shrink when he saw this sight. Actually, he wouldn't think this thing wasn't harmful at all. The scroll that had just landed in his hand didn't even have time to be thrown into his storage ring before he hurriedly mobilized the Do-Chi in his body to form a thick armor of Do-Chi on the outside. Besides that, feeling that it wasn't safe enough, he took out an antidote pill from his storage ring and threw it into his mouth. "It's not enough," muttered Xiao Ming, still feeling unsure. He took out 2 kinds of pill from his storage ring and popped them directly into his mouth. One bottle replenished his Do-Chi and another restored his wounds. Right after doing this, Xiao Ming was hit by a rapid wave of energy. Do-Chi's tough armor did not serve as a single defense and was directly pierced through by the blood-red energy. The antidote pills, healing pills and even the Chi return pills that Xiao Ming had prepared were all in vain. Because, the blood energy did not cause him any harm at all. Faced with this situation, Xiao Ming's face showed no joy. With his mighty spiritual power, he found a touch of blood-red Do-Chi inside his body. Needless to say, it was definitely not his Do-Chi. Xiao Ming circulated the Do-Chi in his body, trying to push away this trace of blood-red Do-Chi. But no matter how hard he tried, this trail of Do-Chi was as immovable as a mountain. Even when he used his beast flame, it was of no use. In the end, only Xiao Ming's slightly gloomy face could be seen as he said, "What's up with this, am I being marked?" It wasn't just Xiao Ming who had discovered the difference within his body, those Do Emperor and Do King above the sky had also discovered the difference within their bodies. Just now, they were relying on their strong strength, and that blood-red fluctuation of the blood shadow only seemed like a small bluff to them, and could not cause any harm at all. Therefore, they were only holding an energy shield to protect themselves. However, they did not know that the blood-red wave was so strange that their shields did not have the slightest effect. As a result, they were all left with a trace of blood-red energy inside their bodies. Sensing the connection between that energy and the blood-colored figure, Yuan Yi, Tai Wu and the others looked gloomy. It seemed that this thing was fixed in them. In fact, they had long intended to want to leave, except that there was still a secret passage in the Jade area, and some of them were reluctant. Now, it was impossible for them to leave, even if they wanted to. No one knew if this thing would leave the secret realm and then follow this energy thread to find them. If this really happened, when the time came, those left alone would definitely be no match for this blood shadow. Anyway, there were many of them now, so they might as well do it all together now than get rid of the problem later. These Do Kings and Do Emperors were all old foxes, and they understood each other's meaning when they looked at each other. With a nod of their heads, they all gathered their energy to hit the dark red blood mist. The attacked blood mist rushed back to the secret passage. Without waiting for Su Mei and the others to chase after them, the blood-red figure condensed its body and rushed back at the speed of light. There is something on the other side of the secret passage that allows him to retrieve his body immediately, lure him away from the secret passage. The 3 experienced Yao brothers shouted when they saw this scene. Boom! Then the 3 of them struck together, striking with fluctuations that were surprisingly similar to that of a Do Emperor. Roar! The blood-colored figure no longer stood idly by, but instead, blood-red energy shot out from his left hand, surprisingly blocking their attacks with ease, followed by a fist-sized red ball that spat out from his mouth and flew towards the 3 Yao brothers. The red ball of energy was extraordinary, and when Yao Da, one of the 3 brothers, saw the attack, he gathered his Do-Chi in his right hand and collided with the red ball. The moment it made contact, he was shaken and flew a great distance away. Cough, so strong. A trail of blood gushed out from the corner of Yao Da's mouth. The other party just made him suffer a wound with a single strike. It was a bit messy. When the others saw that Yao Da was injured, they also thought that they should not stand by and watch the spectacle. They joined the fight and the 2 sides immediately engaged in an even more violent battle. The blood shadow fought alone against a dozen people and did not fall at a disadvantage at any time, which was terrifying. From time to time, a few terrifying attacks would streak across the sky in the distance. Xiao Ming stood in the distance, watching the terrifying battlefield and secretly cheering for Su Mei and the others. He hoped that they would use their strength to directly kill this blood-red figure. After all, he too was marked. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he would have wanted to go up and press that damn shadow to death himself. After watching it for a while, Xiao Ming suddenly realized that he was still holding a scroll in his hand. It turned out that he had just been surprised by the blood shadow's attack and had actually forgotten to put it in his storage ring. Now, noticing what was in his hand, Xiao Ming wanted to put it directly into the storage ring, but he thought about it. He had taken a big risk to get this, so it was better to know what he had gotten first. So he pointed to the small letters on the scroll and began to read it. Xiao Ming silently recited, Blood Chi Condensed Shadow Protection Formation. Xiao Ming felt that he had found something remarkable. Condensed shadow of blood qi. Xiao Ming raised his eyes and looked at the blood shadow that was moving further and further away from the battle. Blood qi condensed shadow can't possibly refer to that thing, can it? Due to this flash of suspicion, Xiao Ming extended the scroll. After a cursory scan, Xiao Ming secretly said, "It really does refer to this blood shadow." According to the scroll's introduction, the blood qi condensed shadow protection formation was a formation originally created by the clan that the secret realm belonged to. This formation could condense a blood shadow with the blood energy of living spirits, and then this blood shadow could distinguish between the ally of the enemy based on the means left by the person who established the formation, and then it will only attack the enemy. The method for the blood shadow to distinguish between ally and enemy was simple: the blood red mark on Xiao Ming's body. If one can refine and remove all the blood red dou qi from his body, then the blood shadow will not attack. If one cannot, then he is the target of the other party's attack, and only when he leaves the secret realm he will not be attacked. The reason the blood shadow does not attack people at first is because it has not yet started marking at that time. When it finished marking, it would start to counterattack. The scroll in Xiao Ming's hand recorded the exact method to establish this great formation, and also the method to refine this internal marking. Recalling those techniques on the scroll, Xiao Ming hurriedly sat down. The place Xiao Ming had found was very secluded, so no one disturbed him. A quarter of an hour later, he felt the blood red mark disappear from his body. A small smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. Now he won't be attacked by the blood shadow. This smile quickly disappeared. Xiao Ming thought about the reason why he had risked coming. What could make the beast flame move differently? He, who had read the blood qi condensed shadow protection formation scroll, certainly knew that the blood shadow did not have this ability, so it must be something else in the passage. Looking at that Su Mei and Tai Wu who fought farther and farther away from him, as well as the Dou spirits and Dou grandmasters who were frightened by the blood shadow and left the place to look for the balls of light. Xiao Ming's eyes shone as he jumped off the tree branch and ran into the passage. That's right, he was going to enter the passage and take a look inside. According to the scroll, this passage should be connected to the heart of the formation, where the blood shadow took shape. Inside, there would be nothing offensive other than the blood shadow. He could even refine the marking technique, so what was he afraid of? Su Mei and the others were fighting further and further away with the blood shadow, which gave him the opportunity. Of course the secret passage was there, and it wasn't like there weren't people who had the same idea as Xiao Ming. There is never a shortage of bold people in the world. When Xiao Ming entered the space passage, several people had already entered inside. Chapter 47. What the others who entered this secret space passage earlier felt, Xiao Ming didn't know. Anyway, when he entered the space, his first sensation was that it stank. It wasn't the kind of stench of rotting rats in the sewers, nor was it the kind of smell from that pool of corpses during the time he picked up the green rock mystic water, but the smell of blood that was so strong that it was the smell of condensed blood. This smell was hard to describe in words, and it was the first time Xiao Ming had smelled it in his life. Xiao Ming's second sensation was heat. This heat was not as horrible as the stench of blood. It was still within Xiao Ming's tolerance range. This caused Xiao Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. Blarg, what the hell is this place? It stinks. Blarg, why is it so dark in here? It's dark and smelly, I can't see. Hey. Where are you? Ah. What is this thing? Get out of the way. This space was indeed incomparably dark, with no visible fingers. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked in the direction the voice was coming from. What he saw in front of him left him in a cold sweat. In the distance, a faintly glowing figure was approaching at high speed, accompanied by a loud noise caused by breaking the speed of sound. And as it approached, Xiao Ming could feel the temperature around him rising. Run, it's the same blood shadow as the red humanoid outside, someone in the darkness shouted in panic. Unfortunately, a few seconds later, after a few muffled grunts, Xiao Ming could no longer feel anyone else's breath. Xiao Ming understood that those few people were already cold. The culprit was the human shadow in front of him at that moment, head bowed and emitting heat. Was it another blood shadow? Xiao Ming looked at the blood shadow that remained in front of him, seemingly watching him with a blank stare, and inwardly said. The blood shadow that fought Su Mei and the others definitely didn't come back so quickly. After all, although the blood shadow was terrifying, the formation fighting it was also very terrifying. It would never be possible to defeat or kill them so quickly. Besides, he was still standing not too far from the passage. He would definitely feel if the blood shadow returned. So this blood shadow was definitely a new one. Although he knew that this was a newly appeared blood shadow, Xiao Ming was no longer very scared, and his tense body suddenly relaxed. Because, the blood shadow in front of him was simply frozen and had no intention of attacking him. This was thanks to the refinement technique he had just learned, which had made the blood-red marks on his body disappear. With the loss of the mark, the blood shadow would ignore him. Even if Xiao Ming attacked it, the blood shadow would not strike back, a mechanism set up by the founder of the formation to prevent his own disciples from accidentally touching the blood shadow and then being killed by mistake. In the end, the blood shadow condensed by the blood chi condensed shadow protection formation had no intelligence, it simply coldly executed commands. Of course, rushing to this place was already too risky, and Xiao Ming did not intend to continue to risk attacking the blood shadow to see if it would fight back. He merely looked at the blood shadow's chest area in surprise. And what did he find? There was a faint red flame inside the blood shadow's chest. And this flame was not too clear for Xiao Ming to see because the blood shadow's body was blocking it. But vaguely, he thought he saw several magical beasts floating in the flames. Could it be a heavenly flame? Xiao Ming reacted with a jolt and said with wild glee. In his impression, there was indeed a heavenly flame that was similar to this flame. It was the 10,000 beast flame, which ranked 22nd in the heavenly flame ranking. It is formed from the soul and lineage of 10,000 beasts. The flame contains the fierce and vicious aura of the beast race and can absorb and contain most of the beast flames. Thinking of the characteristics of this heavenly flame, Xiao Ming conjured a pink flame. It was also known as his peach blossom flame. As soon as the peach blossom flame appeared, the surrounding darkness lit up and a set of magical beast skeletons were revealed. Controlling the peach blossom flame in his hand, he slowly threw it towards the blood shadow's chest. Blood shadow was indifferent to the peach blossom flame, allowing it to come into contact with its body. The peach blossom flame intertwined with blood shadow's blood chi, emitting a screeching sound, and since blood shadow had no sense of resistance, after lingering for a few moments, the peach blossom flame finally entered blood shadow's body. As soon as the peach blossom flame entered blood shadow's body, before it could wreak havoc, the flame on blood shadow's chest rose violently. Peach blossom flame was swept away by it, and the surroundings fell back into grayness, with only a faint glow 2 or 3 meters away from blood shadow. Xiao Ming was not angry when his own flame faded away and could no longer be perceived, but instead laughed out loud. He, this must be the 10,000 beast flame. The reason Xiao Ming was so certain was not because of anything else, it was because it had easily absorbed the peach blossom flame. One had to know that what he had released was not a doppelganger of the peach blossom flame condensed from Do Chi, but the origin flame of the peach blossom flame. After this flame had been devoured by the spirit, Xiao Ming had been able to firmly control it. Even when facing a more advanced masterless beast flame, it should not be under its control, and be so easily swept away and devoured. Only a heavenly flame could do it so easily. But, isn't this heavenly flame too weak? It only looks like a small flame, it should be just a little stronger than a heavenly flame seed, right? And why has this heavenly flame appeared here? Xiao Ming pondered as he thought about the conditions for the 10,000 beast flames formation and looked at the untold number of demonic beast corpses around him before finally coming to a sudden realization. It must be because this clan took the magical beasts to condense the blood shadows and then created this 10,000 beast flame by mistake. It's a heavenly flame that was created by man. Xiao Ming's assumption was correct. The original Secret Realm clan had created the Great Clan Protection Formation, and although they normally did not use it, in order for the formation to work at critical times, they had a habit of throwing magical beasts into it on a regular basis to maintain attrition. The blood energy of beasts is much stronger than that of humans, and there is no moral burden in capturing them. In addition, the beasts can be tamed, used as labor when they are young and have the useful parts ripped off when they are old, and the rest is not buried and instead is thrown directly into the formation. It can be said that magical beasts are simply the best consumables for this formation. Over time, the blood and souls of many magical beasts were gathered into this formation, and eventually, through various coincidences, the souls and blood of 10,000 beasts came together in a strange way, and the seed of the 10,000 beast flame took shape. It is estimated that the person who originally created this formation did not think that a heavenly flame could be produced in his own great formation. After all, the conditions and time to produce a heavenly flame were too demanding. It is not even known how long this heavenly flame seed had been in dark space before becoming a seedling. However, calling it an artificial heavenly flame was not too accurate. It could be said that the blood chi condensed shadow protection formation only created the conditions for the heavenly flame to take shape, but the heavenly flame was not something that could be produced just by having the conditions. Chapter 48. With the heavenly flame right in front of him, Xiao Ming was a bit dumbfounded. Although he knew where many heavenly flames existed and knew their characteristics like the back of his hand, this was the first time he had seen a real one. Needless to say, the attraction of a heavenly fire to an alchemist far surpassed that of a beautiful woman undressing and flirting in front of him. Xiao Ming reached out his right hand to grab the flame on the blood shadow's chest, but suddenly withdrew it. Picking up the heavenly flame is not easy, it will burn everything nearby into nothingness, including energy, except for some special things, then you can only use a constant source of energy to forcibly wrap it up and take it away. This blood shadow is not burning, I guess it has something to do with them being formed together in the grand formation. If I were to take it away, I would have to use my own do-chi energy to wrap it up and take it away, but that would be too much energy expenditure. With my current self, I'm afraid that even if I circulated all my do-chi, I wouldn't be able to move it too far, I wouldn't even be able to leave the secret realm. Besides, I'm not able to hide the heavenly flame's aura. There are many powerful people outside. Besides those Do Kings and Do Emperors, there are also many Do Spirit and Do Grandmasters. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect the heavenly flame if I go out directly. How about I devour it here directly? Xiao Ming's idea was very far-fetched, but he was also forced to do so. After all, it was too difficult to take this heavenly flame away quietly and then find a safe place to refine it. But it was impossible for him to give up. The reason he had risked coming here was because of the abnormality caused by this heavenly flame. If he really looked at it now and gave it up, it would look like he was playing the fool earlier. After pondering the feasibility of this opportunity in silence for a while, Xiao Ming spoke with a ruthless heart. Isn't this just a small seedling of heavenly flame? Let's do it. Sitting down and determined, Xiao Ming did not rush to take out the heavenly flame. Instead, he summoned another beast flame from his body and illuminated the surroundings. Then, he took out a small transparent jade vial from his storage ring, and in the jade vial, a blood-colored pill the size of a dragon's eye lay quietly, and through the reflection of the surface of the vial, there were faint shadows protruding from the blood-colored pill, slightly agitated, and there seemed to be a liquid wavering in it. This round blood-colored pill was one of the essential elements for devouring the heavenly flame, Blood Lotus Pill. After taking out the Blood Lotus Pill, Xiao Ming took out another small jade bottle from his storage ring. Although he couldn't see the details of the jade bottle, a strong vitality was emanating from it. 6th tier pill, Vitality Pill. Xiao Ming looked at this jade bottle and said softly. A look of doubt then appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared, only to see him take out another jade bottle from his storage ring, the same jade bottle that contained the green rock mystic water in the first place. 7th tier pill, Life Returning Pill. With it, one can live as long as one does not have his head chopped off or his heart crushed. If I fail to devour the heavenly flame this time, even if I want to cry, I will have no tears. Looking at the 3 pill bottles in his hands, Xiao Ming said with a sigh. The Blood Lotus Pill was one of the pills needed to devour the heavenly flame, only with its help can he have a chance to take the next step. The other 2 were the ones he was going to use to heal his wounds. In case something went wrong, he would force the heavenly flame out of his body, and with the presence of these pills, he could save his life. Although it was a bit disheartening to take them out, if he actually failed to devour it, the lowest probability of death would be 90. If he died, what good would these things be to Xiao Ming? But if he could save his life with these things, it would be a great benefit. Other than these things, Xiao Ming kept taking things out of his storage ring and putting them in front of him. Ice Spirit Blade, Ancient Cold Grass, Frost Spirit Branch, Cold Ice Spring. All of them were some Yin and cold attribute herbs and treasures. Some of these herbs were obtained by Xiao Ming after entering the secret realm in the past 2 days. Some of them were obtained from the lottery in the simulator, and some of them were collected in normal days. Whether high or low grade, there were quite a few. The reason for taking them out was because to devour the heavenly flame, something with the cold Yin attribute was needed to protect the meridians, of which he knew the Ice Spirit Cold Spring was the most suitable, but he didn't have it. There was only one cold spring that looked like it, but was actually a cold spring whose effects were far removed. Therefore, he would have to use the Yin and cold properties in these herbs to compensate for the lack of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Of course, he did not intend to devour them himself. If he were to devour so many herbs by himself, even if the rise of twin spirits had the function of devouring them, under the impact of the medicinal properties, Xiao Ming felt that he might be dead before he could put the heavenly flame in his mouth. He intended to let the spirit devour these herbs. The spirit could eat anything anyway, there was no taboo, as long as the spirit can keep the pure cold properties in the medicinal materials. This was easy for the spirit to do, and this was the reason why Xiao Ming dared to devour the heavenly flame even without the Ice Spirit Cold Spring to protect his meridians. After arranging all the things. First of all, he took the jade vial containing the Blood Lotus Pill, tilted it, and rolled a round pill the size of a dragon's eye, with a faint glow, in his right hand. The first thing to do was to take a look at the actual pills. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and popped one into his mouth. As soon as the Blood Lotus Pill entered his mouth, it turned into a slightly cold energy that quickly pierced the meridians of Xiao Ming's body, and finally, like a thin layer of blood, slowly penetrated the meridians and bones. With the penetration of the thin layer of blood, Xiao Ming's body suddenly trembled violently, and traces of fresh blood continued to emerge from the capillaries, and in just the blink of an eye, Xiao Ming's body was covered with a layer of crimson blood, which looked extremely terrifying. Soon after the blood appeared, it quickly condensed and finally formed a bloody layer, which not only enveloped Xiao Ming's hands and feet, but also his eyelids, which were completely enclosed in it. The bloody layer was like a blood-colored waterproof armor, tightly protecting Xiao Ming within it. Slowly extending his palm, which was wrapped in the bloody layer, Xiao Ming grabbed the chest of the blood-colored figure in front of him. As Xiao Ming's palm came close, a hole slowly opened up in the blood shadow's chest, revealing the 10,000 beast flame inside. Seeing this sight, Xiao Ming was stunned, and then he understood. It must be that blood shadow can't harm me due to a special procedure, and I took the initiative to approach to it, to prevent its own blood energy from causing me harm. It's avoiding me. Is it that smart? Xiao Ming muttered. He didn't know if his guess was correct or not. The blood lotus pill had already been ingested and he didn't have much time to think. Therefore, after a slight daze, Xiao Ming headed straight towards the 10,000 beast flame. Chapter 49. As the blood shadow took the initiative to open its chest, Xiao Ming could clearly see the appearance of the 10,000 beast flame. Its overall color was crimson, intertwined with the blood chi surrounding the blood shadow, and a bloody and violent aura was emitted above its constantly flying flames. As Xiao Ming's palm approached, this 10,000 beast flame seemed to sense something. In the blink of an eye, a destructive power with a violent aura slowly expanded out of the red flame as if it had awakened. Outside, the blood energy of the blood shadow was being burned away. Obviously, even if it was a young heavenly flame, the temperature was so terrifying that even the blood shadow, which was of the same origin, would drain its energy under its awakening gesture. Seeing the blood shadow's energy being consumed, Xiao Ming fiercely accelerated the speed of his palm. He still wanted to rely on the blood shadow to ward off people entering the same place as him while refining the heavenly flame, so he couldn't let it burn with the 10,000 beast flame. The arm, covered by the bloody layer, quickly sank into this mass of the 10,000 beast flame. Due to the terrifying heat, the blood-colored viscous layer covering the arm began to melt rapidly, and drops of blood-like liquid continued to drip down, and as soon as the liquid left the arm, it was quickly burned into nothingness by the red flames. Although the bloody layer melted extremely fast in the flame, as it melted, the power of the blood lotus pill in Xiao Ming's body released a steady stream of cold energy, which passed through his meridians and quickly repaired the melted bloody layer on his arm. Not only his arm, but also the bloody layer on Xiao Ming's entire body began to melt as it came into contact with the 10,000 beast flame at such close range. The blood-colored liquid dripped as if it was water, and to the naked eye, it looked like blood was seeping all over his body. Xiao Ming ignored all these conditions and gazed unblinkingly at the constantly churning red flames. His palms were in the middle of the heavenly flame, scraping furiously. Under the bloody layer, sweat dripped from Xiao Ming's forehead and fell into his eyes, causing unusual pain and swelling. Suddenly, the flames of the 10,000 beast flame shook violently, and the blood energy contained in the surrounding space was as if rampaging at that moment. The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth rose, his palm firmly grasped a substance-like object. Enduring the burning pain in his palm, he slowly pulled his arm away from the red flames. When his arm withdrew from the red flame, a strand of red plasma-like liquid twisted slightly in Xiao Ming's palm. Is this the seedling of the 10,000 beast flame? Looking at the strand of red blood plasma that gave off a terrifying temperature in his hand, Xiao Ming blinked and murmured softly. As the seedling was extracted from the 10,000 beast flame, the red flames that were constantly burning the blood shadow's body gradually subsided, and a moment later, it turned into a small wisp of red flames that shot out from the blood shadow's chest, towards the strip of red plasma in Xiao Ming's palm. The hole that had opened up in blood shadow's chest was also healing. It seemed that blood shadow was making up for the lost energy, and red blood chi was constantly entering blood shadow's body from everywhere. Xiao Ming paid no attention to blood shadow's changes. He put all his attention on the flame in his hand. Walking over to the materials he had prepared, he sat down cross-legged. First, he quickly summoned the spirit and allowed it to devour all the cold attribute herbs. Then he took a deep breath and violently shoved the flame seedling in his hand into his mouth. When the 10,000 beast flame entered his mouth, Xiao Ming immediately closed his lips tightly, while at the same time, his body violently trembled as if struck by lightning, and he suddenly turned miserably pale. Xiao Ming's eyes slowly closed as he endured the burning pain coming from his body. His mind gradually sank into his body. As his mind sank into his body, within the many meridians of his body, the 10,000 beast flame that had previously entered his body had already split into small wisps of red flames. As these red-colored flames passed, although Xiao Ming's meridians were protected by the condensed bloody layer of the blood lotus pill, the terrifying high temperature was still slowly penetrating. Although the residual temperature is not so hot, but it is undoubtedly a shattering blow to the most vulnerable meridians of the human body. Under the baking of these high temperatures, the veins, originally spacious and resilient, were already twisted as if they were dry logs, looking extremely strange and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming's mind moved and called the cold attribute herbs that were continuously refining back into his body. As soon as he returned to his body, the spirit released a steady flow of cold attribute energy that covered the meridians. The meridians that were covered by this energy quickly became covered with a layer of milky white ice over the meridians and bones. The icy cold almost nullified the scorching heat that appeared in the body due to the heavenly flame, giving a sudden feeling of comfort. Clearly, the cold attribute energy released by the spirit that had devoured so many medicinal herbs and treasures was enough to match the ice spirit cold spring. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Although he had expected it, in everything there is an eventuality. If the cold attribute releasing spirit was not enough, although he could still risk devouring it, that would definitely have a great impact on his meridians. At that time, for the sake of the safety of his own life as well as his future development, he would have to force those energies out of his body. This was still because there was still a bit of room to manipulate the newly born heavenly flame. If it was a mature heavenly flame, Xiao Ming would definitely not be able to manipulate it like this. Something like a heavenly flame was not something that could be forced out of the body just because one wanted to. Even if Xiao Ming wanted to force this infant 10,000 beast flame, he could only say that he would try. The probability of failure was very high. Devouring a heavenly flame with a probability of 9 deaths and 1 life was not just talk. Most people were burned by the heavenly flame, and were reduced to ashes before they had time to react. Xiao Ming, relieved, mentally controlled the spirit to devour the scattered heavenly flame energy constantly flowing through his meridians. An ordinary person devouring a heavenly flame would need to control these flames that were scattered in the body to gather them into a trace of origin in the meridians. Each of these steps was extremely dangerous. But Xiao Ming didn't need to go through all of this. He just had to let the spirit take the initiative to devour these scattered flames. The reason Xiao Ming swallowed the 10,000 beast flame instead of letting the spirit directly devour it was because, besides being worried that the spirit wouldn't be able to deal with the 10,000 beast flame, it was to disperse the 10,000 beast flame. A full 10,000 beast flame was very difficult to deal with, but when it was dispersed, it was much less difficult. When the entire origin of the dispersed heavenly flame is devoured, the spirit can then condense a 10,000 beast flame within its body. After receiving Xiao Ming's command, the spirit quickly went around the meridians to inspect them, and the red flame wisps that burned with cold energy were quickly swallowed after its passage. While devouring them, the spirit did not forget to refine them. A few moments later, all the red energy in Xiao Ming's body surprisingly disappeared. After devouring the 10,000 beast flame, the spirit, which had a deep red color, finally re-entered Xiao Ming's chi spiral. Obviously, just like devouring the green rock mystic water, it would still take quite some time to fully refine it. 2 hours later, Xiao Ming, who was sitting in the same place, suddenly experienced a surge of qi. With 5 muffled sounds ringing out one after another, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Have I already reached the 7th star Do Grandmaster? The energy that returned this infant heavenly flame was quite enough. Feeling his realm at 7th star Do Grandmaster, his Do Qi had also not been affected in the slightest because it had been purified on purpose when he broke through. Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. It didn't seem to him that the returned energy was small. After all, this was just an infant heavenly flame, and all the energy couldn't be used for him to advance his cultivation realm. The spirit also had to grow, and his current realm was already very good. Chapter 50. He placed the vitality pill and life-returning pill, which were in front of him and had not been used, into his storage ring. Xiao Ming stood up and stretched his waist until it made a crunching sound. He stretched out his palm and from it came a red flame. Within the flames, 10,000 beasts faintly emerged. This scene had a vaguely striking visual sensation. With a smile on his lips, Xiao Ming looked at his palm, which was held open, and the red flame slowly rose above it. Because the 10,000 beast flame had been completely refined, it no longer brought any scorching heat or discomfort to Xiao Ming. And as long as he practiced for a long time, Xiao Ming would sooner or later be able to control it just like the beast flame. The red flame, like a mischievous spirit, leaped around Xiao Ming's fingertips, and the occasional red flame that rose into the air immediately showed its terror. The space half a foot above the palm turned out to be directly burned by the scorching temperature and twisted a little, and a wave of heat rose into the air. He noticed that the Do Qi in his body was consumed extremely fast, and although his own Do Qi content was several times higher than that of an ordinary person, Xiao Ming still carried the 10,000 beast flame into his body. He had no intention of further testing the power of this heavenly flame. Now that he had stayed here long enough, it would be best to leave soon. Throwing away the robe that had long since torn and tattered on his body, he replaced it with a new black robe. He picked up again the blue crystal flame he had placed outside earlier as illumination. After glancing at the dozen additional dried corpses that had appeared at the entrance to the spatial passageway, Xiao Ming walked past the blood shadow that stood next to the dried corpses. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and muttered under his breath, "I almost forgot to loot the corpses." These people had obviously rushed into the secret passage after Xiao Ming. But they were pitiful and did not have the same brand refinement technique as Xiao Ming. So they could only become dried corpses and lie on the cold ground. The blood shadows were only interested in blood chi, and naturally their storage rings were still in their hands. With nimble movements, he removed the storage rings from the fingers of these dozen dried corpses. Without further ado, Xiao Ming, who had picked up a dozen storage rings of powerful people easily, entered the secret passage happily. When his head was dizzy and his feet felt as if they had landed on the ground, he had already returned to the Jade Zone when he opened his eyes again. At that moment, the Jade Zone seemed to have been plowed by tens of thousands of magical beasts. Several deep and narrow furrows ran through the area. The smooth and tidy area had also been completely destroyed, and the trees in the distance had fallen to the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was even more chaotic than when he had entered the passageway. Xiao Ming said with a bit of doubt in his heart, "Su Mei and all those people have fled. Where is the blood shadow?" Tick. Xiao Ming fiercely turned his head and saw a blood shadow standing at the place where the sound came from. It was holding a corpse in its hand, and a steady stream of blood chi was being absorbed by it. The last of the blood chi was sucked out and the corpse, which had become a dried corpse, was thrown to the ground. "This is the corpse of a powerful Do King, did Su Mei and the others lose?" Looking at the dried corpse on the ground, a hint of shock flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. These clothes were all too familiar to him. Wasn't this one of the powerful Do King who had previously stood in the air in an imposing manner? The fact that he had now become a dried corpse meant that Su Mei and the others were not having a good time. Otherwise, the blood shadow would not have managed to kill a person. But the blood shadow didn't seem to have it easy either. Its dark red body had thinned out and it looked much weaker at this moment. It looked like it had lost a great deal of energy fighting Su Mei and the others. Xiao Ming could only guess one or two things about the fight between Blood Shadow and Tai Wu, Su Mei and the others. But he wasn't really that interested. Looking at the corpse with one arm missing, there was no storage ring on it. Xiao Ming shook his head and disappointedly walked away from the side of the space passage and ran into the forest. A few days later, at Black Corner region on the outskirts of Jianan City. A figure dressed in black stood with both feet on a small hill and looked into the distance. Looking at his face under the black robe, this person was none other than Xiao Ming, who had come out of the secret realm. Standing on top of the hill, Xiao Ming looked into the distance and could see a small city looming in the distance between two majestic mountains. As he looked at the city, Xiao Ming's mind, which had been tense, relaxed quietly. He had not had it easy in the past few days, and after devouring the heavenly flame that day, he had thought about leaving the secret realm. After half a day of searching, he quickly found the passage to the outside world and left the secret realm. However, leaving the secret realm did not mean that he was safe, and there were many people outside the secret realm who were targeting people like him who had left the secret realm. Therefore, after coming out of the secret realm, Xiao Ming also experienced several rounds of killing, among which he even encountered two Do spirit realm obstacles. Xiao Ming also did not hold back from these people who had blocked his way and wanted to rob him, so he sent them all to the underworld to report back. The same was true of those two Do spirits. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal formed with the heavenly flame was unexpectedly powerful, and the Do spirits could only die filled with hatred when they were surprised. Xiao Ming could still remember the surprised and regretful faces of those two Do spirits. When all was said and done, those people had not robbed him, but gave Xiao Ming his entire fortune, plus the profits Xiao Ming had made in the secret realm. Now he had no idea how rich he was. He had been killing for the past few days and had to rush back to Jianan Academy, and during that time, other than having a life simulation and obtaining the corpse of a 5th-rank flying magical beast, he simply didn't have the heart or the time to take stock of that huge amount of items. All he knew was that he finished his journey with dozens of additional storage rings. Storage rings could not be put inside another storage ring, and Xiao Ming felt strange with so many storage rings hanging from the storage ring rope around his own neck. He decided that, when he returned to the academy, he would immediately order the contents of those storage rings and then sell all those extra storage rings. After thinking about his arrangements after returning to the academy, Xiao Ming looked at the city in the distance and slowly walked up the small hill before joining the yellow dirt avenue that led directly into the city. On this yellow dirt avenue, there were many pedestrians. These people obviously came from the Black Corner region. These people had a fierce aura on their bodies that Xiao Ming was familiar with. It was obvious that they had obtained it from the Black Corner region fighting for their lives. However, no matter how fierce these people were, they could only contain their aura within a 100-mile radius of the Jianan Academy. Looking at these passers-by, whose faces had taken on a somewhat strange expression due to their efforts to hide their inner murderous aura, Xiao Ming smiled and paid them no attention. Following the lush yellow tree-lined avenue, Xiao Ming enjoyed the strange tranquility of Black Corner region as he slowly approached the city. After 10 minutes or so, Xiao Ming stopped at the entrance of the town and looked at the plaque on the town gate. The name on it was so common and vulgar that if it was placed in Black Corner region, it would be torn down the next day. Jianan City. This was the city of Black Corner region, where Jianan Academy is located. It was not the first time Xiao Ming was in Jianan City. He had once joined the law enforcement team and had spent a few days here. Although a few days later, he was returned back to Jianan Academy by his master, Elder Hua, he was not surprised like the others. Looking at the people who shouted in surprise at the sight of the corpses of the mighty Dou kings and Dou emperors hanging on the death spirit tree, Xiao Ming entered Jianan City. Chapter 51. Just after entering the city, Xiao Ming saw a middle-aged man, with a dozen young men and women in light blue robes, recording the identity data of passers-by who had just entered Jianan City. Xiao Ming also saw that many passers-by received a small pink pill after reporting. However, those passers-by seemed very reluctant to take the pill. To this, the middle-aged man leading the group merely grimaced and said, "Anyone who enters Jianan City must declare their identity, name and so on, otherwise they will be expelled directly. In addition, you will also have to swallow the pill, which is made by the Academy's alchemy department to sense the murderous aura. Don't worry, it is not a poison. If you have murderous intentions inside the city, the pill will emit a red light from your body. Our law enforcement unit will follow the red light and search for you. And you should also know how my Jianan Academy deals with those who bring the atmosphere of Black Corner region here. When you intend to leave the city, you can pick up the antidote at the antidote distribution point in the city center, but once you have the antidote in hand, there will be a control team to supervise you until you leave the city. If you don't swallow the pill, you can leave now." After explaining these rules, the middle-aged man paid no attention to the resisting passers-by. After all, Jianan City was not a place where such people could run amok. "Tutor Ling, I didn't expect you to lead the guard team today." Ling, who had finished explaining the rules, heard a familiar voice coming from beside him and turned his head in some dismay to look at the black-robed man who had spoken. Only to see the black-robed man remove his cap, revealing a face that looked very familiar. Xiao Ming. Hearing this, the people around him, as well as the dozen law enforcement unit members, instantly turned around with stunned looks. "Is it Xiao Ming? He looks so young." "Nonsense, of course he's young, he's not even 10 years old yet. I actually can't sense his realm, he's obviously stronger than me, worthy of being the most talented person in the academy since its inception. I didn't expect him to be so handsome, I expected him to have 3 heads and 6 arms." No need to mention Xiao Ming's fame at Jianan Academy. On the second day he arrived at Jianan Academy, he caused a great sensation in the whole academy, and during the 2 years, this sensation had not diminished the slightest as time passed. It's just that Xiao Ming is usually obsessed with cultivation and alchemy, plus he doesn't like to be surrounded by people every day. Therefore, not everyone had seen his face. Looking at that familiar face, Ling, who had come to his senses, said, "Where have you been for the past month? You told Elder Hua that you were training in the vicinity of Jianan Academy. Do you know how many times Elder Hua ran to the law enforcement unit this month, asking us to keep an eye on you? You ran away to the Black Corner region on your own, and that's why the law enforcement unit didn't find any information about you." Although, due to the last life simulation, Xiao Ming knew that Ling was on duty these days, he did not expect Ling to actually say that. Ling was the tutor who guided him during his days at the law enforcement unit, and seeing him like this, he guessed that his own master had sought him out not a few times. Immediately, Xiao Ming nodded a little awkwardly and said, "Well, I escaped to the Black Corner region for training." "Brat, you know the Black Corner region is very dangerous. I forget it, since you returned safely, I won't talk about it. How was the training? Didn't you have any injuries these days? The law enforcement unit still has some healing pills. If you need them, when we finish patrolling, come back to the station with me and I will bring you some." Ling asked very helplessly. Although he had only been Xiao Ming's tutor for a few days, he still liked Xiao Ming very much as a person with extraordinary talent. "Thank you for your concern, Tutor Ling, but I am not injured." "Then hurry up and return to the academy, stop Elder Hua from making us look for you every day." Seeing that Xiao Ming's face was healthy and did not really look hurt, Ling waved his hand and said, "Well, Tutor Ling, see you later." Jianan City was still quite far away from Jianan Academy. When Xiao Ming arrived at the academy by flying magic beast, it was already late at night. Since it was already late at night, Xiao Ming planned to meet with his master, Elder Hua, tomorrow. Let's first take stock of today's harvest. In the room that belonged to him. After taking a large bucket of hot water and taking off his clothes, Xiao Ming let out a sound of comfort. Ugh, the water is just the right temperature, how comfortable. He washed and cleaned his body for a while. Feeling that he had almost finished washing, Xiao Ming stood up and put the towel in his hand to the side. In passing, he picked aside the rope with dozens of storage rings strung on it. After careful counting, he discovered that there were 47 storage rings in all. All of them were black and low-grade rings, except for one intermediate-grade fire-red one. He took the storage rings he had originally possessed, as well as the ones he had found, and set them aside. At this moment, the chain of storage rings in front of Xiao Ming had only 36 storage rings left. Soul power surged from his eyebrows and invaded the storage rings one by one, pulling out the useful items. First, a gold deposit card of different colors appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Soon, there was a small pile formed by gold deposit cards in front of Xiao Ming. There are plenty of gold coins on these cards, plus the ones from before. I should have more than 13 million gold coins. Looking at these gold deposit cards, Xiao Ming said softly. More than 13 million gold coins, seemed like it wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. This was only a small part of Xiao Ming's fortune. But it was as much as what the Xiao family earns for more than 100 years. After keeping these things without ripples in his heart, Xiao Ming invaded the storage rings with his soul power again. Soon, there was a small pile of ancient scrolls in front of him. Due to the size of the scrolls, this small pile was half a meter tall. Xiao Ming's eyes swept over the names on these scrolls. Low-level Qi method of wind attribute Xian class, hurricane tactics, high-level Do technique of wood attribute Xian class, wooden vine entanglement, high-level Do technique of ice attribute Huang class, frost, intermediate-level Qi method of thunder attribute Xian class, thunder light flash, hehe. There is actually an intermediate Do technique of thunder attribute Xian class that matches it, thunder gun. Xiao Ming looked at the set of thunder attribute Qi method and Do technique in front of him in astonishment. Complete Qi method sets were relatively rare, and Xian class thunder attribute Qi method and Do technique were even rarer. The Qi method and Do technique set in front of Xiao Ming was not as good as D-class Qi methods, but it was much more expensive than a normal high-level Xian class Qi method. It should be worth more than 4 million gold coins. It's precious, but it's a pity to sell it, so it's better to leave it to the Xiao family. Xiao Ming muttered, now that ordinary Qi methods and Do techniques could no longer appeal to him, and he was not short of money, taking them would at best only satisfy his desire to collect them. It would be better to help the Xiao family, who were still huddled in Wutan City. I remember Xiao Shan went back to the Xiao house to visit his parents for the vacations. Let's ask him to take something with him next time. I don't know how long it will be before he returns to the Xiao family. Making up his mind, Xiao Ming then set his eyes on the other Do techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Ming froze again. From the small pile of books in front of him, he pulled out an ancient pale green scroll. Only a small line of writing was written on the top of the scroll, Flying Do Technique High-Level Huang Class, Heavenly Green Peregrine Falcon Wing. This is actually another Flying Do Technique scroll. It seems that the original clan that the secret realm belonged to could make Flying Do techniques in bulk, and I wonder if there is some lucky guy who found a method to make them. Clutching the Flying Do technique scroll, Xiao Ming pondered. Most of the methods to do Flying Do technique had long been lost, and anyway, other than the gold geese sex, 9-line wings, Xiao Ming didn't know where else there were methods to do Flying Do technique. Now that he had 2 Flying Do technique scrolls in his hands, Xiao Ming was in no hurry to cultivate them, nor did he intend to leave one for the Xiao clan, but put them all in his fire-red intermediate storage ring. The reason he didn't cultivate immediately was that he wanted to wait a few days to see if he could obtain the top-level Flying Do technique scroll in the Jia Nan Academy book collection hall. If he had not longed for that Flying Do technique, he would have cultivated the Heavenly Green Peregrine Falcon Wing much earlier. The reason why he did not leave it in the hands of the Xiao family was that the Flying Do technique was not like other Do technique that everyone could cultivate, but was consumable. He knew the atmosphere of the Xiao family very well. Corruption could not be said to be a common thing, but all those elders and clan head had no small amount of selfishness within them. Leaving it in the Xiao family, he feared that they would end up fighting each other over the Flying Do technique. After all, that was flying, the patent of a powerful Do king. Who wouldn't be envious? After scanning all the Do technique, Xiao Ming sorted them into the storage ring, then sorted the medicinal materials, weapons. When he finished sorting, Xiao Ming turned off the light and went to bed. Chapter 52. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window opening, forming a beam of light that shone on the table in the room. In bed, Xiao Ming, who was sleeping, slightly moved his eyelids. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he sat up. When he could clearly see his surroundings, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he hadn't slept peacefully since he had entered the Black Corner region, and it was still too risky for a Do Grandmaster to travel alone in the Black Corner region and be on guard at all times. Xiao Ming was able to return unharmed, and that was also because he was attentive enough. Being alert all the time and then returning to the safe environment of the academy, this first sleep was a little too deep. It made him think that he was still outside the academy. Perhaps it was the aftermath of going through fighting and killing for a while. However, compared to the harvest, this was only a minor problem that would disappear in a couple of days. Xiao Ming's harvest this time was unexpectedly huge. Not only had his strength gone from a 1-star Do Grandmaster to a 7-star Do Grandmaster, he had also harvested a 10,000 beast flame. Only a month had passed. If Xiao Ming had stayed at Jianan Academy and cultivated peacefully, he wouldn't have been able to break through to a 7-star Do Grandmaster so quickly. It can only be said that there were both dangers and opportunities. Xiao Ming lifted the blanket and got up to wash and dress. After finishing getting ready, Xiao Ming left his room and headed to Elder Hua's residence. As the head of the alchemy department, Elder Hua's residence was deep within the Jianan Academy, and only after walking along the path for half an hour did Xiao Ming finally arrive. Elder Hua's residence was not luxurious, but a small courtyard made entirely of green bamboo. Looking at the quiet courtyard in front of him, Xiao Ming pushed the courtyard gate and slowly walked to the door of the room, and before he could speak, an old voice came from inside. "The deputy headmaster sent you here to deliver a message. The door is unlocked, come in." A trace of dismay appeared on Xiao Ming's face as he pushed open the door and entered. The room was decorated very ordinarily, and only some precious medicinal materials placed on those seats could reflect the room owner's identity as an alchemist. Elder Hua was currently holding an ancient book, leaning back in a reclining chair made of bamboo while looking at it with great interest. "Say what you have to say, and when you finish and leave, remember to leave the door open for me." Looking at his master who didn't even turn his head. Xiao Ming knew he was mistaking him for someone else, but it was no wonder Elder Hua made a mistake. Xiao Ming had directly increased 6 stars in less than a month. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Moreover, Xiao Ming probably hadn't noticed that he himself was less gentle and had a fiercer aura than in the past, a product of this training session. With the two of them overlapping, it could be said that Elder Hua, who was more familiar with Xiao Ming, would not recognize him. Looking at Elder Hua who was lying on the reclining chair swaying, like an ordinary old man. Xiao Ming said softly, "Master, I have returned." Hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Elder Hua's movement stopped and he quickly turned his head to look behind him. Clearly seeing that it was his beloved disciple standing in front of him, whom he had been worried and fearful that he would have an accident all these days, Elder Hua stood up and stood in front of Xiao Ming. "Stinky boy, you haven't suffered any injuries outside, have you?" Elder Hua's tone was not very pleasant, but one could hear the concern in him. "No, I'm quite fine now." After taking a careful look at the precious disciple in front of him and making sure that he really hadn't suffered any injuries, Elder Hua suddenly sneered. "Yes, you are very good, too good. Hadn't you told me that you were hanging around the academy? Why can't the law enforcement unit find any trace of you? You brat ran away to the Black Corner region, right?" Obviously, Elder Hua was very dissatisfied with Xiao Ming's behavior of lying and deceiving him. Although the area around Jianan Academy was also the Black Corner region, it was not as chaotic and much less dangerous than the rest of the Black Corner region due to the suppression of Jianan Academy's law enforcement unit. Only when Xiao Ming said that he would go to those places for training did Elder Hua reluctantly agree. This was because he thought that he could let Jianan Academy's law enforcement unit take care of Xiao Ming, and if he was in danger, Xiao Ming could also turn to the law enforcement unit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming had directly fled to another place, which made him furious. "I know you like to cultivate and become stronger, and normally you will know how to temper yourself, but you are still young and it is too dangerous to rush near the Black Corner region. Why are you hurrying with your talent?" Xiao Ming did not feel bored with Elder Hua's scolding, although he was not too old before he died in his previous life. He was only 20 years old. He also understood that no one would scold you so much unless they really cared about you. Actually, it was quite good that someone cared about him, so when he faced Elder Hua, he just smiled and nodded, indicating that he wouldn't do it next time. Looking at Xiao Ming's bright smile, Elder Hua sighed helplessly. "I'll forget it for this time. Next time, no, there is no next time, before you reach adulthood or until your strength breaks through to Do spirit, unless something happens to your family, I won't let you out again." Having said that, Elder Hua suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered why he had not recognized his disciple a moment ago. After taking a closer look, Elder Hua lost his voice in disbelief. "When did you break through to a 7-star Do Grandmaster?" A few days ago, and I also got this when I came out." At that moment, Xiao Ming waved his palm and a flame shot out from the center of his hand. Elder Hua looked at this red flame that emitted a terrifying heat and vaguely gave him a sense of menace. His pupils shrank and he said in a low voice, "This is a heavenly flame." There are images of magical beasts present in the flames as they churned and swirled. This is the 22nd in the heavenly flame ranking, the 10,000 beast flame. That's right, this 10,000 beast flame is something I obtained during this trip. Xiao Ming's face showed obvious joy. Being able to obtain the 10,000 beast flame in the secret realm this time was something he had not expected. There had been no mention of this heavenly flame in the previous simulations. Elder Hua remained silent. At this moment, Elder Hua's feelings were complicated. He didn't know whether he should reprimand Xiao Ming for his risky move or celebrate Xiao Ming's good fortune. The move of devouring the heavenly flame was exceptionally dangerous. Unless one was strong and not afraid of danger, the other 90 of those who dared to devour the heavenly flame had died. Devouring the heavenly flame also required the preparation of many things, all rare things, and he didn't know how Xiao Ming had managed to gather them, but he had probably suffered a lot in this month anyway. Then, after a moment of silence, Elder Hua suddenly stroked Xiao Ming's head. Although heavenly flame is precious, in the future, don't take such risks again. Xiao Ming, who expected his master to ask him many questions and had already prepared his answers, was dumbfounded. He looked at the old man in front of him, then gently nodded his head. Master, I understand. It's good that you understand, it's just that sometimes you're too stubborn, you're not at all like a child, and you're not as cute as Hugon's granddaughter Hu Jia, sigh. Elder Hua, who had never had children in his life, was in a predicament with his only disciple. Hearing Elder Hua said this, Xiao Ming looked down. He was not really a child, of course he could not be as cute with Elder Hua every day as Hu Jia was with her grandfather. Thinking of that scene, Xiao Ming shuddered fiercely. Inwardly, he secretly thought, no, there's no way I can do that, I'm already a mature adult. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was bowing his head, Elder Hua suddenly laughed. In the past few days you were away, that Hu Jia girl came looking for you several times, what did you do to provoke her? Xiao Ming came to his senses and muttered, I didn't provoke her, it's just that I'm too famous and people automatically come to my door to make friends. Xiao Ming really had a bit of a headache regarding Hu Jia. At first, he did not meet Hu Jia until one day when he met Deputy Headmaster Hugon at the place of his master, Elder Hua, and he was followed by Hu Jia at that time. Xiao Ming and Hu Jia were of the same age, and both parties naturally introduced themselves and got to know each other a little. When she learned that the person in front of her was Xiao Ming, who was famous in Jia Nan Academy, Hu Jia was immediately interested and enthusiastic about him. According to Hu Jia, it was the first time she had met someone better than her. With Hu Jia taking the initiative, the two parties became familiar with each other over time. However, there were actually very few people within Jia Nan Academy who were similar in age to Hu Jia, so it was possible that Hu Jia also intended to find a playmate, which was why she tended to annoy Xiao Ming the most. Xiao Ming had always been very unwilling because of this. Xiao Ming used to see children like Hu Jia when he was in the Xiao family. The children themselves were still playful. Not to mention the children, Xiao Ming often saw Xiao Yan, who was also an adult, hanging around among them. This made Xiao Ming clutch his forehead speechlessly. All these people had not yet suffered the severe beatings of the Doqi continent. Xiao Ming had not suffered severe beatings either, but he wanted to be someone who did not get beaten up, so he had always been rather superficial with those children who came to him to play house. Thinking of Hu Jia who might be looking for him, Xiao Ming had already thought of an answer. Just ignore her, what could a little girl do to me, hee. Leaving Hu Jia's matter behind, Xiao Ming said to Elder Hua, well, master, this time I brought a strange medicinal herb from outside, I can't recognize it, you are very knowledgeable, I'll let you have a look. Chapter 53. Oh, is there really a medicinal herb that you can't recognize? When Elder Hua heard Xiao Ming say that, he instantly became interested. This disciple of his had a talent in alchemy that was beyond words. It took a few decades for those with unusual talent to reach third-tier alchemist, and a dozen years for those with better talent. No matter how good someone was, they would still need 7 or 8 years. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, had only taken 2 years to reach third-tier alchemist, and his own Do-Chi cultivation had also reached Do Grandmaster. No matter how good the talent was, it was impossible to reach this point without hard work. Usually, when he tested Xiao Ming's knowledge, he was also able to answer those questions well, so it was clear that his foundation was also solid. What kind of rare herb was this that he could not recognize? Take it out and I'll help you identify it. Xiao Ming nodded his head, his finger lightly stroked above the fiery red storage ring, and with a faint flash of a faint aura, a jade bottle containing a green plant appeared in his hand. Looking at its appearance, it was the mysterious medicinal herb that Xiao Ming had obtained in the small field of the alchemist from the secret realm. Taking the jade bottle from Xiao Ming's hand, Elder Hua carefully looked it up and down. After looking at it for a while, Elder Hua suddenly let out a faint sigh. This medicinal herb really has fluctuations similar to that of soul power. Elder Hua's gaze was strongly fixed on the plant. No, it should be said that it was strongly fixed on the green-colored fruit hanging on the plant. This was because, in his perception, it was from it that the soul fluctuation originated. Upon closer inspection, he could clearly see that the outer skin of the fruit had mysterious dark lines on it, which actually caused a slight dazzling sensation if he looked at it for a long time. With Elder Hua's strength, the effect of the fruit on him was negligible. Looking at the fruit, he began to think about its appearance. The name of a rare and precious medicinal herb silently popped up in Elder Hua's mind. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the green soul fruit. Green soul fruit? Xiao Ming was a bit puzzled. He had never heard the name of this medicinal herb before. Well, actually, this herb should just be called green soul grass. Green soul grass itself does nothing, the essence of the whole medicinal herb is all in the fruit it produces. This fruit is green soul fruit. The fruit is green in color and has lines on the outer skin, which look very ordinary, just like any other wild fruit, but the lines will have a slight effect on people if they look at it for a long time, and every few minutes the fruit will also emit a special kind of fluctuation that only people with strong soul power can detect. Green soul fruit is a very rare medicinal herb, even the Jianan Academy doesn't have it, and I only met it for a chance, so it's no wonder you don't know it. Elder Hua explained. Then what is this green soul fruit good for? It can directly enhance one's soul power. Elder Hua handed the herb back to Xiao Ming and replied with a smile as he stroked his beard. He, you're lucky this time to have obtained both a heavenly flame and this green soul fruit. What, is this green soul fruit that powerful? Although Xiao Ming had guessed what this medicinal herb could do, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised when he actually confirmed it. In reality, this was because there were very few means to enhance soul power. There was no need to mention that kind of illusory method of soul cultivation. All regular alchemists relied on their own breakthroughs in the Doqi realm to enhance their soul power. Xiao Ming was also like this, but since his own soul power was very strong, this kind of enhancement due to a realm breakthrough was very small. In the past 2 years, he had also wanted to obtain this special medicinal herb, but it was so in demand that even the Jianan Academy did not have stocks of it. So after Xiao Ming thought about it, he could only give up. However, this did not mean that he would give up completely either. He knew that the Nalan family of the Jia Ma Empire had a 7 illusions green spirit saliva, which was also a medicinal herb that could enhance the power of the soul. He planned to make a trip to the Nalan family later. Wasn't Nalan Yenran's grandfather, Nalan Jia, suffering from severe poison? On the condition of resolving the poison, this 7 illusions green spirit saliva could naturally be useful. This green soul fruit can be directly refined to elevate the soul realm, but it can also be combined with various other medicinal herbs to form the green soul pill. The green soul pill is even more remarkable, as it takes the nature of the green soul fruit to the extreme, so I'm afraid that, if you use it, you can directly raise your soul realm to complete the mortal realm. It so happens that the recipe for the green soul pill and those few medicinal herbs are available at the Jianan Academy. If you want, I can ask someone to help you refine it. Elder Hua pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Ming. Master, is this green soul pill of a very high grade, can't you refine it? The green soul pill is a high-grade 6th-tier pill. How is it possible for me to refine it when I am only a 5th-tier alchemist? Although I cannot refine it, however, I know 1 or 2 6th-tier alchemists. I can ask them to refine it if you want. Elder Hua said with a bitter smile. Refining it as a pill is too risky. In fact, I think you should simply use green soul fruit, although the effect is a little worse. Seeing Elder Hua thinking about him, Xiao Ming was extremely moved. Thinking that Elder Hua had been stuck in the 5th-tier alchemist for a long time, Xiao Ming said, Master, why don't you use this green soul fruit? I believe that with this medicinal herb, you can also break through to the 6th tier very quickly. Without the green soul fruit, he could still get the 7 illusions green spirit saliva from the Nalan family later. Anyway, he already had the heavenly flame and could be said to be able to easily help Nalan Jia purify the poison, so to speak. The 7 illusions green spiritual saliva was already in his pocket. Elder Hua was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to say that. There was a relationship between alchemist tier and soul power, and the reason he had been stuck at the 5th tier for so many years was because his own realm had reached a bottleneck, and he could originally only improve by cultivating slowly. With this herb, his soul power would naturally improve greatly, and the move to the 6th tier would indeed be just around the corner by then. However, for Xiao Ming's proposal, Elder Hua refused. He just stroked his white beard with satisfaction and said, having a disciple with a filial heart makes me very happy. However, if you can raise your soul realm to a higher level now, then the benefits for your future are endless. This medicinal herb should be kept for your own use. I don't need you to worry about this, old man. Listen to me from now on, and in the future don't be so foolish. Elder Hua firmly refused. Xiao Ming opened his mouth, but in the end, he refused to speak again. He knew Elder Hua's character, and since he had already spoken and refused, he would not accept it no matter what he said. Forget it, I'll give the Nalan family's 7 illusions green spirit saliva to master later, Xiao Ming thought to himself. So, you want to refine it as green soul pill? Xiao Ming's intentions were unknown to Elder Hua, he simply asked politely to Xiao Ming, who remained silent. Forget it, it's too risky, I'll take it directly, the medicinal properties of green soul fruit shouldn't be that bad, even if it can't reach the mortal perfection realm, it's not much worse. By the way master, this green soul pill recipe, can you teach it to me? Returning to his senses, Xiao Ming replied. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was smiling at him, Elder Hua looked at him angrily. You want a pill recipe? When you see it, sooner or later, you will empty even my coffin. Saying this, Elder Hua shook his head and took out an ancient pill recipe from the storage ring in his hand and handed it to Xiao Ming. I'm just trying to increase the probability of the simulator being able to obtain more high-tier pills. Xiao Ming took the pill recipe but did not say the words out loud. That he had reincarnated and the simulator were his biggest secrets, and he would not tell anyone. He put the green soul fruit and the pill recipe together in his storage ring. Xiao Ming continued to chat with Elder Hua. Only after an hour, Xiao Ming got up and left. Chapter 54. Xiao Ming, who had left Elder Hua's residence, went to the office building. He found Instructor Gu who was in his office. He told him the news of his return. When he saw that Xiao Ming had returned unharmed, Gu was overjoyed and told him to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's Inner Academy qualifying competition. Xiao Ming nodded repeatedly. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ming spent the morning cultivating. The next day, Xiao Ming washed up and walked from his residence to the Inner Academy qualifying competition venue. On the way, Xiao Ming saw many young men and women in Jianan Academy uniforms on the same road as him, each of them with a look of excitement and joy on their faces. It was obvious that they were very interested in the Inner Academy qualifying competition. Especially those freshmen who had just entered Jianan Academy. It was their first time to see the Inner Academy qualifying competition, and although they could not participate, they could meet and see the geniuses from all over the continent, so the look of anticipation on their faces was about to overflow from the tournament that was about to take place. Cousin Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, who was walking, suddenly heard an honest-sounding shout and slightly tilted his head. He saw a guy with thick shoulders and a round waist, smiling and waving not far away from him. This man was none other than Xiao Shan, a member of the Xiao family who had come to Jianan Academy with Xiao Ming. Not only did Xiao Ming hear the shout, but the other students also heard it and looked around. Xiao Ming, is this Jianan Academy's first genius Xiao Ming? Other than this Xiao Ming, is there another Xiao Ming? I heard that senior Xiao Ming had entered the academy for 2 years and his cultivation had already surpassed many of the older seniors, and his alchemy skills have also reached the 3rd tier. Senior Xiao Ming is also the big favorite to win the Inner Academy qualifying competition this year. Where is he? I haven't seen him yet, quick let me see what he looks like. That's him, the one with the hat. Turning a blind eye to the reaction of the students around him, Xiao Ming stopped and waited for Xiao Shan to catch up, and the two walked side by side. Cousin Xiao Shan, didn't I tell you not to call me so loudly in the academy? Xiao Ming said with a helpless smile. To Xiao Shan, his cousin, Xiao Ming didn't know much about him at first, but after more contact, Xiao Ming found that Xiao Shan was quite naive at times. Xiao Ming himself did not like to stand out, so he often wore a hat when he went out, but to people who knew him, the hat was no different from not wearing one. Xiao Shan often recognized him at a glance and called him by name from a distance. When Xiao Shan called him by name, he had to endure the attention of others for a while. Xiao Ming once advised Xiao Shan not to call him loudly in public. It couldn't be said that it didn't work. Xiao Shan called him from a shorter distance, but it was still loud. Xiao Ming could only feel helpless about it. In fact, this character of Xiao Shan was reflected in their first encounter. That time Xiao Shan also shouted his name very loudly. As if reflecting this character of his, from the initial admission, his originally rather proportionate body turned into a muscular man with a tiger back in less than 2 years. Oh, I'll pay attention next time. The stocky Xiao Shan rubbed his head and replied with a smile. Seeing Xiao Shan's naive look, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes but said nothing, instead asking, did you sign up for the Inner Academy qualifying competition this time? No, my strength is still too weak. The selection tournament requires at least 5-star Do Master to have a slight chance of entering the top 50, I'm still far from it. Xiao Shan replied with a look of loss on his face. Xiao Ming smiled and used his soul power to perceive Xiao Shan's realm. 9-star Do practitioner. In fact, it was much worse. Xiao Shan's talent was not considered outstanding in Jianan Academy, and the fact that he was able to go from 9-star Do disciple to a 9-star Do practitioner in 2 years was all the result of Xiao Ming giving him a lot of resources. Otherwise, the realm might have been even lower. Of course, Xiao Shan was only 18 years old now, and a 9-star Do practitioner of 18 years old was an extraordinary existence in the Jiama Empire, and if Xiao Shan chose to return to the Xiao family, he would also be given priority training. It was just that its little training was not as good as the one of Jia Nan Academy. Jia Nan Academy only has 3 years of classes in the outer academy. If you can't enter the inner academy this time, you will have to apply to repeat your grade. You have to prepare a large sum of money to repeat the year. Do you have it prepared, or do you want to go back to the family to be with your parents? I want to stay at the academy, except that my parents are just ordinary clan members and their cultivation level is not as high as mine yet, so we lack funds. However, my father has already applied for funds from the clan, so I think there should be no problem with the funds. Seeing that Xiao Shan had a plan, Xiao Ming nodded his head and did not intend to say anything else. If Xiao Shan decided to return to the Xiao family, it could only be said that he was short-sighted. The good thing was that although Xiao Shan tended to be a bit naive, he was not really stupid and knew what he had to do for his own good. As for Xiao Shan's parents not having that much money, he also knew that. He had heard Xiao Shan mention that his parents were clan members who had not reached the 7-star Do disciple cultivation realm during the age ceremony and had been sent to manage the family business. Naturally, they could not be rich. Originally Xiao Ming had planned to sponsor him a little, but now it seemed that it was not necessary. The Xiao family could still get that money. Right, after this inner academy selection contest, cousin Xiao Ming, you should be able to enter the inner academy, right? Suddenly, Xiao Shan asked with envy on his face. I should be able to. In response, Xiao Ming did not deny it. Oh, then I'll be the only one left in the outer academy by then. Xiao Shan said reluctantly. Then cultivate hard and I'll wait for you in the inner academy. Speaking of this matter of the Xiao family members being in Jia Nan Academy, Xiao Ming also had to be speechless. Only 2 people from the entire Xiao family, Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan, were in Jia Nan Academy. Other than Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan was the only one in his age group. Not that the Xiao family generation of the same age as Xiao Shan was not good enough, there was still Xiao Ding, who was 1 year older than Xiao Shan, and Xiao Li, who was 1 year younger. These 2 boys had good talent, but Xiao Ming didn't know why they didn't come to Jia Nan Academy. Xiao Ming was speechless at the choice of Xiao Yan's 2 older brothers. Wasn't this a waste? If the 2 of them had come to Jia Nan Academy, he would not ignore them for the sake of being clan mates. Their cultivation would be faster than in Wutan City, right? As for why Xiao Ming, who was in Jia Nan Academy, knew that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were only willing to stay in the Xiao family, and were not willing to come to Jia Nan Academy. He heard this from Xiao Shan, who signed up for this year's enrollment for the contribution points and also for a trip back home. When Xiao Shan returned, he told Xiao Ming about it. Anyway, Xiao Ming's face was wonderful when he found out. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of any reason not to come. Could it be that Xiao Shan hadn't told the Xiao family that he was already a 3rd-tier alchemist? It was impossible to think about it. It wasn't like there was any benefit in hiding such a thing. Shaking his head, he took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring and tossed it to Xiao Shan. Inside this is the 3 veins green spirit pill. You can take it when you break to Do Master. After taking it, your realm can increase by 3 stars. With this pill I believe you will be able to enter the inner academy next year. His hands were busy taking the pill bottle that Xiao Ming threw at him. Upon hearing that this pill was so powerful, Xiao Shan's hand trembled for a moment before handing it back to Xiao Ming. His voice trembled slightly as he said, although I don't know what tier this pill is, it must be very valuable. I have already received a lot of help from you, cousin. I can't accept this pill. Xiao Ming did not expect Xiao Shan to return it to him. A pill that could directly increase cultivation was very tempting to cultivators. If he had given this medicine to the elders and clan head of the Xiao family, it would probably have been accepted immediately, with a polite word or 2 at most. Xiao Shan, you are still too young. Looking at Xiao Shan's look of reluctance as he returned it, Xiao Ming laughed inwardly. You can take it. A person can only take one of the 3 veins green spirit pill. I've already taken one. It's no good to me anymore. It's a waste to keep it. Xiao Shan held the pill bottle in his hand. He was silent. How could it be a waste? Although Xiao Shan used to be a bit naive, he was not really stupid. This kind of stuff is worth a lot of money when sold. He knew that Xiao Ming was just saying that to make him feel better and accept the pill. Thinking about this, Xiao Shan's eyes were a little moist and his voice was a little hoarse. As it is the case, then I will accept it. Xiao Shan's strangeness, Xiao Ming noticed, and could only laugh bitterly. How could he still be unable to control his emotions? However, the reason he trained Xiao Shan so much was because of this point. If Xiao Shan did not hesitate to accept the pills at all, and did not have a bit of gratitude, then he would have to consider whether training him was worth it or not. After all, the purpose of training Xiao Shan was only to give the Xiao family an expert and a little more ability to protect themselves. After all, the time he would spend with the Xiao family in the future would definitely be very little. Those elders were not as valuable to train as the young ones, and Xiao Shan was a young clan member with some talent, so that was why he had trained him. If he were to train a white-eyed wolf, he could also feed the dogs with those resources and then tie the dogs to the Xiao family to guard the gate. All that is estimated to be more useful than cultivating a white-eyed wolf. After receiving the pills, Xiao Shan became a little quiet. After all, they were still from the same clan, and the two of them had also built a deep relationship in the 2 years at Jianan Academy, so thanks to Xiao Shan's personality, he had returned to normal after a while. The two talked as they walked. At the end of the conversation, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and handed Xiao Shan a storage ring. He also told Xiao Shan that after entering the inner academy, he would not return to the clan so soon for the time being, and asked Xiao Shan to convey the news to the clan, and that the things inside the storage ring were for the clan, so that Xiao Shan could take them to the clan head and elders when he left next time. Since it was something for the clan, Xiao Shan did not refuse it, but accepted it and patted his chest and promised to give it to the clan without fail. The Jianan Academy was very large, and after walking for quite a while, the two finally entered the middle of the crowd in the arena where the inner academy qualifying competition was being held this time. Chapter 55. As an important event of the Jianan Academy, the inner academy qualifying competition naturally attracted a lot of attention. In addition, this competition featured all those who used to be the most popular figures in the academy. This is undoubtedly a great attraction for men and women who see these people as their idols and objects of admiration. Therefore, even though the largest square of Jianan Academy was used for the event, it was still crowded with people. Countless Jianan Academy students rushed to occupy the seats in the arena, and a glimpse of the bleachers showed black heads and a clamor that shot up into the clouds. This was the scene Xiao Shan and Xiao Ming saw as the two squeezed in. What's up with this? Xiao Shan was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at the noisy occasion. The noise was like the waves of the sea, coming in waves, which made Xiao Ming, who had been alone most of the time and was already used to the quiet atmosphere, frown. After scanning the arena, he said, "We are a little late, we can find out where our companions are, they should have taken their seats long ago." Xiao Shan listened to what Xiao Ming said, sighed, and then looked around just like Xiao Ming. He soon made a discovery and pointed to one of the stalls and shouted in surprise. "Look, everyone from our class is in the stands over there, and Tgthegood who is also there." Xiao Ming turned his head and looked in the direction he pointed and found that this was indeed the case. So, motioning to Xiao Shan, they walked forward together. The two of them quickly made their way through the crowd and headed towards the location of the class they were in. "Xiao Shan, Xiao Ming, you two are here, why are you so late? You two are the only ones missing from our class, hurry up and sit down, later, the selection round will begin." Tgthegood who was sitting on the bleacher, was very attentive and saw the arrival of his two students. "Good morning Tgthegood." Seeing Gu greeting them, the two, Xiao Ming, greeted him and sat down beside him. After greeting some students he knew with a smile on his face, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the arena. The huge arena for this competition was in the shape of a circle, and around the arena, stone stairs stretched upward, whose shape was like that of a gladiatorial arena. The position chosen by Tgthegood was neither too high nor too low on the stairs, and the location was very good. However, although this position was good, it was not the best. Xiao Ming swept his gaze around the arena and finally stopped at the center position of the grandstand. That was the seat with the best view on one side. There were only 4 seats, and only 4 old men with white hair and beards were sitting there. One of them was none other than Xiao Ming's master, Elder Hua. Elder Hua was sitting on the far left of the 4 seats, and the 3 elders to his right were known to Xiao Ming. One of them, who was sitting next to Elder Hua and talking to him, was Hu Jia's grandfather, Hu Gan, the deputy headmaster of Outer Jianan Academy. The other 2 elders sitting next to him were the elders of the Outer Academy. These 4 people were clearly sitting on that rostrum, and in Xiao Ming's perception, he felt the occasional spatial undulations arising around them. Such spatial fluctuations could only resonate with outer space when the Do Qi in their bodies was strong to a certain extent. Clearly, the 4 of them were at the peak level of Do Emperor, only half a step away from Do Ancestor. If they had a zone-breaking pill, he feared that they could directly enter Do Ancestor. Unfortunately, although the Jianan Academy did not lack money or medicinal materials, they did not have a high-level alchemist who could refine the zone-breaking pill, and this half-step distance had trapped them for an unknown number of years. When Xiao Ming was looking at the 4 people in the booth, the 4 people suddenly felt something. The originally lazy eyes moved and their clouded gaze directly met Xiao Ming's. After seeing that his disciple was looking at him, Elder Hua revealed a smile to Xiao Ming. The other 3 also smiled at Xiao Ming in greeting. One of them, Hu Gan, looked at Xiao Ming and said to Elder Hua in surprise, "Elder Hua, is this kid Xiao Ming already a 7-star Do Grandmaster?" When Elder Hua, who had always remained silent, heard this question from Hu Gan, he immediately said in a tone as if he hated iron for not being steel. Yes, he broke through when he went out for training a few days ago. I told him not to go out, but he didn't listen to me, and he came back as a 7-star Do Grandmaster. I say, can you keep the smug grin off your face before you say that? The others looked at the smile on Elder Hua's face and knew that he was pleased to have such a talented disciple. But they could only look on in envy. Who had let this elder get lucky and take the lead in the first place? It had to be known that when this monster Xiao Ming appeared at the Jianan Academy, all the elders who had heard the news had the will to take him as a disciple. Everyone was still asking about the news and had not even begun to make a move when Xiao Ming was taken by Elder Hua. At that time, there were many people who privately scolded Elder Hua for being unethical and for being so quick in his move. However, Xiao Ming had alchemy talent in addition to his cultivation talent, so in Elder Hua's hands, he was indeed much better than in their own. A 6-year-old Do practitioner, a Do Grandmaster less than 9 years old, after entering the inner academy, with the boost from the blazing sky Qi refining tower, I'm afraid he should be able to reach the strength of a Do King before graduating. How old would the brat Xiao Ming be at that time? Less than 14 years old. TSK, what a monster. As he said that, the look of envy on Hu Gan's face grew stronger and stronger. He thought of his own granddaughter, Hu Jia, although her talent was very high compared to others. But there was no comparison with Xiao Ming. At the same age, Hu Jia was not even a Do practitioner. The gap between them was too big. Leaving aside the conversation of the elders in the middle seat. After Xiao Ming waited for a while, the inner academy selection competition finally began. When a middle-aged referee slowly entered the square, deafening cheers erupted from the stands. The cheers died down as the referee's hand pressed down, and after looking around the stage, the middle-aged referee said loudly, "All students, today is the long-awaited annual Inner Academy qualifying competition. This time, the participants come from all the Xian and Huang rank classes, as well as the Law Enforcement Unit and the Alchemy Department, and all of them are the best within their respective classes, a total of 300 people. The rules for this selection are as follows. Firstly, they are all classmates, no one is allowed to kill another classmate. Secondly, those who violate the above rules will be disqualified from the competition if it is a minor offense, or expelled from the academy if it is a major offense. Alright, time is running out, I declare the Inner Academy qualifying competition officially begins." After saying this, the tutor slowly returned to the referee's seat. From the referee's seat, 2 names also appeared. Xian Rank Class 1, Chao Wei. Rank Huang Class 9, Zhao Yuzhen. Those who were able to participate in the Inner Academy selection tournament had a minimum realm of 5-star Do Master. Hearing the roll call, 2 figures who had already prepared for the competition immediately came down from the stands. Sparks flew from their eyes as they looked at each other. Do Qi of different attributes emerged from their bodies, enveloping them in a perfect veil of Do Qi. Each class had a limited number of spots for the tournament, and the 2 were able to participate in the competition, so naturally, they were still popular in their class. Behind the 2, there was an endless stream of shouts of support from their respective classes. With such an enthusiastic atmosphere, the competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. Time flew by as the waves of matches ended. At the end of the 40th round, one of the judges slowly stood up and looked around the field before finally saying loudly. Round 41, Xian Rank Class 8, Xiao Ming. Huang Rank Class 2, Feng Bing. Chapter 56. When the referee's words fell, the noisy arena was silent for a while. Immediately, countless gazes shifted towards Xiao Ming with a movement, curiosity, scrutiny, envy, jealousy, admiration. In any case, there were all kinds of eyes at once. This situation completely showed the attention that the Jianan Academy students were paying to Xiao Ming. Since he felt that wearing a hat to compete with his opponent was too pretentious, Xiao Ming had already taken off his hat at that moment, revealing his appearance. Placing the hat in his hand in his storage ring, Xiao Ming stood up. "Instructor Go Hu, I will go down to the arena first." Feng Bing is the top student of Huang Rank Class 2, he has stayed in the school for 1 year, Do Qi Ice attribute, his Do Qi cultivation level is 9-star Do Master, he has a complicated move called Xian Bing Palm, be careful. Go Hu knew that Feng Bing could not cause Xiao Ming much trouble, but he still provided him with his information. So that Xiao Ming would not suffer a loss for not understanding his opponent. "Cousin Xiao Ming, go for it." Xiao Shan waved encouragement from the side. "Go for it. Xiao Ming, we know you are very strong, hurry up and finish the match, ha ha ha." The Class 8 Xian rank students trusted Xiao Ming, and cheered him on with laughter and laughter. There were also those who urged Xiao Ming to finish the match quickly. There was no telling what Feng Bing, who was already in the stands, would think when he heard their words. He was not likely to feel too good. Xiao Ming smiled and thanked those cheering for him, and with a single step, his whole body instantly crossed the square in the air like an arrow. After Xiao Ming landed on the stage, a tsunami of cheers immediately erupted from the surrounding bleachers. It could be seen that Xiao Ming's popularity at the Jianan Academy was really very high. Xiao Ming, he didn't come to me after returning, I've looked for him many times, On the top of the middle seat, there was a girl in red beside Hugon who appeared at some point. After seeing Xiao Ming enter, her eyes first lit up, then as if thinking of something, her mouth swelled up as she spoke. No, wait, I'll go see him after the competition is over, I'll see how he can hide from me. At Hu Jia's behavior, Hugon shook his head and said nothing. It was good that his own granddaughter spent time with someone like Xiao Ming. He was so busy with his own affairs that he was a bit negligent when it came to teaching Hu Jia, which caused her to already have a bit of a rebellious personality, and there was no telling what would become of her if she continued like this. Xiao Ming is usually well behaved, respects his tutors and is more talented than Hu Jia, so he can be a good example for her. It's a pity that Xiao Ming will soon enter the inner academy, and Hu Jia can't follow him because her realm is too low. Hu Gan said secretly, with regret in his heart. In the ring, Feng Bing heard shouts of support for Xiao Ming from the surrounding stands. That mountainous momentum made his face look a little ugly, but fortunately, his class behind him had not deserted him and was cheering him very loudly. This made him feel a little better, and as he stabilized his mind, ice attribute Do Qi emerged from his body, majestically, enveloping his body in it and forming a perfect blue Do Qi armor. After doing this, Feng Bing turned to Xiao Ming, who was not far away and was clearly younger than him, and politely bowed in greeting and said, Feng Bing. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming bowed and returned the greeting as well. After seeing Xiao Ming return the greeting and did not seem to have any intention of using his Do Qi to have additional protection, Feng Bing could not help but be a little stunned. Although Xiao Ming was younger, the fact that he could stand here meant that he was at least at the Do Master level, but he wasn't even wearing his Do Qi armor right now. In this situation, there were only 3 possibilities, one of which was that Xiao Ming was young and arrogant. 2. Xiao Ming's strength was terrifying and far superior to his own, so he did not use his protection skills. 3. Xiao Ming had little experience in actual combat and had forgotten to put on protection. For Xiao Ming, an influential figure, Feng Bing understands his character. He did not think Xiao Ming was the first case, nor was he the third. Who is he kidding? These days at the Jianan Academy, the rumor that Xiao Ming went alone to the Black Corner region for an adventure was crazy, and now Xiao Ming was here unharmed. Didn't that tell him something? He would rather believe that he himself would forget to cast his Do Qi armor than believe that Xiao Ming would forget. Stronger than me, is he a Do Grandmaster? A hint of seriousness shone in Feng Bing's eyes, and he said nothing as if Xiao Ming was glaring at him. A cold ice Do Qi surged from his hand, and his feet executed his family's low-level Xian class Do technique. A sharp air-breaking sound rang out as Feng Bing fiercely lunged towards Xiao Ming. Looking at Feng Bing, who was rushing towards him, and the ice attribute Do Qi in his hand was ready to be released, leaving a trail of ice crystals wherever he passed by on the way, reflecting a dazzling glow under the sunlight. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, looking for hand-to-hand combat with me. Then you'll be out of luck. Stacked ice palm. The two of them were not far away, and Feng Bing arrived in front of Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye, and his right hand, which was ice blue in color, lunged towards Xiao Ming's left shoulder mercilessly. A cold sensation erupted from the skin on his left shoulder. Xiao Ming's face was indifferent, and his left hand rose seemingly without haste, but he grabbed Feng Bing's right hand just as it was about to touch his left shoulder. How is it possible? Feng Bing looked at Xiao Ming, whose body was motionless and whose face was indifferent, and his face was filled with a look of disbelief. Xiao Ming had actually blocked his attack with just his physical strength. How many stars was this guy's true realm? The surrounding spectators on the stage were wide-eyed as they watched Feng Bing's attack being easily blocked. Feng Bing was caught by his right hand, and his heart was anxious as a steady stream of icy, chilling energy surged towards his left hand area. However, he saw that Xiao Ming did not seem to be uncomfortable. Feng Bing was unwilling to give up, and Xiao Ming was too lazy to stand on the stage for long. He released his grip on Feng Bing's left hand and then said to Feng Bing, who had taken several steps back due to his sudden movement. Senior Feng Bing, you should use your strongest Do technique, the Xian Bing Palm. Otherwise, you won't be able to win against me. The exchange of blows between them had only lasted for about 10 seconds, but Feng Bing had already recognized the difference between him and Xiao Ming, and he felt that he would not be able to win against Xiao Ming even if he used his most powerful Do technique. However, he was not willing to give up, so after hearing this, he just smiled bitterly and said, "Fine, then let's decide the winner in one move." After saying this, Feng Bing's Do Qi surged within his body, and under the gaze of countless people, a flash of blinding blue light illuminated in his palm, and under this blue light, a blue ice crystal condensed and took shape on a field, and the temperature of the entire competition arena dropped greatly. Watch out, this is my strongest Do technique, the Xian Bing palm. Feng Bing turned towards Xiao Ming with extreme coldness. Compared to the foot attack a moment ago, it was Feng Bing's attack at this moment that showed the elegance of a top student of Jia Nan Academy. Facing this attack, the red Do Qi in Xiao Ming's hand formed a layer of energy, and not using any Do technique, Xiao Ming went directly against the incoming Feng Bing. Although he did not use a Do technique, the terrifying energy brought by Xiao Ming's fist caused the space to fluctuate slightly, and the piercing sound of sonic blasts, like the sound of muffled thunder, was incessant, so one could tell how powerful this attack was. Boom! The hard stone slab on which they came into contact shattered directly with a loud bang, and the cracks spread out like spider webs. The clash between the two was also a clash of ice and fire, with a large amount of moisture in the air being condensed into ice by Feng Bing, and then evaporated into mist by the heat of Xiao Ming's hand. The mist and ash rising from the ground enveloped the two men. Without waiting, spectators in the large speculated on the outcome. A human figure flew out of it and hit the ground hard, scraping the earth for more than 10 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Numerous glances rushed to the spot where the figure had been thrown backward, and when their eyes caught sight of the person who had been thrown backward and defeated, they discovered, without surprise, that it was Feng Bing. On the edge of the arena, Feng Bing's shirt was almost torn to shreds by the force of the explosion, and his body was covered with bruises from the debris that had hit him. Of course, these injuries looked horrible, but in reality, they were only superficial injuries. If he did his best, he would still be able to fight. However, Feng Bing knew that this was the result of Xiao Ming's holding back. If his opponent was willing, he feared that he would have been thrown off the stage as soon as he appeared. Therefore, at this moment, with his strongest move broken, he stood up after losing, nodded to Xiao Ming who was standing in the distance and said loudly to the referee's stand. I concede defeat. Round 41, Xian Rank Class 8, Xiao Ming wins. Chapter 57. Only an ordinary punch containing Do Qi defeated Feng Bing. In order to send Feng Bing flying so far, the main thing he relied on was his physical strength. Xiao Ming's physical body is terrifying. Old Hua, what did you feed him with? An elder looked at Xiao Ming, who had come down from the arena, and asked Elder Hua with a surprised face. The details of the exchange between Xiao Ming and Feng Bing just now could not be seen clearly due to the smoke, but this could not be hidden from the eyes of those terrified Do emperors on the center seats. Originally, Xiao Ming's strength was already enough to surprise them, but they did not expect his physical body to be so strong. The tempering of the physical body was not as fast as that of Do Qi cultivation. Most people could only rely on their own Do Qi to temper slowly. Those who have money take some pills. But it was not enough to get to this point. They really couldn't understand how Xiao Ming was able to achieve a three-pronged combination of a rising alchemy skill, a rising Do Qi cultivation, and an unusually strong physical body at the same time. This was truly baffling. Elder Hua was also unable to answer the old man's question. However, this did not stop him from rejoicing as he smugly said, I haven't given him anything to eat, don't you know what things I have? This is the result of his own effort, perhaps this is his talent, ha ha ha. Is it his talent? It was a bit too monstrous, wasn't it? When they think about the speed of their own cultivation when they were young. The various powerful Do emperors were silent. Looking at Elder Hua, who always used to be quiet, now he was like a different person as soon as they mentioned his disciple. The three of them hated not taking his place. We want such a powerful apprentice too. Damn old man Hua, you moved so fast. After Xiao Ming finished competing, he returned to the place of his class. Only, as soon as he returned, he saw a headache-inducing figure sitting in his place. Everyone around her looked at her very helplessly, and even Xiao Shan ran to the last row. This person was Hu Jia, who had just said she was coming to pick up Xiao Ming. She was quite enthusiastic, and as soon as she saw that Xiao Ming had finished the competition, she ran forcefully to Xiao Ming's class. Are you here? Xiao Ming asked nonchalantly as he came to sit next to Hu Jia. Humph. Hu Jia snorted slightly, turned her head and ignored him. Xiao Ming was stunned. When did he provoke her? Seeing that Hu Jia didn't seem to be in a good mood, Xiao Ming said nothing and turned his gaze to the arena and watched it with great interest. The strength of the top students in the arena was very good, each of them had very severe attacks, decisive attacks, and in terms of using Do techniques, they were much better than some of the lone cultivators Xiao Ming had encountered in the Black Corner region. In short, the fights were very exciting. Those ordinary lone cultivators in the Black Corner region could not compare with these students, probably because they only had that ruthlessness, but were limited in strength. The reason is that most of the students who were able to go on the arena had experienced Black Corner region. Xiao Academy has always strived to give students a taste of real society. When Hu Jia glanced at Xiao Ming out of the corner of her eye, she found that he was absorbed in watching the competition and did not come over to talk to her, so she could not help but become furious. However, she did not dare to take it out on Xiao Ming. Other students, seeing that she was the daughter of the deputy headmaster of Xiao Academy, would treat her respectfully, but Xiao Ming would not give in to her. She could remember the time she had annoyed Xiao Ming when he was about to make a pill and received a lesson from him. Thinking of where Xiao Ming had hit her that time, a blush appeared on Hu Jia's face and her hips grew hot. "Humph, just because you're a bit good-looking, I won't bother with you," muttered Hu Jia inwardly. "Why are you so red, are you sick?" Xiao Ming, who had finished watching a match, suddenly noticed that Hu Jia's face beside him had turned unusually red. He couldn't help but ask strangely. If he could know what Hu Jia was thinking, he would probably be dumbfounded and then wonder what strange attribute Hu Jia had awakened. Earlier, when he wanted to go to the herb storehouse to pick herbs to make pills, Hu Jia stood at the door and wouldn't let him out, so he got impatient and taught her a lesson. He had no idea that she would remember it for so long. Not to mention that it seemed that after that, Hu Jia no longer dared to anger Xiao Ming, instead, she sought him out more often. "Well, it's nothing, I'm not sick." Seeing that Hu Jia had returned to normal and that there actually seemed to be nothing wrong, Xiao Ming nodded slightly and wanted to continue watching the fight. Only this time, instead of remaining silent, Hu Jia sat a little closer. With the characteristic voice of a little girl, she asked, "I heard from grandfather that after this selection of the inner academy, will you enter the inner academy?" "Ah yes, after entering the inner academy, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other as often as before," Xiao Ming said in a low voice. Hearing these words, Hu Jia fell silent. Reluctance arose in her heart. There were very few people her age at Xiao Academy, and only Xiao Ming and she could talk to each other. Her grandfather, Hu Gan, also used to be busy with other things, so after having a playmate, she used to bother Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming had stayed at Xiao Academy Outer Academy, the two of them would have been real childhood friends when they became adults. Therefore, Xiao Ming was very special to her. If Xiao Ming were to leave now and let her return to her previous state of loneliness, she would naturally feel unhappy. At the same time, she found the reason why she was upset before. She was not angry that Xiao Ming did not go to look for her, as she had told to her grandfather. She was just unhappy that she would not be able to be with Xiao Ming in the future. After all, she was not Xiao Ming and could not bear to be alone all the time. Perhaps, Hu Jia's eccentric personality of liking women in the future was somewhat related to her childhood experiences. Hu Jia's usual personality was perhaps a bit stubborn, but at this moment, although she did not want Xiao Ming to go to the inner academy, she did not say anything to prevent Xiao Ming from entering the inner academy. Having lived in the academy for so long, it wasn't like she didn't know how important it was for many people to enter the inner academy. Therefore, she merely said aloud, "Then wait for me, I will also enter later." "By the time you enter, I will have already graduated, right?" Xiao Ming was a little speechless, but seeing Hu Jia's serious look, he could only smile and nod his head slightly. "All right, I'll wait for you then." There were more fights on the first day, so Xiao Ming didn't cultivate as usual and watched the fights from start to finish. Apart from accompanying Hu Jia, who looked a bit unhappy, he also stayed with Xiao Shan and the others for a while longer. After all, when this inner academy qualifying competition ended, he didn't know when the next official meeting will be. Besides, the month of training in the Black Corner region had made Xiao Ming feel that he should relax a bit. Watching the others compete was undoubtedly a great stress reliever. And under this day of observation, Xiao Ming also had a rough idea of the situation of the top 300 students of Xiao Academy who were participating in the inner academy qualifying competition this time. Those Do Master realms were not to be mentioned, and if he did not give them face, he would only need one strike to defeat them. And the Do Grandmasters who could be a bigger threat, there were 5 of them. 3 men and 2 women. A 4-star Do Grandmaster, a 3-star Do Grandmaster. A 2-star Do Grandmaster and 2 1-star Do Grandmasters. All of these people were existences that had spent 4 years at the academy. Xiao Ming's words aside, the quality of this selection could only be described as moderate. Even the Xiao Ming of a month ago could have easily won first place in this selection. Let alone now. If this time, the selection match would still be the same as before, a one-on-one. The final result, naturally, is taken for granted. In the evening, Xiao Ming, who had watched the whole competition during the day, sat by the table. The bright moonstone light shone on his face, illuminating his serious face that contained a thoughtful expression. Time passed slowly, little by little. Ding, the host is detected to have one opportunity to simulate life. Do you want to simulate life? Chapter 58. The simulator's voice rang in his head, and Xiao Ming's eyes shone with an intense light. Finally, it was time again. Putting down the book in his hand, Xiao Ming said in his mind. Simulator, start the life simulation. Simulation begins. Day 1, you get out of bed, clean yourself up and head to the largest arena of Jianan Academy, where you easily defeat your opponent before everyone's eyes, after which you return to your seat and finish watching the competition with Hu Jiao. Day 2, you finish your training and head to the arena to defeat your opponent. Day 3, you finish your training, head to the arena and defeat your opponent. After defeating your opponent, you agree to Hu Jia's request and walk around Jianan Academy with her until the evening. You feel very tired. Day 4. Day 5, you defeat your last opponent and get the first place in this inner academy qualifying competition. Day 11, you and the other 4 Do Grandmasters were taken to the Jianan Academy book collection by the Academy's deputy headmaster. You tried to find the Xian class intermediate level flying Do technique, flying cloud wing, but you did not find it. At the last moment, you obtained the D class intermediate level Do technique of fire attribute, fire pillar of the 9 great phoenixes. Day 12, you have cultivated during the day. Day 14, you and the other 49 winners of the Inner Academy qualifying competition traveled to the Inner Academy on a flying magical beast, and on the griffin beast, you saw again the strength of the powerful Do Kings and Do Emperor. Day 15, you hunted and chased the senior students of the fire energy hunting competition through the forest, and at night, you smiled at the 200 fire energies on your crystal card. Day 16, you wander through the forest while searching for a group of senior students who are alone. Day 17, the fire energy on your card reaches over 600. Day 18, you defeat the black-white evil stopper that has blocked your path and take their fire energy. Day 20, your name spreads through the Inner Academy, you are indifferent. Day 23, a Do spirit came to provoke you and tried to take your fire energy, but you wounded him badly. Day 47, you have entered the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower to cultivate, and your cultivation is progressing extremely fast due to your own possession of 10,000 beast flame. You have no fear of flame poison, and you are very happy with your cultivation. Day 61, you practice your alchemy skills for a day, and feel that your ability to refine pills has improved. Day 62, you suddenly want an additional Do technique, you think about it and don't seem to have any sound wave type attacks. You head to the Do technique hall, search for half a day, and find a high-level Xian class Do technique, Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. You trade your fire energy to get it. Day 120, you are addicted to refining pills. A whole day goes by. Day 130, you refine a 4th tier Qi returning pill. Day 201, you compete with others. Your opponent presumes to defeat you with one hit using Xian class high-level Do technique, Lei Jiji. The opponent throws the attack towards you, which you block easily. Day 300, you enter the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower to cultivate, and a fallen heart flame wisp of shapeless flame appears inside your body, through which your cultivation realm grows extremely fast, and before you exit the tower, you pass through the fire pit that seals the fallen heart flame, and see an invisible fire python. You knew it was the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame. When you returned to your bedroom, you remembered the 2 fallen heart flames in the magma underworld. You also remembered the mansion of the ancient god Tu Shi in the magma depths, which contains a wealth of resources, including the Do D tier embryonic pill containing origin Qi and the statue of Tu Shi ancient god. If you want to become a Do god, origin Qi is essential. You think this world is difficult. You cultivate hard all night. Day 365, today is the end of the fire energy hunting competition for the Inner Academy selection, and you happen to have free time, so you wait at the entrance for a while. Sure enough, just as you had predicted, you meet your relative. Day 466, you want to try to make a 4th tier pill, the purple heart barrier breaker pill, but you are missing some purple spiritual herbs, and you go to the herb store to exchange them. Here you meet a girl dressed in purple, and you sense that she is terribly strong. Day 500, you meet the girl in purple again in the herb warehouse. This is the 3rd time you meet her in the herb warehouse. You see her eating the raw herbs and you gain her friendship for the price of making pills for her. Day 1470, you finish refining a 5th tier pill, the wind spirit pill. Your clanmate Xiao Shan arrives at your door, saying that news has come from the clan that the clan head's 3rd son, Xiao Yan, has lost his Do Qi for no apparent reason. The clan head has asked you to think of something. You knew what the cause of this was, but you felt it is best not to meddle in the affairs of a Do venerate soul, but to save face, you give a 4th tier pill recipe to Xiao Shan and asked him to tell Xiao Zhan to use that as payment to find an alchemist within the Jia Ma Empire to help with his son's illness. Day 1825, you successfully graduate from Jia Ma Academy. Day 2019, you have passed through a big mountain. Day 2021, you discover an ancient cave, and in it, you obtain 2 7th tier pills, Life Devouring Pill, as well as the pill recipe for Life Devouring Pill. Day 2565, you are passing through Jia Ma Empire. Day 2566, you return to the Xiao family in Wutan City. Your clan members are very excited about your return, and that evening, the Xiao family clan head and elders prepare a reception banquet for you. After dinner, the clan head approaches you privately and asks you to help him with his third son, who, as it turns out, has not been cured. After thinking about it, you agree to do so. The clan head brings you his son, and you use your soul powers, and indeed you find nothing. Although you expected it, you were still surprised and secretly sighed that the number one alchemist of the Central Plains is really extraordinary. In the end, because of your worries, you failed to cure the clan head's son. Day 2767, when you returned to the Xiao family, you heard the news that the clan head's son had regained his talent. You expected it and didn't take it seriously. Instead, you study the recipe for the 6th tier pill, zone-breaking pill. Day 2999, you return to Jia Nan Academy and deliver the 7 illusions green spirit saliva you obtained from the Nalan family to your master, Elder Hua. Day 3650, counting down the time, a 3-year appointment is approaching. Although you have already made your name known in the Jiama Empire, out of prudence, to prevent the Xiao family from being destroyed while you are away, you invite 4 Dou emperors and 12 Dou kings to take turns staying in the Xiao family for 1 month, while you use 3 life-devouring pill to create 3 Dou kings for the Xiao family. End of simulation. Selecting talent items. Currently available, Recipe of Life-Devouring Pill, Dou D Tier Embryonic Pill, Origin Qi. Please select 1. Chapter 59. Has the system crashed? Xiao Ming scratched his cheek, unable to stop a smile from appearing on his face. Let's not talk about whether all these items were something he could use. Anyway, every item extracted by the life simulator this time was of a very high grade. The worst was the Recipe of Life-Devouring Pill, which was of 7th tier. Although, Xiao Ming already had a life-returning pill. However, he did not have the pill recipe. If he had this recipe, then he would be able to create Dou King powerhouses in bulk in the future. Of course, in this current scenario, he would not be so naive as to choose the Recipe of Life-Devouring Pill. Instead, he simply ignored this option and put his attention on the other 2 options first. Dou D Tier Embryonic Pill and Origin Qi. If I were to choose the Dou D Tier Embryonic Pill, let alone me, even Gu Yuan, a 9-star Dou Saint, would have quite a bit of trouble if he came. Although I can't use Origin Qi right now, if I choose it, I can save myself a lot of trouble in the future. Dou Venerate are rare in the northwestern region, and those who know Origin Qi are only those at the top of the Dou Qi continent, so there's nothing to be afraid of at the moment. Simulator, I'm going to choose Origin Qi. After Xiao Ming made his choice, an energy line filled with magnificent colors appeared in front of him. Xiao Ming, who had prepared for it, had his soul power and Dou Qi energy gushing out frantically, preparing to put it into the jade vial he was holding, which was somewhat similar to the jade bottle he had sealed green rock mystic water in back then. Luckily though Origin Qi was a necessary substance to break through the Dou God. But its essence was only a type of energy similar to Dou Qi. It had no consciousness of its own, nor did it attack people. Therefore, Xiao Ming easily placed this Origin Qi in the jade jar. The jar had sealing properties, which could prevent the energy from escaping and isolate it from probing others. Moreover, if it was kept in the storage ring all the time, the possibility of problems arising at normal times would be very small. After all, although an intermediate storage ring is not as good as a high-level storage ring, the contents are not as easy to perceive as a low-level storage ring. Seeing that nothing had gone wrong in this sealing process, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled a very happy smile. It was impossible for him to be unhappy. What was Origin Qi? Origin Qi was the necessary step to reach the Dou God realm. Without Origin Qi, no matter how powerful your talent was or what possibilities you had, your limit on the Dou Qi continent was already firmly locked at the 9-star Dou Saint. Those 9-star Dou Saints after the 2 Shi Ancient God were examples of this. If not for the lack of Origin Qi, the amazing talents would have been able to break through the Dou God realm and head to the Great Thousand World instead of sitting at home in misery and waiting to die. Although the life of a Dou Saint is long, it will one day come to an end. Due to the lack of Origin Qi, how many 9-star Dou Saints have died on the Dou Qi continent? Xiao Xian, the ancestor of the Xiao family, had failed to break through to Dou God due to the lack of Origin Qi and had died from a sneak attack. So of course, he had to choose Origin Qi now that he was able to do so. Who knew when he would have an equal opportunity again? If it didn't appear, he could only go to the 2 Shi Ancient God mansion with the others to take the D-tier embryonic pill or the 2 Shi Ancient God inheritance if he was able to reach the 9-star Dou Saint in the future. Neither of these things was easy to obtain. Even if he took a D-tier embryonic pill, it would not be easy to turn it into a finished product, while the 2 Shi Ancient God's inheritance was not so easy to obtain. The Xiao Yan in the original work almost died. It was safer to use only the Origin Qi. With the origin Qi, Xiao Ming could become a Do god without hindrance as soon as he reached the peak of a 9-star Do saint. Just thinking about it made him feel very good. Smiling, he stared at the jar for a while. Xiao Ming thought to himself, I'd better think of a way to buy high-level storage ring. A high-level storage ring can establish a soul imprint, the kind of function that isolates the probe from others. Unless I die, there is nothing that can probe it, but high-level storage rings are relatively rare in the northwestern region, so I'm afraid it's not that easy to buy one. Even in the Black Corner region auctions, it's still rare. If that's not possible, the Serene Sea storage ring that Han Feng holds isn't bad either. I wasn't going to worry about him either, but now, for the sake of the storage ring, I may as well help Yao Lao take revenge, since he is an evil man who betrays his master in any way. Of course, if I get the high-level storage ring in future simulations, I won't have to go through so much trouble. I hope I can simulate it soon. After thinking about this. Finally, Xiao Ming picked up the jade vial and put it into his fire-red storage ring. Then he walked towards his bed. In the morning, Xiao Ming, who had not slept all night, got up in high spirits. Then, in a cheerful mood, he headed for the arena where the Inner Academy qualifying competition was being held. On the way, he met Xiao Shan again. Xiao Shan, who was walking with Xiao Ming, also clearly noticed that Xiao Ming was in a good mood today. Even in the arena, Xiao Ming was all smiles. Seeing Xiao Ming smiling and smashing his opponent out of the arena with a punch, causing shouts of surprise, and then, returning back to his seat. Hu Jia, who had been waiting for Xiao Ming by his seat, was a little impatient and took the opportunity to ask the doubt in her heart. Xiao Ming, are you so happy because you found something good today? Hearing her ask this, Xiao Ming felt that he was acting a bit obvious. He controlled his emotions and then said. No, it's just that I thought of something happy. Hu Jia was furious, thinking that Xiao Ming was really a big liar. Even if he didn't want to tell her, he could find a more believable reason. Actually, Xiao Ming wasn't lying to her, he had thought of something happy, he just didn't say exactly what it was. Seeing Hu Jia's unhappy look, Xiao Ming blinked and finally said slowly, yesterday, my pill refining technique improved, it really wasn't a big deal. Although Xiao Ming didn't like to lie, his face didn't even change when he told a lie. Seeing Xiao Ming's serious expression, Hu Jia naively believed it. What the heck, and here I thought you found something amusing. Why do you think about having fun every day? Didn't you just say yesterday that you were going to the Inner Academy and asked me to wait for you there? Xiao Ming held his forehead speechlessly. Hu Jia was really a child, children by nature like to play, and this was the same in any world. As Xiao Ming and Hu Jia continued to talk. In the middle seat, Hu Gan watched the interaction between Xiao Ming and Hu Jia, and the more he watched, the more satisfied he felt with Xiao Ming. He couldn't wait for Xiao Ming to be his own grandson-in-law or his own disciple. His own disciple was out of the question, but his grandson-in-law. Then, smiling, he stroked his beard and said to Elder Hua beside him, look how happy Xiao Ming and Hu Jia are chatting. Elder Hua looked at him suspiciously, aren't they always like this? What are you trying to say? Actually I think, since Hu Jia likes Xiao Ming boys so much, I think we can arrange a marriage from childhood. Hu Gan said with a smile. It turned out that this was the idea that was carried out. This kind of arranged marriage was not uncommon in the Dochi continent, whether it was a friendship between the elders of the two families, a marriage between forces, or just some people trying to increase their position. In short, this type of child marriage appears very frequently. However, in most of these marriages, the opinion of the two parties is not asked, so sometimes there is always some unpleasantness. Anyway, as this kind of arranged marriage was very common, Elder Hua was not surprised by Hu Gan's idea. However, he did not agree, but instead turned his head and said, it's a good idea, but I feel that Xiao Ming doesn't have those kinds of thoughts about Hu Jia. Old Hu, have you forgotten how old he is? Aren't these feelings something that can be cultivated? I don't see Xiao Ming feeling any dislike for Hu Jia either. This apprentice of mine has been very stubborn since he was young, let alone something like an arranged marriage. Anyway, I can't make the decision. If you want them to get engaged, you can go and mention it to him yourself. Elder Hua did not mention too much, he just said it lightly. Hearing him say this, Hu Gan felt lost. Just as Elder Hua had said, Xiao Ming was too young, and although he was exceptionally talented, he wouldn't necessarily understand what it meant to be engaged, so what was the use of talking to him about it? After letting out a sigh, Hu Gan abandoned the petty thoughts in his mind. For the next few days, the tournament went smoothly. Moreover, the combat was always in one-on-one mode. With the realm of a 7-star Do Grandmaster, and a battle power that far surpassed his realm. Xiao Ming resolved all the fights in one move against anyone. After Xiao Ming finished resolving the last opponent, a rather old judge stood up, looked around the square and then announced loudly. This is the end of the Inner Academy qualifying competition, and the top 5 have been chosen after a fierce battle. The other 4, respectively, are Yin Lu, Bo Pao, Jia Yun, Jiang Yenshu. As soon as his voice fell, a mountain of applause erupted in the arena, and the entire arena shook as the sound waves were like a torrent. Senior Xiao Ming is really too powerful, he has always resolved everyone with a single move, I'm afraid the others haven't even forced even 10 of his strength. Not only that, Senior Xiao Ming still has that calm look all the time, his punches are also very measured, he has the demeanor of a powerful man at a young age. If he wasn't too young, otherwise I would do it, he. It's good to be young. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming. This time, the Inner Academy qualifying competition allowed many people from the Jia Nan Academy to have a deeper understanding of Xiao Ming, who was known as the first genius of the Jia Nan Academy. Looking at the cheering crowd, with a smile and a nod of his head, Xiao Ming walked out of the arena. Under the gaze of countless people, Xiao Ming's silhouette faded into the distance. The biggest competition of the year finally came to an end with his exit. Chapter 60. In the few days after the Inner Academy qualifying competition, apart from the occasional people who could be seen talking about Xiao Ming, the rest of the Jia Nan Academy was no different from before. Xiao Ming did not rush to cultivate in these few days, after jumping several levels in a month, the results would not be too good if he cultivated hard now. So, apart from chatting from time to time with Hu Jia and Xiao Shan, he was studying some pill recipes. These days were also the quietest since Xiao Ming had entered Jia Nan Academy. In the small courtyard outside his room, Xiao Ming was leaning back in a reclining chair, holding something like a book in his hands, watching it sway. Thinking about these few days of leisure, Xiao Ming felt that his performance had slipped a bit. These few days were limited to studying some pill recipes, just like his master elder Hu's usual style, and he had the feeling of living a life of early retirement. But, he did not feel bad. He felt very happy. Just when Xiao Ming was thinking about all this nonsense, a creaking sound came and attracted his attention. Xiao Ming's dwelling was a small and exquisite detached house, the location was considered relatively good within the academy, which was his S-rank treatment. Xiao Ming was more than satisfied with this dwelling and did not change his location. There were not too many people who knew that Xiao Ming lived here, but there were only a few who used to come to him. He could also guess. So when he saw the visitor, Xiao Ming was not surprised, he simply asked in a very normal way. "What brings you here, Hu Jia?" Pushing open the door, Hu Jia walked up to the lazy Xiao Ming, looked at his languid expression and said without good humor. "Stop being lazy, my grandfather asked me to take you to his house and then go to the book collection hall. Is it finally time?" Hu Jia's words made Xiao Ming slowly stand up. According to the Academy's rules, a few days after the end of the Inner Academy qualifying competition, the top 50 students had to start making preparations to enter the Inner Academy. The top 5, like Xiao Ming, were allowed to choose a free moment to enter the Academy's book collection hall during these few days, and as a reward, they were entitled to trust their luck and choose something of their own in it. Xiao Ming had been waiting for several days for news at home. However, he was in no hurry, as the book collection hall won't be going anywhere. Let's hope I can find that flying dough technique this time. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he stood up, then stretched his back, put the book that was in his hand inside his storage ring, and then said to Hu Jia. "Come on, lead the way." In the spacious and bright room, the bookshelves were staggered and crisscrossed, and the shelves were filled with all kinds of old books, which seemed to have an extraordinarily bookish atmosphere. And at this moment, in the center of this room, 4 people were standing silently. Behind the table in front of them, an old man with white hair and beard was slowly flipping through the information in his hands. The whole room was in a silent atmosphere. The 4 people standing in the room were 2 men and 2 women, and if one looked closely, one could find that they were the other students who had entered the top 5 along with Xiao Ming. Looking at the 4 students, it seemed that they had been waiting here for a while, but there was not the slightest bit of impatience on their faces. The reason, other than the fact that there was a deputy headmaster in front of them, was that the person who had made them wait was Xiao Ming. Jia Nan Academy had always been committed to letting students feel the cruelty of society, so the school did not prohibit students from competing against each other, and over time a culture had developed where the strongest had the privilege. Xiao Ming's fist was bigger than theirs, so he was able to make them wait. It was already good if Xiao Ming was not too late to make them wait any longer. After another while, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Gan put down the book in his hand and spoke, "Come in." The door to the room was pushed open and the people who revealed themselves were none other than Xiao Ming and Hu Jia. The 2 of them slowly walked in, their eyes swept across the spacious room before finally settling on Hu Gan behind the table. Hu Jia walked quickly to Hu Gan's side as Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward and bowed his body in greeting. "Oh, Xiao Ming, you're finally here." Looking at Xiao Ming with a smile, Hu Gan's eyes lingered on his face for a moment. Usually busy with his official duties, it had been a few months since he had such close contact with Xiao Ming. Now, Xiao Ming had changed a lot, and there was a stern look between his eyebrows, so he thought it was the result of his training in Black Corner region. To be able to go wander around the Black Corner region alone at this age and then come back unscathed, it could be said that in Xiaonan Academy, he was the only one of his kind. After all, it naturally went without saying that the Black Corner region was so chaotic that not many normal people wouldn't think twice about entering, and Hu Gan had to admire Xiao Ming's audacity. After a long while of staring at those eyes as dark as black ink, his old eyes finally detected a flame-like fury and instability beneath the calm, which looked like the ferocious violence of tens of thousands of fire-attribute magical beasts gathered together. The Do Qi in his body seems to be flowing smoothly, but there is an additional magical beast-like fury that was not there before. Is it a high-ranked beast flame that he found somewhere? After sweeping his eyes over Xiao Ming's body, Hu Gan surprisingly was able to sense the nature of the Do Qi in the other party's body. With such tactics, he was worthy of being the deputy headmaster of Outer Jianan Academy. But to be able to cause such an effect, I'm afraid ordinary magical beasts can't do it, and Old Hu didn't mention that Xiao Ming had any opportunity. Unable to understand it in his mind, Hu Gan did not ask out loud, he just hid his thoughts in his heart, stood up from his chair and smiled. Since you are all here, then I won't beat around the bush anymore. You should also know the purpose of calling you here. You are the top 5 in this round of selection, and according to the rules, you are qualified to enter the book collection hall to try your luck. With that, Hu Gan walked up to the wall behind him and casually tapped his palm a couple of times. A low rumbling sound rang out, and immediately a dark passage appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Come with me. After waving his hand to the 5 people, Hu Gan took the lead and entered the dark passageway, followed by Xiao Ming, who had a curious face and followed him without hesitation, followed by the other 4 people. Although Hu Jia was next to him, she knew how to behave and did not follow. After entering the passage, Xiao Ming discovered that the walls were inlaid with large luminous stones. The pale light illuminated the passage with a somewhat hazy light, but this light was enough for Xiao Ming and the others. Several people followed Hu Gan and hurried quietly, without making a sound. After walking along the passageway for about half an hour, some light finally appeared at the end of the passageway, and when they saw the light, the few people in the passageway could not help but quicken their pace. The blinding sunlight descending from the sky caused Xiao Ming and the others, who had been walking down the passageway for a long time, to close their eyes slightly. Only after a long time did they slowly open them, only to be mildly surprised at the scene that appeared in front of them. In front of them was clearly a small valley, where a steep mountain stretched upward to the end of their view, and in the middle of 3 cliffs, there was an extremely wide open space. In that space, stood an astonishingly large ancient hall. His eyes slowly roamed the huge, ancient hall and finally came to rest on an extremely ancient plaque outside the hall, on which faintly appeared 3 blurred characters, eroded by the years. Book Collection Hall. Although the ancient calligraphy had been ravaged by the years, Xiao Ming and the others were still amazed by the ancient mood contained in the writing. As expected from the mysterious book collection hall, in the outer academy of Jianan Academy, this plaque alone marked its identity. Hu Gan slowly led the 5 people to the book collection hall, but when he was about to go the distance of 20 meters, he abruptly stopped and clenched his fists in the direction of the book collection hall. We already have the top 5 in this inner academy qualifying competition. According to the rules, I brought them here and asked the elders to open the door. Hu Gan's words, carried by the Do Qi, resounded continuously for a long time in the small valley. Shortly after Hu Gan's words fell, 2 grey-robed figures appeared sitting unannounced at the entrance of Book Collection Hall. Chapter 61. These are the guardians of Jianan Academy, the Qian by 2 elders, right? Xiao Ming looked at the 2 grey-robed elders who appeared at the main entrance and thought inwardly. The Qian by 2 elders, formerly known as Bai Lai and Qian Mu, were at the peak level of Do Ancestor, and in order to break through to Do Venerate, they kept themselves in seclusion throughout the year, only appearing for a short period of time after the inner academy qualifying competition, or when Jianan Academy was in life-threatening danger. They were by far the 2 strongest people Xiao Ming had ever seen. He feared that there weren't many people stronger than them in the northwestern region. Hu Gan's voice slowly dissipated in the valley, but the Qian by 2 elders didn't move in the slightest, as if they hadn't heard him. Seeing that there was no response to his words, Hu Gan also did not utter any other sound, maintaining his posture of clenching his fist and waiting silently. Qian by 2 elders have quite the personality. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming blinked, his eyes glanced towards the 2 grey-robed men in the hall, his face turned a little strange. With Hu Gan's status in Jianan Academy's outer courtyard, normally no one would treat him like this. Although this status was as good as nothing in front of the Qian by 2 elders. But now that the Qian by 2 elders were called out by him, from the way they were turning a deaf ear to his words, it was hard to say that it was unintentional. Was this the style of the powerhouses? Silence continued in the valley for nearly 10 minutes before the robes of the Qian by two elders seated at the door of the hall fluttered slightly, and then, underneath the grey robes, two pairs of monk-like ancestral eyes rose up, faintly sweeping Hu Gan and the others in turn, and finally suddenly landed on Xiao Ming. A heavenly flame. The tiny voice slowly reverberated in the silent valley, and also clearly resounded in the ears of Xiao Ming and the others. And Xiao Ming, who was obviously thinking of something, was violently startled when he heard this. Am I being probed? I wonder what this young friend's name is. One of the grey-robed men, who didn't know which of the Qian by two elders he was, stared at Xiao Ming, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of vicissitudes accumulated over the years. Seeing that the grey-robed man had actually left Hu Gan talking alone and asked Xiao Ming a question, the other people in the valley were stunned, and then turned their heads to cast strange glances at Xiao Ming. Judging from the way Hu Gan treated the two grey-robed men with respect earlier, it was obvious that these two men had extraordinary status in the Jianan Academy, and the fact that Xiao Ming was able to make these two men take a little interest in him, this kind of treatment, had to make the other four secretly envious. Moreover, the grey-robed man had just mentioned the word heavenly flame, so they thought it was obvious that Xiao Ming possessed a heavenly flame, which made them even more envious. When Hu Gan heard the words of the Qian by two elders, he felt a little uncertain at first. But when he saw that the object of one of the Qian by two elders' question was Xiao Ming, he pondered for a moment before revealing a stunned look. No wonder Xiao Ming's Do Qi attribute vaguely revealed a violent power, this was the effect of heavenly flame, not a beast flame. In response to the Qian by two elders' question, Xiao Ming came to his senses, and then busied himself by clenching his fist and saying in a respectful voice, Xiao Ming, meet the two elders. It is dark red in color and contains the violent aura of a magical beast. If what I have predicted is correct, the heavenly flame that the little fellow controls must be the 10,000 beast flame that ranks 22nd in the heavenly flame ranking. The old voice floated into Xiao Ming's ears, and made him frown. The 10,000 beast flame was hidden within the spirit, and could still be seen through by the Qian by two elders. These Do ancestor powerhouses were truly terrifying. In response to his question, he gave a slight nod to the Qian by two elders. Xiao Ming then looked at the people beside him and discovered that although they had doubts on their faces, it was as if they had not heard Qian by two elders' earlier question. He knew that this must be a tactic of the Qian by two elders, so as not to reveal the specific information of the heavenly flame within him. However, his heavenly flame had not originally been revealed, and the fact that he had been asked such a question had let these people know that he had a heavenly flame. No matter what kind of heavenly flame he had, the news that he had one was going to spread anyway. However, it didn't matter much, as the inner academy was safe enough for word to spread. At such an age you have reached the 7-star Do Grandmaster and you are still able to control the heavenly flame, you are the most talented person we have ever seen. The grey-robed man on the left gave a soft sigh, with some admiration in his voice, but said nothing more. He shifted his gaze to Hu Gan, his voice hoarse as he said, the top 5 of this inner academy qualifying competition has produced a terrifying little fellow. Hearing what he said, Hu Gan let out a faint sigh of relief and smiled. Xiao Ming's talent is indeed out of the ordinary, and he is Elder Hua's disciple. Elder Hua, are you talking about Little Hua? He has taken in a good disciple. Little Hua. Hearing Qian by two elders call his master that, the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. The guardians of the Jianan Academy were all named from the great elders of the inner academy who had retired and were originally the elders of their master, Elder Hua, and at their age, they might have once instructed their master in cultivation. It's almost time, I asked the two elders to unlock the space lock. Beside him, although Hu Gan wanted to laugh a little, he restrained himself and did not say anything else, but merely reminded them. Space lock. The unfamiliar name caused the men and women beside Xiao Ming to be stunned. As Xiao Ming smiled, he looked down at the half-meter space in front of Hu Gan. He had long since realized that this space had some very shallow folds. These creases were hidden in the space and were extremely difficult to detect. If one's gaze moved along the hidden folds, one could find that the folds in the space were almost like a wall, protecting the entire book collection hall behind it. This is a space lock, only a powerful Do Venerate can set up a space lock. This space lock was left by a senior of the academy hundreds of years ago. If it is not opened by the Qian by two elders inside with a special technique, not even a high Do ancestor would be able to enter. Apparently seeing the bewilderment of the others, Hu Gan who was in front explained to them with a smile. Hearing his explanation, the others nodded in a daze, but in their hearts, they were slightly dismayed. A space lock that even a high Do ancestor couldn't do anything against, this was too terrifying. In the hall, the two elders slowly took out 2 pairs of dry palms from their sleeved robes and slowly formed hand seals. And as their hand seals moved, 2 extremely majestic invisible fluctuations emanated from their palms like ripples. The invisible fluctuations gradually spread out and finally came into contact with those spatial folds, and when the two came into contact, the space in front of Xiao Ming was like a mirror made of water, constantly rippling in circles, and after a moment, the ripples stopped and a large invisible hand slowly opened a door. "Come on." Seeing the shape of the spatial door, Hu Gan waved his hand, and then he was the first to enter. After that, Xiao Ming and the others followed closely behind. Once their feet stepped out of the invisible door, the view in front of them became much brighter than before, and the eyes of the crowd looking towards the building's hall cleared a little. Clearly, they had actually entered inside the spatial lock. Sorry to disturb the two elders. Standing outside the book collection hall, Hu Gan smiled at the two Qian by two elders sitting on the ground. It's just our mission. The two people who were wrapped in grey robes were very distant and cold, they did not even move their bodies, their hoarse and weak voices sounded slowly. Now you can enter the book collection hall by yourselves. Remember, no matter what you want, you can't force it, because everything inside contains an energy layer. If your hands can pass through the energy layer unhindered, then you can take the things inside. Of course, no matter how much you can collect, there is only one thing you can take out of the book collection hall. Don't be greedy, otherwise you will only end up with empty hands. If you can't penetrate the energy layer, then give up. With your strength, you will not be able to break it. In recent years, several people have entered the book collection hall every year, but in the end, not a few people come back empty-handed. Therefore, everything can only be left to fate, and what you can't get, don't force. Pointing his hand towards the book collection hall, Hu Gan turned his head towards Xiao Ming and the others. At these words, Xiao Ming and the others nodded, then slowly lifted their legs and walked towards the book collection hall. In the quiet valley, only the faint sound of creaking footsteps echoed. Xiao Ming walked in front, and several people crossed the grass in front of the hall before finally stepping onto the green stone staircase, pockmarked by the ravages of years. The stone staircase was covered with green platforms and was a bit slippery on the soles of their feet, but this was not an obstacle for Xiao Ming and the others, who had already reached the Do Grandmaster's level of strength. After walking down the green stone stairs for a while, they arrived in front of the book depository and looked at the ancient plaque. A feeling of desolation spread out from the plaque and enveloped people's hearts for a long time. Chapter 62. The plate seemed to have magical power in it, sucking the heart and soul, and even Xiao Ming, whose soul power was not common, could not avoid it. Luckily, there were still Qian by two elders at their sides, and a slight cough brought them back to their senses. Come in, the door will only be open for an hour. After an hour, whether or not you get what you need, you must leave. With a creaking sound, the tightly closed door slowly opened to reveal the dark passage inside. After looking at the four people beside him who were still in awe, Xiao Ming took a big step into the passageway. The passageway was not too long, and in 3 minutes or so, Xiao Ming had passed through the pitch-black passageway. A strong light shone, causing people to turn their heads slightly involuntarily. What appeared before Xiao Ming was an extremely spacious room. On the walls around the room, there were nearly a dozen energy shields, and at this moment, these energy shields were illuminating the room as if it was daylight. In the room, the other people also arrived after him. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xiao Ming looked back. He saw that one of them, a girl named Jia Yun, was pointing at those energy shields and said with a puzzled face, "Deputy Headmaster said that there are treasures here, and that the treasures are placed inside the energy shields. Is he asking us to go in there?" "That, we don't know either." The other three people were also puzzled when they heard her ask this question. Xiao Ming naturally knew, but there was no need to explain. It was because they would soon find out. Just when these few people were lost in this huge room, suddenly there was a small sound of wind breaking in the room. Although the sound was extremely subtle, it was undoubtedly as loud as muffled thunder to these people. At that moment, the eyes of the various people hurried to follow the sound and finally stopped on an energy shield that was to their left. Something is coming. Jia Yun's tone seemed a bit excited. As soon as her words fell, a pale red chi method flew out, and the first to react was Jia Yun, who was closest to it, and knocked it down with a single blow. The red light slowly dissipated and a red scroll wrapped in a layer of energy appeared in Jia Yun's hand. Low-level Qi Method Xian Class, Infernal Flame Technique. Holding the red scroll, Jia Yun's palm touched it, and surprisingly, it pierced through the energy layer without any obstacles. Looking at the writing painted on the surface of the scroll, she couldn't help but read it quietly. As they watched Jia Yun's actions, the others realized that this was how it should be done. And at that moment, masses of energy of different colors and shapes shot out from the energy shield and made their way through the huge room, bringing with them the sound of a whistling wind. Everyone followed suit and grabbed those masses of light. Xiao Ming did not grab them blindly, but let out his soul power to perceive the light masses with great energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a mass of green-colored light with strong fluctuations flew out from the energy shield on the right. And Xiao Ming gently stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet, and when he reappeared, he had already taken the mass of light in his hands. The others had not yet reacted at that moment. When they did react, they could not help but sigh in secret horror at the thought of Xiao Ming's inhuman speed. Low-level Qi Method D-Class, Wind Spirit Dance. Pulling the object out of the mass of light and looking at the small words it contained, Xiao Ming sighed lightly. Although this Qi method was good, it was of little use to him. He was about to put it back into the energy shield when he heard Jia Yun beside him say, "Wait, fellow Xiao Ming, if you don't need this Qi method, can you give it to me? You want this?" Xiao Ming gave her a sidelong glance. Due to the competition, he knew everyone's Do Qi attribute here, and Jia Yun was indeed a wind attribute Do Qi. "Well, I do need it, anyway you don't want it and want to give it back, could you give it to me instead?" It seemed that Jia Yun wanted the technique very much, and was actually acting tenderly with Xiao Ming, who was several years younger than her. Jia Yun's face was not bad, with short hair and a delicate face, with the characteristic beauty of a young girl. She was so cute that she attracted the gazes of the other two males in the room. That's not a problem. This Qi method really wasn't of much use to him, so Xiao Ming casually tucked it into Jia Yun's arms and turned his attention back to the energy shield. Seeing that Jia Yun had obtained the Qi method so easily, and it was a D-class Qi method, the others couldn't help but feel a bit envious. But they also didn't say anything, they just continued to take the items silently. Clenching the Qi method in her hand, Jia Yun laughed out loud with joy, and before she could say thank you, she suddenly realized that Xiao Ming had disappeared in front of her. She hurriedly turned her head and discovered that Xiao Ming was holding another mass of light in his hand. The energy fluctuation of the light mass was not weak, while Xiao Ming, after taking a look at it, returned it to the energy shield with disappointment. "Xiao Ming, if you want, we can search together." Seeing this, Jia Yun ran beside him and said. Xiao Ming was silent for a moment and didn't refuse. "What I want is an intermediate level Flying Do Technique Xian class, Flying Cloud Wing." Flying Do Technique? Jia Yun was a little unable to understand. Not everyone knew what a Flying Do Technique was. Jia Yun was one of the people who didn't know. "It's a Do technique that allows you to fly, just give it to me if it says Flying Cloud Wing when you see it." Xiao Ming didn't explain much, he just said it and headed back to the energy shield. He wasn't worried that Jia Yun would be moved by seeing a Flying Do technique. After all, she wasn't like Xiao Ming who didn't lack Qi methods and Do techniques. To her, a Qi method D class was definitely better than a Flying Do technique Xian class. Time passed slowly. Xiao Ming took several good things, but none of them were what he wanted. Towards the end of the time, just as Xiao Ming was about to give up and take a random item, Jia Yun beside him suddenly shouted excitedly. "Xiao Ming, I've made it. Ha 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 ha, come here quickly." These words made Xiao Ming freeze, then he happily walked over and looked at the scroll wrapped in a layer of white energy in her hand. On the top of the scroll, there were indeed 3 big words, Flying Cloud Wing. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's joy increased and he thought happily. Not bad, my help was not in vain. In fact, these days after the competition, he had experienced another simulation, and the rewards of the simulation were a bit poor and not worth mentioning. In that simulation, he didn't catch that Qi method D class, so Jia Yun didn't help him search together, and he also didn't find the Flying Cloud Wings. This time he happened to help Jia Yun, and his help made him get the Flying Do technique he wanted. "Come on, Xiao Ming, I can't open this energy layer, you better try," shouted Jia Yun to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming did not delay, and with his palm, he easily broke through the layer of light and grabbed the scroll. Flying Cloud Wings, Flying Do Technique, Class, Xian Intermediate Level. After reading the writing on the scroll once more, Xiao Ming felt great satisfaction in his heart and put the scroll in his storage ring. Xiao Ming thanked Jia Yun. The time was approaching and the 5 people who had ended up entering had gained something. Looking at each other, they headed down the hall. As the 5 people left, the energy shield swirling around a huge hall began to slowly shrink, and a moment later, the energy shield became a small dot and dissipated with a subtle click. The sound dissipated completely, and at that moment, the entire huge room was empty. No one could have imagined that this room was once filled with countless treasures that were enough to cause a sensation in the outside world. Chapter 63. Creak. The old door, which was tightly closed, suddenly opened with a soft tug, and warm sunlight streamed in along the door, imprinting a long trail of light into the dark passage. The door opened and the 5 stepped out one after another. The atmosphere in the book collection hall was, to be honest, a bit depressing. Hearing the sound of the door opening, one of the Qian by 2 elders suddenly moved the sleeves of the robe slightly. Immediately after, Xiao Ming and the others felt a vast and majestic invisible energy sweeping through them. The invisible energy seemed to serve only as a scanner, so it only lasted for about 10 seconds before receding like a tidal wave until it dissipated completely. Time's up, let's go. Remember not to divulge a single word about what happened here today, including the inside of the book collection hall. A hoarse, old voice slowly hovered at the door. At his words, Xiao Ming and the others nodded in response and headed beyond the space lock. Hee, has everyone come out? Seeing the 5 people who had come out, Hu Gan, who had been standing before the hall, smiled and said, "You didn't come back empty-handed, did you?" "No, X5. That's good, no matter what you get is not to your liking, but at least it's something." Hu Gan smiled, then bowed slightly to the Qian by 2 elders standing by the door and said, "Since these little ones are already out, I won't bother the 2 elders in their hard work anymore, so I'll take my leave." The Qian by 2 elders were still very cold to what Hu Gan said and still did not react. And Hu Gan didn't care either, waving his hand towards Xiao Ming and the others and said, "Come with me." In the middle of the spacious study, Hu Jia had already disappeared, not knowing where she had gone. Hu Gan looked at the slowly closing studio wall, before turning to Xiao Ming and the other 4 people in the room and said with a smile. "All right, you have received your rewards, so you are going to rest for 2 days, after 2 days, you must enter the inner academy, at that time, you will have to suffer." Looking at Hu Gan's smiling appearance, Xiao Ming looked at him and nodded slightly. "By the way, once again, I would like to remind everyone that newcomers should not necessarily be bullied by those senior students when they first enter the inner academy, as long as their fists are bigger than theirs. Of course, the students who are able to enter the inner academy were basically the best in the outer academy before, their cultivation talent is not weak, plus the unique cultivation method of the inner academy, I'm afraid it's really a bit difficult for you newcomers to catch up with their progress." Hu Gan swept his gaze across the 5 people and said slowly. At these words, the few people next to Xiao Ming nodded somewhat indifferently. Those who managed to place in the top 5 in the qualifying competition, who among them were not full of abilities. Although they were not as powerful as Xiao Ming, they were much stronger than the others. That's why they were very confident. As for Xiao Ming, he cared even less, if he wanted to, it wouldn't take him long to dominate the inner academy. Seeing that they nodded, but inwardly didn't care, Hu Gan smiled and shook his head, saying, "All right, if there is nothing else, then everyone goes back, and in 2 days, come here to report, and we will take you to the inner academy. Goodbye, Deputy Headmaster." Looking at the few people who had left, Hu Gan sat back in his chair, as his fingers slowly tapped the desk. These little ones don't know what pain is until they hit the wall. When they enter the inner academy they will know how hard it is to survive there. There is never a shortage of geniuses there. 2 days later, when Xiao Ming arrived at the entrance of Deputy Headmaster Hu Gan's studio, the open space in front of Hu Gan's door was already crowded with people. It had already been filled with plenty of people. These people were scattered in large and small groups, each laughing and talking quietly, and among these groups, the 4 people who had gone to the book collection hall with Xiao Ming that day were the most noticeable in the center. Xiao Ming's arrival caused the lively open space to quiet down a bit, and apart from a few people, most of the gazes towards Xiao Ming were filled with envy and awe. Envy naturally meant that they were envious of his talent, while awe meant that they were amazed by his great strength. In the qualifying competition a few days ago, Xiao Ming's stance of taking on anyone in a single move was somewhat intimidating. Previously, they only knew of Xiao Ming's talent, but it was only after seeing him in the selection competition that they gained a more concrete understanding of Xiao Ming's terror. And this understanding was but the tip of the iceberg, as the participants in the qualifying competition simply did not force Xiao Ming's true abilities. Every time they thought about this, these proud students of Jia Nan Academy felt like a waste. Even the good mood of entering the inner academy was a little low. Just as Xiao Ming, who had arrived at the place, looked around from the edge of the open space, a few people came out from the crowd and gathered around him, greeting him. As a Xian-ranked tutor, Gu Hu's teaching ability was very good, and coupled with the fact that luck was on his side this time, several people in his class other than Xiao Ming had made it into the top 50 this time. The people who greeted Xiao Ming were the same as Xiao Ming, students under Gu Hu. Xiao Ming's personality was not bad, and he was never overbearing, so others were willing to communicate with him. Therefore, it did not happen that Xiao Ming was alone. As time passed, Xiao Ming and his companions chatted with each other, looking around from time to time. Then they realized that outside the open space at this time, there were gradually many other students gathered around. It turned out that this was because, in the hearts of all the students of the outer academy, being able to enter the inner academy to cultivate was an extremely great glory, and countless people had been working hard with this goal in mind from the moment they entered the academy. Therefore, every year, when students who had passed the qualifying competition entered the inner academy, many people would come to see them off and watch them. Shriek. Finally, amidst the waiting of all the students, the door to Hu Gan's studio opened. Hu Gan's ancient figure was revealed in it. After slowly sweeping his gaze over the 50 students in the open space and seeing that there were no absentees, he nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward, first congratulating them loudly. Then he continued, the inner academy is the core of the Jianan Academy. Due to its confidentiality, most of the students of the outer academy, including the instructors, do not know its exact location, so we will send you to a certain place. Xiao Ming smiled and raised his head to look at the blue sky in the distance, where 10 black shadows stretched out. A moment later, the black shadows gradually grew larger and Xiao Ming could see that they were 10 griffins that he was very familiar with. The 10 griffins flew across the academy with large shadows and finally stopped in the sky above the open space in front of Hugon's study. As they flapped their wings, the wind stirred, causing some of the students below to become unsettled. Hugon, all right, time's up, all students come up, in groups of 5. Hearing Hugon's words, the students in the open space immediately turned around, and immediately gathered in groups of 5, and then boarded the tap. Luckily, there were plenty of seats on the backs of these taps, so all the people sat on them very consciously without needing to be reminded by Hugon. These little guys are quite sensible. Hugon nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Xiao Ming and Jia Yun and said. The top 5, all 5 of you will be in the same team, come on up. Top 5 in one team, an old tradition in the Jianan Academy. Xiao Ming was not surprised, the others froze for a moment, and they all nodded indifferently. Once all the students were on the griffin beast's back, Hugon and some of the outer academy elders also took to the air. With a jerk of their shoulders, several pairs of precious Do-Chi wings spread out from their backs, and with the wings vibrating slightly, their bodies hovered motionless in the air amidst the many envious gazes from the crowd. This trip, we will personally escort you. Looking at the space below, Hugon smiled and waved his hand, the man driving the griffin below gave a sharp whistle, and instantly, the wings of the griffin flapped violently, and its huge body slowly rose into the air, along with the shadows left on the ground becoming smaller and smaller. Come on, Xiao Ming. If you do well at the inner academy, you'll get a vacation, so remember to come to see me. As the griffin beast took off, a voice suddenly came from below, and Xiao Ming looked down to see that it was the girl, Hu Jia, waving goodbye to him. Not only that, but he also saw Xiao Shan and Instructor Gu Hu, who were also looking at the group of griffin beasts as they soared up, and when they saw Xiao Ming looking at them, they also smiled and waved goodbye to him. This girl, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly but did not say anything, only waved in response. After the caravan of flying magical beasts left Jianan Academy's outer academy, it flew on into the depths of the school's back mountains. Deep within the back mountains of the Jianan Academy was a vast and endless forest. There were all kinds of magical beasts in it, and due to the formation of griffins above the sky, from time to time, a fierce magical beast would rush out of the forest in pursuit of them. Some flying beasts also chased after them. However, except for those who saw them and fled, the rest of the magical beasts turned into a bloody mist. With Hugon and the others around, there was no need to worry about their safety. More than an hour passed when the griffin formation finally stopped at a bottomless mountain stream. Chapter 64. The new students glanced at the bottomless mountain stream at their feet and looked around again. Finding nothing but an endless expanse of vegetation, let alone an inner academy, there wasn't a single person in sight. What's going on? Jia Yun and the other people looked at each other uncertainly, all with puzzled faces. Landing. The radiance in his eyes gradually faded, and the strong aura that had previously emerged from Hugon's body also silently retracted into his body. He waved his hand with a smile, and the 10 griffins spread their wings and slowly descended toward the opposite side of the mountain stream. The griffins raised great gusts of wind and landed safely on the ground. Seeing Hugon's gesture to signal them, the students jumped off the griffins one after another, landing wobbly in the open space, looking around with puzzled faces. Where is this? Could it be that the inner academy is here? After landing on the ground, many people continued to press and ask questions. The inner academy, it's not that easy to enter. Hugon smiled indifferently, then, under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly walked about 10 steps to the front, before he stopped in his steps and waved his palm, an energy shot out violently from his hand, and finally shot into the space in front of him. Immediately after, a strange scene emerged, only to see that when the energy shot through a certain empty space, it caused a wave of water-like ripples. These ripples fluctuated rapidly, and finally, a silver door, 2 to 3 meters high, appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the strange silver door, everyone was startled. Obviously, none of them had expected this seemingly ordinary place to hide such a mystery. The silver door, under the gaze of the crowd, slowly opened with a crisp sound, and the scene behind it was the same dense forest as before, seemingly no different from the dense forest they saw before. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, Hugon took the lead and marched toward the silver door. Behind him, dozens of students followed closely behind with curious faces. Everyone who entered through the silver door disappeared into thin air as if they had entered a different dimension. When everyone, including the 10 griffins, entered the door, it slowly closed tightly. A final wave of silver energy spread out, and the silver door gradually dissipated and finally disappeared completely, transforming the area into an extremely ordinary forest. When his feet stepped through the silver gate, Xiao Ming only felt his spirit move away and then his feet touched the ground again. When he moved forward with his gaze, he discovered that the scene in front of him was still the same as the scene in the forest before. However, at the entrance to the forest 2 old men and several middle-aged men had appeared at some point. Behind them, there were about 20 young men standing, and Xiao Ming swept his eyes past them and discovered that, on their chests, they all wore a badge with a tower-like pattern engraved on it. Elder Hu, you are always very punctual at all times, how are the new students this year? At that moment, one of the 2 elders, looking at the large group of people who had entered, smiled and addressed the leader, Hu Gan. Somewhat similar to previous years, I guess. Hu Gan smiled. Come here, you 5. He gestured to Xiao Ming and the others, and after seeing them come to his side, Hu Gan pointed to the 2 elders and said. These 2 are the elders of the inner academy, this is Elder Su and the other is Elder Qing, you can look for them if you need anything from now on in the inner academy. Knowing that the 5 people in front of them were the top 5 this time, the 2 elders swept their eyes over the 5 people and finally landed on Xiao Ming, sucking in a breath of cold air in shock as they said, Hiss, you entered the inner academy at such an age. And even finished in the top 5? Is this what you told us that was similar to the previous years? Generally speaking, it's about the same as previous years. Hu Gan explained with a smile, he is Xiao Ming, Elder Hu's disciple, I think you must have heard of him. This kid is very young, it seems that the inner academy is about to become interesting again. After Xiao Ming came out, the young men standing behind the few middle-aged men were also surprised and became boisterous. Shut up, whoever speaks again, I will deduct 5 days of tower cultivation time. Elder Su turned around and rebuked, and the crowd quieted down. Only then did he turn around and say, Xiao Ming, that first genius of Jia Nen Academy. Indeed, I have heard of him, and I am afraid that, if Old Hua had not snatched him in the first place, the first elder would not have been able to resist rushing to the outer academy to take him as a disciple. Only that he is so young, is Elder Hua willing to let him compete with others in that fierce environment of the inner academy? Don't underestimate him, he just returned from a solo adventure in the Black Corner region. Hu Gan smiled and spoke. Hiss, that's really something. The 2 elders, Su and Qing, were really surprised this time, going to the Black Corner region for an adventure was not an easy task, moreover, Xiao Ming was still so young. Back then, when they were Xiao Ming's age, they only knew how to play. Xiao Ming being so powerful, it was no wonder that Old Hua let him enter the inner academy. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Ming, who was the one they were talking about, did not have any emotional ups and downs inside. He had experienced this kind of situation too many times. Unfortunately, without further ado, although you have passed the qualifying competition and obtained the qualification to enter the inner academy, that is not the end. Elder Su raised his palm towards the new students, and a large black token appeared in his hand. With a toss of his hand, several blades shot out and hovered in front of everyone as if they had eyes. Xiao Ming and the others reached out to take them. When the leaf was in his hand, Xiao Ming immediately felt a strange heat coming from it. After looking down and taking a good look, he discovered that on the top of the blade was a transparent crystal, and on this crystal was a large red number printed, 5. The level of technology in Dochi continent is just barely good, if I were to strive to develop it, I could really reach the level of my previous world, although it cannot be exactly the same system, still, it is no problem to create a unique system that is suitable for Dochi continent, similar to magic technology, but unfortunately, the terror of personal strength limits the development of technology. Looking at the fire crystal card in his hand, Xiao Ming reflected inwardly. The civilization of the Dochi continent had an unknown number of hundreds of thousands of years of history, and the population had an unknown number of billions. For technology to barely develop to this level, rather than calling it slow, a turtle crawled faster than it. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Xiao Ming looked up and saw the group of young people standing behind the middle-aged man. At this moment, their eyes were heatedly looking at the black-colored card in the hands of him and the others, and there was undisguised greed in those eyes. Due to some reason, it is very troublesome to explain, so you will naturally understand later, but you only need to know one thing now, and that is to hold the card in your hands as if it were your life, and when you enter the inner academy, you will understand how important it is to you. Of course, you can understand a little bit by looking into the eyes of these guys. At the end of his speech, Elder Su pointed his finger at the group of young people and laughed. Next, you will have to enter the forest and then successfully reach the inner academy at the end of the forest. Elder Su's finger was still resting on the group of youths and he said indifferently, and when you travel through this forest, be careful of them. According to the rules of the inner academy, in this forest, they can do whatever they want at will, which means they can attack you. Xiao Ming smiled and carefully observed the strength of those young men before finally showing a somewhat gentle-looking smile. Well, there was no danger. Remember, that number on the top of the card in your hands has a great temptation for them, so they will use all means except killing to obtain the fire energy on the top of your card. This word, it will feel very familiar and charming later, and now, you don't need to defeat them, just avoiding them is enough. As long as you don't get caught by them and reach the inner academy successfully, then, you will have the ultimate reward. The sooner you get there, the better the reward will be. Elder Su continued speaking, his fingers suddenly moving towards the dark forest behind him. For this forest chase, we, the inner academy, call it the fire energy hunting competition. Now, I declare that this year's fire energy hunting competition officially begins. Students, start running. Chapter 65. In the dense forest, sunlight falls sporadically through the gaps between the leaves of the trees, and dots of light shine on the ground covered with dead leaves, setting the whole forest in a slightly dreamlike mood. In the quiet forest, footsteps suddenly sounded, from far to near, and a few moments later, 5 figures slowly appeared. When the figures fully revealed their forms, it became clear that those 5 people were none other than Xiao Ming, Jia Yun, and the others. Just now, Elder Su said that whoever arrives first will get the best reward. What do you think of this? Bo Pao, the tallest of the 5, suddenly stopped and asked. When Xiao Ming heard the words, he only looked at him lightly and did not answer. However, the delicate-looking Jia Yun sensed that there was something in his words and asked with a frown, Bo Pao, what do you mean by that? What Bo Pao means is that we will now separate each other and compete for rewards according to our abilities. Jiang Yanchu, who was wearing a red robe that showed her dazzling and beauty, said with a smile. Bo Pao did not reply, as that was exactly what he was thinking. Other than Xiao Ming, he was the strongest in this group, with the strength of a 4-star Do Grandmaster, so he did not even put the pursuit of those so-called senior students who were the same age as him in his eyes. What he was considering now was how to compete with Xiao Ming for the first-place title, and it wasn't that he thought too much of himself and looked down on Xiao Ming. If it was an arena match, he would have immediately given up having already been defeated once by Xiao Ming, but this wasn't an arena match, now it was about sneaking. He had some knowledge of sneaking into the forest, which he felt was something that someone as young and less experienced as Xiao Ming shouldn't have, so he felt he had a good chance of winning, hence his question. And there was another quite realistic problem, that is, if the 5 of them were together, then the position of captain would definitely go to the strongest, Xiao Ming. When the time came, even if they came in first all together, the best reward would go to the captain. Although it was possible that the reward would be equal for all, he did not want to gamble on that possibility. He preferred to go on his own merits, and if he was not as good as the others, he would admit it. Now that Jiang Yanshu had made it clear, Yin Lu, the other man in the top 5 of this competition, clapped his hands and also said, since Bo Pao brought it up, I happen to have the same intention, so why don't we dissolve it right now? This, Jia Yun was a little hesitant, and could only look at Xiao Ming, who was the most familiar with her among these few people. I have no problem with it. Xiao Ming's expression was indifferent, they all wanted the same things, what could he do? Of course, follow their wishes, anyway, it's not like he's losing anything. Since 4 out of 5 people have already made up their minds, let's split up now, goodbye everyone. As soon as Xiao Ming's words left his mouth, Jiang Yanshu smiled charmingly at everyone before disappearing into the forest. Goodbye everyone. To be honest, I am quite knowledgeable in the way of sneaking, Xiao Ming, although you are strong, you are not necessarily skilled in this way, I am determined to win this reward, I will leave first. Yin Lu and Bo Pao left one after another, and finally, only Jia Yun and Xiao Ming were left in the same place. Looking at Jia Yun who stood beside him with no intention of leaving, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Jia Yun, aren't you planning to leave? This, Jia Yun seemed to have something to say but remained silent for a while before finally saying, I originally wanted to team up with you, but with your strength, I'm definitely a burden to you, so I'd rather go alone. Xiao Ming, I'll see you at the end of the line. Jia Yun said, waving her hand, and without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything, she walked into the forest alone. Just go, otherwise, it will become a bit troublesome later on. Standing in place, Xiao Ming muttered and then frowned, why are these senior students moving so slowly? I've been waiting for them for half a day. Sha. From the direction where Xiao Ming and the others were coming from, several figures jumped out from the tree branches, and immediately their bodies descended down the tree trunks and finally landed not far behind Xiao Ming. This back, isn't he Xiao Ming? After landing on the ground, a man dressed in blue looked at Xiao Ming, who had his back to them, and said with a frown. Their group had entered the inner academy last year, so they had a certain impression of Xiao Ming, who had always had a great reputation. And he had coincidentally seen Xiao Ming, so at this moment, he said Xiao Ming's name. "Do you know me?" Xiao Ming turned around, a little surprised. "Hee, I saw you once when I was at the outer academy." The blue-robed youth let out a laugh before asking in confusion, "Where are the others from your team?" "Oh, they're gone." The blue-robed youth was even more puzzled when he heard those words. "So, you're the only one left here. Why are you stupidly staying here and not leaving?" "I'm waiting for you." "What? Didn't you get it?" "I mean, I'm waiting for you guys, and I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Ming spoke slowly and methodically as if they were a plate of food. Understanding Xiao Ming's meaning, the blue-robed youth felt extremely displeased and coldly snorted. "Arrogant, Xiao Ming, your talent is good, but you don't think you can beat the 5 by yourself, do you? Be a good boy and hand over your crystal card and you can get rid of the physical pain." Xiao Ming looked at him without saying anything, but the meaning revealed was clear: if you want it, come get it yourself. "Damn it, let's all go together." Although he was a little annoyed with Xiao Ming's attitude, the blue-robed youth did not say that he would fight him single-handedly, but cautiously called out to his companions to surround him. As soon as his words fell, the 4 men behind him gathered their dou qi and with nimble hands and feet rushed towards Xiao Ming together in an instant. Palm of the burning flame. Several attacks struck at various places on Xiao Ming's body. The fierce attacks caused a sonic sound. "He's going to get hit." A flat-headed youth couldn't help but smile as he saw that his attack was an instant away from landing on Xiao Ming, and inwardly he couldn't help but secretly think, "What a genius," but he was still knocked down by us with a single move. "Watch out." Before he could think about what he had to be careful about, he felt a strong wind rushing towards his chest, followed by a huge pain spreading out from his chest. Boom! 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 For loud sounds rang out almost at the same time, and then the 4 figures that had originally flashed towards Xiao Ming flew backwards at a faster speed, flying over the blue-robed youth's head, first crashing heavily into the trees, causing them to shake violently, and then hitting the ground with the force of the recoil. The blue-robed youth turned in horror as he saw 4 puffs of blood spurting in unison from the mouths of his companions, as they were unable to get up and were no longer able to fight. He defeated Tai Shan and the others, who were about as strong as me, in an instant. What a realm Xiao Ming is in. At this moment, the blue-robed youth only had this thought. Swallowing saliva, he turned to Xiao Ming who was walking towards him and revealed a smile worse than crying. "Senior Xiao Ming, just now it was our eyes that couldn't see Mount Tai and offended you. I'm here to apologize to you. Can you forgive us?" "Yes," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "Really?" The blue-robed youth's face revealed a look of surprise. He thought he was going to get a beating. "But first, you have to deliver one thing." "What thing?" At those words, the blue-robed youth felt vaguely uneasy, and the smile he had just displayed, contracted. It couldn't be that, it couldn't be, he had stayed at the outer academy, there was no way for him to know. "Hand over the fire crystal card." Xiao Ming's words affirmed his fears. The blue-robed youth was about to cry but had no tears. Damn, how did he know? Seeing the blue-robed youth with a sour face and without the slightest movement, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you still need a beating to become honest." "Hey, wait, I'll pass it to you, don't do it." Seeing that Xiao Ming was about to make a move, the blue-robed youth's face changed greatly and he struggled for a while before finally sitting on his butt with a grey face, his palm trembling as he took out a light blue fire crystal card from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Ming. After a while, Xiao Ming held up his crystal card whose number had become 102, and a smile appeared on his face as he tossed the 5 crystal cards in his hand to the blue-robed youth. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Thank you very much then, goodbye." "Who wants to say goodbye to you?" the blue-robed youth thought depressedly as he looked at his crystal card that only had 7 days of fire energy left. Xiao Ming didn't care what he thought, and after saying this, he turned around and left. For the next few days, Xiao Ming continued to search for the teams of 5 senior students who were alone. Although these senior students were experienced and worked well together, not many of them could take a hit from Xiao Ming. Even the senior students whose realm was similar to Xiao Ming's could not receive more than a few of Xiao Ming's moves. In this situation, Xiao Ming's harvest was very high. In addition, there was a rule in the fire energy hunting competition that if a senior student team lost their fire energy below 10 in the forest, then they were disqualified and could not stay in the forest to participate in the hunt, and at that time, they had to automatically leave. Xiao Ming did not have to fear being chased by the guys he had defeated. In this way, the senior student teams in the forest were dwindling. Controlling the power of the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, Xiao Ming knocked the strongest of the last remaining team called Black-White Evil Stopper to the ground, causing a shout of surprise from the new students who were hiding in the forest and did not dare to show themselves. After calming his breathing and wiping the sweat from his head, Xiao Ming looked at the Black-White Evil Stopper team members who had fallen to the ground and sighed at the strength of the Black-White Evil Stopper team before approaching the team leader and saying, "Hand over your fire crystal cards. Cough cough cough, worthy of being this year's strongest, really powerful." The defeated Black-White Evil Stopper team captain said with difficulty as a large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Huh. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Ming was about to continue. "No need, your skills are better than ours and I'm willing to admit defeat, I'll give you the fire crystal card." A light blue card flew towards Xiao Ming and he took it in his hand. Xiao Ming took out his own crystal card and crossed it, watching the number change from 1200 to 1300, a smirk appeared on his face, worthy of being the captain of the Black-White Evil Stopper team, a strong person in the Do spirit realm, quite wealthy. "What about yours?" Xiao Ming said to the other 4 members of the Black-White Evil Stopper team. Chapter 66. This is an open area covered with rocks, and the expanse of the forest stops as it collides with the rocky terrain. Thus, the sunlight from the sky poured unobstructed onto the ground, making people feel warm. Not far behind the rocky terrain, there was a rise in the hillside, which also had some jagged rocks scattered on it. At this time, on top of these rocks, there were several people sitting or standing, not very old, about 24 or 25 years old. But, although their robes were different, on their chests they all wore a tower-shaped insignia, so it was obvious that these were all senior students of the inner academy. On another part of the hill, there was a platform built of rocks on which 2 elders were sitting. They turned out to be Elder Su and Elder Qing, whom Xiao Ming and the others had seen when they entered the forest around them. There were also a few middle-aged men with a calm and steady aura, and obviously, they must have all been inner academy administrators. "What about yours?" Looking at Xiao Ming, who was asking for the crystal card from the 4 members of Black-White Evil Stopper, the corners of the mouths of the 2 elders and several administrators twitched. This little fellow Xiao Ming is really terrifying, defeating all the senior student teams by himself. Although he defeated the teams separately, it was enough to show his strength, especially this battle where he defeated the Black-White Evil Stopper team. It was a perfect representation of his strength. Elder Su, who had watched Xiao Ming's entire fight against Black-White Evil Stopper, looked at Xiao Ming below the slope and said, "Well, especially the seal move he used, he was able to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. It must be a D-class Do technique. This level of Do technique is not easy to practice, however, he was able to deploy it with ease. It seemed like he had achieved great success. I really don't know how this guy has trained, he is too monstrous." Beside him, Elder Qing was also unusually surprised but suddenly said as if he remembered something else. "It's just that this competition is to make these new students understand the importance of unity, and Xiao Ming's actions this time disrupted our arrangements a bit. It's okay, the other students don't have Xiao Ming's strength, most of them have already fought with the senior students, Xiao Ming brings little impact." Elder Su smiled and said without much concern, "This guy named Xiao Ming is really strong, even the Black-White Evil Stopper team can't beat him. You know, Black-White Evil Stopper team leader Wu Tao is a Do spirit." When they saw that the entire Black-White Evil Stopper team was spitting blood and seemed to no longer have the strength to fight, some senior students couldn't help but let out a sigh in their hearts. At first, when they heard that the senior students who participated in this year's fire energy hunting competition said that they were all defeated by a new student, they were very dismissive. They thought they were too weak to be defeated by one person. After all, the opponent was only a newcomer, and they heard he was only 8 years old. How could they lose? If they weren't bad, who was? Only when they saw Xiao Ming's skills and Black-White Evil Stopper's defeat with their own eyes did they understand why those senior students who had participated in the fire energy hunting competition this year had lost so miserably. That vigorous skill, that decisive judgment, and above all, that not-so-low realm, is that what an 8-year-old boy can have? This guy named Xiao Ming was so scary, it was better not to mess with him in the future. Without further discussing the thoughts of these students. In front of Xiao Ming, the 4 members of the Black-White Evil Stopper team looked at each other before letting out a bitter smile and shuddering as they took out the fire crystal card from their storage rings and handed it to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming passed all the fire energy from the fire crystal card to his own card mercilessly, leaving them with only a minimal amount of fire energy. After this move, the value of his crystal card also changed from 1300 to 1530. Looking at the amount of fire energy, Xiao Ming was very happy, smiling as he returned the few crystal cards in his hand to the seniors of the Black-White Evil Stopper team, and shook his head with great regret and said, "You guys, you should have let me pass, but you had to block the way, it's not worth the loss." Xiao Ming was telling the truth. In fact, his harvest in the past few days had exceeded 1,000, spending 1 fire energy a day at the upper level of the Blazing Sky Chi refining tower. he could stay in the blazing sky chi refining tower for 3.5 years. Even if he went to the lower levels, the fire energy would be enough to last for a long time. Therefore, he didn't want to spend too much effort on the last strongest team, Black-White Evil Stopper, as he felt that the fire energy he had was enough to spend. After all, there was a dose spirit in his team, and it would be harder for him to defeat them. Unexpectedly, he did not want to fight, but the other team was not willing to let him go, and he had to make some moves to teach them a lesson. Xiao Ming taught them a lesson, and the price was their fire energy, which could only be described as seeking to be plundered. Seeing Xiao Ming pocket Black-White Evil Stopper's fire energy, Elder Su in the stand stood up. With all eyes watching, Elder Su raised his head and his soft voice rang out in the open space. This year's fire energy hunting competition is counted as a victory for the new students, so all the little ones hiding in the forest can come out. Elder Su's slightly old voice slowly resounded, and soon the trees in the forest in front of him swayed, and some figures came out of them one after another. Most of these new students had scars on their faces, and some walked with a limp. Xiao Ming also saw Jia Yun and Bo Pao among these people. Jia Yun looked fine, and when she saw Xiao Ming looking at her, she gave her a bright smile and waved him hand, and Xiao Ming smiled and nodded in response. Bo Pao was a little miserable, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, as if he had been beaten up pretty badly. In fact, what Bo Pao said before was not wrong, he was really skilled in the art of sneaking, but even if he was skilled, it would be of no use when it came to Black-White Evil Stopper, who remained in an open space. He was good at sneaking, not at stealth. In the end, Bo Pao, unable to think of a way out, tried to charge hard with his speed, but naturally, this was unsuccessful and he was hit by Black-White Evil Stopper. When all the new students came out, Elder Su's voice sounded again. This time, as the winner of this year's fire energy hunting competition, Xiao Ming has had an outstanding performance and is rewarded with a green-colored crystal card, plus 50 days of fire energy, and 3 days of fire energy for the new students. Wow, all the new students exclaimed in amazement, was there still such a good thing? After all, they had received a reward for doing nothing for no reason, it was really nice. At the same time as they were rejoicing, they looked at Xiao Ming with a little more gratitude. After all, if it wasn't for him defeating all the senior students, they, the new students, wouldn't have been able to win. Elder Su was aware that they had done nothing, and originally, according to the past process, these new students would not be rewarded and receive a lesson from the senior students. But Xiao Ming had beaten all the senior students, which meant that the new students had won, so the reward for reaching the finish line, which he had said before the competition, had to be honored. These people ran off together, and he didn't bother to count who came first, so he just directly gave each one 3 days of fire energy, not a lot, the same as the fire energy that had been stolen from some of them, enough to compensate for their losses. Chapter 67. Green-colored crystal card. Unlike the newcomers, who were feeling elated and rewarded, the senior students on the hillside could not help but make somewhat of an uproar when they heard the words coming out of Elder Su's mouth. Envious glances then turned towards Xiao Ming, who was standing in the center of the field. A green-colored crystal card, what is that? The performance of the senior students aroused the curiosity of the new students. In the inner academy, fire crystal cards are divided into 5 colors from low to high, black, blue, green, red and purple. The black-colored crystal card in your hands is the lowest level crystal card. This type of crystal card is only qualified to cultivate in the first 2 levels of the blazing sky chi refining tower, while the blue-colored crystal card, in the 3rd and 4th level, and it continues on like this. If you want to upgrade your crystal card, you have to pay fire energy for it in the inner academy. It is bound to pay 100 days of fire energy. Now that Xiao Ming has been rewarded with a green-colored crystal card, that is equivalent to saving 300 days of fire energy, which is not a small amount. Oh, most of these old inner academy students present are still using blue-colored crystal card. Seeing that the new students had doubts, and thinking that Xiao Ming might not know the concept of green-colored crystal card either, Elder Su smiled and explained a little. 300 days worth of fire energy. Hearing this amount, the new students just now understood why the gazes of the others were filled with envy. The senior students who had participated in the fire energy hunting competition in the forest to obtain a few days of fire energy. They only had 5 days of fire energy on their hands, and even if the senior students beat them, they would only have 3 days. But only these 3 days of fire energy could make them happy, so they could imagine how precious this fire energy was. The green-colored crystal card was worth 300 fire energy, which should be considered a very good item. After thinking about it, the new students also showed a look of envy. Xiao Ming was not like those new students. He was not surprised at all because he already knew the purpose of the green-colored crystal card. After Elder Su finished explaining, his hand shook and a green-colored crystal card appeared in his hand. Snapping his finger, the card shot out towards Xiao Ming and finally hovered in front of him. Your reward is already inside, so you can extract the fire energy inside the black-colored crystal card and then return it to me. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nimbly did as he was told, and a moment later, handed the black-colored crystal card, which had been left empty, to Elder Su. Upon receiving the black-colored crystal card, Elder Su nodded slightly and said with a smile. Alright, I will arrange for someone else to bring the rewards for the others when they find a place to stay later. Now that you all have passed the fire energy hunting competition, just follow me to the inner academy first. With these words, he took the lead and turned around, slowly walking down the mountainside towards a broken stone staircase. At last, the time has come to enter the inner academy. It wasn't easy. Come on, I can't wait to see what the inner academy is like. Most of the new students had received a severe beating in the forest, but now that they were about to enter the inner academy they had longed for, their excitement was hard to hide. They hurried after Elder Su and climbed the stairs. The stone steps were not very high, and in just a minute or two, Xiao Ming and the other new students had climbed up to the top level, and then their bodies rose and they were standing at the top of the hill. The image that appeared in their vision as their eyes swept before them made them slowly inhale a breath of slightly cold air. Is this the inner academy? Murmurs came from the mouths of the new students on the hillside. Beyond the hillside was an extremely large sunken basin, and looking at the shape of this basin, it was as if a huge meteorite had fallen from the sky and crashed. Inside the basin, the towering buildings were imposing, and when one looked down from above, one could see black flea-like shadows constantly jumping and sliding over the buildings. Looking ahead, you could see that the basin was surprisingly large, and when you reached the end of the basin, you could only see the imposing buildings and lush vegetation. It was inconceivable that there was such a strange place hidden in the endless mountains behind Jia Nan Academy. Welcome, little ones, to the heart of Jia Nan Academy, the inner academy. Smiling as he saw the shock on the faces of the new students, Elder Su slapped his hands together and laughed. Now that the hunt is over, all of you new students should return to the inner academy with me to settle in, then you will truly become a part of the inner academy. Believe me, as long as you can persevere here, when you leave, you will feel that it will all have been worth it for your progress. After waiting for a while, allowing the new students to calm their excitement, Elder Su said slowly. All the new students nodded slightly. Of those senior students, they could already figure out how great the benefit of cultivating in this inner academy would be. Let's go. Everyone follow me. With a wave of his hand, Elder Su's figure turned into a blurry shadow and walked towards the huge basin. After that, all the new students also instantly moved their bodies and immediately descended from the mountainside. Suddenly, one after another, excited cries were heard in the sky for a long time. Squeak. A wooden door slowly opened, and a ray of sunlight spread along the door, finally forming a thin light on the ground. When the wooden door was fully opened, the light expanded rapidly, and immediately several figures entered. An elder in the lead swept his gaze across the wide pavilion and smiled. This is where you 5 will be living from now on. 5 people living together. At these words, Jiang Yanshu, who was following him, could not help but be stunned, and then said in dismay. Elder Su, you're not going to let Jia Yun and I, 2 girls, live with them, 3 men, are you? If it's Xiao Ming, it's fine, but Bo Pao and Yin Lu, the 2 of them. The words were not finished, but the meaning was clear. Yes, Elder Su, it's fine if it's Xiao Ming, but it's not appropriate for Bo Pao and Yin Lu, 2 big men to live with us, right? Jia Yun also agreed. It was obvious that she was also a bit resistant to this arrangement, which could not be helped. Although they were all popular figures in Jia Nan Academy, they did not know each other. During the fire energy hunting competition, they had also been separated from the beginning and had not established any friendships. Having to suddenly live under the same roof, it was no wonder the girls had problems with it. Oh, this pavilion is very large and there are quite a few rooms. What are you afraid of? Elder Su shook his head with a disinterested smile, but, although he didn't mind, he suggested a solution. Of course, if you really don't want to, you can go on your own and join some faction and live with them. Those factions in the inner academy spend fire energy in order to rent a place. You being the top 5 students this year, it's easy for you to join a faction. Chapter 68. Factions. It's surprising that things like that still exist in the inner academy. Don't you forbid them? Jia Yun asked with a slight frown of confusion. Oh, why should they be banned? This kind of competitiveness is what we need in the inner academy. If you want to not be bullied, then you have to work hard to improve your own strength, otherwise, everything will be ignored. The strongest is always the protagonist in this world. We don't want the inner academy to become a carefree ivory tower, because in this kind of environment, truly strong people cannot come out. Elder Su said indifferently. Xiao Ming nodded at his words. Well, it was very much in line with Jia Nan Academy's usual style of letting students experience the cruelty of society. He thought that there was nothing wrong with this style. After all, Do-Chi continent was not like modern society. The society here embodied the 8 words, the weak are the prey of the strong, to the fullest. It is not uncommon for one day one to be walking down the street and suddenly be captured and used as a slave. Students who receive soft educational methods will not be able to adapt to this kind of society. Therefore, for the sake of the students, it is necessary for the Xiao Academy to allow them to experience some of the cruelty of society in advance. No wonder the Xiao Academy was famous in the Central Plains. This teaching philosophy was indeed very suitable. Remember, you are someone from the inner academy from now on. You will have to get used to the situation where senior students are divided into their own factions. In the inner academy, unless you are extremely strong, you won't be able to manage on your own. The reason why I let you live together is that I want you to form a team. In the fire energy hunting competition, you must have understood how strong a team can be, right? Hearing these words, Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Elder Su. Ahem, I mean the 4 of you. Sensing that Xiao Ming didn't really need to be in a group, Elder Su coughed and explained. Not taking Elder Su's words to heart, Xiao Ming merely laughed indifferently and said. Elder Su, I actually think that your comment about a team being stronger in battle is very valid. After all, if those senior students were not a team, it would have taken me less effort to defeat them. This statement was somewhat boastful, but Xiao Ming really thought so. Of course, the premise was that the team had to be close-knit, otherwise it would have a negative effect. Jia Yun and the others looked at Xiao Ming speechlessly but said nothing. Because after splitting up, Xiao Ming was able to defeat all the senior students by himself, while they had a harder time being chased, the difference was too big. When Elder Su heard this, he said with relief, it's good that you can understand it too, Xiao Ming. From today onwards, I hope that the 5 of you will be a team that will face all difficulties together and never gives up on each other. If you can do this, then life in this inner academy will be much easier. The strength of one person, no matter what, is no match for a team, right? This. Bo Pao, Yin Lu, and the others looked at each other hesitantly but said nothing. A team with an unspoken understanding is created when the conditions are given. It is a bit disingenuous to say that they will form a team where they will never leave each other without first experiencing hardships together. Bo Pao and the other people were all popular figures in the outer academy, so naturally, they did not want to say something that might not be fulfilled. Sigh, anyway, all decisions are in your hands, just don't regret it when the time comes. His reaction made Elder Su sigh and not force the situation. Alright, it's getting late, you can clean the house on your own and then rest for the night. Starting tomorrow, you can check out the inner academy as much as you want. I'm sure this place won't let you down. No cultivation courses? Jiang Yenshu asked hurriedly. The inner academy doesn't need that kind of thing. As long as you have enough fire energy, you can enter the Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower. Cultivating there is more useful than any course. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, the academy will collectively organize students to enter once a week. If you want to talk about a course, then I think that should count. In addition, in the inner academy there is also the Do Technique Hall and the Chi Method Hall. You can go there if you want to get a Chi Method or Do Technique, but of course, this is also on the premise that you have enough fire energy to buy it. Otherwise, compared to the outer academy, the inner academy is actually freer. If you feel that the fire energy you have is not enough and your hands itch, you can go to the fighting arena to gain fire energy, but of course, this is only if you have enough strength, otherwise, you will end up losing everything. Xiao Ming and the others nodded slightly, indicating that they had understood. If there is nothing else, you can rest, and if there is any business, you can come to find me. Waving a hand towards Xiao Ming and the others, Elder Su turned around and marched towards the door, finally disappearing from the sight of Xiao Ming and the others. Seeing Elder Su leaving, Xiao Ming clapped his hands and smiled at Jia Yun and the others. Tidy up your rooms, even if any of you want to leave this pavilion in the future. I'm sure it won't be that fast. It will take you some time to familiarize yourselves with the inner academy. During this time, I hope you all can get along and not cause any unpleasant incidents. Jia Yun and the others nodded their heads and immediately dispersed, each looking for a room. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Xiao Ming had done boxing set in the pavilion room while exercising his muscles. He saw Jia Yun and the others coming down the stairs. Xiao Ming, you are really diligent. You just went through a series of continuous battles in a fire energy hunting competition. I thought you would take a good rest yesterday. I didn't expect you to get up so early. Seeing that the person in the pavilion room was Xiao Ming, Jia Yun's eyes lit up and she said with a smile. It's just habit. Stopping what he was doing, Xiao Ming walked over to the wooden chair and sat down, nonchalantly picking up a cup of tea that had been brewed beside him and drinking it. This tea causes the circulation of Do-Chi to accelerate by a few points. It's really good tea, but it's a pity that there wasn't much stock left in the master's house. Sipping the tea, Xiao Ming thought inwardly. In his previous life, Xiao Ming had liked to drink tea due to his family's influence, and he never thought that there would be such things in the Doqi continent after reincarnating. Moreover, because of Doqi, some teas possessed extraordinary effects. The type he was drinking right now was called Fire Cloud Tea, which had the effect of accelerating the circulation of Doqi and was most effective for the Do master level. He had taken it from his own master, only the production of this tea was relatively small, and Xiao Ming only drank some from time to time. Xiao Ming, do you have any plans for today? Do you want to join any faction? Jia Yun sat on the chair next to Xiao Ming and interrupted Xiao Ming's thoughts. Plans? It should be to take a walk around the inner academy. There's no rush to join a faction. I want to see what Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower looks like first. Xiao Ming actually had no intention of joining a faction at all. By joining a faction he would inevitably be affected by the rules and regulations. He had always disliked them. As for setting up his own faction, again, it seemed like a lot of trouble. Xiao Ming also felt that he was not cut out for it. Therefore, he planned to cultivate alone until graduation. Chapter 69. That was also our intention, but Elder Su said he would send an administrator to deliver the competition's fire energy to us today, so we wanted to wait here for a while. Jiang Yenshu had changed into a red suit today, less extravagant and more with a sense of formality. She followed Jia Yun and sat on the other side of Xiao Ming. A fragrance dipped into Xiao Ming's nose as he spoke. Oh, you plan to go together? Xiao Ming was a little surprised at her words. How come he hadn't seen them in one night? These two women's relationship seemed to have improved a lot. Could it be that Elder Su's words had somehow had an effect? The two of us are planning to go together. The two of us also have to take care of each other, don't we? As for Bo Pao and Yin Lu, they must think similarly to us, since they didn't say they wanted to go with us to see the inner academy. No matter what Bo Pao and the other one think, what do you think, Xiao Ming? Do you want to wait to go together with us? Jiang Yenshu explained with a smile, then asked rhetorically. Shall I join them? Lowering his eyes, Xiao Ming drank the tea left in his cup and put it on the table as he stood up. Forget it, who knows when the administrator with the fire energy will arrive, I'll leave first. With that, Xiao Ming waved his hand at them and slowly walked towards the door. Leaving the pavilion was a tree-lined avenue, and on either side of it were the residences of the other new students this year. Of course, compared to Xiao Ming's pavilion and the other four, theirs was a bit more modest, so it seemed that this kind of treatment was not available to everyone. At this time, there were no signs of many of the new students, so it must be because the fire energy hunting competition had shaken up the new students so much that they did not wake up so early. Xiao Ming didn't much care whether there were people on the street or not, so he tapped his toes on the ground and his body became a wisp of smoke as he moved toward the end of the avenue. Almost 4 or 5 minutes later, Xiao Ming, who was going at full speed, slowed down and looked toward the end of the avenue, where a group of people had appeared blocking the road. Xiao Ming frowned, and when he reached the end of the road, he stopped and asked the 7 or 8 senior students with tower-shaped badges on their chests. I wonder what you guys mean by this. Of course it's to receive tribute fees, kid, hurry up and A rather naive-looking man in black shouted at Xiao Ming very arrogantly and was covered by his own companion just as he was halfway through his shout. This guy said nonsense, younger brother Xiao Ming, you can go. You guys, get out of the way. Oh, okay. The person who spoke seemed to be the leader of the group, and at his command, several senior students rushed to clear a path. A tribute fee? Xiao Ming looked at the senior student who shouted at him. Although he had only said half of his words, he still revealed an important piece of information, the tribute fee. Xiao Ming still knew a little about the tribute fee, which was paid by new students to senior student factions. This was considered a tradition of the Jia Nan Academy, wasn't it? This kind of tradition was not stipulated by the academy only encouraged competition. This kind of thing must be said to be an unspoken rule that arose on its own with the encouragement of the academy. Xiao Ming had discovered it a long time ago, and he did not know who had started it, that the senior students of the outer and inner academy liked to train new students. After the new students were trained by the senior students, in order to balance their minds, when they became senior students, they would also do the same for the new students, and so on. On one occasion, Xiao Ming was left for a while in the sun outside the tent for the Jia Nan Academy outer academy admission tests. At that time, since there were no immediate interests at stake, he, who did not want to stand out, did nothing to resist. Even if in the end due to Xiao Shan's babbling and his intention to show off a little he was going to make a move, Tgthegood who did not give him the opportunity. But this time, the tribute fee was different, and if the senior students dared to approach him to request a tribute fee, Xiao Ming would definitely swell their faces and show them who they could and could not mess with. He dared to steal fire energy from 50 senior students in a fire energy hunting competition. How could he suffer this aggravation? Good thing these senior students were still quite intelligent and did not ask him for the tribute fee, which saved him a lot of effort. This could not stop Xiao Ming from nodding his head, very satisfied with their attitude. Without saying anything to these senior students who were about to block the door again, Xiao Ming tapped the ground with his toes and quickly passed through them, and left. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, the man in black, who looked a little naive, pulled his companion's hand away and asked very quizzically. "Why did you let that kid go? Didn't Big Brother Lei Yun say that the tribute fee of every new student should be collected in full? Although this person is so young to enter the inner academy, his talent should not be bad, but his strength should not be high either. Why would we be afraid of him as Do Grandmasters? You say that because you weren't there yesterday and didn't see the bloody scene where this Xiao Ming defeated Wu Tao and the others alone, otherwise you wouldn't be saying such things." The leader said speechlessly. He defeated Wu Tao. The man in black was a bit incredulous. Wu Tao had a Do spirit level of strength and could be ranked in the upper middle of the entire inner academy. He was just defeated by a kid who looked more than 10 years younger than them. He couldn't accept it. Not only did he defeat Wu Tao, but he also stole fire energy from all the teams participating in the fire energy hunting competition. His method was really cruel. Now you know why I told them to make way for him. I got it. The man in black was speechless. This new student named Xiao Ming could defeat Wu Tao. Besides Wu Tao's teammates, no wonder they had to give way to him at this time. If they did not give way, they may not be enough for Xiao Ming to finish warming up. Other senior students who were unsure of Xiao Ming's situation heard this and also put Xiao Ming in a position where he should not be provoked. Xiao Ming, who came out of the new student area, casually grabbed a senior student to ask for directions. Although the other party was a little surprised by his age, he still told him the exact location of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Knowing the exact location, and thinking about the size of the inner academy he had seen yesterday on the hillside, Xiao Ming executed his Do technique of movement and headed north. The inner academy was indeed as large as Xiao Ming had expected. He had been furiously running for almost half an hour, but he had yet to reach the inner academy's boundary. During this half an hour of travel, Xiao Ming had seen the atmosphere of the inner academy. During this trip, he actually saw more than 20 battle circles where they fiercely trained with each other. Outside these circles, there were also quite a few people watching, apparently already accustomed to it. This couldn't help but make Xiao Ming sigh a little. The inner academy's culture is really very intense, although this kind of sparring and frequent fights are not forbidden in the outer academy, but unless there are grudges, few people would seek out other people for sparring. After sighing a little, Xiao Ming quickened his pace. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Xiao Ming noticed that there were more and more people on their way north. Those heading in the same direction as him were using all their speed to the extreme, and above the forest, on both sides, there was a constant flash of silhouettes and the sound of the wind breaking. Seeing this spectacle, Xiao Ming inwardly rejoiced. This inner academy was ridiculously large, and he had actually run for almost 50 minutes even after using his Do techniques, but now he had finally arrived. Chapter 70. Xiao Ming, who was running, finally stopped at an open space, and at that moment, there was a large group of noisy students in front of him. Isn't this too many people? Looking at this large group of people, who were a bunch of black dots like ants, Xiao Ming couldn't help but have a look of helplessness. This blazing sky chi refining tower is so popular that there are so many people that it's hard to see inside. Will it be hard to sneak in, or do I have to queue here honestly? As soon as Xiao Ming's thoughts fell, he heard a large number of wind-breaking sounds, which sounded from not far behind him. Turning his head, he discovered that nearly dozens of figures were flickering from afar. The speed of these people was extremely fast, and in less than 10 seconds, the people moved over the branches of several large trees along the road. After watching them for a while, each of them set out to land, with a large number of silhouettes swooping down from the heights and finally sneaking directly into the front of the group of black dots in an extremely domineering manner. Xiao Ming, who saw this scene, could not help but say, "Let's sneak in, there are more and more people." With that, he headed towards the center of the crowd. "Hey, who was it? Holy cow, why are you so strong?" With his excessive physical strength, Xiao Ming finally made his way to the front of the crowd with ease. Finally, he stopped at an open space. With a smaller crowd in the way, the first thing that appeared in Xiao Ming's line of sight was a sunken ground. Within that sunken ground, an extremely large black tower was buried deep in the ground, with only the tip of the tower and a dark entrance showing on the surface. This is Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower, and Fallen Heart Flame is inside it. Xiao Ming's gaze carefully scanned the floor of the tower above the ground and suddenly realized that the space around the tower seemed to have a vague sense of distortion as well as wrinkles. A spatial lock. Jianan Academy has really made a great effort for the sake of Fallen Heart Flame. This spatial lock not only encloses Fallen Heart Flame's aura to prevent it from being coveted but also suppresses Fallen Heart Flame's disturbances, so to speak. Only this spatial lock is also suppressing Fallen Heart Flame less and less, and it is unknown how far the strength of Fallen Heart Flame's fire spirit has reached. The energy contained in the fallen heart flame was definitely quite a lot, so if the fallen heart flame origin was devoured now, he might be able to reach the Do King realm. And the spirit inside him might also undergo a qualitative change by swallowing this fire spirit that clearly had a hint of intelligence. But hey, such things could only be thought of. Whether he was the disciple of the head of the alchemy department or a certified third-tier alchemist of Jia Nan Academy's alchemy department, he could be considered a member of Jia Nan Academy. Even if he were to go running with such a status to First Elder Su Qian to say, "There are two heavenly flames under the magma, give me the big one," there was no way he would believe him either. So, Xiao Ming could only look at the fallen heart flame and drool at this moment. When his strength increased in the future, he would then look for the opportunity to devour this heavenly flame. Xiao Ming's attention had been focused on the blazing sky chi refining tower, and since he was so young, his arrival had attracted the attention of many people. Who is this kid? Is he a genius brought by one of the elders? He is too young, shouldn't he first enter the outer academy and wait for his strength to rise to the Do Master realm before entering? I don't know, maybe he is the grandson of some elder. Don't talk nonsense, he is the champion of this year's new students, the relentless student who defeated all the senior students who participated in the fire energy hunting competition. Some of these people knew Xiao Ming. But others still didn't know him. Under the introduction of those who had seen Xiao Ming's strength, those who did not know Xiao Ming quickly learned of his battle record, and then looked at him with looks full of surprise and fear. Aside from the surprise, there were also people who revealed a look of greed. Having stolen fire energy from 50 senior students, how rich was this Xiao Ming now? Noticing the various gazes coming from around him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but frown. Then he returned to normal. He had long since become accustomed in the outer academy to these kinds of gazes and there was no need to worry. Time passed slowly as he waited. Dong! Suddenly, an ancient bell echoed mightily in the area, and as the bell rang, the noisy voices in the area stopped. Open the tower. As the ringing of the bell ended, an old voice seemed to speak from inside the tower. Shortly after the elder's voice was heard, the closed black door slowly opened with a creaking creak and a faint breath of fire came from it, causing the temperature of the sky and earth to rise slightly. Enter the tower. The old voice rang out again, and several sounds of wind breaking could be heard, as one after another, many human figures shot out towards the tower door. Xiao Ming stood behind one of them, with his feet raised, and immediately stepped forcefully into the darkness behind the door. Just as Xiao Ming's feet landed on the ground after passing the tower door, his body suddenly solidified, his face was as white as coal, and there was a faint white mist, with a chi-chi sound like that of roasting meat, seeping out from inside his body. Xiao Ming stood motionless at the entrance of the tower, and some of the senior students who had planned to enter from the back were not surprised to see this scene. Instead, they laughed merrily and said, "Students who have just entered the inner academy, dare to enter the blazing sky chi refining tower for the first time without the slightest precaution, he deserves it. I heard that he was able to rob 50 senior students of their fire energy, his strength must be good, and I wonder how long he can last under the heart flame." It seemed that these people already knew that Xiao Ming would encounter this situation after entering, but they deliberately did not say anything, to see Xiao Ming make a fool of himself. However, wanting to see Xiao Ming make a fool of himself was not the same as wanting to kill him, and someone soon said. "Go report to the elders inside the tower, this is his first time entering the blazing sky chi refining tower, if there is no intervention from the elders, I'm afraid he will be burned directly from the inside out. This is the wisp flame of fallen heart flame." Xiao Ming's mind was immersed in his body as he looked at the strange wisp flame that had suddenly and inexplicably appeared from within his body. This wisp flame was so strange that it was something out of the ordinary, for no other reason than the fact that this wisp flame, surprisingly, was invisible and shapeless. Since this invisible flame appeared, the high temperature emanating from it caused Xiao Ming's internal meridians, bones, muscles, and other organs to begin to tingle slightly. Xiao Ming knew that this was a precursor to being burned by the high temperature, and if this continued, he feared that, before long, his body's meridians would be rendered useless by this flame. Once his meridians became unusable, it would undoubtedly be the end of his life as a do-chi cultivator. The situation was critical, but Xiao Ming did not panic at all, because he knew the solution. Chapter 71. The solution was simple, just control the do-chi itself and break through this wisp flame of fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame would refine and solidify the do-chi, a process that would deplete the wisp flame energy, and as long as he broke through it with enough do-chi, this wisp flame would immediately disappear. However, Xiao Ming didn't do this. This was because he had a faster form. With a flick of his mind, he commanded the spirit within the chi spiral to quickly rush towards the wisp flame, and with a sudden suction, the wisp of shapeless flame was devoured by the spirit. Xiao Ming was a bit disappointed when he felt that the spirit did not seem to have grown much after swallowing the wisp flame. Indeed, although this wisp flame is indeed the split flame of the fallen heart flame, the energy it contains is too scarce and is no longer useful to the spirit that has devoured a heavenly flame. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. In the middle of the softly lit ancient tower, Xiao Ming's movements were noticed by the students who had been surrounding him and whispering softly to each other. He hasn't even been here for a minute, how come he opened his eyes? He couldn't have regained consciousness on his own with the heart flame burning him. Ignoring these shocked students, Xiao Ming directly entered the deepest part of the tower. Make way, Elder Lu is coming this way. Shortly after Xiao Ming left, an alarming voice was suddenly heard sounding from outside the crowd. In this, blazing sky chi refining tower, the elders of the various levels of the tower had the highest status. Anyone who offended them here would have a hard time, and they could use their position to hinder them, leaving the person who offended them crying without tears. As the crowd parted, a plainly dressed old man slowly entered, his smiling gaze swept the room, but he did not find the supposed new student. This couldn't help but make his brow furrow, thinking he had been tricked. But he was in no hurry to be angry but turned to the student who had called him and said, "What's the situation, and where's the new student who was burned by heart flame that you spoke of?" I don't know." That student looked at the entrance and Xiao Ming had disappeared, a bit dumbfounded. How could he know where the new student had gone? He was clearly there a moment ago. At that moment, someone beside him relieved him. "Elder Lu, that new student has already entered the tower." Entered the tower? Elder Lu was confused. Isn't he a new student? How did he break free from the heart flame's temper? Couldn't it be that he knows how to consume the heart flame? But consuming the heart flame isn't that fast, it would take at least 10 minutes. Puzzled, Elder Lu asked again, how long was he at the entrance? Xiao Ming stayed for about a minute, I think. 1 minute. Wait, that new student is Xiao Ming. Yes, I saw his battle with Wu Tao and the others yesterday. I can't be wrong. Is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. This kid has always been a monster. If it's him, breaking free from the heart flame doesn't seem impossible. Elder Lu let out a light laugh and said. The Jianan Academy elders, looking at their white hair and beards, it was known that they must have been at Jianan Academy for quite a few years. There were many outer and inner academy elders, and they all knew each other, and Elder Hua, Xiao Ming's teacher, was also the head of the alchemy department, a 5th-tier alchemist. Therefore, Elder Lu naturally also knew Elder Hua. Besides the fire energy hunting competition in which Xiao Ming stole all the senior students, Xiao Ming's great name has been heard like thunder for a long time. It was Xiao Ming's first time entering the blazing sky chi refining tower, which was buried deep in the earth and only exposed a section of the tower. The area inside the tower was so spacious that it was unexpected for Xiao Ming. While walking along the road, Xiao Ming discovered that the space inside the tower on the first level was enough for 500 people to cultivate at the same time. In the space inside the tower, which was laid out in a circular shape, there were cultivation rooms of different sizes, but at that time, most of these cultivation rooms were already occupied by people. In addition, above the entrance of these rooms, there were some small red posters hanging, but the words written on the posters were different. Xiao Ming stopped and looked at it. It turned out that on these small red posters were written words representing 3 levels, high level, intermediate level, and low level, so he thought that the levels of the cultivation rooms of Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower were different. As he slowly walked from east to south, Xiao Ming found that all the high-level cultivation halls were near the center of the tower, while, on its periphery, there were intermediate-level cultivation halls and low-level cultivation halls on the farthest periphery. Looking at these cultivation halls, Xiao Ming inwardly said, the fire energy expended in this first level is the same. However, the academy is dividing the levels of the cultivation halls here, in order for them to compete for good cultivation rooms. There are probably quite a few fights here every day. As he paced, Xiao Ming's footsteps stopped as he realized that he had arrived at the central place of the tower. Is this the fire pit leading to the bottom? Contemplating the bottomless black hole that appeared in front of him, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, looking around as if no one was there. Curiosity got the better of him and he slowly advanced 2 steps to the edge of the black hole and carefully looked down. It was dark and shadowy, stretching to the end of his line of sight. The eerie darkness, with almost no light, caused a slight feeling of vertigo in his head. Can't I see anything? I see, fallen heart flame is invisible and intangible, so it is really impossible to see it with the naked eye. Maybe I should try using a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming's eyes stared into the deep darkness, and after a long time, the red flames inside his body surged into his eyes, and instantly, his coal-black pupils transformed into dark red pupils. As the flames emerged in his pupils, the endless darkness below began to fade in an extremely strange manner. However, as the darkness grew dimmer and dimmer, Xiao Ming's vision was no longer empty. Under the gaze of those red eyes, in the endless darkness, loomed a huge, invisible fire python which was shockingly over 10 meters thick and had an unknown length. As if sensing Xiao Ming's gaze, the fire python raised its head fiercely, and its eyes, which were bigger than a flashlight, met Xiao Ming's. Oh no, I shouldn't have been carried away by curiosity, now it seems I've caused some trouble. Realizing that something was wrong, Xiao Ming dodged and retreated a dozen meters away. Just as Xiao Ming retreated, the huge invisible fire python appeared at the entrance of the fire pit. The fire python's entire body was engulfed in somewhat distorted flames, and its gigantic mouth was wide open, with fangs as thick as an adult's thighs burning in twisted waves. Feeling the intensity of the fire in the fire python's body, Xiao Ming felt that even if it was a Do Emperor powerhouse that was touched by it, he feared that they would be turned into ashes in a matter of seconds. With a furious roar, the fire python shot out of the darkness, but just as it was about to reach a position 5 meters above the deep black hole, the surrounding space fluctuated violently. With the help of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming could faintly notice that it seemed that at this moment, the space around the black hole was strangely distorted to construct a spatial cage. Although the invisible fire python was very powerful, when it hit the spatial cage, it only caused the cage to fluctuate for a while but had no other effect. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking through, the fire python went berserk, and invisible flames shot out of its huge mouth, burning the space cage continuously, but unfortunately, no matter how much it burned, the space cage still stood firm. After struggling frantically for a long time, the invisible fire python finally exhausted itself and let out a hiss of rage from the sky. As the fire python disappeared, the space cage gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. The fire spirit of this fallen heart flame is really violent, I must not approach without the strength of a Do Emperor. Xiao Yan died once when he devoured it, he can revive, I don't have that ability. Wiping the sweat from his head, Xiao Ming said in a low voice. Child, what are you doing here? A clear, childish girl's voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Ming. From the sound of this voice, the person must be 2 or 3 meters behind Xiao Ming. Chapter 72. The sudden voice behind him caused Xiao Ming, who was immersed in the violent attitude of fallen heart flame's fire spirit flame a moment ago, to be violently startled, and for a moment, he really didn't notice anything special about the voice. When this person approached me, with my soul power perception, I actually didn't notice a single hint. Xiao Ming's soul perception had never been weak, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Startled, Xiao Ming turned around as if he had been struck by electricity, and looked back with a slight trace of horror. When Xiao Ming saw the owner of the voice beside him, the surprise disappeared from his face and was replaced by a stunned look. Behind him appeared a girl dressed in white who was slightly taller than him. The girl looked to be between 12 and 13 years old. Her pale purple hair was tied in pigtails that reached her waist and her face was very soft. The girl's appearance was beautiful, white and clear, and her pair of watery purple eyes sparkled before Xiao Ming. She seemed to have a demonic strength that made the shock in Xiao Ming's heart gradually disappear. There was no second person in the inner academy who looked like that who could get within 10 feet of him without him noticing. Who else besides Ziyan? However, running into her so soon was really out of Xiao Ming's expectations. Child, what were you doing? Seeing that Xiao Ming did not respond to her words, but kept looking at her, Ziyan asked once more. Child. Hearing what Ziyan called him, Xiao Ming's face turned strange as he repeated it in a low voice. Although it was true that he was physically a child, few people had called him that directly since his talent was revealed. Ziyan did not look much older than him physically, and if one were to go by mental age, he was much older than her. Being called by Ziyan in this way, Xiao Ming always had a strange feeling inside. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but whenever she uttered the word child, Xiao Ming always seemed to see a look of excitement in her eyes. Yes, who else is here beside you? Quickly tell me what you are doing here. Ziyan heard Xiao Ming's whispered voice and said softly. I haven't done anything. Seeing Ziyan so insistent on asking what he was doing here, Xiao Ming blinked and chose to tell a wide-eyed lie. You can't fool me, that big guy just now was released by you, right? Humph, I've seen your every move. You've seen it and you're still asking. And my name is Xiao Ming, don't call me child. At that moment, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. You're only this big, of course you're a child. Although Ziyan seemed to be obsessed with that word, she did not continue to say it. Looking at you, you must be someone who just entered the blazing sky chi refining tower, you don't know that it's not allowed to go near here, right? Promise me one thing and I won't tell the elders. What is it? Although he knew that the likelihood of him informing the elders was small and she was only looking to scare him, Xiao Ming was still curious and asked. Be my younger brother. Several question marks appeared in Xiao Ming's head. Why did she want to take me as a younger brother? It didn't seem like this was beneficial to her. What is her motive? Seeming to know Xiao Ming's confusion, Ziyan said immediately afterwards. I see that you have this kind of strength at this age, and you have the aura of a magical beast in your body, so you must also be a magical beast that has had the bad luck to devour the body transformation grass. Although I don't know why your aura is so weak, but if you follow me, I can protect you in the inner academy. Ziyan said, waving her arm rather proudly. Magical beast aura. Xiao Ming looked at her in bewilderment. Magic beast aura couldn't possibly refer to the 10,000 beast flame, could it? The 10,000 beast flame was a flame condensed from the soul and blood of 10,000 beasts, and would indeed emit an aura similar to that of a magical beast. Just now it should have been felt by Ziyan when he mobilized the 10,000 beast flame. It was normal for Ziyan to be confused for a short period of time, as she had never seen the 10,000 beast flame. Because of this smell, Ziyan thought that he was a magical beast that had swallowed the body transformation grass, just like her, and so she wanted to take him as her younger brother. In fact, it was similar to what Xiao Ming thought. Ever since Ziyan had been brought to the inner academy by First Elder Su Qian, she had been surrounded by humans, and because of Ziyan's usual behavior, all the students were very afraid of her, and had given her the title of Brute Force Queen. Before she transformed, the magical beasts in the forest often bullied her, and she used to rob other magical beasts of their treasures, so her relationship with them was not good. After the First Elder adopted her, he also did not know what to do with Ziyan because he basically had no experience in raising children. All this made Ziyan not even have a person to communicate with, and she felt very lonely. Now that she had suddenly met someone who she suspected was in a similar situation to her, her interest immediately increased, so she proposed to take Xiao Ming as her younger brother. Ziyan wanted to have a younger brother, but Xiao Ming had no intention of being his younger brother. Thinking calmly, he immediately refused and said, "I don't want to, I am not a magical beast." "You're not a magical beast, then why do you have the aura of a magical beast in you?" Why did it suddenly disappear?" Ziyan was about to retort but suddenly realized that the aura she had just caught had disappeared. She hurriedly ran to Xiao Ming's side and sniffed him. "It's really gone." Ziyan was a little disappointed and was about to say something when an old voice sounded from the side. "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know not to go near the center of the tower?" Xiao Ming and Ziyan turned their heads at the same time and discovered that it was an old man with white hair and a beard who was looking at the two of them. This person was none other than Elder Lu from before. Upon being discovered, although Xiao Ming did not know Elder Lu's name, he also knew that this must be the elder in charge of guarding the tower. Immediately, he offered an apology. "Sorry, this elder, my name is Xiao Ming, I am a new student this year, and I don't know the rules of the tower." Feeling that she had failed in her judgment, Ziyan was in a bad mood, and now Elder Lu came to bother her. She immediately bared her teeth and said, "You geezer, you are full of foolishness, shout again and see if I don't beat you up." Elder Lu, who was initially pleased with Xiao Ming's attitude of admitting his mistakes and wanted to say something to him, could not help but twist the corners of his mouth when he heard her say that. Although he was angry, Elder Lu, who had long known Ziyan's horror, did not want to irritate her. He could only say in a leisurely voice, "It's not like there are heavenly treasures in this place, what is little Grand Aunt doing around here? Can't I just stroll around?" Although Xiao Ming said that he was not a magical beast and did not want to be her younger brother, Ziyan did not mention what she had just seen. After saying this, Ziyan turned around and left, dragging Xiao Ming who was beside her in the process. This strength. Worthy of being an ancient void dragon. Being dragged away by Ziyan, Xiao Ming tried to resist a bit, but it didn't seem to have any effect on her. In the end, he was only able to walk out of the center of the first level of the tower with Ziyan under Elder Lu's gaze. "Brat, you brought it on yourself." Chapter 73. What do you want? Xiao Ming looked at the girl in white in front of him with some helplessness. After leaving the center of the tower a moment ago, he originally thought that Ziyan would let him go, but he didn't expect her to directly grab his arm, without any intention of letting him go. With Ziyan's physical strength, even if Xiao Ming's rise of twin spirits had tempered his physical body to the point where it was comparable to that of a third-rank magical beast, it still wasn't enough. So Xiao Ming had no choice but to ask her about her intentions. "You said that you are not a magical beast, so how come your body strength is so strong? Do you have something that hides your aura and you were lying to me just now?" asked Ziyan with dissatisfaction as her eyes locked onto Xiao Ming. When she pulled Xiao Ming just now, it was naturally impossible for her not to notice how strongly he was resisting. She realized that although Xiao Ming's physical strength was nowhere near her own, he was already stronger than many third-rank magical beasts with a weaker body. How could a human's body be so strong at such a young age? "HM, do you want to trick me? No way. I will take you as my younger brother today." Ziyan thought inwardly with a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan, who was smiling smugly in front of him, as if his lies had already been exposed by her, and did not know what to say. Wasn't it easier to directly use the 10,000 beast flame to prove it? It was, however, there would be a mutual reaction between the heavenly flames, and it seemed a bit wrong to wake up the fallen heart flame when he had just done it a moment ago. In the end, Xiao Ming could only sigh and said helplessly, even if you're right and I'm a magical beast, there's no way I could be your younger brother. In Ziyan's eyes, Xiao Ming was just a child younger than her, and at this moment, she saw that he was acting as if an adult didn't know what to do with a child. She, who had already put herself in the position of an elder sister from the beginning, felt that her majesty was being challenged. So, she put on her most serious look and said, "Well, you finally admit that you are a magical beast, and the one with the biggest fist in the world of magical beasts is the eldest. If you don't listen to me, I will eat you." At this moment, Ziyan looked very serious, as if she was really going to eat Xiao Ming, but seeing her small body, Xiao Ming wanted to laugh. Luckily, he restrained himself in the end, and with a soft cough, Xiao Ming spoke. "Actually, we can be friends, no need to get all elder sister and younger brother. How about this, each of us takes a step back. I know that magical beasts will eat medicinal herbs to increase their strength, but herbs are bitter and very tasteless. I can help you refine those herbs into delicious pills. In return, you protect me in the inner academy, is that okay with you?" At this moment, Xiao Ming didn't explain further whether he was a human or a magical beast. As long as Ziyan agreed, it wouldn't be long before she found out that he was human. Can you really refine herbs into delicious pills? You're not trying to trick me with my herbs and eat them yourself, are you? Ziyan was a bit skeptical, but Xiao Ming's proposal cheered her up. She had long been fed up with the strange taste of those herbs, but in order to improve her strength and grow up quickly, she couldn't help but eat those things. So this proposal Xiao Ming had put forward was too tempting for her. After struggling for a while between having a younger brother or having the herbs become tasty pills, in the end, Ziyan still favored having the herbs be tastier. "Then do as you say, but if you don't know how to refine or if the pills you refine are not tasty, you will have to continue to be my younger brother." Knowing how to refine pills basically meant being an alchemist, and yet Ziyan did not seem to have given up her intention to take him as a younger brother. Xiao Ming did not know what Ziyan was thinking. But he still agreed to do it, although refining pills was an extremely tedious job. If one simply refined a medicinal herb into a pill form and added a few ingredients to make it tasty, it wouldn't take much effort. Ziyan finally left. She said she would go get herbs and come back with Xiao Ming tomorrow to make a tasty pill. Xiao Ming didn't know if she was going to get the herbs from the herb warehouse, or if she was going to find them herself in the deep forest. But from her tone of voice, it was certain that she would definitely come to him tomorrow. Xiao Ming thought that the first possibility has the highest probability. He gave a second of silence to the elders who were taking care of the herb warehouse. Then Xiao Ming put this matter behind him and walked around the blazing sky chi refining tower again. This time, Xiao Ming was not wandering blindly but wanted to find a room and test the effects of the blazing sky chi refining tower. After going through the first level, Xiao Ming discovered that all the high-level cultivation rooms had been occupied. Due to this situation, Xiao Ming casually encountered an unfortunate guy who occupied a high-level cultivation room, and after a friendly sparring session, Xiao Ming obtained the right to use his cultivation room. Amidst the astonished looks of the spectators, Xiao Ming entered the room he had won. When his feet landed on the ground, a faint cold air rose along his palms from the stone slab, causing a cooling sensation throughout Xiao Ming's body. Speaking of which, I hadn't realized just now, this blazing sky chi refining tower seems to be made of cold attribute materials, to be able to hold up for so long under the abrasion of fallen heart flame's mature body, even with the maintenance of the grand formation. This material is very extraordinary. A thought quickly occurred to him as he ran his fingertips along the wall, feeling the coldness on his fingertips that was completely different from the hot, dry air. With that, he closed the door he had opened upon entering, and Xiao Ming carefully inspected the surroundings of the cultivation room. This cultivation room was for only one person to cultivate, and in the center of the room was a black stone platform that would only fit 2 people sitting on the ground, with the platform about 5 centimeters high above the ground. The black stone area in the center must be the cultivation area, and this protruding slot must be where the fire crystal card needs to be inserted. Walking towards the black stone platform, Xiao Ming's palm carefully touched the black platform. A faint warmth came along his fingertips, and under this strange warmth, it seemed that the flow speed of dou qi in his body became a little more active. Without wasting any time, Xiao Ming jumped up and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Feeling the heat growing more and more intense, Xiao Ming exhaled a long sigh and snapped his finger. A green-colored fire crystal card appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, a small click was heard and the green-colored crystal card was accurately inserted into the slot. A faint light shot out from the slot, and with the appearance of the light, Xiao Ming clearly saw that the number on his green-colored crystal card was immediately reduced by 1. Obviously, this should have been a deduction from a day's cultivation, which was a fire energy. Soon after the fire energy was deducted, Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes and formed a cultivation seal with both hands, his body as still as an old monk in meditation. In the silence and stillness of his mind, only the long, steady sound of his heartbeat slowly echoed. After entering the cultivation state, Xiao Ming's sense of the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth became more and more sensitive, and he could feel the amazingly rich and fiery energy in this cultivation hall. When cultivating in such a place, those who practice Do techniques of fire attributes would undoubtedly achieve more remarkable results than others. As his mind became quieter and quieter, a low and subtle sound suddenly rang out, and a seemingly invisible wisp of shapeless flame appeared without any warning not far from Xiao Ming's heart, with a faint wisp of heat slowly emanating, roasting the inside of Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming stared at this flame. The current flame was undoubtedly more majestic than the one he had encountered at the entrance, so he thought that it was due to this high-level cultivation room. This time, Xiao Ming did not let the spirit out. The spirit could not grow by devouring this kind of wisp flame, swallowing it would only be a waste of time. Chapter 74. Xiao Ming's mind moved, and the diamond-shaped Do crystal located on the cyclone suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, a strong stream of Do Qi shot out from it like a gate. The Do Qi flew through the meridians and finally, under the guidance of Xiao Ming's mind, arrived at the place where the fallen heart flame emitted a high temperature and projected its wisp of flame. With a slight movement of his mind, the Do Qi that had been waiting for this moment immediately rushed down, and the red Do Qi poured directly into the invisible flame. The moment that Do Qi entered the invisible flame, Xiao Ming could clearly feel that the latter had become much hotter at this moment. The Do Qi entering the flame was also like boiling water, as something was constantly being expelled and stripped away due to the high temperature. This boiling did not last long before the sliver of Do Qi managed to come out of the flame. The Do Qi that had emerged from the flame was almost twice as large as before, and the energy it contained was much more potent and compact than before. Clearly, it had been successfully tempered by the invisible flame. After the first strand of Do Qi had been successfully tempered, it was guided by Xiao Ming's mind to once again cycle along its meridians, and then it was poured into the Do crystal. At that time, the light on the surface of the Do crystal again increased slightly. Seeing this change in the Do crystal, a touch of joy immediately surged in Xiao Ming's heart. This fallen heart flame was truly worthy of being a cultivation accelerator, and this kind of effect would make everyone's eyes turn red with envy. With the success of his first tempering, Xiao Ming accelerated his movements. As his mind fluctuated, wisps of Do Qi were continuously drawn from the Do crystal, then rushed along its meridians, then traveled through the flames, and finally returned to the Do crystal again. The spacious cultivation room was enveloped in a faint layer of invisible fluctuations. A faint white mist rose at the top of Xiao Ming's head, then gradually faded away until it finally transformed into nothingness and disappeared. The cultivation time passed silently like water flowing through the fingers. When the sound of an ancient bell resounded on the tower floor at some point, Xiao Ming, who had his eyes tightly closed in the cultivation room, suddenly opened his eyes, and a dim light flickered in his pupils. He deeply exhaled the cloudy qi he had been holding in his chest for a long time, and when he felt the Do Qi in his body solidify much more than before, as well as the increase in the Do crystal, Xiao Ming's face revealed undisguised joy. Only cultivating for a day has this effect. The fallen heart flame is really something good. The name training cheat machine lives up to its reputation. At night, I can consider taking a purple heart barrier breaking pill to break through the 8-star Do Grandmaster realm. With this fallen heart flame around, I don't have to be afraid of having a deficient Do Qi, but I just broke through 5 stars in a row. Is it a bit rash to take the pill? Breaking through too many realms in a short period of time on the Do Qi continent might seem very cool, but cultivation could not always be an easy path. A person who traversed too many in a short period of time would easily encounter bottlenecks in the later realms. The fallen heart flame can speed up cultivation, but if the body encounters a bottleneck, there is nothing that can be done about it. Many Tower Guardian elders have been stuck at a small Do King stage for many years and have been unable to make any progress. If this fallen heart flame could loosen someone's bottleneck, then there must be 2 or 3 elders who would break through to the Do Emperor realm, right? But the reality was that there were none, so Xiao Ming was a bit hesitant. Well, I've already surpassed 5 stars, it's not as bad as the case where I had 2 stars, let's take that pill sometime tonight. Determined, Xiao Ming stepped down from the stone platform and walked to the outside of the cultivation room. Perhaps because of the ringing of the bell earlier, Xiao Ming, who came out of the cultivation hall, found that the entire tower was in a situation where people were rushing in and out. Many of the doors of the cultivation rooms that were closed when he arrived were now open, and a large group of people trooped out of them and headed for the tower door. In the eyes of these people, Xiao Ming could see a faint red aura. Xiao Ming's eyes were a little shocked, then he continued on his way and walked out of the tower, thinking inwardly as he walked. That red aura must be the flame poison of fallen heart flame. As long as you cultivate in the blazing sky chi refining tower, your body will definitely be contaminated with the flame poison. This flame poison will have a great impact on the body and mind if you don't pay attention to it though. I have the protection of the 10,000 beast flame, so I don't have to fear that poison. Also thanks to the simulator I know that the 10,000 beast flame indeed protects me from the flame poison. For new students, on the other hand, the academy has restrictions when they are in the tower. My strength is much higher than the other new students, so I shouldn't be restricted, right? Although Xiao Ming was a little insecure inside, this was only a minor problem that could be easily solved by seeking out an elder tower guardian to consult about his situation. So after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Ming stopped thinking too much. Following the crowd, he walked out of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Finding the direction he had come from, Xiao Ming headed for his residence. Opening the door and entering the small building where he lived, Xiao Ming saw Jia Yun and Jiang Yenshu sitting in the pavilion hall. "Xiao Ming, are you back?" Seeing that it was Xiao Ming pushing the door, Jia Yun's eyes lit up as she greeted him. "You haven't been back all day, did you stay at the blazing sky chi refining tower to cultivate?" "That's right." Xiao Ming walked over to a chair and sat down, nodding his head. "Then, can you tell us about this blazing sky chi refining tower? Didn't the two of you go out today?" At this, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Hadn't they said that they were going to go to the blazing sky chi refining tower this morning to take a look? Isn't it because the administrator who sent the fire energy arrived too late? When we left it was already noon, the inner academy is too big and it was already dark before we could walk around other places. Hearing Jia Yun's explanation, Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding. The inner academy was indeed ridiculously large, and it usually took quite a long time to walk around. It seemed that the flying dough technique, flying cloud wing, should be cultivated as soon as possible. Well then, let it be this afternoon. Although he had made up his mind inwardly, Xiao Ming was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed behind talking to the girls about what he knew about blazing sky chi refining tower. The girls also talked about their experiences today, and based on what they said, Xiao Ming also got an idea of the buildings inside the inner academy. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiao Ming took his leave. In the room, Xiao Ming sat on the bed, holding an ancient white scroll in his hand. It was the flying cloud wing that Xiao Ming had obtained from the book collection hall. The scroll was untied from the thin string that had been carefully tied around it, and then slowly stretched out. The white scroll was fully extended, and two patterns of eagle-like wings appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. This pair of eagle wings were painted on the scroll, so the shape was not large, but faintly emitted some heat, and seeing this strange phenomenon, it was obvious that it was not a simple painting. The eagle's wings are milky white, with some golden clouds faintly appearing. The feathers of the eagle's wings emitted a faint warmth, and Xiao Ming blew a light breath on them. Only to see that, under that light breath, the eagle's wing feathers were actually moving as if they were real wings, which couldn't help but make Xiao Ming sigh in excitement. This flying dough technique is really magical. As his eyes swept over the eagle's wings, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly landed on a small line of words on the side. He blinked and read softly. Golden pattern cloud eagle, 5th rank flying magic beast, flying speed, ranked average among all flying magic beasts, able to reach flying height, ranked the highest among all flying magical beasts, flying endurance, is the most durable, also has the alias of flying cloud eagle. Although its distribution is all over the continent, it is extremely difficult to find. Flying cloud wings cultivation method. In the cultivation process, the soul of the flying cloud eagle in the wings may attack the cultivator. If its soul attack can be resisted, then cultivation can be continued. If not, the person who succeeds is advised to abandon the cultivation of this technique. Xiao Ming smiled after a few moments as he brushed his finger across the scroll, feeling the soul force of the flying cloud eagle within. It's just a remnant soul, not worth mentioning. The truth was just as Xiao Ming had said, the remnant soul of the flying cloud eagle was not worth mentioning. Chapter 75. When Xiao Ming used his hands to cover the feathers of the scroll, the flying cloud eagle spirit that remained on the scroll violently let out a soul-shaking high-pitched screeching sound. The screeching sound pierced through the scroll and ended up piercing Xiao Ming's arm like a drill, striking his brain with deadly force. Xiao Ming's face did not even change in response to this seemingly very powerful clash of souls. After a minute, this golden pattern cloud eagle's soul gave up the intention to continue the attack and became honest. Seeing that the eagle's soul had been tamed, Xiao Ming's dou qi slowly coursed through his body following the instructions on the scroll. A moment later, the dou qi flowed into his arm and gradually went to his palm, which was still covering the feathers. When the dou qi appeared in his palm, the eagle wings on the white scroll suddenly glowed. Among the white radiance, a golden light was revealed, which lasted for a while before finally turning into two small rays that scurried into Xiao Ming's palm. After entering Xiao Ming's body, the two small rays of light quickly flowed along the meridians. When they reached the meridian on Xiao Ming's back, they stopped abruptly and then turned in opposite directions, surprisingly drawing out of the meridian two extremely small branching veins. These two branching veins extended from the main trunk and only slowly stopped when they reached the spine. The meridians of the body are always very fragile, and having to pull out two branching meridians requires unimaginable pain. The pain was so intense that even Xiao Ming, who had devoured a heavenly flame, could not help but let out a choked grunt. It took 10 minutes for the pain to stop. Looking at the scroll in his hand, which had turned pure white and lost its divine image, Xiao Ming knew that he had successfully cultivated the flying cloud wing. Leaping down from the bed, he took off his clothes as quickly as he could and then took out a crystal mirror from his storage ring. From the reflection, Xiao Ming could discover that a pair of palm-sized tattoos of white eagle wings had appeared on his back. These are the wings of that golden pattern cloud eagle's soul, now it should be able to fly, right? At this moment, Xiao Ming was somewhat excited. Flying, an ability coveted by humans, he finally had it after all. Putting aside his agitated emotions, Xiao Ming's thoughts changed and his doqi moved at will, following the two small branching veins that had split and poured into the pair of small tattoos on his back. Upon receiving the transmission of doqi, the white tattoos immediately emitted a faint white glow. In the end, it turned into real wings, and the size of the white eagle's wings expanded from the size of a palm to about half a meter. Looking curiously at this pair of golden-striped eagle wings, Xiao Ming controlled them and flapped them slightly, and a small buoyancy force emerged under his body, but the buoyancy force was too small and far from enough to make Xiao Ming leave the ground. The reason must be because doqi's infusion is too small. Xiao Ming guessed inwardly, and then his thoughts changed, and the doqi in his body sprouted into his wings as if there was no tomorrow. The wings also grew rapidly, like a balloon inflating, expanding to over a meter in length in a dozen seconds. Xiao Ming controlled it once more and shook it slightly, a strong air current emerged, and Xiao Ming felt a strong buoyancy force emerge along with it. This time, the buoyancy force was no longer as useless as before, and under its effect, Xiao Ming's body rose straight up, rising half a meter high and floating in the air. Heh, this is flying, it feels really good. I just don't know how fast it can be. Floating in the air, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. With this flying dough technique, he would be able to save a lot of time at the inner academy in the future. Even if he could fly by himself after his strength reached that of a dough king, this flying dough technique could give him a higher flying speed. It could be considered to be very good. Resisting the idea in his mind to immediately go out and fly for a while. After floating in the air for a while, Xiao Ming stopped the supply of doqi. Without the supply of doqi, the wings gradually shrank and Xiao Ming's body slowly descended, and by the time the wings returned to their original tattooed shape, he had landed safely and softly. The only thing that made Xiao Ming resist the idea of flying around was his intention to take the purple heart barrier breaking pill and break through to an 8-star Dough Grandmaster. Returning to his bed, Xiao Ming did not rush to take out the pill but instead made a cultivation gesture to retrieve his doqi. The doqi required for the flying dough technique was simply too terrifying, and although he had enough doqi, it was still quite consumed. It was natural to have one's mental and physical state at its peak before breaking through a realm. Especially for those who choose to take pills to break through the realm without a sign of a breakthrough, it is even more important to pay attention to the physical condition, otherwise, it is easy to fail. After recovering in bed for a while and feeling that his condition was complete, Xiao Ming moved his palm and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. After pulling the stopper of the bottle, he tilted the jade bottle and a pill appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. The pill was purple in color, and a purple mist lingered on its surface. After looking at the pill, Xiao Ming popped it into his mouth. The purple heart barrier breaking pill instantly melted in his mouth, and before Xiao Ming could react, it quickly turned into a strong purple-colored pure energy. Like a rushing river, it rolled down his throat straight into his meridians. The energy of the violet heart barrier breaking pill was extremely brutal, and in an instant it was like a high-speed train, brutally passing through the meridians. When the purple energy reached the end, it suddenly shuddered, only for countless tiny columns of energy to shoot out of it and surge along the meridians of his body in all directions. Some of the meridians that Xiao Ming had never touched during his cultivation were also brutally struck by these randomly rushing energies. The energy passed through them like a river, and the tightly packed meridians expanded rapidly while a swelling sensation occurred. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. This medicinal pill to break through the realm is still so insane. Although taking a pill could speed up cultivation, the pill was also not that easy to take. Thinking about it, it could be understood that a pill that could help a person break through had to contain a large amount of energy. Trying to refine this energy, which did not belong to you, was going to cost a lot of effort, and there was also the possibility of failure. There were even some unfortunate people who took pills to try to break through and ended up failing, leaving themselves with ailments. It can be said to be a complete loss. Of course, others might fail, but not Xiao Ming. This was because his rise of twin spirits had a miraculous effect on this type of energy. As Xiao Ming executed his rise of twin spirits, a strange energy field was created inside Xiao Ming's body, and under this energy field, the purple energy in his meridians became docile and gradually slowed down. Finally, under Xiao Ming's thoughts, it circulated along the route of the rise of twin spirits. A stream of refined pure energy was continuously injected into the dough crystal inside the chi spiral. This energy injection caused the dough crystal to emit a hint of light and increase in size at the same time. Outside, Xiao Ming's aura also continued to grow. A night passed and the sun shone through the window in front of the bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded outside the door, waking Xiao Ming. His eyes, which had been closed all night, suddenly opened. 8-star Dough Grandmaster. Chapter 76. Before Xiao Ming had time to rejoice at having broken through the 8-star Dough Grandmaster, the knocking outside the door sounded once more. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the door continued, and Xiao Ming frowned slightly. When he went to the door and opened the wooden door, Xiao Ming discovered that the person who had been knocking was actually Bo Pao. At this moment, Bo Pao's face was a little bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten up not long ago. Bo Pao, are you looking for me for something? I haven't seen you for a night, why do you have an extra bruise on your face? There's a little girl in white down here, she says she's come looking for you to refine a pill. This wound of mine, forget it, come down quickly, if you get her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending either. On Bo Pao's face, there was an expression of fear. Obviously, Xiao Ming's words had brought back bad memories. After talking to Xiao Ming, Bo Pao did not wait for an answer and limped away. Looking at his back, Xiao Ming muttered. A girl in white, isn't she Ziyan? Did she teach Bo Pao a lesson? This is weird, could it be that Bo Pao pissed off Ziyan somewhere? Xiao Ming was a little puzzled and shook his head, going back to his room to tidy up his clothes. Then, he pushed back the wooden door of his room and headed for the hallway of the pavilion. When he arrived at the hall, Xiao Ming saw Jia Yun and Jiang Yenshu glaring at a girl. This girl was none other than Ziyan. Xiao Ming's arrival attracted the attention of the three people in the room. Ziyan, who had been sitting on a chair and swinging her legs, saw Xiao Ming, her eyes lit up and she immediately left her chair and ran to him, blinking her big eyes and handing him a fruit in her hand. Xiao Ming, you're finally here, take it, use this medicinal herb, you said you would turn it into a delicious pill, if not, you will have to be my younger brother from now on. Hearing Ziyan's words, Jia Yun and Jiang Yenshu, who were standing to the side, could not help but shake their heads and sigh for Xiao Ming. Although this girl in white was very cute, her strength was terrifying. They had just seen that Bo Pao had accidentally collided with her and had gone flying several meters away when she lightly hit him. One can imagine her ferocity, and now Xiao Ming was inexplicably targeted by her, so they didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Xiao Ming was unaware of the two girls' thoughts, and after smiling at them as a way of greeting, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the fruit in Ziyan's hand. The fruit was quite strange, half was red and a half was white. On the red side, even though it was a foot away from him, Xiao Ming could still feel the scorching heat seeping through. The white side, on the other hand, emitted a very different frosty temperature, two almost extreme attributes that blended seamlessly into one fruit. Furthermore, on the surface of the fruit, containing the two attributes of ice and fire, there were faint traces of lines extending. These lines were staggered and seemed to have some kind of hidden pattern, but upon closer inspection, they were a mess, inscrutable. Xiao Ming, who was familiar with Jia Nan Academy's extensive list of medicinal herbs, recognized at a glance what kind of medicinal herb this fruit was. My goodness, isn't this the ice and fire dragonbeard fruit? You didn't take this medicinal herb from the herb warehouse, did you? Although it was a question, Xiao Ming's tone was confident. A medicinal herb like the ice and fire dragonbeard fruit was growing in a strange environment and must be being guarded by high-ranked magical beasts in its vicinity. Although Ziyan was an ancient void dragon, after all, she was not at a high level now, she would not even be able to defeat the others, let alone be able to have such a cheerful look in front of him. Moreover, Xiao Ming knew that there was indeed an ice and fire dragonbeard fruit in the inner academy's herb warehouse. Therefore, Xiao Ming was certain that Ziyan's medicinal herbs were taken from the medicinal herb storehouse. How do you know? Forget it, those things are not important. There are many medicinal herbs in the herb warehouse, so it's better to eat them than to leave them there. Besides, the broken defensive shield in that place is not useful at all. The medicinal herbs I can take whenever I want, this is much more convenient than my hard work outside looking for medicinal herbs. Ziyan smiled and said without worrying. Xiao Ming shook his head as he listened to Ziyan's tone of voice as if she was treating Jianan Academy's herb warehouse like a restaurant. As far as he knew, Jianan Academy's herb warehouse was guarded by special elders and was protected by a spatial energy shield. But these protective measures are as good as nothing against Ziyan. She is an ancient void dragon, and her main attribute is space, plus the elders who guarded it are most likely unable to defeat her. No wonder she uses the warehouse as a restaurant. Of course, there must also be a reason for the lack of reaction from First Elder Su Qian who adopted her. In the end, although Su Qian is basically in a state of indulgence towards Ziyan, to her, he still cares quite a bit. Putting the ice and fire dragon beard fruit a little closer to Xiao Ming, Ziyan urged, "You've seen enough, hurry up and go refine it. You are so grumpy. Could it be that you lied to me yesterday and don't know how to refine pills?" Xiao Ming was really dumbfounded. Where was he being grumpy? He had only just taken a look at the medicinal herb. How could he refine the pill without seeing what kind of medicinal herb it was? Knowing that the refractoriness of each medicinal herb was different, throwing the medicinal herb into the fire randomly would easily destroy it. However, he did not bother to tell Ziyan. She was also not an alchemist, so she would not mind that. She would simply tell him to hurry up and go refine the pills. Therefore, Xiao Ming directly took the ice and fire dragon beard fruit from Ziyan's hand, gestured to Ziyan, and then turned back towards his room. Seeing Xiao Ming's gesture, Ziyan's eyes lit up and she followed behind Xiao Ming anxiously. It didn't take long for them to reach Xiao Ming's room. "Feel free to find a place to sit." After casually instructing, Xiao Ming waved his hand and summoned his medicinal cauldron. Waving his palm, a tuft of red flames took shape on his fingertips. Just as he was about to throw it into the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming noticed that Ziyan, who was beside him, was moving to the side in some panic. Looking at her vaguely nervous eyes, Xiao Ming was not surprised by her reaction. "Don't be afraid, touch it carefully. Isn't this the magical beast aura you sensed yesterday?" Ziyan listened to his words and felt it carefully, and discovered that the aura emanating from this flame was exactly the same as the magical beast aura she had felt yesterday. It seemed that Xiao Ming was not really a magical beast, but Ziyan did not feel the slightest bit frustrated in her heart. This was because this meant that Xiao Ming really can make delicious food for her. After asking the question, Xiao Ming did not wait for Ziyan's answer before throwing the flame at his fingertips at the medicinal cauldron. Only when Ziyan saw the flame enter the medicinal cauldron did her tense body gradually relax as she approached the cauldron, her eyes revealing a gleam of anticipation. Xiao Ming merely watched her movements and did not mind, simply instructing her not to use the medicinal cauldron without his permission later on. After the flames had heated the medicinal cauldron for a while, he nonchalantly tossed the ice and fire dragonbeard fruit into it, and, with a wave of his palm, the flames inside the cauldron rose dramatically and the ice and fire dragonbeard fruit gradually liquefied under the temperature of the flames. This kind of refining was not that difficult, as long as the fire was well controlled, so it did not consume a lot of Xiao Ming's energy, and the refining was very fast. After a few moments, the ice and fire dragon beard fruit had completely turned into a purple sticky liquid, and with a wave of Xiao Ming's palm, a cloud of powder fell into the medicinal cauldron and immediately merged with the sticky liquid. His 10 fingers twitched violently in front of him, and as his fingertips twitched, the mixed liquid inside the medicinal cauldron also quickly separated, finally turning into dozens of small clusters of liquid. Condensation. With a soft cry, the liquid quickly solidified, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into dozens of pills with a purple glow, swirling about the 10,000 beast flame.